morning, gamers, and welcome to live coverage of the U.S. Regional Championship here from SCG Con Houston. I'm Ryan Overturf. She is Carmen Klomparens. Carmen, how the heck are you?
I am doing great. It's early in the morning. We're in a great city. We're covering a great version of Modern.
Yeah, a lot of cool things to see this weekend. Let's talk a little bit about our show here before we get into the Modern format. Of course, Carmen and I are opening things up. We have some help, a pretty big team here, some good friends, some people you may know. Those were not the people. Those are some of the people. We'll get the slide corrected there.
They'll be here soon, but we are going to be joined by at least Jim Davis, at least Corey Baumeister, and we've got a bunch of great people in the chair putting on an awesome show this weekend.
And Jerry Minoli here this weekend.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. One of my favorite people to work with.
I don't know if he's on the slide. I don't know if he's on the slide, but he should be.
Honestly, given that he's done Commander Versus for so long, I bet they could make that happen.
Yeah. I think he makes the slides too. So.
Oh.
Okay. We were going to throw to a visual, but as Carmen said, we got Jim Davis, we got Corey Baumeister, Nick Miller. Dropping bombs, indeed. Nick Miller dropping sideboards, dropping the metagame breakdown. We don't have that yet, but he's tabulating. He's got our player count.
Give us a minute.
1,045-ish players this weekend. A lot of people are going to be competing in the Modern format this weekend. You had the opportunity to work on the coverage team for the Modern Pro Tour. We're coming at the heels of that. Pretty good diversity in the format right now. 7 different decks in the top 8, as I recall.
Right, and it's one where we ended up seeing this sort of mono blue Belcher deck end up taking the whole thing down, but it's really been pushed out a bit. Luckily, Modern, a lot of sets, a lot of new hits from recent formats.
Yeah, if you're unfamiliar with the format, it is like most constructed formats, minimum 60 card decks. Players tend to stick to that, up to 15 cards in the sideboard. You tend to see 15 cards there. Playing 50-minute rounds, best of 3 games. The format does not rotate, so if it was in a set that was printed to standard, 8th edition through the most recent expansion, Marvel's Spider-Man, including some direct to Modern sets. You see the Horizon set, Lord of the Rings, Assassin's Creed. So a lot of cards in the Modern format.
Right, and a bunch of them are even still landing in the format, right? We see the Spider-Man set had Spider-Sense, it had Superior Spider-Man showing up in really, honestly, pretty respectable numbers, even at the Pro Tour level. Yeah,
definitely. So there's a lot of historic elements in the format. I remember when
Pun intended?
Well, no, but I appreciate it.
All right, well, I will intend it for both of us.
8th edition for a long time was a set that people really pointed to as foundational and really impactful for Modern. And you still do see cards from all the way back then, and you see the new cards showing up, like you're saying. Of course, the Horizon sets, we're going to see those out. We are at a point where Modern Horizons 3 hit really hard when it landed. Now we see it kind of more peppered in here and there, but it's still present, of course.
Right. One of the nice things in the Modern format right now is it does kind of feel like it's shifting back to this sort of, a lot of these cards are just sort of an anthology of what we've seen in Standard over the last, oh God, I don't want my bones to turn to dust here, but almost
8th edition
25
is
years.
2003.
I remember when they invented 2003.
Same.
But no, I really appreciate how we're seeing a bunch of things like the Esper Goryo's deck, like the old Affinity decks pop up, that I think they kind of push against this narrative that there's a lot of Modern Horizons sort of pre-constructed decks in sort of the energy space, which can definitely hang in a field like this, but you are rewarded for having a depth of format knowledge.
Yes, absolutely. So let's take a look at our schedule this weekend. Like we said, we're playing the Modern format. With the Regional Championship, this is going to be 2 days of competition, starting things off on day 1 here. We're going to play 9 rounds of Swiss. Our players on day 1 are looking for 18 or more match points to make it to day 2. So that's typically referred to as 6 wins, 3 losses. It can get fuzzier than that, but that's the general cut.
Right.
Day 2, we'll be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Of course, you're going to watch us at home on our YouTube channel for the live broadcast. Coverage starts at 9. There's going to be 6 more rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to the top 8 players with the best records to a single elimination playoff. Those players are going to get Pro Tour invites, and we're looking for 2 finalists that are going to make an invitation to Worlds. We'll go over the slide for the prizes in just a second here. But, of course, at the end, we'll crown a regional champion. As you see at the top of there, the regional champion will take home $20,000 US.
Right. Finalists, $10K, a ton of invites peppered all over the screen. $5K for top 4, $3K for top 8, and then $2,000 for top 16, $1,000 for top 32, then $250 in your pocket. Basically, all of these people taking home some money if they day 2, which is a pretty good Sunday in my book.
Yeah, absolutely. Players, they tend to work hard to make it out to the regional championship here. You play week in, week out, try to get that RCQ win or qualify through other means, and making day 2, it's a big deal. So it takes home a little bit of pride, a little bit of cash for that accolade.
And something I really want to zoom in on are basically this World Championship invites that we see going to our finalists, as well as these Pro Tour invites to the top 32. In a lot of ways, that affirmation is worth even more than the money to these players, right? For so many of us, this is something where you dream of reaching to the Pro Tour. That's a career achievement for a bunch of these players. And the World Championship in particular, that's something you can go home and tell to your family who doesn't even know anything about Magic. If you say, I went to a Pro Tour, you generally have to explain what that means. It's very cool, but you say, I went to the World Championship. That's a big deal. People know what the world is, and they know what a championship is, right?
Sort of a universal language aspect to what it communicates. The weight is loud.
Right. You end up seeing people who are qualified for the Pro Tour still coming out to these events because they just go, no. I want to go to the World Championship, and that is that important to me. I will fly all the way out of state just for a shot at that.
Yeah, definitely. And the regional championship, great opportunity for such an invite. Just make the finals. I mean, I say it like it's easy. It's not.
Oh, okay, fine. No, it's fine. For some people, it is that easy to just make the finals.
You don't even have to win the finals. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, no, yeah. You hear that, everyone? You don't even have to win the finals.
Of course, like I said, over 1,000 players competing for those 2 slots. That breaks down to not great odds for the average player in the field. But we're going to be starting our coverage this weekend on a player who's already qualified for Worlds. He's done it actually through a regional championship, but he's the reigning Pro Tour champion. We're going to have Michael DiBenedetto Plummer on camera.
Yes, very excited. This is someone I love covering. I've talked a little bit about basically just watching this sort of growth arc of him being a quiet killer on Magic Online. For a while, he was considered one of the best sort of teamer breach station players on Magic Online that we saw earlier this year, make a deep run in a regional championship. Then we saw him make another deep run in Minneapolis at the regional championships earlier this year in Standard with this sort of Jeskai Oculus deck. Played exceptionally the whole way there, and then made the most of that Pro Tour invite that he won by actually winning the Pro Tour just a couple of weeks ago with Mono Blue Belcher.
Yes, the Tameshi Belcher deck. That's a deck that he won't be playing this weekend.
No.
We'll be waiting on the deck list here, but not going to be Belcher, I'll tell you that.
I heard it's Jeskai Blink.
That's what I heard as well. And that's actually kind of an aspect of the format. We're going to be talking about this a lot this weekend. We coming off of the heels of a 7 different deck top 8. The Pro Tour tends to at least inform the direction of the format, and the immediate reaction has been largely pushing the Belcher deck out, it seems, from my seat.
Yeah, something that makes me really optimistic about the current state of Modern is I think historically we've seen a number of Pro Tours, the Eldrazi one, the Hogak one, and so on, where the Modern Pro Tour ended up actually just kind of inflating a deck by informing people what they should be doing in the format in a way that was not reactive, right? It was one that was like, hey, this is a little bit stronger than what everyone else is doing, and this is how you're going to have the most success. In a case like this, where it is that wide open, and it's a deck that can be, I won't say easily hated out, it won a Pro Tour.
Right.
But it is the sort of thing that if you want to beat this sort of linear combo deck that is trying to hang its hat on a single card, you can do that in a format with a kind of breadth of answers suite as Modern has. And so instead of this just taking over the format, we're seeing this sort of organic churn that we really like to see in basically any competitive format.
Yeah, you love to leave such a high stakes format and have more things to discover. And you drew the comparison to Hogak, where if you're watching from home during Hogak winter or summer, whatever season it was. Summer, yeah. I thought I had it. It was the summer of the GAC. How could I forget? Yeah.
The dirty GAC.
Those were the best days of my life.
Literally.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, I see why that was for you. You were doing well at Grand Prix, not playing Hogak. And I was playing Hogak, not doing well at Grand Prix.
But that was kind of an informative thing for a viewer, somebody at home maybe preparing for something like a Magic Spotlight for a regional championship. Okay, this is what my Hogak deck should look like.
Yes.
When it came to the most recent Pro Tour, actually the Tameshi Belcher deck was the deck that put 2 copies in the top 8, but the takeaway immediately after was, well, we can beat that one. And there's also a couple decks on the outside looking in that we've seen people give more attention to. Leaving the Pro Tour, I still don't know what a stock-ish list of Is It Affinity should look like.
Yes.
That's a deck I'm kind of curious and excited to see what shows up and how it performs this weekend for sure.
Yeah, it's really interesting the ways that you see some cards like Kappa Cannoneer that were the big payoff before, and you saw all signs kind of point in that direction, which ends up being a little bit problematic in a tournament field like this one, where you put kind of all of your chips, or all of your eggs in that basket, rather. If that's not good enough, or it takes multiple turns for you to do that, why aren't you just playing Belcher? Now we're seeing a lot of things in the vein of weapons manufacturing. This is sort of recent development. When you pair it with engineered explosives, this is 0 mana sort of Dark Steel Relic-esque enabler. For just cards like Pinnacle Emissary, like Mox Opal, you're able to build a very large swingy burn spell out of nothing that even punishes interaction. So I'm really interested to see what kind of build they actually end up centering themselves around, the Affinity pilots, that is.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts. You shouted out, of course, Kappa Cannoneer, big one being printed into the format, reprinted in Modern Horizons 3. Pinnacle Emissary from Edge of Eternities.
Yes.
The warp mechanic, we're going to see that on at least one other card this weekend.
Which one?
I expect to see some Quantum Riddlers in the field.
Riddle me this, what kinds of decks are playing it?
Perhaps a Blink deck?
Perhaps blue ones.
Maybe a blue deck? Yeah. Probably not a Belcher deck, but, you know, the other blue. Maybe.
Listen, I've been a part of some royal swerves in combo decks in my life.
Sure. Could show up in the sideboard.
You ever seen someone sideboard Glistener Elves in out of a Slippery Bogle deck?
You know, I have, but I've seen a lot of things.
Yeah.
I expect a lot of people have not.
But just like you said, Quantum Riddler is a card that I think was sort of the highest impact thing to come out of nowhere in the Pro Tour recently. This is something that there are a lot of different ways to synergize with. I think Philia is something we saw in the sort of Orzhov-based Blink decks with Overlord of the Baelmerk earlier this year. But the fact that Quantum Riddler pairs a little bit better with the card Ephemerate sees it overtaking Overlord of the Baelmerk in a lot of ways.
Yes, and Quantum Riddler also really plays with a lot of the more powerful cards in the modern format, cards you can cast for free, often coming at the expense of exiling a card from your hand. Your Force of Negation, your Subtlety, your Solitude.
Yep.
Quantum Riddler happens to draw extra cards when you are low.
Oh my god, you're right.
That's synergy. That's good deck building.
But kind of unironically, though, there are a lot of ways that it does synergize with cards that aren't even just the free pitch spells. You've seen people do tricks with Psychic Frog, for example, where you get to discard an extra card to get an extra counter for an extra sort of rummage effect. If you have, say, 3 cards in your hand or 2 cards in your hand with a Psychic Frog, you can discard the card and you will get to draw 2 off of Quantum Riddler. Or if you get to top deck a Faithful Mending or something like that, you'll get to pick up an extra card for your trouble. It just randomly hooks into so many little things that there isn't really a sort of agreed upon best way to engage with Quantum Riddler, because it is so open-ended. It almost in some ways feels like it's the, oh, you're not going to like this one, but it's almost like the 2025 version of Muldrifter.
Rest in peace, Muldrifter. You were the best of us.
Look, not forgotten, but gone.
Certainly gone. Certainly gone.
Certainly
It
gone.
is legal.
Call it.
I would not register it.
Planar Chaos Split card. The way it is dead, the way it is gone.
But yes, Quantum Riddler also being blue, so you pitch to Force of Negation, a pretty significant piece of interaction in the format. You were talking about dealing with Quantum Riddler. That actually kind of segues nicely into my favorite way to interact with anything in the modern format. There's a kind of a rule in Magic, a fundamental aspect. If you defeat a player in the game, if they have 0 life, all of their cards go away.
They lose!
They lose! You win!
Oh, yeah, right. The old mantra, the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we are both people who appreciate studying the blade. Face is the place.
Yeah, Corey Steelcutter being the new blade. That was actually kind of the performance at the Pro Tour that gave me the warm fuzzies. Justin
yeah.
Schable making the top 8 with Is It Prowess. Unfortunately, making a quick exit in the top 8, but great performance on his end and gives me a little faith in Old Faithful as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what can I say? Mutagenic Growth 2K25, best card, always belongs on Prowess, something he agrees with. We have deck lists. We have deck lists.
Indeed, we do. We'll find out what the opposition is playing. As we mentioned, we'll be watching Michael DiBenedetto Plummer on a Jeskai Blink strategy. Red for some Flages, some Ragavans, some powerful Modern Horizons cards. We have Teferi Time Ravelers on both sides of the other table. Stefan Hanlon will be the other player. This is going to be the Esper version of the Blink deck, I do believe. So Quantum Riddlers, they're going to be on both sides of the table. DiBenedetto with the 4-3 advantage on that front.
I'm really excited to see how this plays out in a lot of ways, just because I think there is a narrative that a lot of Modern can feel like combo decks taking turns just kind of cheesing each other over and over. This is a bunch of 3-mana cards where you pass the turn afterwards. I'm really excited. We're seeing a bunch of Flages on the sort of Jeskai side, right? We see red kind of giving a little more closing speed, some treasure off of something like Fable the Mirror Breaker. Over on the Esper Blink side, this is a bit closer to that black-white Blink deck we were talking about just a couple of minutes ago. But it is touching blue for Quantum Riddler.
Quantum Riddler, Teferi, also, that's one of those cards that I think has been an aspect of pushing back against Tameshi Belcher. It can really hurt your Lotus Bloom prospects and things like that. Also, turning off your ability to play counter spells.
Yes.
But as you mentioned, we're looking at kind of a mid-range fight here. So you have these tools that are really strong against the combo decks. It allows these decks to exist. And then they're going to play pretty differently in the heads-up matchup here. So you have some tools. You're talking about the Flages and the Ragavans. For Hanlon, we're going to have some Thoughtseizes, 4 Thoughtseize, some Fatal Push, 3 of those in the main deck. When it comes to these interactive elements, I have my own thoughts, but do you think that this red as a third color or the black as a third color for our Azorius kind of Blink base? What side of this matchup are you liking?
My intuition is that I like the Esper side because I think it is going a little bit bigger for the most part.
Sure.
One of the things that I think can pressure against that is just how high impact Flage is. In a lot of ways, it does sort of come down to asking the question, does a density of cards like Overlord of the Baelmerk give you a little bit of an edge because you have more ways to sort of, I don't know, leverage Ophelia, more or less, if you have the turn 2-ish Quantum Riddler, Overlord of the Baelmerk, however you want to sequence those things backed up with Ophelia, you're going to have more of these sort of gotcha draws on the Esper side. But in some ways, it might feel like Benedetto Plummer might be able to just say, okay, fine, let's play a long game. Flage is always going to get its man.
Yes, Flage, and also the turn 1 Ragavan. There's only so many answers, and in the matchups where both players' cards are so similar, and they can cost, some of them are a little bit more expensive, but when you're just kind of drawing a card that you want to play in your deck when you hit with the Ragavan, that can really snowball really quickly in a big way too. There are answers. We have Fatal Pushes. Of course, Solitude is going to be part of that equation. So it'll be interesting to shake out. And Overlord of the Baelmerk is actually, you were mentioning that one. That's a huge card in a mid-range battle.
And something I really want to point out as well is I see 4 main deck Consigned to Memories in Michael DiBenedetto Plummer's deck. That is a really interesting one against Ophelia, where you can actually counter the trigger to return something to the battlefield. So it's really interesting where in some ways the game might be about going bigger, but because we see all of these cards like Ragavan, like Fable of the Mirror Breaker, that kind of demand immediate action over on the Jeskai side of things, I don't think this is a done deal, and I think there's going to be a lot of play to this matchup, which I personally am so stoked to see.
Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of moving parts, and it's really interesting to call out those 4 main deck Consigned to Memory. That's going to be one of the most played cards this weekend.
Easily.
Yes, and commonly you're going to see it in the sideboard. That's where Hanlon has his 4 copies.
Right.
8 in the matchup, of course. You were mentioning there's some interesting play. You can shut off some aspect of Philia. It doesn't answer the Philia itself. There's some play with your own Flage or some things you can do. Do you feel that De Benedetto is happy to have these in the main deck here?
I think so. The way that De Benedetto is actually going to be able to leverage these and justify putting them in the main deck is you can counter your own if you didn't escape this, etc. trigger from something like Flayge, which is what you were getting at. You can also keep something like a Quantum Riddler in play on turn 3 by just saying, all right, I'll warp it, draw a card, in step. I have effects in response to this trigger.
That card just kind of does more every time I see it or hear about it. Consigned to memory.
You also compare with your own Philias and say, all right, I'm going to exile your Overlord of the Baelmerk, end step, counter the return. Go.
Well, I think we're going to see some pretty cool stuff in this matchup. Sounds like there's a little bit of technical difficulties, but not so much to stop us from watching some magic.
It's business time.
Our players are ready. We're ready. Let's get down to the match. All right, welcome to round 1 coverage here of the regional championship at SCG Con Houston. At the top of the screen, you're going to have Stephen Hanlon playing Esper Blink. On the bottom of the screen, reigning Pro Tour champion Michael De Benedetto Plummer on a Jeskai Blink deck. Hanlon on the play, opens up on a fetch land. Plummer will call that.
And you know, I think De Benedetto ahead in the tasteful fetch land race so far.
Original printing, Be Still My Heart.
Oh yeah. Also, we are two people who I feel shared affection for Arid Mesa, I hope.
It's my least favorite red fetch, actually. That's my toxic trait. That's my toxic red fetch land take.
All right. Thanks, everyone. That's my time. I've been Carmen Clemparens. Have a good weekend.
But it is my 4th favorite.
All right, well, so much to do, so much to see. Hanlon fetches Shadowy Backstreet.
Nothing wrong with Shadowy Backstreet, and nothing wrong with the top card. Hanlon's going to keep that on top as we go to his second turn. Second land is a Flooded Strand, and here is a Thoughtseize. De Benedetto will fetch in response, or maybe just move the fetch to the side to show the hand, and we'll take a look as well. 2 Flages, an Ephemerate, a Solitude, a Consigned to Memory, a Sacred Foundry, and a Basic Plains. A Zebra Plains from Mirage. Good taste there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is someone who is buckled up for a long game.
Yes. So the hand here, there's some redundancy. That's kind of the first thing you look at when you Thoughtseize a hand, and quick decision from Hanlon. Solitude's going to go.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways the decision was basically between the Ephemerate, the Consign, or the Solitude. You don't want to just put a Flayge in your opponent's graveyard. And in some ways, Ephemerate and Consign are doing similar things. You can't actually poke a hole in the keep my Solitude on the battlefield synergy if you go after one of those, because at the end of the day, De Benedetto will have the other one. So this is the way to just say, okay, you have 1/2 of the A piece of your combo and 2 of the B piece. You take the A.
Makes sense to me. That Thoughtseize is going to put Hanlon to 17 as De Benedetto fetches to 19. I suspect a Surveil land on his side as well. These have been quite popular and quite strong in the modern format ever since their printing at Murders of Karlov Matter.
Yeah, I've seen a number of decks. You know, Esper Goryeos, one of the biggest decks from the Pro Tour a couple of weeks ago, actually playing more Surveil lands than Shock lands in a lot of decks.
That's telling.
Right.
Thundering Falls is going to be the find. I think that's my favorite Surveil land.
Oh my god. Do you like blue-red lands, Ryan? Is that... Huh.
Fable the Mirror Breaker milled away.
Whoa. And saying, yes, this is a mid-range mirror, no, it is not a Fable of the Mirror Breaker mid-range mirror. Very loud tell from that, at least to me, that De Benedetto Plummer is looking for specific kinds of cards in the matchup and is not just trying to say, okay, here's my 3-drop, here's my 3-drop, here's my 3-drop.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Sacred Foundry enters tapped. We'll go back. Hanlon Way is going to fetch up Meticulous Archive to 16 off of that Flooded Strand.
I don't have a Smash Mouth reference for this one.
Yeah, it would be a bit meticulous to force it for every Surveil land. But you can come up with an archive of bits.
Not bad.
It's round 1.
All right, Hallowed Fountain hits the bin. Hanlon looking for some action.
We'll see what he can open up on. He's aware of 2 face-up Flages in De Benedetto's hand. Going to probably navigate a little bit around that as we see White Orchid Phantom deployed.
Immediately, both of us looking down at the deck list sheet to do our own little respective basic count. I'm seeing 2 basic planes in the Benedetto Plumber's deck.
Here's a statement about that. Consigned to Memories, they're just going to counter that trigger. The Benedetto does not want to get hosed out of those basic lands, and then Flage will take care of the Phantom itself.
Okay.
Benedetto is going to gain 3 life, back up to 22, and a fetch from Hanlon will put him to 15.
And when you have double Flage like this, the dub RR on the escape cost is very real.
Yes. Also some value to just using that consign on something to get a card in the graveyard.
Yep, absolutely. That might even have been what was going on with the Thunderous Falls. This Fable is a fine card, but a lot of the cards in this sort of matchup are trading pretty evenly, so just having an additional resource in the graveyard is pretty valuable if you think this is the kind of game where you're going to be escaping Flage multiple times.
Under City Sewers for Hanlon, this is something you were talking about, just the increase in stocks and playability and the representation of Surveil lands. 3 different Surveil lands so far for Hanlon.
Yeah, 4 Surveil lands, 1 basic, 1 shock on the table.
Wow. Card kept on top once again. We'll see what Hanlon can produce. Another White Orchid Phantom. If the first one prompted a consign, this one seems pretty reasonable. De Benedetto is going to go and find that second plains as the Thundering Falls hits the bin.
For now, if he has another red source in hand, this does mean Flage is clear for takeoff. It just needs to be untapped.
Okay, well, we'll see what we can do, as there's no 4th land for Hanlon, and we'll find out. Does De Benedetto have the 4th? He does. Here's Arid Mesa.
Could not hit the graveyard faster.
And Hanlon knows the score, ready to pick up that White Orchid Phantom. Flage is going to escape, just leaving Arid Mesa in the graveyard. Going after that Phantom. Steam Vents was the land fetched up. That's going to shock. So kind of a wash on the fetch shock versus gaining 3 life. Benedetto staying at 22, and Fatal Push takes care of the Flage.
Really profitable exchange for De Benedetto Plumber.
A little bit of a sigh of relief for Hanlon getting the Phage off of the table, but yeah, he's got to get something going from here.
Right, this is the spot where both of these decks actually do play a lot of card advantage, creatures and engines, and they are trying to just get one of them online to try and bury the other, but they are fighting for the table because life totals matter.
You see a Quantum Riddler warped there for Hanlon. Drawing an extra card, that's nice, but still missing on that 4th land drop. Just has to pass back.
And hitting lands matters so much in these sorts of matchups because Quantum Riddler isn't worth a card anymore unless Hanlon can hit 2 more land drops.
Right, you got to get to 5 to cast it. And De Benedetto not missing lands. Here's an Elegant Parlor, going to Surveil.
All right, 1 blue source on the table. So Hanlon actually pretty close to knocking De Benedetto Plumber off of some spells that could be cast otherwise.
There's land number 4 for Hanlon. It's a plains. Double blue is already at the ready, so just looking for that 5th land for the Riddler.
Ooh.
Great land for De Benedetto. There's the Arena of Glory.
All of a sudden, if Hanlon finds another White Orchid Phantom, I don't think attacking the colors that De Benedetto Plumber has access to is going to be the priority.
Yeah, the utility land, certainly a more appealing target. And here's just the front side of a Flage going upstairs. Hanlon's 12, De Benedetto to 25.
And this speaks to emphasis on pressure that we expected to see from De Benedetto's side of the table going into the match.
Just draw, go once again for Hanlon. Fetch of Arid Mesa for De Benedetto. That's the 4th non-Flage card in the graveyard. You're kind of getting into an interesting question. How much do you value exiling the 2nd Flage? Is that something you ever have to care about?
I think in this case it's something to think about. I'm not sure if De Benedetto Plumber is that worried about it, but it looks like we're going to see, as we see Arid Mesa into the 3rd Surveil land, likely binning anything.
Meticulous Archive takes a look. It must be a nice one because De Benedetto is thinking about it. I think, like you said, anything would be good to mill. But if it's good to draw, it's got to be giving Hanlon some concern.
Yeah, at this point, I would guess it's something like a Quantum Riddler. Just something that actually is going to see De Benedetto Plumber going up multiple pieces of material. You could even see a world next turn where you can exert the Arena of Glory and spend 1 of the red getting back Flage and 1 of the red warping a Quantum Riddler to give both haste.
Whoa. here's an impending Overlord of the Baelmerk for Hanlon. So Benedetto did keep that card on top. We're going to take a look at 4 cards a mill here for Hanlon. 2 Witch Enchanters, a Flicker Wisp, and a Godless Shrine, I believe. But the Overlord can grab any creature from the graveyard. Here's White Record Phantom. As you mentioned, that's definitely going for the Arena of Glory if it works.
Oh, and look, you can see Benedetto Plummer reading it. I imagine seeing if it's a May.
Yes, he did keep that card on top with the Surveil, asking, do I have to shuffle? Answer is no, and it's another Arena of Glory.
Whoa! Oh, that's nasty.
I see why he thought about it, and certainly paid off for that decision.
Wow. Wow. Okay, look at this. This is 5 mana in the pool, including double red.
Exerting the arena. Here's an Escape of Flage. Take care of the White Orchid Phantom. De Benedetto to 27. You mentioned the red mana floating. Here's that Warp of the Quantum Riddler. That's got haste too.
Uh-oh, I think this is 12? Oh, wait, it's more than 12, actually.
Yes, it's 10 on the creatures, 3 more on the attack. Solitude is going to try to break this up.
Oh, gosh. And De Benedetto Plummer, it looks like is happy to just have Flage get exiled. I think we know about an Ephemerate in hand.
We do. Yeah, that was in hand from that early Thoughtseize. So Flage is going to exile to that Solitude. De Benedetto's life total entering the stratosphere at 33 here. And as you mentioned, there's that Ephemerate. It's just going to save the Quantum Riddler because you get to draw extra cards this way.
And this is just speaking to these players trying to establish a card advantage engine, where at this point, now we're seeing Hanlon needs to play to the table, needs to preserve life total, and also needs to start accruing more cardboard. There are just too many questions being asked of him.
And it looks like no good answers so far. Draws and passes. The Overlord ticking down 3 counters yet before it's a creature. We go back to De Benedetto, that Ephemerate coming off of the rebound.
Yes!
No cast!
Yes!
I would like to attack you.
I'll see you in the combat step, actually. Thank you. Enjoy your stay.
Quantum Riddler does make quick work of an 8-point life total as we see Hanlon fall to 4. Here's another Riddler. That one's going to be warped. De Benedetto draws yet another card. I get a glimpse of a Philia exuberant shepherd in the holding.
Cannot stress enough what a good doggo Philia is.
Benedetto's going to shock into Steam Vents. Why not? Down to 31.
Sometimes you can just hear, and I don't know, man, in body language. Like 33, 31, I'll just have mana.
Here's another Flage. Let's call it 34 for the life total. Quantum Riddler was going to go to exile. We might be seeing that one again.
Yeah, and Hanlon going to 1 here notably means that fetch lands are not live anymore.
Yes, and there was a while where he was really looking for any 5th land to cast that Quantum Riddler, but nothing forthcoming. Michael De Benedetto Plummer convincingly picks up game number 1 here.
Very nice. I mean, in some ways, you know, one could argue that Hanlon had some mana problems, but also look how, let's say, inadequate those fatal pushes looked in those games. I think in a lot of ways it can be hard to, that's just such a format or matchup dependent card where you're playing against cards like Flage, where you're always going down a card in that exchange. Quantum Riddler, you literally cannot target. Same with Solitude. That's something that I think Hanlon's in a tough spot where you maybe want to have to leave some in because you're seeing Philia on the deck list sheet, but oof, drawing more than 1 or 2 is going to be really tough.
That's a really good point, and that's something that often happens with these kind of controlling these mid-range decks. You have some cards that play some of the time, and figuring out your configuration is going to be really important as players go into the sideboard. Reminder, you see players looking at deck lists. The Regional Championship is an open deck list tournament, so some informed decisions. Let's talk through them. Looking at the top of the screen, Hanlon's option to the sideboard. You mentioned maybe looking for some help. Do you see anything here that might stand out to him?
So looking at the deck list sheet, I'm seeing cards like Consigned to Memory, Wrath of the Skies, not necessarily the best cards in this sort of matchup. I do see a couple of more White Orchid Phantoms, which would do a lot of great work here. I think that in a lot of ways, that is the kind of card that you either do not want to draw it at all in a bunch of matchups, or you find yourself in positions where you want to trigger it 5, 6, 7 times in a game and effectively have it start just strip mining your opponent over and over to blow up their lands. It was one of the best cards in that game in particular.
Yeah, definitely. And you were talking through just some options there. We do have the sideboards on the wrong side of the screen, so the card is currently on the bottom. That's what Hand's looking for as options. For DiBenedetto Plumber, things looked pretty good in game 1. Is he going to get better in the sideboard games, or what does he have for options?
I don't think he's really trying to mess with the formula too much. That format, or excuse me, that game was fairly convincing to me that I'm ready to change my opinion and say that I think Jeskai might be ahead in this matchup by a little bit. Something that I like in the sideboard are these copies of Mystical Dispute. Those are going to be a little bit better whenever your opponent is bringing in chunkier spells. It's going to be good against earlier Quantum Riddlers, the back half of a Quantum Riddler. It's so funny whenever you see a face-up Quantum Riddler in exile, you know your dispute's going to be worth something pretty frequently, as long as you can check Teferi Time Raveler. And I think DiBenedetto Plumber is a little bit better at checking Teferi Time Raveler because of those flages than Hanlon is going to be. So I think it's a little bit riskier for Hanlon, especially since DiBenedetto's curve is a little leaner. But I think they are definitely acceptable on DiBenedetto's side.
That makes a lot of sense. And that's always been a tension. Those two cards, Mystical Dispute and Teferi Time Raveler, they shared a lot of time in Standard together. And there was always that thought, it's good if I counter the Teferi. It's really bad later. You know, any counter spell, you kind of run into some trouble with that. But it can be a nice tool otherwise. Appreciate you all joining us here for coverage of the regional championship here at SCG Gone Houston. And if you're interested in keeping up on news in the world of Magic, well, I have a deal for you. It's absolutely free. It's called the Star City Games newsletter. You don't want to miss out on any updates and events like this.
Yeah, a ton of announcements recently about upcoming sets in 2026 that I believe SCG was really just on the ground floor of kind of breaking. So this is something that you are going to want to go ahead, head on over to starcitygames.com/newsletter to sign up.
You see there, SCG Gone Houston on display. You can't register for that anymore. You can.
Oh, you totally can. You totally can. I have seen multiple people walk in today.
Oh, it's side events. Side events for sure.
Yeah.
You want to roll up.
There's a whole con here. I was playing Legacy all day yesterday.
You're making some good points.
Yeah,
I got focused on the RC. There's a lot going on here.
I truly had a great time.
You did.
Oh, yeah.
I had fun watching you. You were really dialed in.
We had multiple friends at the hotel walk up and go, Carmen, you were too locked in for it to be a side event.
You can, of course, pick up any Edge of Eternities that you need. Pre-orders for Avatar: The Last Airbender are live on StarCityGames.com. Definitely a set that I've seen a lot of excitement for.
Oh, yeah. I could not be more thrilled about it. Avatar is one of the sets that I believe was my first Vision team internally for a full set. You know, I did some stuff like in the supplemental space, like the Doctor Who decks, but Avatar was one that I personally had a big hand in helping design a bunch of the mechanics in. You know, I can't take credit. It's a whole team thing, right? I really loved working under Chris Mooney. He was the lead for the set, but I've seen the Avatar series, The Last Airbender, more than 10 times pretty easily.
Wow.
It's one of my sisters and I's favorite shows growing up.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're able to work on that.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm glad they're giving you those opportunities. And, you know, I appreciate your humility. I know you did a lot of good work on that set.
Oh, thank you. Do you?
Well, I know in my heart.
Oh.
Yeah. Not in the way where I have any confirmable facts at this point, but I believe it.
Ooh. Both players have lands and spells, it looks like, which is this fun. Them thinking means they are really dialed into thinking about a specific game plan and a texture of game with keeps.
Yes, both players have decided that they have the hand for that texture. Once again, both players opening up on a fetch land. Marshflats for Hanlon is going to go and fetch up some Surveil land, I'm sure.
So much to do, so much to see.
So what's wrong with Meticulous Archive?
What? Listen, you'll never shine if you don't glow, so.
Great point. Hanlon takes a look at the top card.
My intuition is that lands are what he's looking for at this point. Seeing a lot of gas that's pretty nice in hand. But I think the top card's an Overlord of the Baelmerk, which is hard to say no to.
Maybe the ideal turn 2 play for this deck?
Either that or Ophelia, where you then Overlord on 3 and the getting really gets good.
And it was an Overlord, but it's going to hit the graveyard as we go to Hanlon's turn 2. Maybe looking for lands, as you mentioned, as there's a shock of Godless Shrine.
It's always so funny in these sorts of formats where you have the, oh, wow, I can't believe you shocked and had nothing to do with it. That's so unlucky.
Right.
Go to my turn, I guess.
And Benedetto is not going to crack that fetch, just going to go to his turn.
I adore this. This is the type of thing where in some ways it can signal instant speed interaction that you never want to have the shields go down for. Like a Spell Snare.
Be still my beating heart.
Oh, yeah. I'm happy for you, man.
Thank you.
I'm so glad I get to be here and share you just watching Spell Snare get put on the stack in 2025, the year of our Lord.
And it matters.
Oh, right. And that was exactly why we saw De Benedetto not just say, get a Surveil land on Instep, which is something we saw players do a ton of in the first game, but there was that awareness of, okay, great, I know a 2 is coming. It's more important I have my blue mana available all the time to get in while the getting's good.
Makes sense to me. It was a shock for Hollowed Fountain. 17 all for players.
Missed a land for Hanlon.
Yeah, the Warped Quantum Riddler does not deliver, and that was kind of what you were talking about with that Surveil, that Overlord hitting the bin. Hanlon was looking for lands, has not yet found them. And here's Fable of the Mirror Breaker for De Benedetto.
Telling a little story.
For Hanlon's sake, he's hoping it's a short story. Well, maybe not. Maybe a longer story that involves the conclusion of this one and the beginning of a different story. We'll find out as Goblin Shaman enters the battlefield. Here's an impending Overlord of the Baelmerk for Hanlon.
Ooh. Okay, Solitude among the options. Yeah, I was about to say this implies that this Goblin Shaman's clear for takeoff, but maybe not.
Picks up Witch Enchanter. We were talking about looking for lands. That happens to work as a land.
All right. All right. It casts a Prismatic Ending, Goblin down. So that's at least checking the first problem for Hanlon to stay in this game.
Yes. Found the land and also is stopping some of the compounding advantage of the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Those treasure tokens in a deck with Quantum Riddler, a mana advantage sounds pretty scary. So great work checking that box. Went to 14 for the trouble.
Oh, you can see right now it looks like De Benedetto Plumber is more or less choosing between, do I want to cast Teferi this turn or go for Quantum Riddler Ephemerate and maybe get blown out by something like a Solitude?
Part of that equation, you have to imagine, is seeing 2 Solitudes milled to the graveyard. What are the odds there's another one?
Ooh, all right. Well, there is a land. Oh, God. Okay, Ephemerate.
Quantum Riddler Warped. Here's the Ephemerate. Does this work?
You can see the tension in Hanlon's decision.
And there is the other Solitude. Has to pitch Ephemerate. And a response from De Benedetto.
Oh, those consigns? The consigns?
They're really working.
Overtime.
Yes.
On the weekend.
I asked you about that before the match, and I was wondering, it's obviously you want him against Eldrazi, you want him against Colorless Combo, but they're just really working in this fair matchup.
It's so bananas because De Benedetto has sort of built his whole deck around this card being something you can main deck, where it is much harder to justify maybe Hanlon sideboarding them in here, where normally that's the type of thing that's going to be okay against Eldrazi, but can you justify bringing it in against your opponent's Teferi Time Ravelers?
It's tough.
Tough sell. But here, even in the games where Hanlon has Teferi Time Raveler, like this one in hand, Flage can check it, or we're going to see Consign be used a little bit more proactively to go ahead and get it out of the hand in an earlier part of the game than sort of the Teferi fight.
Speaking of one of the many types of fights in this matchup, you see surgical extraction, for Hanlon going after Flage. It's both going to get the one from the graveyard, and De Benedetto had a second copy in hand. That's useful. That's an aspect of the matchup that matters, but right now still facing down the Fable and the Quantum Riddler.
Right, it's really interesting where this is the spot where I think historically that's the type of play that it could even lead to some chuckles in a fair matchup where you go, oh, why did you bring in Surgical in the Jund mirror? That's so strange. But Flage is so strong that it does make sense to make that sort of move. It just speaks to a very specific game plan and having an articulated vision of how the matchup plays out.
Yeah, we saw how strong Flage was in game 1. Here's Teferi Time Raveler for Hanlon. It's going to bounce the Quantum Riddler and draw a card. The Overlord ticks down. Yeah, it doesn't feel great.
Oof.
And Fable will go to Chapter 3. Here is the reflection of Kiki Jiki.
Let me ask you, does creating a token copy of Quantum Riddler, does that sound good to you?
You might hear me use phrases like not weak to describe such plays.
No, it's weekend.
It's strong.
Yay.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Benedetto is going to survey some options. As you mentioned, there is the Teferi in hand both players know about. Couple Quantum Riddlers face up as well. A Flooded Strand and whatever card was drawn from turn.
Respect to the just playing with the hand face up instead of making someone write it down.
Personally, I can't do it.
No, me either. I also am, it feels like I'm doing something wrong, but there's just like a certain aura that's saying, yeah, no, whatever, let's move on with the game.
I definitely respect it,
You
too.
know these are here. That's fine. We're not playing a brainstorm format. These are in my hand or they're in a public zone, and that's how the game's going to shake out.
There's Flooded Strand is land number 5. Benedetto is going to fetch to 11. Can't imagine he's too concerned about his life total. But the Flages are exiled. It's more of a thing in this game.
I'm a little curious if we're going to see a hard cast Quantum Riddler, because that looks like the best way to check Teferi at this point with those Flages gone. If there isn't something like a prismatic ending in hand. Yeah, here it is, the 5-mana Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, 5 mana, 4/6. Draw a card. And once again, the Benedetto just has a really good battlefield. Hanlon doesn't have nothing, but he also doesn't have much.
It's really interesting. I think the onus of action is currently on Hanlon, but some of that is because he does have a bunch of things that will be good eventually, right? We see a Quantum Riddler that has been warped over in exile. We see an Overlord of the Baelmerk that's just asking for a couple more turns, and a Teferi on the table. All of these cards are going to accrue an advantage over time, but Hanlon's at 12, and De Benedetto Plummer has a ton of ways to apply pressure in hand and on the table already deployed.
Yeah, so it sounds like he needs to find that time, make that time, earn that time somehow.
Exactly. He really needs to do some playing to the battlefield in a way that isn't just displaying more inevitability. Ooh, it looks like a handful of black spells with only one black source.
Yeah, been struggling just in mana development in general in this game. Teferi is going to go up to 2 loyalty.
That's step 1. Played enough Teferi Time Raveler, it's almost like, all right, draw, roll up Teferi, now I'll start thinking about my turn.
Yep. You don't want to forget it.
Right, exactly. It's just, it feels devastating if you do.
And another Impended Overlord.
I kind of think that this might just be the look for something else you can cast to play to the board or a land. It's get back a Solitude or hope to find something like Boggart Trawler.
Yeah, makes sense. White Orchid Phantom, Philia, Flooded Strand, and Ephemerate milled. But you can select any non-avatar creature or planeswalker from your graveyard. You were mentioning Solitude, a potential very appealing card, and that's going to be the take here.
And the nice thing now is with this Teferi in play, Hanlon knows that the Solitude play is actually going to work out.
We go back to De Benedetto. Here is Teferi of his own. That's going to force some action here. I was kind of wondering about the Solitude, whether there's an ability or desire to do it main phase because of this active reflection of Kiki Jiki.
Oh, no. It looks like the Teferi resolved. That means there's not another white card in Hanlon's hand to pair with the Solitude, or at least it heavily implies it.
Right. You mentioned that there was certainly other black cards in the holding.
Yeah, I believe I saw an Emperor of Bones, a Fatal Push, and a Thoughtseize.
Oof. So that Teferi, like you said, that resolves. Just a Flooded Strand as the land drop for De Benedetto. He will fetch. There's that second Riddler that's been in the hand. It's going to be a shock for a Sacred Foundry. Reflections going to copy Quantum Riddler. Make a token copy with haste. Draw a card. That's what Quantum Riddler does. Dash Ragavan.
Ragavan is one of those cards that is pretty funny, I think, where it's just legal. The format has adapted to it being part of it, but all right, and there it is. That haste damage from Ragavan is what is going to roll it up.
It's just legal and it's just lethal. De Benedetto shows a lightning bolt to roll things up off the treasure, and so far so good for the reigning Pro Tour champion. A convincing 2-0 win over Stephen Hanlon.
Ooh, and I think that was an FBB lightning bolt. Black border, original frame. Whew, dare I say, just as Garfield intended.
Yeah.
I've always appreciated the original lightning bolt as the kind of card that it took a long journey to get there, but the original alpha printed text is now the Oracle text.
Yes, any target.
Yes.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, we've seen all kinds of different templatings, creature or player, any target, whether or not you have card name or just say this spell, and now it's perfect.
And that was something we were talking about at the top of the show, how we're seeing the history of Magic, the history of Modern on display. There's been some windows where the card Lightning Bolt has lost some stock on Holy Heat, Galvanic Discharge. For me, if it ain't Lightning Bolt, it ain't Magic. I love seeing that.
And it's the one Lightning Bolt in De Benedetto Plummer's deck.
Beautiful.
Right, there's something gorgeous about the really old Lightning Bolt, the Quantum Riddler. Like that's a nice team up episode.
Yes, definitely.
And in a lot of ways, I think the end of that match spoke to something that we kind of talked a little bit on going into the match, where it was like, hey, we know that this Esper Blink deck is going to be able to go over the top in a long game, but Jeskai is better at applying pressure. And in a lot of ways, we saw De Benedetto Plummer kind of shrug off a Teferi Time Raveler, ask for a bunch of weird specific answers like Surgical Extraction to go after something like Flage, say, hey, your White Orchid Phantoms need to tax my colors as well as my Arena of Glories. It just asked so many different kinds of questions that all had this unified sort of direction of pressure that I really appreciated.
Yes, and also just the way that De Benedetto is bringing these different controlling elements, that proactive slant that matters, you were alluding to, the Flage being kind of both proactive and reactive. It can clean something up and just deal a lot of damage. And what really impressed me was how impactful the main deck and side into memories were, because this was a mirror adjacent match. These are both blue-white based Blink decks, splashing a third color. We have one player with the main deck consigns, and it makes sense that there's spots where they interact with your opponent more, but even in that matchup where one player has them on the sideboard, the player with the main deck consigns was able to leverage them very effectively there, and finding a way to really use such a powerful sideboard card and just have it in all three games where you really want it, and use it even where it seems like maybe it's not what you want, and just have it convincingly perform so well. Like a 2-0 win with that texture, with that aspect, really impressed me.
And it mattered a lot, right? In both directions. We saw both the sort of quote-unquote stifle mode to keep a Quantum Riddler on the battlefield and provide a huge mana advantage, and then we also saw it turn off a Solitude as a 2-for-1. When normally, it's not even countering a spell, it's just countering an ability, but that is how much the ability of a Solitude is worth.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, and I want to watch more Magic. I think you want to watch more Magic. You at home, I'm sure that's why you joined us. So let's watch some more Magic. We have a backup round to go to here. We're going to have Brennan Roy, looks like a Domain Zoo strategy against...
I love Domain Zoo.
Big Leyline fan. Scion Draco.
It's just cool. Like, there's something really pure about seeing the domain keyword matter in 2025. That's
Tribal
another
Flames.
thing, speaking to the history of Magic, right? Tribal Flames is the type of card that was printed in Invasion? I didn't play back then. I actually started in Mirrodin. So my Magic career is as old as Modern, which is part of why my bones turn to dust every time we talk about it.
Sure.
But it's really cool to just sort of see this anthology of Magic's history on display on the battlefield and on the deck list sheet.
Yeah, absolutely. And Roderick Robbins will be on the other side of the table. This is going to be an Eldrazi Tron deck. We see a number of flavors of Eldrazi in the Modern format right now. There's some options when it comes to these soul lands that can tap for more than 1 mana. Tron, we don't see a ton these days, but the mana output is undeniable.
Right.
Ugin's Labyrinth, the huge pickup there in Modern Horizons 3.
And also getting some recent pickups. Ugin Eye of the Storms from Tarkir Dragonstorm, something that's kind of revitalized these decks in a lot of ways just because of how versatile and impactful that card is. Specifically, whenever you do the Mine Power Plant Tower start.
Yeah, 3 copies of that. Also have a couple Sire of 7 Deaths from Magic Foundations.
You know what? Honestly, I hope whoever originally, thought of that card is having a great Saturday morning.
Whoever that is. Whoever that is. Whoever that is. With their friend Ryan.
All right, of course. I hear we have a match ready for you.
Yes, let's go ahead and get down to it. See how this one shakes out. So you have kind of a deck that cares about land types and getting some benefit from all 5 colors of matchup against a deck devoid of color. That one was an intentional pun. Do you like the Zoo side or the Tron side?
This is one where I think I am inclined to sort of go on the Eldrazi side of things, where normally Domain Zoo is, if it's fighting against a creature deck, it's trying to go a little bit bigger than the opponent. So this is a deck that has seen a lot of success whenever Boros Energy was a great deck, for example, because you just play a Scion of Draco, and it's pretty hard to apply pressure with more efficient threats into that. Unfortunately, Eldrazi Tron is sort of the pressure that says there is always a bigger boss at the end.
Yes. And this is what you like to see when you open up starting a tournament here. We have 2 decks that have some kind of fundamental aspect to them, the 5-color deck versus the deck that's trying to get more than 1 mana from its lands. And the first turn has both players doing their thing. You have Roy opening up on that turn 0 ley line of the Guild Pact, and Robbins opening up with Ugin's Labyrinth set up with to make 2 mana, and also Eldrazi Temple is a second land. So the mana could get really carried away really quickly on that side of the table.
And this is a pretty interesting Soul Land go.
I don't know if I feel good or horrified on the other side of the table.
Oh yeah, if you're in Roy's seat, this is the point where I think you're getting pretty nervous and going, oh my god, what do you mean every spell in their hand costs more than 4?
Here is Scion of Draco. That's going to be the quote-unquote combo with the ley line. And Robbins is going to push the mana even more. Warping Whale makes an Eldrazi Scion.
All right, I think that just implies that Robbins is going to cast a 7-mana spell every turn for the rest of time.
Sure looks like it, as Eldrazi Temple is land number 3. Okay, so this is not a 7-mana spell per se. Karn the Great Creator is where he will start. Thinking about whether to go up or down. It's going to be down. Access that wish board, -2 to find an artifact from the sideboard.
So in a lot of ways, this just speaks to basically building towards something where this card demands action, right?
Yes.
So we're going to see Robbins pick up a card that is going to play later into the game and is going to buy some time. And Ensnaring Bridge the Get, that I believe is specifically the one from Lord of the Rings, Tales of Middle-earth.
Yes. I'm trying to recall the exact flavor, what the rename is on that one. But Ensnaring Bridge is the card anyway. I'm going to get stumped on a lot of that stuff. Card text, though, that's important. If that bridge gets down, creatures with more power than cards in Robin's hand will not be able to attack. Right now, though, that Scion of Draco, it's good to go. And it's actually attacking Robbins. Forget about your Karn.
And, this is Roy identifying, okay, well, it sounds like attacking your Karn is good for you, so I can't do that.
And Lightning Bolt will clean it up cleanly as well.
Lightning Bolt really clocking in this morning.
Love it.
Came in at 9 o'clock, working boots on.
4 copies in this deck.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, let's see if Robbins can do something more explosive. Still a lot of cards in hand with that Ensnaring Bridge equation. The Ugin's Labyrinth helps a little bit there. Sire of 7 Deaths was a card exiled to that on turn 1. And here is Thought-Knot Seer.
And notably, that's Cavern of Souls that Robbins played. There are 2 main deck copies of Consigned to Memory in Roy's deck, so this does matter.
Yeah.
Even though it is a zoo deck, there are more copies of Consigned to Memory out of this deck to just be a counter spell in a lot of instances.
Cavern of Soul is definitely a standout option for colorless decks for the reason you mentioned for these Eldrazi decks. And takes a look at a couple of cards that can both answer the Thought-Knot Seer, Leyline Binding, and Tribal Flames. And the Seer will exile the Leyline Binding. Eldrazi Scion sacrificed, and here is Ensnaring Bridge. And now Robin's just with one card left in hand, I believe.
Yep.
Gonna be tough to attack from here.
All right, and 16, also a really high life total to have to just burn through. There are points with this Domain Zoo deck where if, say, Robins were at 8 or 10, it's pretty believable that we could see Roy just actually top deck out of this one.
Even that 16th point, you see the face-up Tribal Flames, 3 does 15. Like, we're a long way from that.
Right.
But we're a long way from that, and it's still one shy.
Right, exactly. That's something where I don't want to say funny exactly, but there is a sort of degree of, all right, it is a bit unlikely to draw a couple more Tribal Flames, but it feels like you know where you're going. But in this spot, you need specifically 2 more Tribal Flames and some help. Notably, another Leyline Binding could check the Ensnaring Bridge in a big way.
Yes, yeah, so there are 3 more Leyline Bindings in the main deck. So it's nice to have access to some answers. A lot of decks just would not be able to answer a permanent like that on the battlefield.
Though, somewhat ironically, Sire of Seven Deaths hiding under Ugin's Labyrinth. Even in the world where Roy gets out from under the bridge, there's something big looming.
Yes. Here's a way to start making those chip shots as a Flage
That's
for
not
Roy.
bad. That's 6.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we only need 1 more Tribal Flames.
Yeah, this game, it's closer than it may appear.
Right. I have to admit it. I wasn't just setting that up.
Here's an Urza's Tower and Expedition Map. So an aspect of these colorless big mana decks is oftentimes Expedition Map, of course, you can find your lands to tap for more than 1 mana. I'm looking for a utility land in the spread here. It looks like all mana generating lands. That Cavern of Souls is maybe like the weirdest find.
Yep. Yeah, at this point, in a lot of ways, this is just signaling, no, I think that if I get to cast my spells, I will be fine, so that's all I'm going to put points into.
Here is the escape of Flage from Roy. Robins to 10. We know about the 1 Tribal Flames in hand.
All right, Sire of Seven Deaths picked up. Expedition Map cracked.
Expedition Map is kind of cracked, yeah. Oh, you meant he was using it.
Oh, it's explicitly cracked here.
Another Eldrazi Temple. Not going to be difficult at all for Robins to cast that Sire of Seven Deaths. That does kind of beg an interesting question. Is there any way for Robins to remove his own Ensnaring Bridge?
I was thinking that. I think it involves something like Karn the Great Creator. Finding a way to have it die or, say, get animated and then blow it up with something else. It's ugly.
Yes. Convoluted, if possible.
There are admittedly worlds where a Karn the Great Creator off the top could represent something like Sundering Titan, which is really nice against a domain deck.
Yeah, that is true. Here's a really good find, though. Thought-Knot Seer is going to answer that 1 Tribal Flames we knew was in hand, and there was not a second copy. So Roy's got to figure something else out. That plan got a lot tougher.
I saw 3 get tapped, and we know now it was a cycle, but for a second the way it got tapped, I thought it was going to be another Flage.
Yeah, just a cycle of Indatha Triome. Good to have a little bit of churn. We're still at a window where Leyline Binding would be great. That is just Ragavan, though.
All of a sudden asking myself if this Ragavan might ever get to randomly attack.
Maybe. Less inviting now that the Sire has shown up.
Yeah, lifelink creature on the table. I would guess Ragavan is going to stick to pilfering at home for a little bit.
Second Leyline of the Guild Pact. Not too thrilling. I think that we gotta buckle up for a long one from here. We head back to Robins.
Ensnaring Bridge, addition to the format from 8th edition.
8th edition. Oh yeah, here's Karn the Great Creator. You're mentioning this is the one that could allow Robins to get fancy and find a way to end the game.
Ooh.
Here's -2. We're gonna take a look at the sideboard.
My intuition is we're just going to see a snapped off liquimetal coating or something like that. Maybe Torpor Orb because that turns off Flage.
Yeah, so there's a lot of just utility. You're mentioning those cards. They're not awe-inspiring. There's no, like, game winner. We're well past the point where you used to be able to find Mycosynth Lattice, for example.
Sure.
So I'll just kind of list off the options. There's 2 Disruptor Flutes, 2 Relic of Progenitus, 2 Torpor Orb. That Ensnaring Bridge is already there. Extinguisher Battleship, Grafdigger's Cage, Liquid Metal Coating. You were talking about that as an option. The Sundering Titan. That's the most... possibly the most appealing one, the biggest effect anyway. Liquid Metal Coating is going to be a find. There's also like a Stone Brain, Trinisphere, Vexing Bobble. There's a Walking Ballista. The thing about that could be the way that Robins ends the game, but there's no rush.
Right. This is a spot where, in a lot of ways, Robins is more or less just trying to stay alive, which sounds funny given the battlefield, but Karn the Great Creator is truly a never-ending inevitability engine. Oh, was that a bolt? Oh.
Sure looks like it. From Roy's seat, you definitely want to be thinking about that 10-point life total, but this is open deckless. Roy knows that there's some scary stuff in the sideboard, and yeah, Lightning Bolt's got to go for the Karn here.
I think you have to take out the Karn. You just know that is the way that Robins wins from here, is eventually finding a Karn.
Yes. There's a basic swamp. There's a basic swamp and a basic waste in Robin's deck.
Yeah, in this spot, you generally want to have a couple of basics, so something like White Orchid Phantom doesn't totally cold you, and you don't care that much what it is, but a swamp can do the painful part of Dismember sometimes.
Yes, yeah, 2 Dismembers in the deck. And some Drago. Players continue to look for the same thing. Roy wants any way to go upstairs and get out of this game before Robins, largely looking for that Karn the Great Creator, and presumably Walking Ballista is his way out.
Glaring Fleshraker is another way that Robins could actually start dealing some damage. Roy is unfortunately at approximately a gazillion, though.
It would take some doing.
Of course.
Multiple Fleshrakers, you can get something going. Doorkeeper Thrall. There's 4 main deck copies of that.
Well, that turns off Glaring Fleshraker's damage.
All right. Back to the drawing board.
As well as Sundering Titans.
Yeah. No more one-sided Armageddons.
Roy drawing a lot of gas this game.
Yes. There's a lot.
It's funny where it says gas, but Scion of Draco is different than a land.
Yes. Yeah, these are spells like I've registered a lot of modern decks that are dead to both sides of the battlefield here.
Sure.
Devourer of Destiny is going to go to work, get rid of one of those ley lines.
Ugin, Eye of the Storms would also be a pretty nice get for Robins here.
Yeah, there are 3 copies of that. Yeah, Robins has a decent clip of cards that can be used to end the game. And here Roy is just going to fire off a Lightning Bolt. Robins to 7.
And there are some reasons why Roy is pretty interested in just spending mana here. Flage is pretty mana hungry and is likely one of the ways that Roy gets out of this game.
Here's a Flooded Strand and a tap of 4 for another ley line. I got excited. I don't know why. I don't know what I thought was going to happen.
How about land number 11?
How about it? You were seeing the long-standing impact of 8th edition on the modern format. Ensnaring Bridge is not a card you see nearly as much these days. This was a fundamental aspect of the Lantern control deck that had its day in the sun some years ago. Karn the Great Creator has wished for this card plenty of times, I'm sure. War of the Spark definitely allowing the card to maintain some prominence in the format.
All right.
Mind Stone, redraw.
That counts?
Mind Stone, draw one card. Big tap. Is it Ugin?
Oh!
It's Ugin.
Holy, and I believe this also gains life when you roll it up. Devastating for Roy.
Absolutely. So the cast trigger on that Ugin. This card does a lot. Immediately it's going to exile that second ley line. +2 draws a card and gains 3 life. So that's 3 life. That's going to be narrowing Roy's margins every time that's activated. Drawing a card is going to be increasing Robin's margins. And the Ugin also threatens to close the game in its own way. You can go and find your other non-land cards if you get your colorless cards, if you get to that -11 ultimate ability.
All right, game 2 time. I really appreciate that game, how early on we see Karn the Great Creator. I think a lot of people have the temptation to just look for cards they can play immediately whenever they play with that card. But instead, Robin's knew, all right, in this matchup, what is important is the card Ensnaring Bridge. So I'm going to get this and try and pave the way for it through a possible Consign or Stubborn Denial or what have you with a Thought-Knot Seer, and then slam this Ensnaring Bridge, and the game is effectively over.
Yeah, Robin's definitely demonstrating an awareness of that inevitability.
Yes.
That Thought-Knot Seer taking the Leyline Binding over the Tribal Frames, also really reinforcing that game plan and settling in for the long games in that way. As players are going to reach for their sideboards, both players had kind of some ideal things to start off. It's not necessarily clear to me which player is going to be advantaged, but let's take a look at the sideboards and see who is going to gain more. So on the Domain Zoo side of things, Roy maybe needs some help, but there are some good options here.
Right, we're seeing Consign to Memory. I think Damping Sphere is something you could also think about. It's just making it so lands are not very good at tapping for a bunch of mana. Stubborn Denial is a card that can be pretty good here because a lot of the scariest cards, as weird as this is, tend to be non-creatures. I think a lot of it is going to come down to what you think Robbins is doing and what he's trying to hang his hat on. I don't really think you can afford to go up too much higher on it, but these Wear Tears, these are something that are basically the Shatter mode is absolutely crucial in this matchup. Having more ways to check Ensnaring Bridge is just going to be massive.
Yeah, that's really what he needed for a good stretch of the game in game 1, so that makes sense. On Robin's side of thing, we talked about a lot of these cards in the game. That's because the access is always there with the Karn the Great Creator Wish board. There's multiple copies of some stuff. Is there any of this stuff maybe making its way into the main deck here?
I can see some worlds where we see something like Glaring Shrieker get trimmed on because I don't think it's at its best in this sort of matchup, and having something like a Relic of Progenitus can give you a little bit of velocity, maybe check a Flage. The first copy of that making its way into the main deck would make some sense to me. I don't think we're going to see very much past that.
Yeah, makes sense to me. So we're playing Modern here this weekend at the Regional Championship. We're at SCG Con Houston. There's a lot going on this weekend. If you're interested in checking out Just Such a Con, great news. Another event coming up next weekend, SCG Con Baltimore. You can check out the Spotlight Series. That's going to be Spider-Man. Some standard action in the main event, and plenty to do outside of that as well.
Right, I love Baltimore. One of my favorite cities to visit, specifically the Inner Harbor area near the convention center, is something that I've spent a lot of time around. Little Italy is just, I want to say, half a mile-ish away or something. You have some very homey, nice restaurants around the area. I love every time I have a reason to go to Baltimore for any sort of event.
Great city, great event. Find the details on that at starcitygames.com/SCGCon. As players are looking at opening hands, I believe we are underway with 7s as Roy's going to open up on the turn 1 Ragavan. No ley line, but this is a great start.
Right, this is the kind of thing where, especially when you're on the play, you know this is going to be either connecting or it's going to eat something like a Dismember, which kind of feels like connecting in its own way.
Right. That's most of a Tribal Flames.
Right, 1 mana, 4 points. Back in my day, we spent 2 mana for Boros Charm and didn't get a card out of their hand.
I spent 2 mana for Flame Rift, and I also took 4.
Uphill, both ways, in the lava. Like, it was a whole thing. Oh, Speaking of which member.
Yeah, Regavan's going to connect. Going to exile Dismember. Not anything Roy can utilize, but now nothing that Robins can utilize, as that is going to be permanently exiled.
And getting the treasure also quite relevant. These decks are a bit more mana hungry whenever they don't have that early leyline.
Roy will shock in Temple Garden as land number 2, down to 15. Most of the way to Domain with Steam Vents as the first land. And there is where on Expedition map, this is stuff you dream of.
Okay, but I think Robin says natural Tron.
Well, you don't dream of that so much.
Incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, second Tron land is land number 2, and you do see those white bordered Tron lands in the holding for the hand.
I remember back in the day, you would see Tron opponents mulligan super aggressively to just have turn 3 Tron and expect things to work out from there. So when they keep a 6 or 7, you kind of groan and go, oh, they have it. Especially when they have it this way, it's so strong.
Ooh, so land number 3 for Roy is Arena of Glory. With that treasure, you mentioned that Mattering. That's going to be an extra for double Territorial Kavu with haste. They are 4/4s, there's no swamp, but that's 10 damage coming across.
And this is that type of game we were talking about last game, where it's so different. We saw Robins get the bridge down, went all the way up at, what was it, 16 life? Now, Robins is down to 8, and you can really feel the heat under your collar when you're down at 8 life.
Yes. Kavu is also going to clean up the hand a little bit. You see Roy doing some rummaging. Here's the 10 damage. Regavan will trigger a Thought-Knot Seer. That one's not going to be castable.
Leyline of the Guild Pack does not help with colorless sources.
No.
Nor does Treasure.
Correct. It would have been nice if there was an ability to cast it, but it's still nice to have this much damage here. But all it does, you mentioned that natural
Whoa.
Tron, 1, 2, 7, get rid of those threats. So that arena was exerted. That'll stay tapped as we head back to Roy. So with Robins at 10, you know, we're looking at a little bit more than double try. Actually, at 8.
Okay, right.
Excuse me.
I was kind of thinking to myself, I'm not totally sure I trust the players, but the players trust that they're at 8 too.
Yes. The 8 is firmly double Tribal Flames, and Wooded Footfills can also get the full domain here.
And I think Roy had a bunch of reactive stuff in hand. I think I saw a Leyline Binding, for example. Really needs to find more pressure. I think was expecting to play around something like Ensnaring Bridge instead of All Is Dust.
Yes. Yeah, All This Dust, there's one copy.
And that's all it takes.
Yes. Just try it.
Look, we've seen the one Bolt be good. We've now seen the one All Is Dust be good.
You put the one copy in your deck to draw it sometimes.
I'm always saying this.
Second Urza's Tower for Robins.
Looks like Disruptor Flute in the hand.
Okay.
One of the boxes that Robins needs to be able to check is Flage. So just that amount of taxing is something that I can imagine a world where it ends up playing out just really punching above its weight class.
Yeah, I believe that. Just a pass, as here is a fetch from Roy. Passing with 10 mana, I can't say reads as a sign of strength.
This is sort of the reason that a bunch of Tron decks used to mulligan so aggressively, is you know the top of your library is stronger on average than your opponent's. So if you just have Tron, the rest of it is kind of details. It's hard to mulligan. Natural Tron Expedition map, All Is Dust.
Yes, and the All Is Dust. That clocked in for some real work.
Exactly.
Here's Lush Portical. Roy is going to surveil. Give that one a think. You mentioned the hand, likely some reactive elements. It's Leyline Binding, Arid Mesa.
Oof.
Not a lot doing. Not a lot doing. Got to imagine Roy's looking at some marginal effect here as he really considers this surveil. And here is Disruptor Flute, still on the end step for Robins.
Okay, I mean, this also is an okay check for Arena of Glory.
Sure, yeah, turn off the non-mana activated abilities.
In a lot of ways, I even would guess that this might have just been trying. We see Robins trying to get something like Glaring Fleshraker out of the deck, where it trades down on mana, is not really that good at blocking a lot of the time.
So there is the land for Roy. Here is Flage. It'll go upstairs. Robin's to 5. We'll get confirmation, I hope, on what that flute named. Certainly not making Flage cost 3 more mana. You mentioned Arena of Glory could very well have been the name.
And we saw a pause with that Flage on the battlefield. Some question if maybe there is either the Kozilek's command or the bluff of it.
Oh, there's the reality. Here's Kozilek's command.
X equals 6.
Yikes.
Holy. My intuition is this is scry a gazillion, exile a gazillion from graveyard.
Definitely makes sense to get that Flage out. Yeah, as you see, Robin's reached for the graveyard. Yeah, exile 6 of those cards, just leave you with some lands. And here is the Scry 6.
Okay, Glaring Fleshraker still in deck.
See a Devourer of Destiny.
And when you scry this much, you end up in a position where you are mapping out multiple draw steps at the same time in a way that's pretty interesting. If there were more going on the battlefield, I can imagine worlds where we saw Robin say, put Fleshraker on top, stack a bunch of Mind Stones, and then cantrip them to make a bunch of tokens. Oh, Sundering Titan.
That one came in off the sideboard.
Holy.
And no leyline necessary. A lot of dual lands here. So 3 lands going to hit the graveyard there.
Oh.
And with Robin's at 5, that colded a lot of the output of a potential Tribal Flames.
That was crucial. At this point, I almost think we might see Arid Mesa get something like Indatha Triome just to keep Tribal Flames live.
Yeah, and there is the Indatha Triome. And the Sundering Titan does make quick work of the rest of the game. It's a 7-10. All right, so we'll see what Roy can do about this.
Oh, imagine Leyline Binding.
I was going to say, I
Titan.
spotted the Leyline Binding in hand, but that Sundering Titan, when it leaves the battlefield, you can kiss the rest of your lands goodbye.
All right, there's the Fleshraker. And you know, this card does make chump blockers.
Well, it makes chump blockers that also just shortens the clock.
Yeah, you're totally right.
Here's Sundering Titan for 7. And Mind Stone did trigger that Fleshraker, so Roy going down to 8. So any colorless spell, if the battlefield stands, will be lethal for next turn as the Mind Stone is cracked.
1 in the pool.
Eldrazi's Temple. Here goes the second Mind Stone.
None in the pool.
And it looks like Disruptor Flute number 2 is picked up. That'll trigger the Fleshraker. Roy to 7. Sundering Titan now lethal.
Oh. I have a feeling it's naming Tribal Flames.
Yeah, make it cost more.
Though, I guess Tribal Flames only matters if you draw another land anyway.
Leyline Binding on the new Disruptor Flute.
Okay.
But like you said, there's only 4 points of domain here. Roy, Peel there, Mesa. That's not going to do it. Roderick Robbins going to pick up round 1 here at RC Houston with Eldrazi Tron, a deck that really wasn't on my radar for this weekend. We have a number of flavors of Eldrazi, but made it look pretty good there.
In a lot of ways, I feel like it is not always the most exciting version of either being a big mana deck or being an Eldrazi deck, but every action that it takes is just a little bit bigger pound for pound than what its opponent is doing most of the time.
Yes.
And that we saw how that ends up playing out in that situation, right? Ensnaring Bridge was able to hold everything back forever, and then in the next game, we just saw one huge creature basically solo the opponent.
Yes, Leyline of the Guild Pack, Sign of Draco, that stuff gives me nightmares with the kind of decks that I play, but Ensnaring Bridge just kept the entire deck at bay. Also, that navigation from Robbins, the Thought-Knot Seer, just like protecting the queen being a bridge in this instance, not usually how you see it shake out, but
very flavorful.
Yes, played out really well, and it sounds like we're pretty close to round number 2, so it'll be a short break right here, and Carmen and I will be back for round number 2 for the regional championship. What's up, gamers? Welcome to round 2 of the regional championship here from SCG Con Houston. I'm Ryan Overturf. She's Carmen Klemperens. We had a couple awesome features in round 1 here, and round 2 is looking like we got more hotness incoming. We have a variable on the weekend for me, something I'm really excited to see, something I wasn't expecting, something that certainly seems to be a wrinkle for the deck. I'm talking about Taylor Spain on Is It Affinity.
Okay.
It was a deck that was just on the outside looking in. We saw Shuhei Nakamura at the Pro Tour start 8-0, and the wheels fell off on day number 2.
Sure.
But the Is It Affinity deck looks really strong. Taylor Spain has some modifications. This is not the exact list that Shuhei played, and it definitely makes sense that there's space to explore here. It's not clear when you have a deck, Affinity, just historically in the modern format, it's this high synergy, high volume deck where you need both your payoffs and your cards that are worth less than a card on their own.
Yes.
So finding the right mix is really tough. How do you feel about Is It Affinity on the weekend? How do you feel about Taylor Spain's list?
So I actually do really like it on the weekend. I don't want to weigh in that hard on the list specifically because in so many ways it kind of feels like an unsolved variable. It's exactly what you just said, where I think weapons manufacturing is a card that goes in and out of some lists. I've seen Thought Monitor go in and out of some lists. There's a lot to like about different kinds of builds, but I think in a lot of ways the agency that you are exerting in this sort of deck, where you do need 2 halves of a whole pie, is on the deck list sheet. So I am not confident what is correct, but I do know what Taylor Spain likes is no weapons manufacturing, really likes Thought Monitor, and we're seeing these Pinnacle Emissaries, which is a new card out of Edge of Eternities that is actually kind of playing both halves of giving you critical mass and a little bit of payoff. And it feels like what has actually let us see a fair Mox Opal deck make its way back into Modern.
Yeah, you shouted out the exact 2 recent events that allow this deck to exist.
Bow, 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 bow.
Unbanning of Mox Opal, printing of Pinnacle Emissary. So that's what puts on the map. There's some other stuff to figure out. We're going to see exactly how Spain's list shakes out. On the other side of the table, we're going to have Andrew Varel on something, a blast from the recent past, a 4-color hue of Blink. We saw Esper and Jeskai in round 1.
Yes.
And this is introducing green. We have an Omnath build. So the not black, 4-color, not black Blink. So there's some Eternal Witness stuff going on. This is another 4 Quantum Riddler deck.
Sure.
We're going to be seeing a lot of that one this weekend.
It's good with Ephemerate. It's good with lands that tap for blue.
Yeah. That's all true.
Experts weighing in.
That is all true.
All right.
Our players are ready. We're going to see exactly how things do play out between Taylor Spain on Is It Affinity and Andrew Varel on 4-color Blink. Here you see on the top of the screen, Taylor Spain, our Is It Affinity player, here at round 2 of the regional championship at SCG Con Houston. Andrew Varel on the play with 4-color Blink, Misty Rainforest, Go to start things off.
And something in Andrew's list I want to highlight is this is utilizing a little bit of an energy package. We're seeing 2 Wrath of Disguise, 3 Galvanic Discharge, which are going to be huge in this matchup.
Oh, yeah. Mox Opal, Memnite.
Oh. The third one, Mim might resolve.
It does. Metalcraft is online. Pinnacle Emissary. Okay, this is telling.
After all the zeros.
Yes. So that Mox Opal, very likely the only source of mana in the hand here, as you see Mishra's Bauble. Now, the potential to make a 1/1 Thopter. You see Mr. Rainforest fetched in response for Varel.
I believe it's a 1/1 Robot.
You're right. You're right. It also can't block not flyers. That's important.
So true.
I don't know about it in this matchup, but you should know it when it comes to what this card does.
Can block Quantum Riddler.
Yes.
And something that it looks like Varel's deck has access to is a bunch of Orum's Chants, which we have seen really make waves in Modern the last few weeks, but with Eternal Witness and Ephemerate, it does have something similar to the Isochron Scepter loop we've seen in the past.
Okay, so it sounds like we're having some technical difficulties. I apologize. We're going to get back as soon as we can, but we are going to have to be right back. So we're going to take a quick break here so we can get back to the Magic very shortly. Hello again, gamers. Welcome back to round number 2 of the regional championship here at SCG Con Houston. I'm still Ryan. She's still Carmen. Our players are still playing. Let's just get back down to the match. You know what we're doing here. Thank you for staying with us. So an update here, you might think that we're just getting to the start of the matchup if you just tuned in. We had a little bit of technical difficulties. We had to take the broadcast down, and players are actually looking at deck lists as they sideboard for game number 2. So we have Taylor Spain here on Is It Affinity against Andrew Varel on a 4-color Blink. This is an Omnath Locus of Creation deck, so 4-color and not black. We look to see Andrew Varel has won the first game. We got a little bit of what happened there. We saw a Solitude break up kind of an awkward Pinnacle Emissary draw, and that's when we had to go back, and it looks like everything continued to go well for Varel from there.
Right, and if you actually look at the boogie board, the life totals on the bottom left on Andrew's side, it actually tells the story of what happened in that game in a fairly pronounced way. You get up to 33 with Omnath pretty consistently and easily. We also see life going down in multiples of 4 on Spain's side. Again, I think I know who did that.
It's great detective work, Carmen.
Scene of the crime. I have reconstructed the whole thing. This is Carm's eidetic memory.
Well, now let's do a bit of looking into the future. Maybe make some predictions about the rest of the match as players looking at the sideboard. Looks like maybe Taylor Spain could use some help on the Is It Affinity side of things. What do you think he might be reaching for here?
So looking at the deck list sheets in front of me, I'm seeing a couple of copies of Imri, Lurker of the Lock in the sideboard. That's something that I'd be pretty excited to bring in here. I don't think there is a ton else to be that excited about. I think the big thing you need to be worried about in general is Wrath of the Skies, that I think that card is so high impact we might end up seeing Taylor reach for some of those just to try and be able to check them post-board. Spider Sense, kind of an interesting card in a lot of ways, where this is a new one out of the new Spider-Man set, where because it has web slinging, whenever you use something like, say, a Springleaf Drum, you can actually make a tapped creature or an untapped creature become tapped to pick it up with web slinging. So even if you end up in some sort of counterfight or stack interaction or something like that, you can save a creature from a removal spell as a cost in a way that is really hard to interact with.
Yeah, that's a really cool way to utilize that card for sure.
And Force of Negation is probably the last card I'm looking at that I'm interested in thinking about. Whenever you're seeing the opponent try an Eternal Witness loop their highest impact spells a bunch, the Exile clause on that is quite relevant.
You mentioned Wrath of the Skies being a concerning card. It's a sorcery. Force of Negation, of course, plays really well there. Do apologize, the sideboards on screen here are not correct. You know, Carmen mentioned we're looking at some paper deck lists in front of us. We're getting the kinks out. We're starting the weekend here. But over on Andrew Varel's side of things, I suppose I will read the sideboard here. He has 4 Consigned to Memories, 4 White Orchid Phantom, 3 Mystical Dispute, 3 Surgical Extraction, another Wrath of the Skies. So that stands out as an option. Anything else here you like?
So honestly, I do like White Orchid Phantom in this matchup. It's able to block, which
exciting, thrilling.
Most creatures, capable of moving to the declare block step, of course. But it is quite nice at blocking a bunch of the robots that we see Pinnacle Emissary produce. It also can block something like an Ornithopter holding a cranial plating. And then also there are a bunch of lands that you are happy to attack in Urza's Saga. So really I think we're going to see Andrew move away from some of these Planeswalkers that are a little bit harder to defend in the first game. There are 3 Teferi Time Raveler, 3 Wrenn and 6 that I'm not sure going to be able to kind of hold up their end of the bargain, as well as 4 stock-ups that are for the grindy matchup a little bit more than they are for this one, and just try and play to the table a little bit more adequately.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. I like that White Orchid Phantom aspect there. And you also have Quantum Riddler, which is a little bit more efficient and then can be a more impactful game as things bridge to the late game there for Varel. Quantum Riddler, huge card from one of Magic's most recent expansions, Edge of Eternities. That's something that we have on sale. You can order that now on StarCityGames.com. We're seeing that on both sides of the matchup here.
Right, we're seeing Pinnacle Emissary on the Affinity side, Quantum Riddler on the Blink side, really just having a huge impact across all of Magic.
Really carving out its own space. You can order that now at StarCityGames.com/MTG-EOE. Players looking at some openers for game number 2. Looks like Spain happy on 7. Varel taking a mulligan.
It's funny, this is almost one where going into the match, you go, who do you think's keeping a little bit more? Who do you think's mulling a little bit more? Affinity, a lot of times, you kind of touched on this going into the match. You are pressed in a little bit into keeping some more awkward 7s because you do just need a lot of cards to get off the ground. And on the other side, you have Andrew just saying, okay, I have a couple of cards that will more or less solo you. In Wrath of the Skies, for example, is really good against Urza Saga, Mox Opal, making a bunch of 0-mana tokens, etc. But you're willing to mulligan for it. As long as you have 2 lands that card, you feel like you're going to get to play a game, which is going to mean that you're not going to keep as many, say, medium hands of, well, this has lands and spells, I might as well try and play.
Makes sense, as Varel does keep on 6. Spain will start us off. This time there's a land. Shivan Reef is going to warp that Pinnacle Emissary. Mox Opal will produce a Robot.
And this is one of the strengths of Emissary, is it is Metalcraft with just a Mox Opal.
Yes, yeah, it gets you going really easily. Here's Memnite for a second robot. Mox Opal online, and here's Thoughtcast. 2 more cards, please.
Turn 1 Thoughtcast just feels so dirty every time.
Backup Mox Opal, robot number 3.
New and improved Legend Rule.
And Kappa Cannoneer on the first turn of the game. My word.
All right. Hello, and I cannot stress this enough. Good luck.
Something you will know if you're looking at the Modern Horizons 3 printing a Kappa Cannoneer. It, of course, puts a counter on itself when it enters. And here's a robot token as well. Emissary is going to go to exile as we head back to Varel.
It's a surprise tool for later.
Yes. At least 2 mana already there for Spain. Misty Rainforest, go!
I'm sorry. I don't know what I thought would happen, but
it's a little lopsided, I think,
yeah,
is what your reaction is indicating.
Anybody's game situation.
So we head back to Spain. 4 robots, a Memnite, a Kappa Cannoneer, a Springleaf Drum. That's going to grow the Cappaneer.
That's what we call it.
That's what I called it, apparently. It was not intentional.
We like to have fun.
Here's Thought Monitor. I'm going to see a fetch for Varel in response. Perhaps a Mystical Dispute?
That sounds pretty good to me.
It sounds necessary to me.
Yeah, playing cards at this point is just kind of the first box that has to get checked. This is a ton of pressure.
Here's Hallowed Fountain. There is Mystical Dispute. Thought Monitor countered. You wonder, though, is the damage already done? As here comes the squad. 6 off the Cannoneer itself, 4 robots to 10. Memnite, 11.
Well, damage is not already done in the declare attack step, but...
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love to be fact-checked.
Well, you have the perfect partner in the booth.
And speaking of checking facts, that's going to be game number 2 for Taylor Spain.
And honestly, that's kind of the allure of this Affinity deck, is you do just have these huge pop-off draws. You say, okay, well, welcome to the first turn. What can you do about 10 power and a Ward 4 creature? Good luck.
That Ward 4. Kappa Cannoneer is already so much rate. It's for closing games unambiguously.
Hello, this is my deck. This is the business end.
Players, they have the opportunity to reconsider sideboards, but looks like some shuffling on both sides here. But we do have the correct sideboards on screen now, so you can take some time to review that. And for Spain, the action is there. Just a lot of game 1 stuff just worked better in the second game.
Right, but saying hitting a land drop sounds a little reductive, but we saw just how hard that Varel was able to basically just cold Spain's entire draw by having that early Solitude Ephemerate, specifically on the play. The play draw dynamic is massive in this matchup. Imagine last game, for example, if Varel had been able to Mystical Dispute the Pinnacle Emissary.
Yeah, the Emissary or the Cannoneer.
Totally different game.
Yes. Yeah, the Mystical Dispute on the Thought Monitor, that's fine. The game had just gotten away from him too much at that point.
You play your cards as they're dealt, you know?
Right. Yeah, what could you possibly do about it? We appreciate everybody at home joining us here for coverage of the regional championship here at SCG Con Houston. There happens to be another such event coming up just next month. We'll be hosting another regional championship, once again in the modern format. That's going to be in Vegas. So for SCG Con Las Vegas, that's going to be November 21st to the 23rd. You can check us out on social media, hashtag SCGCon Vegas. Find the details if you're interested in attending, playing the main event, checking out the side events. I know Carmen's a big side event fan.
That's true.
Find those details at starcitygames.com/SCGCon.
And you touched on this being the back half of the Modern Regional Championship rounds, right? I had the privilege of covering both halves of the first Modern RC rounds earlier this year, and watching the metagame adapt from one event to the other was fascinating. And even this weekend, we're seeing adaptations in Modern from the Pro Tour just a couple of weeks ago. So what's happening this weekend is not necessarily what is going to be happening that weekend. It just informs it.
Yes. We're seeing some decks, 3 different flavors of Blink already. So how are we constructing that deck? We've been talking about the Use It Affinity deck. Is this the evolution of the deck? Are we still just figuring out the shell? A lot to explore in the modern format. We'll know a lot more at the end of this weekend, too, when we see what the winning decks are.
All right, well, speaking of Vegas, both players got 7s.
Perfect. See what kind of game we see. Both players have a land to start things off. Wooded Foothill, or Windswept Heath, excuse me, for Varel. Spiral of Canal, Springleaf Drums, so not the most explosive start for Spain.
And this is one where, if there were an adaptation in sideboarding, I might even expect to see Spain lean a little bit less into cards like Mimnite early on. Just something where you really don't want to have these cards that are so low impact as a top deck against a deck like this, and also really weak to a lot of cards in the space of Wrath of the Skies. You kind of want to play a little bit more of an inevitability game, which is hard, but whenever you have something like Kappa Cannoneer, for example, or in all of these cards that are just a threat that can solo you, it is something that you do have draws that facilitate that.
Makes sense to me. We see Varel is going to fetch up Elegant Parlor. Surveils keeps a card. Here's Meticulous Archive.
I think that's Hedge Maze.
You're right. Yes, Hedge Mage.
All 4 colors.
We're online. That one's going to mill over Orum's Chant.
Orum's Chant's kicked mode really strong in this matchup, actually.
Something of a time walk. Combat is how Spain intends to close the game, I believe is largely what you're alluding to here.
Right, there are a couple of Galvanic Blasts in the sideboard, but other than that, it basically is trying to win by declaring an attack.
Urza's Saga, pretty significant as land number 2 there for Spain. Also deploys a Mox Opal. No Metalcraft just yet. So we head over to Varel, who will shock in Steam Vents, and here's a stock up. And there is the Spider Sense. You mentioned that coming off of the sideboard, some tricky play. Pretty basic negate here, and it does the trick.
It's not bad.
Yes. Saga goes to chapter number 2. Here's Spiral of Canal is land number 3. So now the construct modes are at the ready. We're on chapter 2 for Spain.
And this is Spain really just only deploying one threat at a time and saying, okay, if you have Wrath of the Skies, I'm going to give you as little as possible for it.
Here is the activation on the Saga, just a fetch land for Varel's turn. 3/3 construct is deployed. Go back to Spain. Draws for turn. Urza Saga is going to go to chapter 3.
Andrew Varel reaching over to get a look at that Spider Sense. Construct to the table. Spain grabs the library.
So construct number 2. They are 4/4s. They will be 5/5 shortly as Spain finds the 1 or 0 off of the Urza Saga.
Lava Spur Boots could be a thing that helps apply a lot of pressure from this position.
Absolutely. You mentioned that Spain's plan and the way he's playing it indicates a respect and a desire to play around Wrath of the Skies. Is there maybe an argument for something a little bit safer? Maybe just grab like a Mishra's Bauble to replace itself?
I think at a certain degree you need to be able to actually find opportunities to chunk in for larger just hits of damage somewhere. And this, it strikes me as the opportunity is the place where, okay, I have to pull the trigger on this eventually. If I'm playing around Wrath of the Skies, it's hard to say if this haste is ever going to be worth more than this.
Yeah, makes sense, and Spain agrees. Lava Spur Boots is the find. Shivan Reef is the land for turn. And here's a point of pain. We're not equipping the boots just yet. There's more damage to do, and it's Thoughtcast. Spain will draw 2. And every time you're able to convert that kind of card advantage, that's something, like you say, that's more cards that are not currently vulnerable to Wrath of the Skies.
Really just trying to think about how much to deploy to the battlefield. My read is that Spain has some amount of something in the vein of an Imri or some 0 mana card, and is trying to figure out, do I want to turn on Springleaf Drum or do I just want to equip?
Definitely makes sense to consider that. Here's the attempt at an equip. It's going to be an Evoked Solitude in response for Varel, going after the construct that was attempted to be equipped. Quick check on the count. That's going to be 4 life for Spain. And there is the Ephemerate. Apologize. The first one was 5 life. The second one is 4.
Interested in seeing what the Springleaf Drum gets used for.
Yeah, notably not tapping either construct there. Just no action. Spain will pass back.
Fair enough.
You see a fetch for Varel as we head back his way. Has tidily cleaned up the battlefield for now.
And this is also, I will say, it is notably hard to justify developing anything else whenever you see an Ephemerate about to rebound and a Solitude on the table.
Yes. Lush Portigo is going to be fetched up. More surveilling. Varel is going to give this one a think. Decides to keep it as we head back his way. No reason to rebound the Ephemerate with what's here. Looks like a little life total question here.
All right. Spain on 28. Vorel on 16.
Ephemerate. Exiled, as Varel's going to draw that card that was surveilled to the top. And here is Omnath, Locus of Creation. Draw 1 card, but that's not all. Misty Rainforest, that's going to be the first landfall trigger there for Omnath. That's going to gain 4 life.
Holy. So between the Omnath and the Solitude, this is up to 23?
Yep, Solitude connects with Lifelink.
Spain down to 25.
Here is Urza's Saga as Spain tries to rebuild. Here's Thought Monitor, a big tap of 4 for Thought Monitor, so that's going to draw 2 cards. Here's a Mishra's Bauble. At this point, so there's a couple of Galvanic Blasts. This is something we've touched on a little bit in the sideboard. Do you think that Spain has those because he just needs to get a card like Omnath off the table? Does he have the ability to play through this kind of effect?
It's really tough. I would say probably does not have the ability to play through this. But so much of the game plan of these decks can actually just end up boiling down to hope to answer it on the stack with something like a Mystical Dispute.
Yeah, that makes sense. That window for Spain, unfortunately, has passed. You see an equip of the Thought Monitor, a use of the Mishra's Bauble. And Thought Monitor is just hanging back, attempting to check the Solitude, you have to guess.
I mean, there is a degree where if Andrew doesn't have something like a Wrath of the Skies, constructs can outgrow Omnath's impact, which feels a little berserk to say.
So Varel is going to fetch down to 22 after drawing for turn. Tapped Hallowed Fountain. That's going to be 4 more life off of the Omnath.
I believe this is mana?
Oh, right, it is the second. Yeah, fetch land for turn.
All right, but another fetch means Omnath's going to do something with life.
4 damage.
4 of them. Bang.
It's going to be the Thundering Falls, surveilling once again. Going to see a lot of that this weekend. So 4 mana in the pool. Here's a 5th mana. Here's a hard cast Solitude. Looks like we're paying the 1 on the ward to get rid of that Thought Monitor. Or at least that's the intention for Varel. Spain does have a Springleaf Drum here. There could be some action. And it is a Spider Sense. So that's going to Web Sling. This is a trick you were mentioning. Springleaf Drum can tap the monitor and then it's picked up for that card.
Yep.
But here comes some beatdowns. Omnath and Solitude are going to chunk in. That's 7 damage plus 3 life for Varel. So it's going to be Spain to 14, Varel to 29, I do believe.
And this is the spot where the amount of life gain that this deck is able to present just represents something that is so hard for an aggro deck to chew through, even when the games where there isn't that much removal. Like, this is a game where I guess there have been 3 Solitude triggers, which sounds like a lot, but that is just 3 removal spells, and it's the 6th turn. Otherwise, we're just seeing creatures pound for pound outweigh everything that Spain can put on the table.
And we've been talking about the Affinity deck being this kind of high synergy, high volume deck, and Varel's been doing his job. This is kind of what you're getting at. He's answering all of the payoffs.
Yes.
So anything that could hit for significant damage, it's been cleanly taken off the battlefield. Spain here now has a second Urza Saga. The first Urza Saga is now in Chapter 2. We know about a Thought Monitor in hand. There's some ways to get some stuff going. This here is a construct added to the battlefield. It's not small. And here's Thought Monitor once again. That'll draw 2 cards. Looks like 7 artifacts on the battlefield. Here's an equip of the Lavaster Brutes.
I mean, this is what getting in this game sound like. This is what this looks like.
Definitely a start, as here is an attack for 8. Players doing some counting and double checking.
Hit for 8. Down to 21.
Down to 21. Yes, indeed. And post-combat, what else can Spain do? Here's an Emery. Nice value card. It's going to mill 4 when it enters.
Makes sense. I would say at this point it looks like Spain is very firmly in the you won't have Wrath of the Skies game plan.
I don't want to think about you having.
We're past the phase where that's something that Spain can afford to play around.
I'll definitely agree there. Mistress Bobble takes a look at the top card of Varel's deck. As we head back Varel's way.
I believe it was Stock Up.
Yikes. Stock Up it is. That's a lot of looks for a Wrath of the Skies. That's going to be Force of Negation, though. Exiling a Sink into Stupor. That's a good turn for Spain there.
Okay. I mean, all of a sudden, this doesn't look that bad. Imri's able to start casting big things from the graveyard. Normally, we see Imri kind of play a more trinkety game, getting back Mishra's Baubles or Spell Bombs or something like that. There's some heat in this Affinity deck to cast.
Yeah, and as we're going back Spain's way, also just the material on the battlefield is really compounding. As you see, the first Urza Saga hit Chapter 3, makes a construct on the way out. The second Urza Saga is now at Chapter 2. Spain's going to find another artifact off of that first one.
I kind of doubt it, but there's a world where Spain brought in Shadow Spear. Aether Spellbomb, not bad. This is a way to start drawing multiple cards with Thought Monitor if there isn't one in Graveyard.
Yeah.
With the Imri loop.
Also, as you attack here, I don't know if Spain will have enough to do it this turn, but with that Emery, like, you don't want to bounce the Solitudes, but there is a world where you can get it for lethal by bouncing the Omnath.
Absolutely. I think he just counted the Emery. I mean, the Emery likely is going to count as an artifact here in a moment.
Yeah, here's an Emery activation. Mishra's Bauble, recast from the graveyard. It's like 9 and now 10 artifacts with that Mem Knight entering the battlefield.
We were doing the exact same thing. My fingers out. All right, 8, 9, 10.
The 2 constructs and the Thought Monitor chunking across. A 10-10 and 11-10 and a 2-2.
It's a working person's 2-2. 23.
This forces some action from Varel. Looks like Solitude's going to jump in front of the larger construct. Varel's got to think about it, though.
All right, effectively takes 9 down to 12.
Math checks out. And this was a game just a few short turns ago. Varel looked to be in a really good position. Now needs the top deck. Big turn.
Whoa, no crack of the bobble.
Misty Rainforest for Varel.
That represents 8 life.
Yeah, you can fetch on the opponent's turn, exactly. Get that first trigger on Omnath for both players. Now Spain's using that bobble because it's the end of Varel's turn.
All right. Another construct.
And the math at this point just kind of shakes out where any 2 constructs are lethal. It gets a little bit easier with the numbers where they're at.
Maybe?
Well,
So,
there's
wait,
some life. There's some life
wait,
on the way here.
wait,
That's a
it's
good
where
point.
We have life gain from Solitude. We have life from Omnath.
We're also getting another construct here that Urza Saga is going to find
Totally,
another artifact.
totally.
The math's getting like, it looks kind of complicated, but it's maybe, it's not simple. I'll give you that.
Don't accuse me of doing this math. We have far surpassed the capacity of my fingers.
Now, this is actually, the kind of the spot where just understanding something is about half of something gets you a lot of the way there.
Yes, yeah, right. You get into weird, I think I have to attack with a bunch of different things. Okay, no, this is just Thought Monitor. Midnight's staying home. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so this is 26 coming across with a possible 6 life to gain when you factor the life loss from the Misty, then the gain 4 from the Omnath. Oh, you can't actually gain the life because either Spellbomb bounces it with the fetch on the stack.
Ooh, yeah. Oh! Get that Omnath out of there.
And that's the hand! What?
Taylor Spain is going to pick that one up convincingly.
And that is exactly what we were talking about getting Omnath off the table. Right, the plan is not to actually kill an Omnath. It's to say, okay, if I can check Wrath of the Skies, I can do more than a 4 or even 8 life point swing every single turn. I can just start making multiple 10-10s, 12-12s, even bigger. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, great display of the Infinity deck. Great navigation from Taylor Spain, and we did see a little bit of a range of what the deck does. The kind of that awkward look at the game 1 draw with the Mox Opal needing to turn on before the Pinnacle Emissary, but then also just the brilliant navigation around Wrath of the Skies, and also showcasing the strength of the Affinity deck on 7 cards. There was that stock up that was just blanked by Force of Negation. Like, that could have been a huge swing for Varel, but the Affinity deck, in addition to having the high synergy, high volume output, has enough disruption to push back against stuff that is really scary. Wrath of the Skies could have been a game ender there.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about how that match played out. Taylor Spain was, I think, played very impressively there. Just a lot of picking spots, a lot of very clearly knowing what cards mattered in the matchup and sideboarding accordingly. This is something that I remember being one of the coolest parts of Modern 10-ish years ago, is just seeing who the Affinity killers were and how they were navigating matchups that a lot of people can't win unless they are that person.
Right, definitely. So it does sound like we don't unfortunately have a backup matchup for round 2, but there's still plenty of Magic coming up. We're going to focus a little bit more on getting the tech side fixed up here. Carmen and I are going to go away for a while, but we got Jim Davis, we got Corey Baumeister going to bring you more Modern coverage in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. The Regional Championship has much Modern Magic left to be played this weekend.
Hello and welcome back to the Regional Championship here at SCG Houston. I'm Jim Davis. Corey Baumeister. Corey, how you doing?
Dude, I am doing so good. I'm so excited to see some Modern Magic, and things are really starting to heat up here for round 3, so couldn't be better, buddy.
Yeah, we had Ryan and Carmen obviously doing a fantastic job. Love watching them to get ready in the hotel room.
Oh, yeah.
They're getting things set up for us. We got a really great tournament for you because this metagame is looking awesome.
Chef's kiss, that we had the metagame here from the Pro Tour, last week, and metagame was great there, and turns out still pretty good here at the next big tournament for Modern.
Yeah, so pretty exciting here. We see here at the top of the metagame, only 12% air quotes blink variants. Now, this actually encompasses a number of different colors, different kind of themes, all kind of in that blink space.
Yeah, absolutely. So really the most popular blink deck here is Esper with 69 copies. Then we have, Jeskai being the second most popular, and then a variety of variants. So if you really look at it at individual decks, Amulet Titan was the most played deck, which I don't know if we've seen that for a long time. It's what people have largely considered as the best deck here in Modern, but it's just so difficult to play, and players get a little, tense about bringing that to a large tournament like that. Maybe this is the area, the time when Amulet Titan is really going to show its presence as the best deck in Modern.
Yeah, I was very surprised by that. This is like an air quotes specialist deck, where you have your players who are so good at playing this deck, it's so difficult to play, and it's a deck that's been almost held in check by that. Only so many players can actually play it because the skill ceiling is so high, but that's kind of crazy. We get to check in on that, of course. Esper Goros, the number 1 deck from the Pro Tour.
Yep, Esper Goros had a little bit of a falling here. It didn't have the greatest win percentage. In fact, it was sub 50% here at the Pro Tour, but Amulet was a deck that was, one of the higher win percentages, as well as Brood Scale that we see there with 47 copies, with 4.5% of the metagame. See those numbers that went up, and then Belcher fell off a cliff, Jim, and went down to 44 copies here at 4.2%, where it was one of the top 3 here at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, so why is that? So Belcher, of course, won the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
And now we see a bit of a fall here. Is this a reaction to the Pro Tour?
Yeah, so it's a deck that if you want to beat it, it's pretty easy to do because, well, they don't have lands. So we see a lot of ways that players are blowing up lands. Knight of the White Orchid, White Orchid Phantom, as kind of the main way that these blink decks are attacking the Belcher deck. So, you're able to play that creature, blink it a couple of times. You're just stone raining for every ephemerate you have and stuff like that. So if you want to beat Belcher, you very much can. And players have come to beat it right after the Pro Tour. So that's why we're seeing it fall all the way down there. As well as Eldrazi Ramp there, I wanted to give a call out with 31 copies here at only 3%. Another deck that did pretty poorly. And when decks are prepared to blow up lands, Eldrazi Ramp gets that kind of collateral damage from the way the metagame is shifting. So you and I just love it so much, seeing metagame shift from one weekend to another, and we're going to see this metagame and then see it shift to Vegas here, in a couple weeks' time. It'll be interesting to see how the metagame adjusts. But I think the one biggest telling thing from this is Quantum Riddler. You look at Quantum Riddler with the Blink variants, it's in every single one of those decks. Esper Goros, it's in every single one of those decks. So that's 240 players that brought Quantum Riddler to this event. That's very telling.
Yeah, the Riddler's been... It was so innocuous in the first spoiler. It was like, oh, yeah, it's like a Mold Drifter, I guess. Whatever.
Yeah.
Not whatever, actually.
Yeah, and much better than Mold Drifter, R.I.P. I know Carmen and Ryan were, paying their respects to the once powerful 5-drop. 2025 Mold Drifter is a little bit better here with Quantum Riddler.
For sure. One last thing to here is energy. Now, Boros Energy, kind of been like the boogeyman-ish of Modern last year or so. Always kind of like the rock that's there, almost in that sort of Jund rock space. Down here in 5th place, what's going on with Boros?
It got wrecked at the Pro Tour. It got absolutely wrecked. That was what every single pro was prepared to deal with and expecting the most when it came to the most played deck. Everyone kind of expected energy, and all these combo decks just feasted on that deck. So I do think at a tournament like this, where we see a lot more open... where we see a lot more of an open field here, I think energy will do a little bit better, but still not at the best place in the metagame. Izzet Prowess, though, shot up thanks to Justin Shable's nice performance here at the last Pro Tour.
Interesting one here, too, is Affinity. Kind of like the big talk here of Modern in the last, I'd say week on Twitter and so on and so forth. Affinity. Talk about that.
Yeah, so Affinity with Shuhei Nakamura, gotta love seeing him back in contention here at the Pro Tour. Really put that deck back onto the map with that Claws of Gix tech. manufacturing, being able to just blow up all these artifacts, deal 2 damage. That has kind of become the stock version of Affinity, and it's just a phenomenal deck. Turn 2, turn 1, Kappa Cannoneer. Still pretty tough to beat, Jim.
Yeah, Ward 4 is a lot. You got to look at it and you go, wait, 4?
4?
What do you mean 4? Is this a joke?
Exactly. I mean, that deck's really awesome. A lot of players want to have that kind of agency. So, we see a lot more of the Blink decks and stuff like that from some of our top players in the field. But Affinity is just a powerful deck, and as long as you're okay living and dying by the swings, like sometimes you draw all the 0 drops and maybe you still have to keep that, all the setup stuff. Sometimes you just keep top decking Kappa Cannoneers when you have 5 total artifacts in play, and you get a little sad, but you just gotta accept the swings and accept those kind of things.
Cool. Well, we got a great feature match for you coming up.
Yes.
Quinn O'Toole, usually seen playing mono red, going to a different mono color here in mono blue Belcher. Like we were saying, a deck that, it won the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
But falling off a little bit here. Talk to me about Belcher.
Yeah, so Quinn Tonoli is just definitely one of our mono-red burn specialists. Made the top 8 of Worlds here not too long ago. Technically, this is a burn deck, so we'll give it to him. You do win the game via burning out your opponent with Belcher, but yeah, not really a burn deck. Definitely not his type of deck he usually plays, but been seeing him do quite well on challenges with this. And deck looks great, I mean, this is the Pro Tour winning deck list. If you don't play up against a lot of land destruction, you're still going to be doing quite strong.
I love how Quinn snuck the mountain in the sideboard. It's like you see an island sometimes. This is the Ghost Quarter-esque tech.
Yeah.
Nah, Quinn's playing a mountain.
Yep, absolutely. It does help with mitigating the if you activate Belcher, only mill 8 cards or whatever. If it's a mountain, at least it deals double damage.
Cool. And then we got Jacob Ginsberg here over on Dimir Oculus. A little bit of an oddball choice.
Yep, trying to discard these gigantic creatures and bring them back with Persists and Unearth and have fun with that aspect of the game. Also plays Winter Night Stories, which is pretty interesting. Really cool deck.
Standard All-Star. So let's hop down to our feature match and see what's going on here between Dimir Oculus and Mono Blue Belcher. Jacob Ginsberg, Quinn Tonoli, let's rock. All right, so we got Jacob on the top, Dimir Oculus. We got Quinn on the bottom. Both players are 2-0 here, getting off to a nice little start,
Yeah, nice start. Still a lot of tournament to play, so nothing really accomplished so far, but you love being 2-0 at a tournament of this size.
We see an instant here coming in tapped for Quinn, of course. That's not how that works, right?
Players definitely do shortcut this. It drives me crazy,
Yep, Me too. I'm very unhappy right now.
Exactly. But, it is a way to shortcut this. We also saw our champ, who we just saw on coverage here in round number 1, Michael D. Benedetto Plummer, left him on the other side. Now that I can respect. Left him on the land side. Let's get real. That's the side it's going to be most commonly played.
Yeah, we know what these are.
Exactly.
So we'll see the sorcery tapped here to cast another sorcery in Preordain. Do a little scrying. 1 goes top. 1 goes bottom. A little setup here. Viscar was not in the Pro Tour winning list, right?
No, it was not. Yeah, so not what every deck is playing. And I think the big distinctions that you see from these lists are, do you play Flare or do you not play Flare? Quinn decided not to play Flare, so that means you're not playing any of the 2-mana creatures. The Falaji Archaeologist, the Thundertrap Trainer, not in this list. So it's much more just good blue cards. You get to play into the Floodmaw, Spell Snare. Spell Snare is going to be very good against any of those White Orchid Phantoms that are trying to blow up your land. So definitely more reactive from Quinn's side instead of trying to be more proactive like we saw at the Pro Tour.
So we see a suspended Lotus Bloom from Quinn. And Lotus was a card that was very popular in Modern a long, long time ago, but turn 4 combo has not always been fast enough in Modern days. But with all this interaction in Quinn's deck, with all these Spell Snare and so on and so forth, it works out really well, of course, with Tashimi. We see a Scryland from Jacob, end of turn, keeps the card on top. Another fetch from Jacob. We're going to see perhaps a powerful 2-drop here. Of course, Psychic Frog is quite a good card.
Probably the best one we could hope for here. What Jacob's really going to be trying to do in this matchup is get a frog and then interact. Just ribbit, 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 draw a card, draw a card, draw a card, and interact with Quinn on every single step of the game. And Quinn's going to be trying to set up one of these turns where he can do the classic, like, all right, on Jacob's end step, whir for something that's big, maybe even whir for a Belcher, something that has to be interacted with. And then when that gets countered, untap, try to do the same and win. The classic combo versus control strategy when you can operate at instant speed.
All right, so we do see a land untapped for Quinn. That is a sink into stupor, I believe. 3 life has been paid. And now it's frog time. So now both players can go in kind of this posturing phase of Jacob needs to kill as fast as possible. Now, Jacob has the combo element, too, of Archon of Cruelty, Persist. How much is that going to play in here?
You know, not that much, to be honest. Archon, if you go for that combo, you might just die. This is kind of the turn where if Jacob has that, you can go for it. But even then, it's not like foolproof, because with Quinn having 3 mana here, you can go Whir for 0, get a Bloom into play, untap, land 4, win the game. So even now you're in what I like to call check, in the danger zone, where at any point you could lose the game. And especially with Jacob tapping out here and a Whir coming in for the Bloom.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this would be a big uh-oh for sure.
All right, so yeah, Emperor Bones, mostly just a Grizzly Bear at the moment. End step Whir, finds a Lotus Bloom, which has a mana value of 0 despite no printed cost.
Yep.
So good way to kind of ramp out here. Blue, blue, blue now for blue, blue, blue later. A little down payment. And let's see what Quinn can do. Now, there are forces in Jacob's deck.
Yeah, 3 forces, so there is a way to interact. Subtlety as well, that's not really going to come up here, but Jacob is not fully shields down here, but Quinn can deal with 1 force with a plethora of counter spells of his own.
All right, so what's Quinn got rolled up for us? These lands are driving me insane.
We'll go have a talk with Quinn after this, okay?
Oh, I will have a talk with him. Quinn, man, come here. We gotta talk about something.
Exactly. Oh, whenever that beautiful sun comes out, it can only mean one thing, Jim. It's Tameshi time.
So perhaps Subtlety is on the agenda. And it's tough here when you have Subtlety and Force Negation, and one half of the combo does one half of the combo does the other.
Yeah, and remember, this is open deck list, so Quinn's going to have those numbers in his brain that there's 2 Subtlety, 3 Force. So mathematically, it's higher likelihood that Tameshi would work. But also, Quinn might have not had a untapped 4th land to go for Belcher anyways. And now we get it going.
So, Core, what's happening here now with Tameshi and Lotus Bloom?
Yeah, so you add white mana with the Bloom, and then you're going to pay that 1x, which is going to be x equals 0. And then you're going to return a land to your hand, bring back the Bloom into play. So each time you activate this, you're netting 2 mana for each one of your lands. So Quinn has 1 more land drop, so we'll be able to, boost it up here, bring it back, return this land, now play 1 more land, and do it 1 more time. And Tameshi, of course, draws the card only on the first activation, but this will be the end of the mana. So we go up to 7 plus Lotus Bloom, that's 10 plus 2. So Quinn has access to 12 mana, I believe, here in total.
All right, going up. And there's the Belcher.
Force check.
So now, of course, Quinn can have answers with all this extra mana to pay for a counterspell to do this. So here's the Force. So it was not total shields down on Jacob's side.
OG counterspell.
Wow, a foil 7th counterspell, that hits. All right, I forget everything bad I said about the lands. That's classy. I like that. Quinn takes down game 1 here with a really fast combo, a little bit of backup through a Force. Pretty good stuff.
Quinn totally redeemed himself there.
All right, so let's pop over our sideboards here. We'll look at Jacob's side. First, what's Jacob got to do here to put things together?
First, let's look at us. That's what's really important here. Well, we'll start off with the sideboard here. The things that we do have access to. There's 4 Consigns, there's 2 Riddlers, there's 2 Harbingers, 1 Recall, 3 Disputes, Surgical, a Illness in the ranks. You don't see that one too often. And then Shoot the Sheriff as well. So, Jim, the cards that I really want are anything that really interact in a counterspell way. Mystical Dispute, Consign to Memory. Consign is excellent against them. Mystical Dispute, the whole deck is blue, so that's going to be strong as well. And then we're just going to try to get out all the, removal spells. Fatal Pushes are completely dead. Subtlety, pretty mid, could easily take out some of those, and a decent amount of other chaff that you can take out from Jacob's side.
So is the Archon of Cruelty stuff going to stay in?
I don't think so. Like, maybe you leave a couple. You're going to have a big element to win the game, so it's really, do you want the Oculus or the Archon? They have about the same pressure, so I'm going to assume we're going to leave in one of those, and then maybe cut the Persists if you take out the Archons, just leaving the Unearths. So I would think you have to trim on some of your big end.
Cool. And then on Quinn's side, we see 4 Consign to Memory, 3 Engineered Explosives, 1 Flusterstorm, 1 Basic Mountain, Quinn staying true to his roots, 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Strict Serenade, 2 Amio, 1 Unable to Scream.
Yeah, so I want to be bringing in the Mystical Disputes mostly to counter a turn 1 Frog. I think that is very big. Flusterstorm to deal with Consign. That's a strong one. Strict Serenade looks good to be able to interact with your opponent's counter spells. And honestly, I could see the juke here where you bring in Tamiyo as well. Tamiyo is going to be much better on the play, so I could see Quinn only bringing in Tamiyo in a matchup like this when he's on the play. But you got to assume your opponent is going to take out removal. So Tamiyo is a much better Game 2 card in basically every matchup from Quinn's side than it is Game 1. But then again, Jacob knows about the Tamiyos in the board, so you get those mind games when it's an open deckless tournament.
Yeah, and not really a full juke here. Tamiyo's a nice little tool to have, but Quinn still needs to win with Belcher.
Yes.
That's basically how this deck wins. Even with the Tashimi going, all that mana is for Belcher.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that is the final thing to do it. So, I mean, that is a big reason why that one of Surgical could actually be good if you somehow get the Belcher. That's a big advantage, but when you're not playing cards like Philology Archaeologist to put cards into your graveyard, the Surgical gets a little more loose, I would say.
Cool. Well, they're looking over the deck list here and getting ready to sideboard. We can look at our sponsors real fast and check out who's helping to bring you the regional championship here at SGCon. Beckett, they've been around forever.
They really have.
I remember when I was a kid looking at like the Beckett price guides and being like, ooh, my Ricky Henderson rookie card is worth $25. I'm rich, you know? And of course now these days doing some great grading stuff where you can get your cards graded. So you got that really fancy Spider-Man promo card or an old school Black Lotus. Get that thing slapped.
Absolutely.
Right? Get it all set. And Dragon Shield, of course. Sleeve's been in the business also forever. I recall being at my first BTQ 20 years ago, sleeving up in Dragon Shield's sealed deck tournament. Those are the days. So big thanks, Dragon Shield. Big thanks to Beckett for sponsoring the broadcast and sponsoring Paper Magic.
Jim, what are you talking about? These are the days. We played sealed deck all day yesterday with those mystery sealed. So it's still the days.
I didn't sleeve them.
You actually didn't.
That's right.
You know how Quinn's land tilted me? That tilted me. You not slaving your cards.
That is pure magic, all right?
How are you going to take those cards? You opened some nice stuff. How are you going to take those cards to Beckett with like a straight face and get those good cards graded after you've been riffle shuffling?
Maybe it'll be a 7.5 rather than a 9.5, you know? Magic cards are made to be played with, and played with them we did. Had a lot of fun yesterday. We played 2 Mystery Booster Seals.
Yeah.
Opened some really cool cards. It was a great time.
And speaking of 7.5 compared to 9.5, I think I watched a lot of your games. That was kind of about your play yesterday. It was about a 7.5. It's pretty solid.
You can tell about the game we played.
I don't want to. Please, I take back my dagger as Jim beat me up.
Scoreboard.
Ate me for lunch. Yeah, that's for sure.
So I imagine things are going to slow down here post-board, right? So
yes.
With both players getting more interaction that kind of fits the actual matchup, these fatal pushes are gone, more counter spells in, more reaction on Quinn's side. So who does that slowdown favor? Is it favor Jacob or is it favor Quinn?
I would think it favors Jacob, mostly because all the sideboard cards we're bringing in, you can tell by looking at a sideboard most of the time and just think like, okay, what is their bad matchup? Because you see a ton of cards coming in. And, 4 consigns are something you put in there for Eldrazi, but they're also very good against Belcher. But the 3 disputes as well are pretty telling. So I would think that Game 1 is not that great for Jacob, but it's going to very much improve. So from Quinn's side, being able to play around consign is not easy from this Belcher deck at all. That's for sure.
Yeah, this is kind of a classic, 65% Game 1 combo, and then I got to steal one of the 40%ers in Game 2 and 3.
Exactly. Yep. That's going to be very accurate.
Yeah, it's pretty. Consigned to memory is just like. I wonder what Modern would look like without the card consigned to memory.
Yeah.
The Eldrazi cards are so powerful. There's so many places where the card is so good, and it would be such a change where it's almost like the most important card in the format a little bit, right?
It really is. Yeah.
All right, so let's take a peek and see what's going on in some of our other matches. Oh. There we go.
Love it.
Ooh, we got Slick Shot Show. Have you watched the standard here? What's going on here?
Yes. Oh, so this is great. So Kai here, I got a great story about him. He's 12. He is 12 years old, and he has been doing such incredible work here on the professional circuit here. He is qualified for this RC, obviously. He's qualified for the next one in Vegas and the following RC after that. So Kai has been just dominating tournaments left and right here. Really impressive player. I think he's someone to keep an eye on. I remember seeing Nathan Stoyer when he was just a young tyke that, was barely as tall as the table. We were seeing pictures from 5 years ago, and look at where he is now. I think Kai could easily be in that vein of one of these phenomenal players. I've watched him play. He's been really impressive, Jim.
Yeah, I love to see the young blood.
Same.
Seeing the young blood come in really, really cool. Love seeing him fan through the graveyard for a lava dart that's twice as old as he is.
Yes.
That's fantastic. So looks like our main players are ready to rock and roll here, drawing the opening hand. So we'll check back in with Kai later. Back on over to Jacob and Quinn. Quinn, of course, up a game means Jacob is on the play. And I think it's really important for Jacob to have a good start.
Yeah, I would think so too. And a good start he does not have. I see persist, land, and interaction. So basically, I didn't see a frog.
Yeah,
that is what you want to almost mulligan to, like not fully. I love that mulligan. It had lands and spells. So this is a person that understands his role in the matchup by sending that one back.
Took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say frog check.
Yeah.
We have that frog on turn 2. Just pressure, pressure, pressure. The classic kind of, combo versus interaction. You can have all the interaction you want, but if you give Quinn and the combo deck enough time to put together their own interaction, they can sculpt the perfect hand and do what they want to do.
Yeah, you also got to be careful, though, because Quinn's side now has 5 mana 1 mana counter spells for Frog post-board. That is a lot. That is really telling that, not only are these cards good at pushing through your spells, pushing through your combo elements, but being able to counter the proactive elements with Stern Scolding, Spell Pierce, Mystical Disputes, all are just phenomenal at dealing with that frog. So if you power mulligan down to a frog and then you get it spell snared, all right, head on to the next round,
I am somewhat hoping for a Stern Scolding so I can break out the Gandalf voice. So
yeah.
Something to look forward to for you folks there on watching at home. So going to keep 6, going to bottom a card, and we are off to the races here. I do see a frog.
Yep.
Little surveil action to start. Take a peek. It's going to stay on top. Back Quinn's way.
Is Gandalf a character from that new Avatar set coming out?
Corey?
Yes?
Keep it together, man. All right. We got to tap. Hold on. That's what land is that? Let me get the here. That is a. I can't. Bain Vale.
Yeah.
Bain Coast. Currently on the Vale side. Here's the frog. Here's the Disrupting Shoal. So a little tapped out counter.
Had even more counters than I had said already for a turn 1 frog. 9 ways with the Disrupting Shoals to be able to counter a frog. Now, Disrupting Shoal, you got to have a little bit extra stuff. But either way, huge exchange here for Quintanoli.
Yeah, fantastic. Of course, with the mulligan on Jacob's side, it's not even like a loss of card advantage either. So
yeah,
really good stuff.
That was going to draw more than the 2-for-1 allowed here from Quinn for sure.
A lot more.
Yeah.
And frog kills fast, too.
So fast.
All right, so back Jacob's way. We see these MTFCs are very popular.
They really are.
Sink into Stupor. And it's very popular, apparently, to never flip them. So 3 mana up and just saying go, and this is not favor Jacob.
No, not really.
Jacob has got to do something, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. From Jacob's deck, there's not a lot of doing things besides Frog and Emperor on the early turns. It's not like you're playing an early Abhorrent Oculus. Like, you need to have some looting to get those creatures into the yard and then bring them back. So without Frog, the early game is not so prevalent here from Jacob's side.
So another untapped Bolt land from Quinn. 3 blue mana up. Back Jacob's way, where we see another frog.
Okay. That's a big draw. I mean, Jacob's just got to be looking like, okay, I need this. And looks like we found it. That's a whir.
All right, so frog resolves, end step where that resolves. Going to get Lotus Bloom here for a bunch more mana. And now at 17 life with a lot of cards in hand. Quinn's looking pretty good here.
Yeah.
Now there are a lot of 1 mana cards from Jacob's side.
Yeah.
Spells and so on and so forth.
Dispute and stuff, though, I feel like you would probably dispute that because it's getting a lot worse, and you can't 1 mana dispute a Charbelcher. So if I'm Quinn, I'm putting that in my brain as a little checklist, like there are no disputes in my opponent's hand right now. It wouldn't make sense. He would have at least thought about it,
Yeah, and this is what really good players do, right?
Yeah.
They kind of have the checklist in their head. How do they figure out what's in their hand? You kind of play around it by going down that list, right?
Exactly. Be like, it wouldn't make sense for you to have X. It wouldn't make sense for you to have Y. And then once, they draw, of course, you got to reevaluate everything. But for this turn, Quinn should assume that there's no dispute. There could easily be consign, something like that. But
all right, we see a Force Flash in hand from Jacob. Quinn going to tank here. Very, very important turn.
Yes. This is the spot because now every turn that Quinn tries to go for it is going to get worse and worse as this frog, drawing 2 cards a turn is really going to lead to not only Jacob already having pressure, so not needing to tap his mana anymore during his own turn, but also drawing more and more counter spells to really put Quinn in a tough spot.
All right, just going to go for stock up here. Going to be a setup turn. Top 5, pick 2. This powerful card seen playing Standard, Modern, Vintage Cube. Everywhere you can play it.
No kidding. the grocery store, kitchen table, you know, you walk anywhere, you see stock up being cast.
Yep. First thing I did when I got here was check into the hotel, go to the grocery store, stock up on some snacks.
Absolutely. Yep. I got my room keys. They also gave me a stock up as well. So.
Really? I didn't get one of those.
Yeah, sorry. Premium guest.
All I got was a Bayeen veil.
Oh, no. We have stock up at home.
All right, it's tap land and get a say go. So big setup for Quinn. Has a lot of mana in play, has a lot of cards in hand now, but now the frog is unleashed.
Yep. And more than likely, that was Quinn saying, hey, I probably could have played Belcher that turn, but I had no way to interact with it. And ruh-roh, there's the Archon.
All right, little combo of Jacob's own. Here comes the frog. Take 2, draw a card. The question, of course, here is to say, I have a Persister ready, or I'm just going to get a counter on my frog.
Yeah, there was a Thoughtseize there from Jacob, so at least has that to be able to take a peek at Quinn's hand. And Quinn does not want to fight over this Thoughtseize because, well, you'd have to sack your Bloom or 2-for-1 yourself already with one of these pitch counter spells. So more than likely, if Thoughtseize comes on the stack, it's going to resolve. But with Jacob pausing, it might be a test between Thoughtseize or Persist back Archon.
All right, Thoughtseize resolves. See a hand of Force Negation, Sink into Stupor, Tashimi, and Tashimi. And not a great hand.
Yeah, not great at all. But, I mean, having 2 Tameshis is pretty big at being able to fight through any kind of, like, subtlety or something like that. And, I mean, when you have the Lotus Blooms, the thing you don't have right now that is kind of the secret tech here with Tameshi and starting to go off with the Lotus Blooms is one of your lands being Seagate Restoration. Because then you have the ability to get a ton of mana and then just draw an absurd amount of card because you're bouncing all your lands back to your hand. So your hand size goes to, like, from what we see to 3 cards here up to 7 or 8. And then you draw 7 or 8 cards and then you can just find a Belcher. So it doesn't really have that going on. But Tameshi to still just activate that ability and draw an extra card every turn, doing its best Psychic Frog impression.
Yeah, so Thoughtseize opens the game a bit now. Jacob knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Now Quinn, Quinn has to kind of navigate through here and be like, all right, don't want to get Tameshi in play. What's the plan, sort of? So Quinn draws for turn, and you got to think things through. And now that frog is very threatening.
Very threatening. And that's the thing is you can kind of play both of these Tameshis. Like if this one gets countered, you can just add white mana with Lotus Bloom, tap blue with your one land that you have untapped, and do it again. And with the one white floating mana, do the Lotus Bloom trick. So,
all right. Well, here is subtlety in response to Tameshi.
That just feels like not great.
Yeah. So putting it on top. Now, putting it on top is pretty reasonable. There's not that much pressure going on. So
it's interesting though because Quinn's got to think, hey, this other one's going to resolve, and then I wouldn't want it on top. So,
all right. So tough call for Quinn. Looks like subtlety is resolving, so the choice here is does it go on the top or the bottom of library?
Quinn's like, just let me see if my other Tameshi resolves, and then I'll make a choice, if you don't mind.
That would make things a little bit easier.
Yeah. I like the sequencing if Jacob does have like a counter spell here, though, to put him to the test first with this.
All right. Looks like it's going on the top.
Okay.
Maybe yes. Yep. All right, on the top it goes. Now question 2 is, does Quinn want to cast the other copy?
Yeah.
Now the opportunity cost is a little higher because you're sacrificing a Lotus Bloom.
And the one counter spell that could very much be online is Mystical Dispute. I know we didn't see it, or we pretty much thought it wasn't there before. A frog's connected. We've drawn a couple cards. Maybe Dispute is there now, but as I'm seeing, I think we see Thoughtseize and Force maybe as our only 2 cards, and it looks like Quinn didn't go for it here. It was a real cost if he went for it and it got countered, though, because you lose the Lotus Bloom, you know?
Yeah, so posturing there works out for Jacob, and then, of course, gets to untap, get that frog in there, Thoughtseize and Force in hand. It's a good amount of interaction, too. The frog's going, frog's rolling, no discards, so only in for 2. But the cards are almost more of a damage than the actual damage, right?
Yes, 100%.
Oh.
Hello!
How about an Archon?
This could be the world's best spell snare.
Maybe not. Here comes Archon. So Archon, of course, extremely powerful. We're going to see cards discarded and cards drawn for Jacob. A little bit of life exchange. Nothing to sacrifice creature or planeswalker-wise, but still quite potent. And, of course, a very fast clock. Archon kills extremely quickly.
Yeah, the clock has increased, to say the least. And, yeah, it's just lethal next turn. So we're going to see Quinn go for it. And, you know, I mean, you still have some lands here that if you resolve Tameshi, you pick everything up, you are able to, you know, cast Waterlog Teachings, search your library for a Whir, get Belcher. So there's a way to win with Belcher here if Jacob's not interacting at all.
All right, so trying it again. Here comes the powerful Champions of Kamigawa, Neon Dynasty.
There we go.
Kamigawa legend. Maybe also around during Champions of Kamigawa. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah.
But it's not going to bloom, making some white. And here we go. All right, first one bounced. There's a Jawari disruption there for a little bit of disruption.
Yeah.
A force spike here with Jacob only having 2 mana isn't irrelevant.
Yep, not too terrible. And we are cooking. So now it's going to be, does Jacob have maybe a fatal push to interact? Because Tameshi is sorcery speed. So if you can ever get it with the ability on the stack, it's not like Quinn can just go, okay, in response, add all this mana. Not how that card can work. Thankfully, it's already good enough. So if we have a way to remove it, which I wouldn't expect fatal pushes to even be in the deck anymore, then we can do that. But if not, and wow, okay, I see in the hand, it's Force of Negation, Surgical, and Land.
Yeah, so Quinn clear for takeoff here to make a bunch of mana. The question, of course, is can that mana be converted into anything useful?
Yeah, and Quinn's doing a really smart thing right now, and that is sacking a Bloom and leaving 1 in play. I don't know if he's for sure playing around Surgical, but the way that works, you know, he'll never lose one of them, which is a big deal. So far, Jacob has not had a good time to use that Surgical, and the Force is not active. So the only interaction Jacob has is a Surgical, maybe on like the Whir in the graveyard in response to the Waterlog Teachings.
Or just draw Belcher.
Yeah, the game's over.
That's fine, too.
Okay, the game's not for sure over. Quinn could have brought in that mountain, and it could be on the top.
Is there a reason why?
No.
Yeah. Don't see any Ghost Quarters here or White Orchid Phantom. So there's the handshake. Quinn takes it down. Not quite mono red, but definitely good enough. Direct damage, the burnout, Quinn O'Toole style.
Yeah, and Quinn.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Jacob didn't even make him reveal the top though. You got to always do it when it's post board. They could bring in that land for whatever reason. You still got to make them do it. But of course, he was dead anyways.
That'd be pretty funny just to have a mount in your deck for no reason, just showing off here. So
yeah,
great match there. We're gonna go into one of our backup matches and see. Maybe we'll see your boy Kai.
Yeah, well, let's find out.
So take a look. All right, nope, we got Michael Lee on the bottom playing Amulet Titan at 2-0, and another Jacob on the top, Jacob Lamoth playing Is It Prowess. Looks like they are. Starting off game number 1 here. Hands fanned out. Mulligan for Michael, perhaps.
Okay, so deck of the tournament here, I would say so far. We're very early, but Amulet Titan, I mean, we've been seeing the tweets, we've been seeing the messages on Blue Sky, and a lot of the great players are like, all right, it's Amulet time. So we'll see if they are all right. And I will say, the one thing about Amulet, it did well at the Pro Tour, put 1 player into the top 8, had a great win percentage. Great as in like everything, I think it had like a 58 or 60% win rate, which is very good. Sometimes we see like when Temur Breach was in the metagame, that had like, you know, 68% win rate, but that's because that deck was absurd and needed to go. But a 58% win rate at a Pro Tour when everyone knows how to play against Amulet Titan is pretty impressive. Here at our regional championship, that might not be the case. Players are not as attuned to deal with Amulet Titan line, so I think Amulet's going to do a lot better at an RC than it would at a Pro Tour.
We will see. At that high metagame share, that would be a pretty scary tournament if it did. So,
it really would be.
Urge Stalker for Michael in the bottom off a Mulligan. We see Jacob on top casting a Preordain off a little Steam Vents. Who do you think is favored here?
I would think, God, it's pretty close. I would think game 1 goes to Michael here. And then when you can get some interaction here from the Is It Prowess side, depending on what we have, I would think it can even up. But there is not a lot of interaction here from the Is It Prowess side. So I would say advantage to Amulet.
Even with the pure speed of the kind of goldfishy draws, mutagenic growths and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, Jacob, I'm sure there's some draw where you can win on turn 2 with Slick Shot and like all your mutagenic growths, something like that. But there are plenty of ways that Titan wins on turn 2. And the only interaction that Slick Shot Izzet Prowess has is burn spells, like bolts and darts. So I would give the advantage to Titan, especially if they were on the play.
All right, well, no turn 2 kill here for Michael. We see just a Rumble, a Scion, Urza Saga going up to 2, and a nice basic Forest there. And now Jacob's turn to get in the board and do some damage. Turn 1 Preordain is not exactly what the Izzet Prowess deck is looking for.
Not the fastest. Not the fastest, that's for sure.
All right, so we see Corey Steelcutter. Right, Corey?
Right. We're cutting some steel here. Let's see if there is... Oh, I was going to say a bobble or something, but mutagenic growth is not as strong. But, hey, when you got to get a creature going and attacking, you'll do whatever you can here.
I mean, the problem here, of course, is now the spawn token's a 2/3. So
you can't attack into that spawn.
This is a disastrous start here for Jacob.
Or you just confidently attack.
Yep.
Represent mutagenic growth number 2 and put Michael to the test.
I would have loved to have seen that.
Loved it.
I would have made my day.
Agreed. We would have just called it match of the day already and been on our way.
Well, now Saga's doing the thing. Here comes the amulet, and it's Michael's time to shine at 20 life. And Corey Steelcutter is a phenomenal card, but definitely a card more for the grindy matchups.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was a absolutely busted card in Standard. A little faster here in the Amulet Titan Modern world. And Amulet of Vigor, I think we're going to be seeing this card and talking about it quite a lot here, Jim.
Yes, and these Amulet decks have been evolving. And then evolving, and then evolving. It feels like every week they have a new kill condition, so
yeah,
we'll be able to walk through that once we get to that point, if we get to that point. But Michael's looking pretty good here. And now it's time to think. How much mana do I have? What colors do I have? Just a Rumble.
Starting it off with a Rumble, I got to say, Rumble is just not only one of the greatest commons I think we've gotten in a long time. You know, it's pretty much Ponder. You know, you're able to 1 mana, look at 4 cards. It gives you that rebate at some point. So sometimes it's literally better than Ponder, and Ponder is one of our best kind of cantrips here. Getting yourself a Scion that can block, too, is really powerful. And finding Amulet number 2 here could easily mean GG. Yeah. Amulet looks so different when you have 2 Amulets compared to 1.
Yeah, with 2 in play, it's freakish.
It really is.
It's like, what is even happening right now? All right, it's 2 cute little Scions. Got a buddy. And we see a Lava Dart in hand. I could take care of a Scions maybe at some point, but might not get the chance. Michael thinking about it, taking the second Amulet. Yes, no. Going for a pump fake.
Yeah.
All right, there's second Amulet. Those cards go to the bin. And now it is go time.
Yeah, looks like it's on. I think that's Echoing Deep that is just revealed.
And now, of course, now you see the Amulet player, the gears start turning. You know, I don't have those gears in my head personally.
Yeah.
But you can see them in other smarter Amulet players.
It is a rough deck. I mean, I always, whenever I get to a Modern tournament, whenever I'm testing for it, it's like, all right, let's always refresh ourselves because, like you said, Amulet Titan's always getting a new kill. It's always getting a new angle of attack. So just to stay on top of it, I always do my due diligence. And, you know, I started testing with it leading up to this tournament, and I timed out in Game 1 on Magic Online. So, yeah. It's a big brain deck.
I have never done that before in my life. Anyway, next topic. So Michael working it through here. And this deck is very, very hard to play. And it's funny because, like, I would always think of it as like a cabal. You know, you had like the Amulet players, and I picture them like in their little cabal. They have their little group meetings. You know, what are we doing this week? What are we doing that week? But now, with so many players playing it, it's gotten past the cabal. It's now broken into the mainstream.
Exactly.
You know? So we have our hipster Amulet players and our new Amulet players. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in the real world.
100%. I saw literally, I don't know, I guess we can call him the godfather of Amulet. See, Dom Harvey literally printed out books, the Amulet guide that we saw for like the last Pro Tour, and I just found it hilarious. People were like, you would see testing, you know, pictures from their testing house where one player just has an open Amulet book. At a spot at like turn 3, be like, okay, how does Dom say to actually do this? And I just find it hilarious.
All right, so here comes Lava Darts. So we see a second Corey Steelcutter. Browse Triggers going off on these monks, and then Lava Dart can take down both these Scion tokens.
Yeah.
Get it for some damage. Now, this isn't exactly the explosive burst of damage Jacob wants. Of course, Michael's still at 20 life. It'll be a decent chunk, but it looks like Michael's going to get a turn with 2 amulets in play.
Yeah, probably going to get a turn with 2 amulets, and with that Echoing Deeps that I believe we have revealed there at the bottom of the hand from Michael, there's a bounce line in the graveyard, so no matter what, you can Titan just on surface value there, even without the spawn. So as long as Michael has that, should be able to get it going.
Yeah, so, and not necessarily a terrible draw on Jacob's side. You know, like, it definitely was not the ideal draw, but a lot of matchups this draw will be quite good. If your opponent's interacting, playing rule spells, fatal pushes, but in a spot like this, just not quite fast enough.
Yeah, it looks like that Lava Dart went upstairs, too, instead of the spawns. I mean, it's kind of the same as you can block with these, but you take away that option for them to block. I don't know how big of a deal it really is, but...
Yeah, so the Quarry Steelcutter monks have trample, but the larger one does not.
Yeah.
So that's the card, Steelcutter, that's just so good. The trample part, you can't chump block them. Oh, such a good card.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, folks, party time. For not the first time and definitely not the last year on coverage, 2 amulets in play, tap in a forest.
2 so far.
So, sorry, my bad, sorry. So here's Echoing Deep, as you said. It's going to come in as a copy of a bounce land.
Yeah, I would assume Simic Growth Chamber, the first land we see at the bottom right-hand part of our screen. So that's going to be 4 mana with the Simic Growth Chamber, 5/6 with the 2 other lands. And it's prime time.
Prime time. Let's go get some lands, see what's up.
And there's just, the thing now is like, normally it's like, okay, you get this set amount of lands to start, but it is contextual to what's in your hand. You know, we could be going for the Hanwar Battlements to give it haste. You could be going for 2 Lotus Fields. Then if you have Aftermath Analyst, you bring them all back from the graveyard. There's a lot of different lines that you have, and it's all contextual to Michael's hand.
All right, so is that at Urza's Cave, I believe?
Yes, Urza's Cave there, and the Lotus Field.
All right, so that's a lot of mana, big mana explosion here. Lotus Field taps for 3. 2 untap triggers on the Amulet of Vigors. Going to sack 2 lands here also.
So that is 4, 5, 6, 7 mana or 8 mana if you want to tap the caves again, but most of the time you want to sack the caves. Put a land into play.
Right. A little judge clarification here. Question probably being, is Michael allowed to do this? Is this allowed? And the answer is yes from the judge, and therefore game 1 goes to Michael.
Yeah, okay. I was like, were they just communicating, hey, I'm about to win? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
All right, so let's take a peek at our sideboards here. See what Jacob's going to do. So now, no interaction in game 1. The interaction is Lava Dart your face. So post-board for Jacob.
Yeah, so sorry, Jim. One thing before we get into that, for anyone who's not familiar with Amulet, what was really said there is, hey, what I'm going to do is I'm going to more than likely put Infinite Titans into play with Mirror Pool, and then I'm going to infinitely give them haste and attack you down. So we might not see a lot of wins with Amulet, but we'll see a lot of communication that leads to a win for anyone who's not super familiar with the deck.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see someone do it. You know, I love the opponent who crosses their arms and says, all right, kill me.
I make them do it every time once.
Right, me too.
I don't care if it's Dom Harvey, it's Canister sitting across from me. Let's see it. Because, you know, it's open deck list, so you already have that information, but you get to learn, like, how they do it, you know, what avenue they take. Are they, you know, leaving themselves vulnerable to a consign, or are they covering their bases like that? It informs how you sideboard with how tight they are with their deck.
You learn a lot about a Magic player from watching how they play Magic.
Yeah.
And a lot of Magic needs to be played to actually win the game with Amulet Titan. So let's look at Jacob's sideboard here. We got 4 Consign of Memory, 1 Into the Flood Maw, 2 Murktide Regent, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Spell Snare, 2 Surgical Extraction, and 3 Unholy Heat.
Yeah, it's not great here. So the consigns, I'm guessing, just absolutely have to come in because there's not really anything else that is very good. But here's the thing. Consign, I thought, was just like, all right, this card is insane against it. If you play Titan, you have these untapped triggers, or even the Titan trigger itself. Consign that, get that out of there. Maybe you put a Summoner's Pack on the stack, you're dead. But with the way that these decks actually kill these days, where they're just scape-shifting you, and then they have such an abundance of land, the consigned don't do as much there. You can consign, like, let's say, an untapped trigger of a couple Lotus Fields and hope that stymies their development, but consign is not the catch-all be-all against the deck anymore, so I do not love Jacob's sideboard for this matchup. So if I'm Jacob and it's game 2, I'm on the play, I don't even know if I want to, like, any of these cards. I just want every proactive element and just get them dead.
Not even over Lava Dart?
Yeah, I mean, Lava Dart is not great, but Lava Dart can still represent more damage than Lightning Bolt if you have the prerequisite prowess creatures, but it'll be interesting what Jacob does, because sometimes with these prowess decks, if you over-sideboard, you take away the core of your deck, and now you're just, killing on turn 4, maybe turn 5, where prowess should be trying to kill a turn earlier than that.
All right, so going Michael's way, we see a sideboard, the old Amulet Variety Pack. 1 Bojuka Bog, 1 Collector Oof, 2 Dismember, 1 Elvish Reclaimer, 1 Fire Spout, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 Ghost Quarter, 1 Green Sun Zenith, 1 Ice Toe Explorer, 1 Lithmanic Barrage, 1 6, 1 Stock Up, 1 Vexing Boggle. Corey, what's up here?
Yeah, exactly. So this is just going to be some functional upgrades. Like, I like the Fire Spout on the draw. Maybe if you go Amulet on 1, you could Fire Spout on 2. Clean up 1 or 2 creatures. That seems totally reasonable, but not a lot I really want to change here. Dismembers seem pretty reasonable because Slickshot Show Off can definitely be bigger than 4 power, aka the life that you would lose to cast Dismember. So I'm probably bringing that in. Yeah, Jim, outside of that, I don't really love anything in this board too much.
Yeah, it's funny because you think of bringing in Dismember against like a burn deck being kind of crazy, but this is not a burn deck.
Yeah.
I would say that this prowess deck is closer to Infect than burn.
Yeah, a little Voltron, suit up 1 creature and go to town. And there's not going to be a lot of interaction like Spell Pierce to blow you out if you go, all right, I take 4, and now I also take the 6, like that's brutal, but yeah, so I would imagine very minimal sideboarding for both players.
All right, so before we get to our next game, we want to tell you about the schedule coming up for next year and expanded a bunch of awesome events. I'm very, very excited. You can see here more cities than I can possibly say. We got Atlanta, Portland, Milwaukee, and many, many more. Some cities here that I love. Love going to LA. I love Portland. Portland's great too. What are you looking forward to here for SCGCon in 2026?
Portland is probably like my favorite city. I have never had better food than in Portland, Oregon, so I'm excited for that one. Richmond Suite, very close to where I live, so I get to drive to one of these events. And honestly, it doesn't matter what cities these are in. SCGCon and Star City Games just run such phenomenal events, whether I'm commentating, playing in these main events, or my newfound love of Mystery Seals on Friday. I just have a blast at all these, so I'm excited to attend most, if not all, of these events here in 2026.
I got a birthday event there in Washington, D.C. It's on my birthday weekend. So,
all right, I'm skipping that one.
Wow. All right, well, I'll have a great time without you, Corey. I'll have the best time on my birthday weekend. All right, so.
I want to surprise you on your birthday, so I got to tell you I'm skipping now and then, throw a big surprise.
So now the surprise would be you told me you're going to surprise me, so you're just not going to show up?
Shut up, Jim.
All right, let's pop down to our match here and see if we can't see some Lava Darts in action. Slickshot Show Off and friends. And all right, we got a 1-drop, so big play for Jacob. This was the kind of the key piece that was missing in Game 1. If Game 1 there had been a 1-drop, not a preordain, and the mutagenic growth targeted the 1-drop, not the opposing spawn, maybe a different game.
Yeah, that was 6. That's 6 damage.
Right.
Because the spawn, your 2/2 couldn't attack. Plus, this would be 4 with the mutagenic growth. So, turn 1 Swift Spear. Ryan Overturf's hair on the back of his neck just stood up. He's like, "Did someone cast it on camera?"
We see you, Ryan.
Yeah.
We can't see you right now, but we see you. All right, we see a Vexing Bobble from Michael off of an Urza Saga. What's Vexing Bobble 2 up here?
Yeah.
No Mox in here. What's going on?
Yeah, there's not a lot that it actually does, especially on the draw. It's countering Mishra's Bobble and Flashback Lava Darts. That, and I guess mutagenic growth, but outside of that, and especially if you're on the draw, your opponent's probably going to play those bobbles, so I think it's fine. It probably leads me to believe that maybe there's just not a great sideboard and he didn't take out the 1-of that's in the main.
It does possibly slow down the truly broken draws.
Yeah. And I got to say, Vexing Bobble, I think, is the stonks on Vexing Bauble is rising. You know, we just saw the Magic Online Championship last weekend where the winner played 4 of this in the main. You know, so it is a card that is doing so much work in the modern metagame right now against all the Blink decks that's playing all this free stuff, Affinity decks that have all these 0 drops. Like, Modern's becoming this free spell style of format, so a card like Vexing Bauble is really keeping them in check. I love seeing this innovation here from Michael.
Not just for vintage anymore. So we see a rumble on Michael's side, a little bit of setup. Now we're going back, Jacob. So we see a preordained. Looks much better when you're making 2 prowess triggers off the preordained.
It sure does. Looks like we have an EI on top as well, Expressive Iteration. And looking like just the basic mountain was put on top and the EI on the bottom. One of my favorite cards ever, by the way. I love Expressive Iteration.
Yeah, I can see that being a little too slow for what's
Me
happening
too,
here.
but, you know, still.
Corey doesn't care.
Yeah.
Lava Dart.
Not flashing that one back, though. Dare you to try.
I wanted to try. I mean, it's still prowess triggers.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
You know, it's still 4 damage.
Yeah. All right, yeah, we might cast this.
All right, so coming in for 2 prowess triggers so far. It's a pretty healthy chunk of damage.
Yeah, because here's the thing is, like, next turn, with your opponent having Urza Saga at 2, you could be dead.
Right, gotta go.
Yeah.
All right, so flashback Lava Dart or not?
Looks like a not.
All right. Damage going through. We're going to see Michael down to 7 life points. So would have been 3 off the Lava Dart. Again,
yeah.
Dart wouldn't resolve. Prowess triggers would. But
yeah, and putting Michael to 3 isn't the biggest deal, but it might have been worth it, depending on what's in hand for Jacob, because, well, Michael definitely could put in some blockers here. Arboreal Grazer, you know, there's a decent amount of other creatures that can actually block. Not ideal how Michael would win this game to try to assemble some blockers here. You know, I think his main chance is to just go for the win.
Yeah, the Amulet decks now are much more combo-y. Where back in the day, they would kind of just like put a few Titans in play, put a bunch of lands in play, and say go with some Teleria West in their hand or whatever. But now, they kind of just win.
Yeah.
All right, so there's your Amulet. A mana is floating. That's a Crumbling Vestige in play, I believe. You got a 6 revealed as well. All right, Gruul Turf.
Okay.
Make some mana.
So it looks like we have 4 mana to start.
All right, I think that's 6. Nope, it's a 5.
Ooh.
Ouchie wowie. Wish we cast that Lava Dart. The one of Fire Spout.
Yeah, especially if Jacob has like a Lightning Bolt in hand. That's going to be gigantic.
Yep.
Oh, man. Well, all right. It looks like Michael did bring in the Fire Spout, and it was amazing.
Yeah, that's these one-ofs of the sideboard, you know, where when you only have 1 or 2, you can't really play around it. So when they hit, they really hit. There's the bolt, but
now we got it. We got the dart in the yard now. GG.
All right, so that's going to be enough with the Lightning Bolt and the Lava Dart for the Slick Shot show-off. So bit of a scary moment for Jacob.
Yeah.
The Fire Spout, but evens things up here with a much faster, much better draw. But now we got Michael on the play for Game 3 where things get a little scary. Definitely a very racy matchup.
Yeah, 2 ships just passing in the night, it kind of seems like right now. Not a lot of players have a lot of interaction for each other. Besides the one piece of interaction that was amazing, that one of Fire Spout, outside of that, we're not going to see a ton. You know, maybe Jacob has consigns. It interacts with There's a Saga pretty favorably, or maybe into the Flood mod to bounce like an Amulet or something. You know, I mean, these are not great pieces of interaction. But the Fire Spout was amazing.
Yeah, so I imagine no major changes here at sideboarding, right?
I wouldn't think so.
Just going to be going fast, trying to do your thing, and then, you know, with Michael on the play, I think it's on Jacob to break serve.
Yeah, maybe Jacob does have to bring in some slower elements here, where maybe now you take out those Lava Darts, maybe you take out some Baubles since you're on the draw and you just saw 1, maybe 2 Vexing Baubles. That would be kind of a nightmare. So I could see maybe henging like that. But other than that, I wouldn't expect any sideboard changes from Michael.
Cool. So we'll shuffle up for Game 3 here. But first, you know, Corey, I was showing Corey yesterday on my mystery booster pools that I opened not 1 but 2 Ghostly Prisons.
That you did.
And I was like, Corey, this is a $20 card.
Really?
And Corey said, nah. And I'm like, I showed him. And then so I could pop on over to the Star City booth. I could sell it to them and get some store credit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, that's pretty much what I do with all my cards. Is luckily I live right next to the Star City's headquarters, so I just call them up, say, hey, I want to sell, you know, 4 deck boxes worth of card. I always get that 30% trade-in bonus because I'm rebuying Magic cards 100% of the time, and yeah, they give very fair, affordable rates. big props to them and selling your cards.
Yep, so you can bet those prisons will probably belong to Star City soon.
Yes!
I'm not really a Commander player, and I'll buy some standard cards for it.
You got it.
Check them out at sellyourcards.starcitygames.com if you don't live next to Star City Games, but if you do, go on over and say hi.
Absolutely.
All right, so pop back to our match here and see if Jacob can break serve in this Amulet Titan versus Izzet Prowess matchup. Round 3 of the Regional Championship here in beautiful, sunny Houston, Texas.
Look at that cut. The 1 card from Michael. I respect it.
All right, so fanning out 7. I imagine both players will be mulliganing pretty aggressively here.
I would think so, yep. And we see Michael already mulliganing, so yep, you've nailed it there. And okay, there we do see Consign in the hand from Jacob. So either had him for both matchups, which totally reasonable, or brought him in to kind of break serve on the draw. We'll have to ask him to find out.
Yeah, and Jacob, hand looked very interaction, spell heavy, and threat light, which I think is not where you want to be at here.
Yep, exactly. And Michael's hand could have been a plethora of anything. Either way, it wasn't a turn 3 Titan or sooner.
All right, so Jacob really thinking about this one. It's always a tough choice when you look at 2 lands, 5 spells in your prowess deck, but maybe only 1 threat or not the right threat, and do you want to keep its spells and lands, but got to find the right things, and it looks like that's a keep.
Yeah, it looks like it. And you never know. Consign can also be really good. It's a lot better on the play when you can actually counter an Amulet. That's probably the best thing you can do with it. But hey, Michael doesn't always have an untapped land, so Amulet on 2 is a common play from Jacob. So if he doesn't have a 1-drop, leaving up Consign is respectable.
I'm pretty face up, though, right?
Yeah, you would think. Or end step, dart ya. Boom.
Don't
19.
Don't get me excited, all right? It's only round 3, Corey. We got a long tournament, all right?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so card goes to the bottom of Michael. Michael's going to kick us off here with an Urza's Saga. And just going to say go. And Jacob, Bloodstained Mire, just saying go.
Drew the dart off the top, though, so the dream's live.
All right, so just a shifting woodland, much slower pace to this game.
So this is something I would love to see Jacob do. Even if he has a 2-drop, just do not cast it. Consign the Chapter 3 trigger from Saga. It counters an Amulet here, so that's what I would like to see Jacob do. Even if he has Corey Steelcutter, Bobble, which would be a great turn 2. Preventing your opponent from having an Amulet is much more important.
Let me stop you there.
Okay.
It's a counter, a bobble, and a 1-mana Stone Rain.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's the important part. All right, it's untap. Jacob draws. Bloodstained Mire. You got a very spell-heavy hand.
Yeah, I see a Spell Pierce too. Spell Pierce definitely, it can be good in that early game, but otherwise it can be horrific.
All right, Corey called it. Consign the trigger, so no Amulet for you, no land for you. 1 mana floating. Here's a Crumbling Vestige. 3 mana total. And a Spelunkin. Uh-oh.
And just like I was saying, Spell Pierce is great in this matchup, and it's absolutely amazing. You should always have all your copies in because it just counters a Spelunking right on time.
Yeah, Jacob's deck's got Lava Dart. It's got Spell Pierce. I'm happy.
Yeah.
I see Ryan's over here. Ryan came back early from lunch. He's like, ooh, what's going on over here?
Yeah.
And there's Spell Pierce. Spelunking is gone. But now Jacob's going to find some pressure.
Yeah, Ryan still has the bib from lunch. He rushed over here because he heard Prowess was on, so that's respect to the craft.
All right, so Spear's in, and just in for a modest 1. So planning a threat's important, though. Now, at least something is happening.
Yeah, but now maybe we don't have enough pressure here or a lot of pressure, but I do see the very powerful double strike spell of Violent Urge. So this can really, and Mutagenic Growth, so this could really be a combo finish. Let's keep an eye on the graveyard for Delirium because that's going to be big.
Yeah, and with Lava Dart, Flashback, Mutagenic Growth, we're looking at like an infect kill almost, like the 1-shot kill. Oh, you were at 17. I'm sorry, actually, you're dead.
Yes. You really want infect back, don't you? I think that's the 3rd time you mentioned it.
I'm just saying it's like that big turbo kill.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
It's funny because I don't like infect that much, but I do love big 1-shot kills with double strikes. So.
Okay. With goblins though, right?
Goblin Power Diver can do that too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Lava Dart at end step. Let's go. 18.
All right, so NSAP the Lava Dart is a bit of a statement saying, I don't care about this Prowess trigger. I just want to get the damage through the cards in the graveyard.
It's also a tell that, hey, I had interaction last turn.
Yep.
Yeah. Gorgeous lightning bolt there, and also land. Okay, we did have another land already, so what we're really looking for from Jacob's side is something to complete Delirium. So a bobble there would have been insane. That would have been ideal. Other than that, I don't see anything besides land, instant, and sorcery to complete the combo here. But we do see Consign from Jacob still, so being able to counter a possible amulet is really putting Michael in a squeeze here.
All right, so exiling the Tarn. Imagine the bolt went to hand. Double strike doesn't do too much there for the second urge. Scalding Tarn comes in. Maybe a lucky Surveil land. Is Surveillance in this list? We got one, right?
I feel like there has to be. You can't leave home without at least one, even in an aggressive deck like this. And yes, we do see one Thundering Falls. So big turn. This could be Michael's last turn here if he doesn't do anything special.
How about a little sloth?
Oh, yeah. A little sloth? I mean, this is a time-walking Grazer right now.
All right. Yep, so Grazer comes down. Extra land comes down. It's Lotus Field. Okay, so doing it the old-fashioned way here. No amulet. Just going to sack some lands, have a field for next turn.
Now, we could have consigned that trigger to let Michael keep the 2 lands. Jacob decided not to, so nice.
Why would they want to do that, Corey?
You would not. You would not.
Okay. You got me racking my brain over here. It's like, maybe you would want the lands in play still.
I'm just saying there's options, okay?
Price of progress?
Yeah.
All right, so untap for Jacob. Swift Spear's ready to go. 16 life for Michael still, and that blocker.
And we just got a mountain, but we didn't use that mana, I believe, so didn't get the Thundering Falls. Maybe it's already in the graveyard or something? Side it out? I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. I would think we want to. It would be a great falls right there.
All right, well, we see a Dragon Rage Channeler here, which is excellent. This is a great path to Delirium.
Yes. So now we did see Jacob does have Lightning Bolt. So you can Lightning Bolt Grazer, Urge, Mutagenic Growth, and then you got 3 looks at putting Delirium into the yard. You need a creature or an artifact. Bang.
Did it.
Okay, so now that is 2 power. Mutagenic Growth makes it 5 power. Violent Urge makes it 7 power. And that's double striking. That's 14. So if there's one more, we should be good.
Dart's still in there, right? A little Lava Dart action.
I think Dart is still in there, and Dart would be +2. So that'd be 18 damage. So
just so you folks know at home, Corey has the fingers out.
Hey!
Corey is counting on his fingers.
Hey!
A little peek behind the curtain here.
Wow.
I'm doing it too, though, because you only have 10 fingers, and we need 16 damage, so I'm helping him out.
Way to throw me under the bus there, okay?
I'm counting my fingers, too, you know. You do the first 10, I'll get the rest.
Okay, perfect. I was about to bust out my toes, so thank you. That's much better.
Please don't. All right, there's the Urge, double strike, Delirium, and add it up.
And this looks like Jacob is breaking serve here in what I would think is a rough matchup. Impressive stuff.
Wow, Jacob, yeah, phenomenal win. I love seeing the big one-shot kills. And that was a really cool game where there was a lot of early not pressure, interactions, spell pierce, little actions setting up here. And the deck having the ability to, hey, I'm going to interact for the first few turns. But even though I'm not chipping away, I can just bam, one big haymaker, get it done.
And I think you have to. If you're on the play, they can both be those turn 3 win decks. Amulet, of course, can go a little bit sooner, but you just want to be all in when you're on the play. But on the draw, you just got to do something, and Jacob really did it there. That was really impressive. The Spell Pierce, the Consign were both unbelievable. So big win there to be 3-0.
That was a really cool match, too.
It was. You
had to see kind of all phases of both decks doing their thing, and then a game where they kind of didn't do their thing. We got to see a little jockeying for position, which was really, really cool. And we got a bunch more great stuff like that coming up in this tournament. We're only in round 3. We got a phenomenal metagame. We got a great casting crew, and we got you fine folks watching at home. So take a short break here. We'll be right back here at the Regional Championship in Houston. welcome back to sunny Texas here for the regional championship at SCG Con Houston. Round 4 is coming up. Corey, you ready to roll?
Oh, I'm so ready. Now we're really getting into it. Round 4, starting to paint a picture of locking up day 2 here in a couple rounds.
Yep, we're getting close to the halfway point. So a lot of Magic to be played, but a lot of awesome Magic, great metagame breakdown, and Modern really hasn't looked better than this in quite a while.
It's incredible. We saw it firsthand at the Pro Tour, and it's really carried over. It's going to be a great tournament to watch for sure.
Cool. So round 4, it's about time to start looking at the standings. You know, round 1 and 2, you know, standings don't mean too much. But you see here, we got a bunch of players at 3-0. And Corey, what do you see here, both name-wise and deck-wise?
Yeah, absolutely. So Gabriel Nicholas is one of the players that we always see at the top of our standings, always doing quite well. Top 8's a ton of these. Nicholas Odenheimer, our very first Spotlight winner here in Atlanta as well, playing Amulet Titan, where he's almost always been on energy decks, so that's very telling. And then as far as the decks, sure, we see 3 Amulet Titans. I think that's kind of what to be expected, but outside of that, it just looks like a work of art. There's a lot of different decks. You can kind of play anything, be a specialist of what you play, and have success in this format.
Yeah, all of our big story here in our metagame breakdown was, you know, the variety of Blink devs kind of taking the top spot, even though we have Esper Blink, Azorius Blink, you know, Orzhov Blink. And then the second spot is Amulet Titan, the most played deck overall.
Yes.
But between Blink and Titan, and you can see a lot of that here. We see a lot of cool things here. Is it Eldrazi? Abzan birthing ritual. So a lot of cool stuff for us to look at. And
I believe those would be in the other categories, Jim.
The other category is about 12% of the field, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know you're in a good place when the other category is 12% of the field, even though our metagame breakdown goes down like 15 decks.
Yes.
So really, really cool stuff. So we got a great match coming up for you. We got a Pro Tour regular Team Handshake member Jesse Hampton, who's been obviously longtime pro, one of the better players in the game. I'm sure you saw him playing at the Pro Tour a week or 2 ago, right?
Definitely, yep. He's a phenomenal player. You know, one of the best limited players out there. Like, really helps that team shine in that format. But believe it or not, he can handle himself in 60-card formats as well.
I do believe that, and he's playing the Jeskai Blink deck, popularized by my teammate Matt Costa. For Team Staff BCFB and friends, and another look at this Quantum Riddler ephemerate sort of engine we're seeing all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, speaking of your teammate, we got to congratulate you for being back on the Pro Tour here at this last one. That's nice. Congrats, buddy.
I wasn't going to say that, so.
Oh, I was going to. I got to boost you up as much as I'll dagger you. You got to build you up as well. So
build me up to knock me down.
Exactly. So Matt Costa did extremely well with this Jeskai deck at the last at the Pro Tour. Not a lot of people played it, but being able to combine Quantum Riddler, Philia, as well as Ephemerates, get that powerful engine going. But instead of maybe the black cards, you get to play Flage, which really clears up basically every single one of your aggressive matchups, and just Ragavan. If you're playing Ragavan up against, you know, some of these combo decks, if you can start with that on turn 1 and then kind of back it up and gain that mana advantage, that's exactly what you want. So this is a really cool deck. If I was playing, I would have either played this Jeskai deck or the Esper mid-range deck that was more focused on blue with subtleties and frogs and stuff like that. It definitely would have been playing the Rizzler, the Quantum Riddler, for sure.
Talking with tournaments so far, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then just the opponent's going to be Benjamin Wakefield, who's playing the deck that won the last tournament that we covered together, which is the Brood Scale combo deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the Brood Scale Eldrazi deck kind of jammed together. Ended up doing very well at the Pro Tour as well. We're going to see a lot of that. Decks that do well at the biggest tournament of the year. Believe it or not, those are the decks that anybody playing in a tournament like this focuses on. And this is really the case here. So plays 2 Vexing Baubles in the main. We've seen some of these lists that go up to the full 4 in the main, but you know, we have more of those copies in the sideboard. This is a deck that's trying to either win really quickly with Blade of the Blood Chief and Basking Broodscale, or you can just go really, really big with Kozilek's Command and Emrakul to just have that Eldrazi finish, as well as, you know, Mythic Common from that set, Writhing Chrysalis, to be able to just really smooth out all your draws. So a really close matchup, slight advantage, I would think, to the more established player and the Jeskai Blink deck, Jesse Hampton.
Yeah, the Eldrazi deck is so cool. The fact that you can be this combo deck and also be this ramp deck and change gears. We saw, you know, last time we covered the event in Indy was really, really cool. Well, hopefully we'll see more of that now. So let's pop down to our match here between Benjamin and Jesse Hampton and see how round 4 goes.
Yeah, it's a really tough deck to sideboard against, too. This Brood-Scale Eldrazi deck, it's just really, really difficult. Do you sideboard against the Eldrazi aspect, or do you sideboard against the Brood-Scale aspect?
Okay. So let's get in here. We got Jesse on the bottom. We got Benjamin on top. Looks like Jesse on the play with a Flood Strand, passing it back to Benjamin's way. That's a Grove of the Burn Willows, right?
It sure is.
21 for Jesse. Blackjack, Ancient Stirrings. Let's take a peek. Stirrings is so good. You got to forget how good Stirrings is.
I know, no kidding. Rumble has kind of put this card down a little bit, but Stirring is still a heck of a Magic card. It just kind of has those deck restraints where Rumble does not.
Yeah, we love seeing the sorceries here. 8 sorceries, 4 Stirrings, and 4 Rumbles on Benjamin's deck list. Gonna find what he needs.
Yeah. So gets the Kozilek's command here.
Looking things over. You got a Thundering Falls on Jesse's side. A little surveil action. Doing a little bit of massaging of Jesse's zone. Not quite looking at 5 cards, but one's pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. And this deck does get to play a good amount of surveil lands. Gets to play the full 3. So kind of assembles Exodia, basically, of all the 3 different surveil lands. And this is one of the better decks for the surveil lands. If you can ever flip over a Flayage, you interested?
Yeah, I'm more interested, though, in... I think it would be Tron, not Exodia, right? Exodia is 5 pieces in a different game. Tron is 3 pieces in the game we're currently playing. So
yeah, thank you, Jim. Thank you for clearing that up for me.
Just want to help out. So,
you could have let that one go, but you chose not to, and that's why I appreciate you.
I'm not letting the Tron thing go. All right, come on.
Okay.
So here's the Riddler. Benjamin looks shocked and appalled this card even exists.
Yeah, just like, how dare you play that card against me? He does look like he's scowling over that.
Like what? Yeah. Warp and draw a card? What is happening? So go into Warp Zone is the Riddler.
Back in my day, you played 3, you drew 2, and you put it to the graveyard.
And you Revelarked it back. Oh, my back. Oh, I'm good here. Warp Zone. Welcome to Warp Zone, says Jesse Hampton.
That was my first Pro Tour, was Revelark and Muldrifter, so I feel you. I am old as well, buddy.
I love that deck.
Me too.
So, let's believe is that a Cavern of Souls on Benjamin's side?
That does
Eldrazi Temple.
Yeah, I think that's a temple. I see the 2 pips there, so one of the alternate versions there.
So very important card for Benjamin's deck. Of course, always Eldrazi. When you have a free Ancient Tomb, that's a really important place to be. But nothing to do just yet. Could have the very powerful Kozilek's command in hand.
And does from the Stirring, so we know that for sure.
Oh, perfect. And back Jesse's way. Sacred Foundry. Untap, just going to say go. It's a little pass and posture here.
Makes sense. I mean, when the pressure is not really on, no reason to jump to anything so far. And are really testing us with the lands here so far.
That's a Grove, I think.
Okay.
So you go over the Burn Willows, and we see a Writhing Chrysalis. So this card is the Mythic Common. Usually it's Mythic Uncommon. Mythic Common of Modern Horizons 3 drafts. Come into play. And we do have the Winnabox things on Arena this weekend, which are Modern Horizons 3.
Yeah.
So look out for that one. But
put that card in your deck if you open it.
Yes, at all costs. There's some Scion tokens. We see End-Step Philia, a little good doggo, ready to get some blinks on.
Unfortunately, the Writhing Chrysalis is quite the brick wall. So, I mean, the thing that Jesse would love to be doing, kind of the combo of this deck, is now you warp in a Quantum Riddler, you attack with Philia, blink out the Riddler, now it stays in. That's like one of the 5 really cool things you can do with it. And looks like that will be what we want to try to do, but you do have a cost at this point because you will lose the good dog. Now, Jesse does have an Ephemerate, so either way you slice it, Jesse could attack with Philia, blink out the Riddler, then Ephemerate the dog, or just straight Ephemerate the Riddler and move on.
Yeah, Riddler's the new scam of Modern.
It really is,
yeah. Scam those Riddlers in there, whether it's Philia or Ephemerate or whatever else it might be. So Riddler's in play. Wants to go to the Warp Zone currently, but will not go to that Warp Zone. We'll go to the Exile Zone instead. Here comes the dog. And honestly, I mean, you could bounce the Chrysalis itself. It is a cast trigger for the tokens, so you're not giving any more tokens.
Yes.
But going to exile the Riddler. And now Benjamin's going to decide to block or not.
And, yeah, you got to think, like, you got to make your opponent have it at this point. Be like, okay, even if you have a Lightning Bolt, who cares? You know, I would trade Lightning Bolt plus Philia for this no matter what. So I'm snap blocking.
I think it's really important to note what a great bridge card the Chrysalis is.
Yes.
Where it's kind of card where like you can't ignore it. But it's really good in kind of a bridging the mid game, making your opponent kill with a removal spell or whatever else it might be to bridge you to the real game plan, which is either combo or Emrakul.
Yeah, absolutely. And wow, just marches after the attack. So tight sequencing there. Jesse did that just in case, there was like a dismember or something like that where you could interact with the dog. You want to make sure you do it after blocks. Even though if we don't see any dismembers in the main, it's just tight sequencing and a good thing to learn from a great player.
Yeah, and these pitch spells are really cool with the Riddler because you play these powerful cards for free, empty your hand, and then, Riddler just says, hey, empty hand, full hand.
Yeah, it is so good, especially when you can get like the flip side of Fable going with this. You can get Philia plus the reflection of Kiki-Jiki. I mean, you can do some absolutely disgusting things in this Jeskai Blink deck with Riddler.
Yeah, it's one of those cards where on first read you're like, this card's pretty powerful, but then once you got to peel back the layers of all the things you can do with it to blink it, scam it, cheat it, and so on and so forth, just the card of a tournament.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and also, meanwhile, this game is over here. We're seeing the combo. You're able to add infinite mana here and then cast that command for infinite. Eventually, you'll find Glaring Fleshraker, and then you continue to do it here. So all you need when you have infinite mana is one command, and we're all done here. So as cool and as awesome as we were talking about this Jeskai Blink deck, Jesse's play of being a little aggressive there with that march may have just cost him the game.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying about the Chrysalis, where it's the perfect bridge card.
Yeah.
You kind of have to do something about it, but you spend resources on that, frees up the combo, and yeah, that was over in a blink. That was just bam, boom, done. I'm trying to stop talking about Riddlers and stuff, but one good way to circumvent the Riddler card advantage is to kill your opponent. So let's look over at Jesse's sideboard here of 1 Celestial Purge, 1 Force Negation, 3 Mystical Dispute, 4 Obsidian Charmaw, 1 Subtlety, 2 Surgical Extraction, and 3 Wrath of the Skies.
So I want to blow up my opponent's lands and blow up their permanents. So Wrath of the Skies and Charmaw look really good to me. That's probably all I'm very much caring about, as Wrath of the Skies is really good against like the Urza Sagas, against like the extra Blade of the Blood Chief that's laying around on the battlefield, maybe these colorless Eldrazi spawns that Writhing Chrysalis makes, and then just the Charmaws at being able to destroy an Eldrazi temple, Saga as well. Really all about controlling Saga.
So you're saying that Jesse's going to go into like a full control mode, I think, here in game 2 and 3?
I would think so. We might see a little bit of the permission come out. Maybe the spell snares, those don't have a ton of targets. Maybe even the flages are not that good, so you can probably trim or take a few of those away. Teferi also looks bad, so cheaper interaction and then more robust interaction with the Charmaws and the Wrath of the Skies.
All right, then on Benjamin's side, we got 1 Cavern of Souls, 1 Damping Sphere, 1 Dismember, 2 Fire Spout, popular card these days, right? 2 Nature's Claim, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 Thief of Existence, 1 Vexing Bauble, 1 Warping Whale, 1 Wastscape Battle Mage. The variety pack here of colorless cards. What do you got for Benjamin?
Yeah, a ton of different stuff here, and could make a case for a good amount of these cards. I want the Dismember for a turn 1 Ragavan for sure. I want to be able to have as many ways in my deck to interact with that, because I do think Jesse's deck is kind of the best Riddler deck because it has all the combos with Fable and Philia, but it has ways to get mana advantage with Ragavan. So I want to try to be preventing any of that mana advantage as possible from Jesse's side. So Dismember, I like the Vexing Bauble as well. Cutting off these free spells, cutting off a key Solitude on your combo pieces, your Basking Brood Scales, stuff like that can be really, really big game. So that's the majority of the stuff I'm bringing in. Maybe even Cavern too, so you can force through some of your creatures that would get consigned.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts here, honestly. Because these decks are so like flexible and nimble and stuff what they're going on to, that makes sideboarding very, very dynamic. Where the last matchup we saw, Izzet versus Amulet, kind of polarized.
Yeah.
This is much more flexible. Each player has a lot of room to kind of sculpt their plans. So, before we get into game number 2 here, we got some sales coming up, Corey. Big sales, good sales, great sales, the best sales, and free shipping. $100 or more on your singles order, StarCityGames.com. That's free shipping. I want to save money anywhere I can. It's one of those spots where, all right, I'm almost at $100 in my cart. What can I add in there?
Yeah.
What can I slide in there and get us over to 100? So check it out, StarCityGames.com. Noting it's only on singles only, domestic or lower 48, and APO only, excluding pre-orders, and so on and so forth. Get all the details in there. Check it out, StarCityGames.com. And order your bloodletter of Aquasats.
You know, I live in Roanoke, and I go into the office to film Commander versus all the time. I'm getting this shipped to my house anyways.
Wow.
Why not? Free shipping. I'm going to utilize it.
Corey abusing the system and getting fired. So I'll be with you solo for the rest of this broadcast. But check it out, StarCityGames.com.
I had a good run.
It was a good run, man. You've been doing great. You know, I'm sorry to see you go out like this.
That's what took me down, huh? Is
Yep.
utilizing the free shipping instead of just, driving the 15 minutes into the office. Well,
Yep.
It is what it is.
All right. So Jesse has some work to do here to climb back into his match on the play here for game number 2. And both players are shuffling up. We're going to deal them out and rock and roll here at the Regional Championship. We're in Houston, Texas. We're sending some players to the Pro Tour.
Oh, yeah.
We're sending a lot of money here. We got 2 players going to the World Championship as well, which is very exciting.
Yeah, God, that's going to be so exciting. And remember the cut to make day number 2, 6 and 3. So these players are decently close to it, but they definitely have bigger plans when you start 3-0. You start changing your viewpoint instead of like, all right, I hope I don't crash and burn to, I didn't do that. It's time to get going. And that looks like a gemstone cavern?
Yeah, so Benjamin making a liar of me here. No, actually, Benjamin's on the play. Lucky Man's Paradise, that's a luck counter. So exiles a Flesh Raker and has the land in play, taps for any color. And so Jesse here is on the first turn at a mana equality.
Yeah. Only plays one of those, by the way. Why play more than one when you can just start with that one and play?
I mean, you need to be lucky to play the card, so just play one.
Oh, man. Being able to go turn 1 Urza Saga and turn 2 make a construct without any Ancient Tomb-style land, like, we cooking.
Yeah, for sure. And Rat the Skies might end up being pretty important here. So
We
see a fetch from Jesse. And this is another angle this deck has, right, where it has this ramp component, it has the combo component, and the Urza Saga is just a pretty good card, too.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, so we see a fetch from Jesse's side. Going to get one of those 3 Surveil lands almost assuredly.
I now know where those white-bordered Urza Sagas come from. Yep. After Mystery sealing it up all day.
Yep, a lot of interesting. We got the white border cards and the Future Sight versions of cards.
Yes. I like the Future Sight more. The white border, a little unhinged, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's unhinged in a way that I kind of respect.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Right, like,
absolutely.
Yeah, I had a white border Abrupt Decay in my deck. and then I had a Future Sight Ancient Stirrings.
Yes.
So, all right, so Thundering Falls is the get. Jesse there taking some care with this 3-color deck and make sure got the right mana ready to go. Of course, there are some pretty strong mana requirements with, Flage and wanting to have double white, double blue, and so on and so forth.
It is very mana intense, that's for sure. So it's one of the key things you have to plan out here in these early turns.
All right. Got to keep it on top. Going Jesse's way. Arid Mesa and just pass the turn.
And Jesse does have a lot of reactive elements, in the post board. So being able to sit back and kind of chill is nice, because the one card we didn't talk about is bringing in consigns, because they're in the main from Jesse. So already had 4 consigns against the Eldrazi deck, so you got to put the advantage to Jesse's side just because of that aspect. So now he has consigns, Wrath of the Skies, probably the Charmaz as well. So,
all right, so something's going on here. Get a little judge call, maybe get a little clarification on things that are working here. I believe that's a Grove of the Burn Willows again. I think there are 2 arts for each of the fancy lands from Edge, but I could be wrong.
I think we've seen 2 groves already, and neither of them were that art.
That is correct.
Yeah.
If that is a grove, I believe it is.
It definitely looks like it. Either way, Benjamin is out to test us, it would seem.
All right, so let's take a peek into a different match here while we wait for whatever this judge call is going to be. And kind of with our new picture-in-picture technology, love seeing this from Star City.
So good.
Always innovators in the game. And what do we got here? We got a Storm deck versus a Damping Sphere.
Yeah, that's brutal. We haven't seen Storm in a while, too. Like, this is a deck that I would say kind of fell off, even though it was quite dominant for quite a while. But yeah, now Rawl in play, but with Damping Sphere locking it up, you can't do too much against that one with Storm. It's a Storm killer, to say the least.
Yeah, one of the things about Storm is it's really, really powerful when you edit the Medallion and the Rouse, but there are so many good anti-Storm cards.
Yes.
And there are such a variety of them that are good in different spaces where it's not even like they're gunning for you, but you're catching strays.
Oh, 100%. And Ragavan looking like it connected 3 times, put some treasures into place. into play, and Davis has not been playing lands, it looks like, so must just have all reactive gas in hand. So you would think advantage here to Davis to be advancing to 4-0. And hey, Domain Zoo is a deck that looks pretty good right now. Most of these lists, of course, play the Scion, the Leyline combo, but a lot of them are playing the Doorkeeper Thralls as a 4X in the main, so Quantum Riddler hates seeing that.
That's great, yeah, the innovation where whenever you have a card that can work well with your deck, where making Flays is coming as a 6/6, and it's also a hate card for your opponent's stuff. That's a great metagame call, and one of those shifts we love to see.
Yep, and that is the type of deck that can find a good place in the metagame and really dominate an event. Then it can be respected, and it'll kind of fall back down. And that's the great joy of Modern as a format. It's a very much self-correcting format, and it's the reason why it's my favorite format. Next to Mystery Sealed, of course.
There are a lot of tools. All right, so it looks like we're back here. Jesse's come back from whatever the judge call was all about. Let's pop into our main match and see what Jesse has in store for us. Kraken Arab Mesa for a Howl Fountain. Get a shock take two. Just the classic Modern land crack fetch take two.
Yep, absolutely.
Song and dance.
And one thing, Jesse, we know he is a phenomenal player, one of the probably top 10 most established player in the field. Asked a judge call to clarify something. Remember, judges are your friend. The best players still clarify stuff with the judges. So, never feel bad about calling a judge is kind of the thing I'm trying to get across.
All right, so we had an end step Philia.
Hello.
It's Charmaw Stone Rain time. You know it's better than one Charmaw? How about two? So Charmaw comes in, eats the Urza Saga. Feel like I can blink the Charmaw and pop up another land here. How about a Solitude? So I'll just do all of it.
My goodness. If you got any kids watching the broadcast, shield their eyes because this is really popping off here.
Yeah, I feel like a bad parent right now. I told my wife, hey, make sure my son's watching the games. Turn it off.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be watching this.
Okay, if we need to take a break for you to call your family here, that's totally fine.
This is an emergency phone call. So double Stone Rain off the Charmaw. Philia's up to a 3/3. Everything's gone for Benjamin. Just another Grove of the Burn Willows and a lot of work to do because this ain't over.
Yeah.
Philia and Charmaw is a Stone Rain every turn. Okay.
That was huge.
Okay.
That was needed. I was going to say, who's the lucky one now after this Gemstone Cavern when you blow up a couple lands? So, either way, that was a solid 3-for-1, 3.5 for 1 because you get a free counter as well.
Yeah, the thing is that Philia is still in play, and you really can't leave Philia in play against this deck.
No, Philia can just never exist because it works so well with every card in your deck. And here's a case in point, probably problem number one is Riddler blinking out. It is so good. And everything I want to be doing in Modern here. I just love that fair decks like this are not only good, they're arguably the best decks in the format right now. Just means Modern's in a great spot when decks are reactive.
My only issue here is that Jesse is currently using the world's smallest six-sided die.
Yeah.
On that Philia. It is a 4/4. I'm not sure if you can see that, but it's a 4/4. The 4/6 Riddler's in play, and all of a sudden there's a very, very fast clock. And now the fun part is you can blink the Riddler and draw more cards at the cost of 4 damage.
Yeah.
What's Jesse want to do here? Is it damage or cards?
Play another Riddler and blink that one.
Never mind. Problem solved.
Honestly, he could have also just gave this one haste and attacked with that, and that would have been, 12? So with the Arena of Glory, you can still warp in for haste, which is something this deck can do and is really, really a powerful element to the deck. But with Benjamin stuck on 2 lands, there's nothing that's going to happen here. The riddle of this game is he going to scoop now or after he draws a card?
Yeah, it's funny. That was my favorite draft archetype in that format was the warp creatures and the things that give haste.
Yes.
You got to get that extra shot in, too, because the warp is not enough. So Jesse there with a dominating game number 2. Some sideboard cards coming in clutch and showing the real power of Philia in these blink decks. Just the ability to just blink consistently over and over again and on a good rate. So back to the sideboards. Benjamin's going to be in the play here. Any changes?
I wouldn't think so. This feels like a very much just kind of have the draw that you have here and have everything that can kill a Ragavan, everything that can interact with your opponent. But, man, after seeing that game in action, even when Benjamin started this game pretty well, with Gemstone Caverns about as good as you can start it, that looked bad. That looked really bad from the Gruul Brood-Scale side. So you got to put an advantage to Jesse here, even being on the draw, I would say.
Yeah, pretty strong statement, too, to have 4 Charmaw on your board.
You don't want to lose to Eldrazi, it would seem.
Yep. So we got not too much sideboarding here. We're going to be doing this again next week. Just you and me.
I got a little time.
In the
I'm
booth.
in.
That's right.
Where do you want to go? Baltimore or?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
How did you know? So we got Spotlight Series Spider-Man in Baltimore. Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Baltimore. All info is at starcitygames.com/SGCon. It's going to be next weekend. Playing some Standard. Again, we are on the lookout for Spider-Man costumes. So if I see you wearing a Spider-Man costume, you'll get a huge high five from me.
Wait, I thought we were wearing them in the booth. I already ordered mine, dude. It was expensive.
That's why. That's why you're getting a
okay.
high five, all right? So check it out, October 24th, 26th. That's next weekend. And of course, all information starcitygames.com/SGCon. And if you can't make it, guess what? You can watch it right here on the SCG coverage on YouTube.
You sure can. Standard, of course, and this is going to be the whole top 8 heading to the Pro Tour, so open entry as well. So come on down, bring some of your new Standard hot tech, bring Mono Red that won the last one, or hey, Vivi's pretty good too. You can bring that as well.
Might be Vivi's last hurrah. So whether you
could be.
Whether you want to be on the Vivi side of history, the anti-Vivi side of history, come down and play and show us what you got.
Either way, you at home could write history is what you were getting at, right?
Yep. All right, so Game 3, we see the deck list out. Now, it is important to note these are open deck list tournaments. If you're watching at home, haven't played in a regional championship, open deck list means that you have literally your opponent's deck on a piece of paper. You get to see it in between games and before the match starts. How does that change things for a player?
It changes a lot. So it changes how you construct your deck. You'll see in an open deck list tournament, there's a lot more one-ofs in the main, like a one-of Blood Moon. You know, can really put the fear of God in your opponent, and they might start fetching basics pretty aggressively. That's one example of many, many things that you could see. But then post-board, it's a lot more mind games. It's a lot like, oh, I know you have, let's say, Tamiyo's in the board, but I don't want to keep my Fatal Pushes in. But maybe I have to now that you have those. So there's a lot of those weird mind games that you have to play, and it very much favors players that just have a good memory as well, which is not me, Jim. So open deck list tournaments are kind of rough for me.
Not me either.
Yeah.
I go into game 2, and I'm like, what were you playing again? But let's take a little look in here, a little picture-in-picture, and see what's going on with our side match here. And we see a Medallion in play, and that's a lot of stuff. Dampening Sphere, Territorial Kavu, Storm kind of up against it.
Yeah, and just the way the body language from Zev, it's just like my cards don't do anything in my hand, and yep, that body language was met with a W there for D'Anthony Davis. That didn't look very fun for the Storm players, but
Storm players got to come, and when they're like, I'm going to take the next 10 minutes to win the game, so
yeah,
you got to take your pluses and your minuses.
Yeah, at this point, is Storm back to being the good guy, or is Storm still the villain?
I think Storm's the good guy right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I think villain.
I think if it's like, you know, the 8th or more most played deck, then it's an underdog story.
Okay.
Yeah,
Still a villain to me.
I mean, I got to watch, you know, some of the best players in the world at Pro Tour Modern Horizons on my team. Kai, Finkel, and Luis all played Storm and got obliterated.
I remember seeing a feature match of that Pro Tour where it was like, all right, Kai Buddha versus John Finkel, the two GOATs. They're 1-3. Let's check on it. You know, like.
Yeah, and they were all really excited about Storm. My first match in the house against John playing Storm.
Wait a minute, John Finkel was excited to play Storm? Really?
I know, right?
Okay.
And I had like I was playing Eldrazi. I had turn 2 the One Ring on the play and still lost. And I was like, man, John Finkel's good at Magic. Storm's pretty good, but yeah,
water's wet, you know.
Wasn't a good weekend for them, and so that's what the point where it kind of became the underdog. And
yeah,
we'll see if it can do some damage here.
Yeah, that's fair. I believe there was a certain bird that people should have played at that Pro Tour, right?
I didn't play that one.
Oh yeah.
I was very early to the Eldrazi Kozilek's Command spell. You know, I was a little ahead of my time.
Ahead of your time, but
yeah,
still before your time because you should have played Nadu at that one.
Right. Well, I'm saying, like, once Nadu was banned, Eldrazi became really, really good.
Sure.
I was living in the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
If that's the way you want to justify it, Jim, I'll have no follow-up questions for you.
Oh, that's appreciated. All right, Serum Beseju, Ancient Stirrings. Let's rock and roll. Benjamin on the play here. And going to try and get things going before the Charmaws come in and eat all of the lands.
I mean, playing the basically forest, you know, Benjamin's like, all right, I'm not playing any of these colorless lands anymore. Not again, Jesse.
All right, so a little Stirrings action. And I think we're going to pop on over Jesse's way. All right. Fetch land go. That's a classic. Scalding Tarn. And we got Temple into Rumble. Let's get ready to rumble.
One of the ideal starts for this. Not only are you finding all your colorless pieces, looks like a cavern as well. Not only are you finding your colorless pieces, but you're increasing your delirium count by quite a bit for Emrakul, one of my favorite cards ever, Emrakul the Promised End. we hear Jeremy Knoll of Commander versus Fame saying boo. I cast that card a lot on that show, Jim, and it was beloved by all my cast members. Another boo.
I can only imagine. So Benjamin putting us to the test here with all these unique versions of a land. You nailed that Cavern of Souls. I'm getting the Grove of the Burn Willows. Really showing our resolve as a commentary team, where we're really covering each other's gaps. So
exactly,
we're doing good. So gonna go for the fetch. We see the Scion in play. Jesse gonna make sure that we get the right land here. And gonna fiddle through. Go find a Thundering Falls. Bring in the Thunder. Little surveil action.
And now Jesse's ideal start, almost 99% of the time, is untap land that can produce white, go, and then either interact or play the good dog. You play the good dog, then your whole world opens up.
Yeah, Felia's having flash really puts the card over the edge. It's so hard to know it's going to come and not do your own thing and leave up that lightning bolt or fatal push.
Yeah.
And then boom, dog comes down, and then now has free reign to plink stuff and goes nuts.
It really changes how I personally play against these decks that I know have Philia on turn 2. Normally, you're like, okay, well, they left up mana. Maybe I should play my second best card or whatever. Not usually the case. Of course, every situation is contextual, but I like to jam when they have the ability to play Philia, which sometimes works out for you, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. Is that another Grove of the Burn Willows with a different art?
I've stopped trying to figure out which Grove of the Burn Willows Benjamin has.
Are they all Grove of the Burn Willows? Always have been.
There are 4 of them in the deck, so I believe we have now seen all 4 different arts, and I hate it.
I just didn't know that there were so many Edge of Eternity's Grove of the Burn Willows, but
me neither.
Oh,
yeah, that one's Stomping Ground for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, really testing our resolve here. All right, end step fetch. We're going to see, is it doggo time? Kind of interesting to see Benjamin just say go here, right?
Got to be a command, right?
Yeah.
Which a command, if the dog comes down, right now I'm saying stop.
Yeah.
You have 4 consigns. Get that dog out of there, and Jesse already knows what's up.
Yeah, Benjamin's command was on the table before Philia was. So we're going to see a local scry 2 and then draw a card. And I think this Kozilek's command is the card that has made Eldrazi viable almost everywhere.
100%.
It turned the deck from being this blunt object to having so much flexibility.
And Jund players across the world hate it because now it's the true K command. Yep. Sorry, Colligans, you are no longer good. Reed Dukes of the world are sad. They're weeping.
There can be only one.
But hey, this is the big difference of being on the play because, yeah, when you have this mana advantage from the Eldrazi side, and you can play this removal spell proactively, so much better for your odds of winning the game versus this Philia getting 1 turn to connect. All you need is 1 turn with the good dog.
All right, Cavern of Souls. That is a shiny Cavern. That thing is humming right now.
Could be a Grove of the Burn Willows as well, but.
And here's the Fleshraker. Of course, it is uncounterable. Cavern really important, like you were saying, against Consign.
Yeah. And we do see a Charma in hand and an Ephemerate, so we're ready to start blowing up some lands, but outside of that, not sure exactly what we saw.
Is that a Springleaf Drum?
Sure is.
All right, sack a Scion. We got a little Chrysalis here, and welcome to Modern Horizons 3 Limited. We got Fleshraker, we got Chrysalis, a lot of damage coming across.
Yep, so right now on the stack, we're going to have 2 triggers. One is to put a counter into play with Fleshbreaker, or a Scion into play, a Spawn into play, one of these into play, and then another one to put 2 more Spawns into play with Writhing Chrysalis. And then every time one of those enters, you're dealing damage. Writhing Chrysalis enters, you're dealing more damage. And then you still have 3 mana to work with, so this might not be the end of Benjamin's turn.
Yeah, Fleshbreaker is a card that is surprisingly potent, where it's like a 2/2 for 3. It looks like a limited card, but
yeah,
all of a sudden you're just dead.
Yeah. Flesh is getting raked left and right. I mean, this card is just absurd. Look at this turn. I mean, not only was Fleshraker uncounterable, so no consign trick, and now just a beatdown, a plethora of damage has fallen onto Jesse. And now, you look at this, and now Jesse has to do something to just not die to this Chrysalis.
Right. A Dragon Ephemerate killing some lands doesn't look so good when there's that much power in play.
No, not really.
noting important that the 3 dice there on the spawn token is 3 spawn tokens, not counters. So
yeah.
Benjamin has a lot of mana available next turn.
We also have Solitude Ephemerate available for Jesse, so that's huge. Get rid of Glaring Fleshraker, get rid of Writhing Chrysalis, board stabilize, but that does prevent you from doing the Charma action. So as far as I'm seeing, we could play a Charma here for 3 mana. We could play a 4th land, and we could Solitude plus Ephemerate. Looks like the surface level play from Jesse, as long as we do have land 4. I didn't spot one for sure, but even that looks pretty good.
Yeah, this is what the bridge action with the Chrysalis is, though, where if all of that happens, things get mopped up. There's still a lot of mana in play with these Scions, and then Benjamin can still either go the combo route with the Blood Chief, or the Emrakul route, and many other options too. So very interesting to see where we're going to go here.
Yeah, I think that's what Jesse has online. He's looking at the graveyard, he's looking at the available mana, and he's like, all right, if I cut you off 1 land, then you still have what? Access to 7 mana. You have, and then do we have Delirium? We have instant, typal, sorcery, land. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 1 Eldrazi Temple, and you have Emrakul ready to go for next turn from Benjamin's side, I believe.
It's a lot of pressure for Jesse. Again, has a lot of tools here.
Yeah, that looks like a Wrath of the Skies too. So, wow, Jesse has so many options.
The mana advantage that these Eldrazi decks can create is quite wild.
Yeah, I think that's a Wrath, that second card next to the land. We're going to find out, because that would be a great play too.
Okay. Shocking in the Steam Vents. Tapping 2, tapping 3. Looks like it might be Charmaw time. And it is. Obsidian Charmaw comes in to destroy a land. It's going to destroy, is it the Temple or Cavern of Souls? It's going to be the Temple.
Yep. Could also have been a Grove of the Burn Willows, though. We never truly know. But, okay, so this is telling. He did not decide to Solitude or anything right now. That's a real cost. That is a Grove of the Burn Willows for sure.
Oh, I got a Vexing Bauble here.
That'll force the action, Jim.
Yep, so put a little wrench in the Solitude plan, saying, if you want to do this, you got to do it now. And again, like we were saying, don't forget how much power is actually in play. This Chrysalis can grow because of the spawn tokens. The Fleshbreaker can deal much damage if there are other spawn generators as well.
And of course, Jesse is not at 20. He's just not playing nice with updating the tablet, it would seem. But we can look at his life pattern. It looks like he is at 9 life right now, so we can keep that in mind.
That's a major difference. Good catch.
Yep. I was going to say Glaring Fleshraker, and unless you miss that many triggers, it's kind of not possible.
All right.
Wow, lets this happen.
So the spawn token comes in off of the trigger from the Fleshraker for a colorless spell.
Yeah.
That's a point of damage. Down to 8. There we go. We got our tech crew down there knows what's up.
There we go.
All right, and the bauble is in play. So Solitude is now no longer available as an option. Here's the Blood Chief. Another spawn token. Another damage. Down to 7. Here's the blade.
We are 1 card away from the combo.
Gonna put the blade onto the Fleshraker. Now, blade has the ability where whenever a creature dies, you get to put a counter on it, correct?
Yeah, so just being able to sack the spawns and grow both the Glaring Fleshraker and the Writhing Chrysalis. So essentially, you are looking at, they're both 2 power right now, and they can both be +5. So you can attack for 7 on both of them, it would seem.
And also, when you're sacrificing, you're making mana, too. So
yeah,
more things can be cast. But, it's not good when your 4/4 dragon looks actually small.
Yeah, and, the Solitude could have been played before this bauble. So, Jesse's got to have a plan for this. And also, it's just some tight sequencing by Benjamin to play that Blood Chief after the Vexing Bauble. A little basic, but still, if you do that in the other order, maybe Jesse Solitudes both creatures instead.
Yep, so here comes the attack, and we got 5 power on each at present. But with the 2 spawn tokens available to be sacrificed, they can grow by 2 more. This demands a block from Jesse or some amount of interaction to not just die. And Benjamin's in a great spot. You can see Jesse here. Little pen twirl. Not looking too pleased how things are going.
To be fair, he hasn't looked pleased even when he Charmad his opponent into oblivion last game. That's just Jesse. He is all business. Now, one play he does have available is like block with Charma, ephemerate it, blow up a land, And then the problem is you don't get that Ephemerate off, you know, you don't get to cast it for free again with the Vexing Bauble.
And Bauble doing a surprising amount of work here.
It's, like, I think we're at the point where, you know, I mean, Vexing Bauble's been banned from some of the older formats, you know? Like, I believe Vintage, I think it's restricted there, and maybe it's been banned in some other spots just because those formats have a lot more free spells. Modern's kind of catching up to it, so now a card like this, looking like it's going to be maybe a staple of not only a deck like this that can utilize Urza Saga to go fetch it, you might just see this in, like, Boros Energy.
A super low opportunity cost. You know?
Yeah.
1 mana artifact, you can get out with Urza Saga, you can tap, sack it, draw a card. So Jesse really thinking this through. How is Jesse going to wriggle out of a situation? No stranger to high pressure spots, obviously. Charmaw's got to block something.
Yeah, looks like it's going in front of the glaring Fleshraker. And the one thing that was kind of interesting from Benjamin's side is I believe he just sacked those spawns like during his main phase and then didn't use the mana. So one thing he could have done with that is like not do that and just attack and then sacrifice them. So this kind of, you know, showed his hand, I guess. Not that it's the biggest deal, but.
All right, well, spawns are going away. We're going to see one of the spawns tap for mana with that Springleaf Drum.
Uh-oh, I'd be scared if I was
sad.
Jesse. This could be a command for lethal, essentially.
Yes, a command in the mode of making Scions will definitely do it.
So 3 mana is floating from Benjamin.
Yeah.
Looks like someone who's not casting any spells, though. Or is truly bluffing.
All right, mana floating on Jesse to act. Jesse either does something here or goes to 1 life with the Fleshraker in play, which does not particularly seem ideal.
Yeah, so it looks like he's lining up the way to, like, march either one of the big threats or march the Bauble and then Solitude. But yeah, it looks like march, deal with Writhing Chrysalis before damage, and just let Charmaw go away, leaving Jesse with just 1 card in hand, which I think was a Wrath of the Sky.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that one of March showed up both games now and looked quite good.
I mean, kind of. He still did 3 for 1 himself here, right? Like,
I mean, better than dying.
yeah, true.
You know, so,
But I think if Jesse would have known this Vexing Bauble was going to be as bad as this was, he just would have did Solitude, Ephemerate, kill the Fleshraker, kill the Writhing Chrysalis. I'm still pretty shocked he didn't do that.
all right, so.
And now, sorry, Jim, to interrupt you, it looked like he really needed a land. If that was Wrath of the Skies, which it's an alternate art, he really needed to top deck land 5 to be able to kill this Fleshraker. And as it stands now, I mean, this is going to do some raking.
Yeah, this thing is huge. Sack the Bauble, going for a draw. Looking for the killing blow here on that draw, I can only assume.
It just only needs a colorless spell. Yep. Any colorless spell is GG here from Jesse, and Jesse might look back on this and be a little upset that we didn't do the Solitude play.
Yeah, I think maybe his plan was just like, draw land 5, cast Wrath of the Skies, hope that's good enough. But that's not going to be good enough. Blade of the Blood Sheaf, taking it down, that 1 extra colorless spell is the 1 damage that Benjamin needs. Take the whole thing down, and the match. Big win for Benjamin, you know.
Big win.
You expect to play against super high-quality players, you know, on day 2, maybe late in day 1, but having to play against, you know, a high-level Pro Tour caliber player in round 3 or 4 in the feature match area can be tough. It's stressful.
It can be tough, but you know what? You just got to sit down and just say, hey, like, this is just an opponent. They brought a deck. You know, they're just another person. Ignore who you're playing against. That's going to do you a big advantage for feature matches going forward, you know?
Yeah, big win for Benjamin here. With the deck that I think is really, really cool.
Yeah.
I just like this deck a lot. You
know, you like Eldrazi and Tron-style decks in Modern? That is very big news to me. Tell me more.
It's a variety, I think.
Yeah.
You know, I like good ramp deck and stuff, but like the fact is that can do so many different things. You know, it has the Brute Scale combo, it has the ramp. And we saw Chrysalis be so important in a lot of those games as like this mid-level threat too. So really cool stuff from Benjamin. 4-0 now in a great spot to make a nice run. And that's some good stuff.
I'm with you. You know, I love in Modern, you know, this, once again, just a RIP Breach. Those kind of decks that have this very powerful combo, but that can play a good plan B. They're very hard to sideboard against because do you sideboard for the combo? Do you sideboard for the plan B? And whatever one they do, if they over sideboard into it, the combo plan B player can really maneuver around it. So I love those style of decks in Modern right now, and Brute Scale is kind of the last of it that has a good plan A and good plan B.
I think that's where Belcher falters a bit, because there isn't really a great plan B in the deck. You can bring in a Tamiyo or whatever, you can kind of have a slightly different threat, but as far as a way to win the game, it's different.
Yeah, if you lose your Belchers in there, that's it. Your plan A, B, C, and D are done.
Yep. All right, so we got to get into our backup match here. We got some papers coming in. It looks like we're going to be seeing Timothy Cobb playing Abzan Birthing Ritual.
Oh.
We saw that on our metagame sheet. Excited to see how that one turns out.
Oh, baby.
Against Xander, who's playing Amulet Titan. So more Amulet Titan.
Okay.
This Birthing Ritual deck looks awesome. Little Young Wolf action, little Samwise Gamgee combo. What's going on with this deck?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have it loaded yet, so I have no idea. All right. So, yes, this is just this kind of creature Chorda Calling style of deck that's trying to win the game with your Cauldron Familiars. Samwise Gamgee makes food, and then a sacrifice effect like a Carrion Feeder, and you kind of just Cauldron them over and over. So this is a deck that can combo very quickly as well, and you're going to have to combo pretty fast against an Amulet deck, that's for sure.
Confounded old Samwise Gamgee. Have you been comboing again?
Is that the Avatar as well, right?
Yes.
Okay,
That is from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Okay, and then nothing too crazy against Xander's side. We've got some Titan action here. A lot of the usual stuff, Spelunkin, Urza Saga, and so on and so forth. So let's hop down to our match and see how these players are all ready to go. All right, so we got Timothy Cobb on top, Abzan Birthing Ritual. On the bottom is Xander playing Amulet Titan. And start things off just the way you want to with Titan, right? A turn 1 Urza Saga. Most decks don't want to play Urza Saga on turn 1. Titan does.
Yes, absolutely. And looks like a nice Thoughtseize here to be able to take a peek at the hand.
All right, so Thoughtseize. Taking a look, we see Crumbling Vestige, Odawara, Gruul Turf, Simic Growth Chamber, a Rumble, and is that a Titan there hiding between the Rumble and the Growth Chamber?
That does look like it, yep.
So Thoughtseize against these, is typically good against ramp decks. They usually have a lot of ramp and maybe one payoff here. So are you taking the payoff in the Titan, or are you taking the Rumble?
I am going to take the Titan because that is kind of all ready to go here when this Amulet comes off. The Rumble does speed it up a bit. The one reason I would take Rumble here is, especially if I have a second Thoughtseize, cut off the legs and then get the payoff. That is kind of the best you can do if Timothy does have Thoughtseize number 2.
So there only are two Thoughtseize in Timothy's list. It's definitely not a ton of interactions. So we'll see. Take the Rumble, a little slowdown. Here's a Vestige, making a mana.
Yeah, and as it stands right now, Titan is not coming off next turn. As we would have the 2 colorless mana here, plus a bounce land, that's 4. Not going to be able to do the thing here for a little bit. But if you draw a second Amulet, boom, game's over, All right,
so a very interesting pass here from Timothy. Probably looking at a Bowmaster or something like that. Nope, we got a Beseiju.
Okay, that's much better, because Bowmaster should not be in the deck once we get to post-board games, but of course we are in game number 1. But being able to interact here with the Saga is huge.
Yeah, I was surprised because this deck is mostly operating at sorcery speed. It's a bunch of creatures, Birthing Ritual, etc. So Beseiju looking real nice there. Goodbye Saga, no Amulet. And now it's all coming together. Xander's hands a bunch of bounce lands to the Titan. Pretty far from doing anything relevant. And the Rumble might have maybe put that together, but no longer available either. So Xander's playing off the top. And we'll see what Timothy can do.
Yeah, so love Timothy's play then, Thoughtseizing the Rumble. Thoughtseize bug.
Thoughtseize bug. Yes, I can't Thoughtseize top of the deck. That's a pretty healthy looking Rumble. 2 Titans, Scapeshift, and Battlements. Going to be a Titan. Titan I can only assume, right?
Yeah, but that sucks, putting the Battlement to the yard.
Right.
That's one of the lands you want to keep in your deck. But now, Xander is kind of Thoughtseize proof as far as this goes. But I was going to say, did he say go without playing a land there? That would be a big whoops.
All right, Simic Growth Chamber, the classic Ravnica bounce land. Bounce to Vestige, and pass it back.
Yeah, now we'll see. Timothy really wants to start setting up some of his combos here. Birthing Ritual is kind of the name of the game because it kind of does everything for you. Play a Cauldron Familiar, then play Birthing Ritual, sack that cat because you kind of want it in the yard anyways, and then maybe find something like Samwise Gamgee, a goose, any of those kind of things.
That's really raining cats and dogs here in Houston, isn't it?
It really is.
Aphelias, Cauldron Familiars.
I mean, the main cat, Ocelot Pride, I guess, step aside. We got a new cat here. It's the Cauldron Familiar. It's back.
All right, so tapping one, Viscera Seer, a classic combo card, a sack outlet. And we see a, what is that? Green?
Let's see. It looks like it has, is that a young wolf?
It's only one line of name text.
It looks like a wolf in the picture, so.
Okay. Let me get some clarification. Ability.
That's my guess. Especially because it has to be a green or a white card, because we tapped the brush land for it, so.
It looks green, but.
Yeah.
All right, that one's got me. I don't know. I'm looking at Necklace here, and I'm really trying to figure out what that card is.
I really have not seen that version as well. So most of the time they can't get one past me, but it's either that or Sylvan Safekeeper, I guess, or Gilded Goose. Doesn't look like a goose. It has 1/1 stats, so we got that going for us.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out together.
It's a wolf. I'm saying it right now. I know Chad is helping us out as we speak, but.
All right. Shuffle up. Definitely, the interaction from Timothy is cool and all, but Timothy's deck is proactive. Wants to actually do things, so.
It's a really spicy deck, too, here from Timothy. And the fact that we are, at 3-0, this has to be going really good. So, yes, we got an Innistrad remastered Young Wolf here getting us good to go.
All right. All right, so Wolf going away. We see a Scry, not Surveil. That'd be really good if it was Surveil, jeez. Scry on the Viscera Seer. That'll come in Modern Horizons 4. And couple Scries. Wolf to the graveyard. All right. Going back Timothy's way. And what is the plan?
Want to get something going here, that is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Titans face up next turn. There's 6 mana available. With no Amulet to play, it's not as scary.
Yeah.
But.
Like, you can get Bajuka Bog, you can deal with the graveyard, but with, with nothing in the graveyard that really matters, it's not a big deal. And passing with 4 mana open, I think we're both trained in to be like, all right, it's Collected Company time, but not in the deck, so looks like a pretty obvious Court of Calling for 2, probably Samwise Gamgee to help out with Timothy's adventure here.
Confounded old, sorry, did that already?
This is the one time I set you up for it,
All right, so.
I was going to let you eat here. I was going to let you have a second breakfast, but whatever.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, Titan comes down. They have a Primeval Titan. Gonna go search for some lands. Again, no Amulet in play is a night and day when it comes to the Titan.
Yeah. So now, Xander's going to try to find a way to search up a land that can either interact with the combo, which, not many of them are when you can't untap your land. We see very common lines of like Simic Growth Chamber, Boseiju to interact when you do have an Amulet and you're not actually killing your opponent. Now we might just see something like T-West, Teleria West, bounce it so you can set up some kind of win next turn where you can Teleria West for, let's say, Summoner's Pact, something on those lines, but.
Looks like Echoing Deep and Shifting Woodland, with the Deep copying the Hand War Battlements.
Yeah, it could be Saga as well, but yeah, probably the Battlements.
Yeah, the pointing motion looked like Battlement, but could have said Saga.
Yeah, okay, I missed the motion for sure.
Gesture towards the graveyard.
But none of that might matter, because if we got Samwise Gamgee here as well as the cat, that should just be GG.
All right, so end step Court of Calling, X is 2. And get a creature 2 or less. There's old Sam. I want to hear more about Sam.
All right, as much grief as I give you for these Lord of the Rings puns, I very much enjoyed that series as well. I watched it when the set came out. I watched them all.
Yep.
And it was some good entertainment, that's for sure.
I was jealous because getting to watch Lord of the Rings for the first time, I don't know what I'd pay for that experience again. It would be really high though. So, Dryad Arbor coming in, not quite the cat we're looking for.
No. Let's see. It does get a food, though. But now do we have one of the ways to find the powerful kitty cat?
All right, so a Rising Cannon, going to get cracked, draw a card. very close to comboing. Almost there, but not quite.
Yeah. And hey, I mean, this is one of the decks. We have a lot of A plus B combo decks in Modern, but this is an A plus B plus C. You need Samwise, you need a cat somewhere in the graveyard or in play, and you need a sack outlet. So it's just not easy to do, you know?
I mean, I love Carrion Feeder, but it's not quite the finish we're looking for. So Carrion Feeder's there. Got to pass turn against this Titan, and now we've got Titan in play, another Titan in hand for Xander.
Yeah, and now, even if Xander is not able to just win the game, which if we have that Battlements that copied it, primetime, 2 of them attacking for 12, still not lethal. There's enough that you can do to block. But, you know, you could also just get a way to interact in some way. Maybe you can get Adawara with a bounce land. Maybe that can do some things. So even if Xander can't win right now, we should be able to lock up some way to interact on Timothy's turn.
Yeah, this is where Amulet players really have to go into their Amulet, you know, well of knowledge, where things aren't going perfectly. There's no Amulet. What do you do here? There's so many options. There's so many tutors and effects and unique lands, and you can see that the gears are turning.
Yeah, and this is where if, you know, we were at a testing game, you'd pull out Dom Harvey's book, okay, and be like, all right, in this section, in column A, section 4-3, you're, of course, supposed to do this, you know?
All right, so second Titan comes in, ETB trigger. We've got a Shifting Woodland and a Hand War Battlements untapped, I believe. Air quotes on the Battlements because it is a Echoing Deep. Chroma Vestige can make some red, pretty cool. Urza Saga also along for the ride.
Yep, so red, give this one haste. Probably going to be what we're doing. We're seeing the communication of, hey, you don't have to cut my deck yet. I'm going to search again, believe it or not.
Oh, I ain't done.
Yeah.
All right, double Titans in the red zone, 4 lands coming. This is a spot where, like, you have to feel like you're dead. I mean, it's not readily apparent what the Amulet player is going to do, but with this much stuff available, and a big attack coming too.
I mean, with Amulet, you're dead, for sure.
Oh, not even
but
close.
Without Amulet, like, I'm kind of looking here. I don't see anything that is pushing the advantage. You know, like Bajuka Bog, it's a land that's in the graveyard, doesn't actually do anything here. So I actually think Timothy's going to get another turn. Wait, as long as he blocks with more than that. Well, yeah, but here's the problem: is you have to block with Samwise Gamgee here.
There's a food available too. So.
Not 2 mana available though, because that Dryad is sick.
Oh, it is sick.
Yeah. Yep.
I thought that was last turn. My bad.
No, I think that was played this turn. So what this attack says is Samwise Gamgee has to get into combat, and sure, that doesn't air quotes end the game right now. It ends the game because how are you going to get 2 combo pieces here on your 1 draw step?
Yeah. So all the combo pieces are gone. Carrion Feeder can't block. And that's going to do it. Double Titans, definitely not the common path for Amulet here. There was no Amulet, just some Titans and some lands, but enough to get it done.
And honestly, like, if just Timothy took 1 less damage there and could throw away the non-Samwise Gamgee's turn, at least you had another look at the cat to just straight win the game. So, you know, you can always look back on a game like that, be like, did I have to take some damage? Or even if we had a land that wasn't Dryad Arbor, just being able to gain 3 life off of food.
Yeah, I think Timothy, the interaction early, it looked kind of cool, but wasn't really about what his deck's trying to do, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So let's look at Timothy's sideboard. Here we see 2 Assassin's Trophy, 1 Collector Roof, 1 Crystal Barricade, 1 Endurance, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 Corral Harpooner, 2 Path to Exile, 1 Sun Cleanser, 1 Thoughtseize, 2 Veil of Summer, 1 Voice of Victory. What's coming in?
Yeah, let's see. Not a ton that looks great. I like the Force of Vigors. Path for Titan looks pretty strong. The other Thoughtseize you can bring in, maybe the Assassin's Trophy to blow up some lands, and that's all that sticks out to me.
On Xander's side, we got Bajuka Bog, Collector Oof, 3 Dismember, 1 Fire Magic, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 Zenith, 1 Ice Tilt, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 6, 1 Soul Guide, 1 Vexing Bauble. Not a lot to change here, I don't think, right?
I like Fire Magic. There's a lot of weak creatures. I like the Pyroclasms for the same reason, and then all the Dismembers I love. Your life total is a huge resource from Xander's side. You just need to break up the creatures here, so anytime you can kill creatures against a Court of Calling deck, do that. Just kill creatures, and that's all you need.
Sounds great. So before we go into game number 2, let's check out a little newsletter action. Folks, you want to keep updated on everything happening when it comes to Magic, events, sales, and more. Make sure you're signed up for the Star City Games newsletter. You can go to starcitygames.com/newsletter, sign up, and you can see product releases, events, sales, A lot of times folks are like, oh, there's an event happening here. Oh, is a sale happening there? Oh, new set coming out. Don't be the person at the water cooler who doesn't know what's going on, all right? Sign up to the newsletter. You get 1 or 2 emails per week, and you'll be all set.
I like chatting at the water cooler, though. It's relaxing. It's a good way to start your workday.
Not when you don't know what's going on.
That's true. That's true.
All right, so game 2. We got Timothy on the play. Going to crack a fetch land and go for that little innocuous Haywire Might.
You got an Urza Saga? You got an Amulet?
Now you don't.
Honestly, though, this is a little risky from Timothy. I would have loved to see him not do that, just because now Xander's not going to play that Saga. You know, probably not going to play a turn 1 Amulet. Instead, if he has a Dismember, like, you know, you get to get that Haywire Might out of there. I love keeping that in hand and just treating it as a 2-mana spell.
So would you have, if you didn't have any other 1-drop, you would have not played the Might?
Yeah, Surveil Land. I would have mortuaried. And honestly, Xander had the Saga, so it probably would have played out that way. So, you know, that could change the complete texture of this game. That one minor thing where Timothy, in air quotes, is being mana efficient, but it could have been a detriment to him.
Yeah, sometimes in Magic, the best play is doing nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I believe that's a Viscera Seer? Nope, it's a
Cauldron Familiar? Yeah.
Cauldron Familiar, okay. So Familiar's down, Arbor's down also. Wouldn't be a bad time for a Pyroclasm, that's for sure. But we're going to see a Gruul Turf from Xander, maybe setting up for a, I think I see a red spell in hand for Xander.
Yeah.
Could be on course for disaster here on turn number 3, but going to go back Timothy's way.
Could also win the game right now, I guess, if you go Samwise Gamgee plus Viscera Seer. You just can win the game here.
All right, here we go.
If Timothy has it.
There's Winsip Heath. Going to think through the options. A lot of power in putting all these creatures on the board, but also a vulnerability too.
Yeah, and none of the creatures are actually that powerful, but it is scary. When your opponent's got 2 pieces of a combo, you're always a little worried. You always got to be walking on eggshells a bit. And Xander's draw here so far, extremely slow.
Yes.
The Haywire Might definitely informed a lot and prevented Xander from doing some things. So this, to me, seems like the Fire Sprout, Pyroclasm turn for sure, if we have it.
So interesting to see here. Yeah, we've got land go at 3 mana up, no attack on the Arbor. Quarter Calling here can only go for 0.
Yeah.
So what's Timothy up to?
Could be an Endurance, I guess. You can leave that in against, I mean, the fact that Titan is kind of a graveyard deck now as well is interesting, but it's also just not the best card. But if you're not attacking with it, it makes sense that you would have it.
Oh, it's Pyroclasm time.
Bang!
All right, green in response. And goodbye, creatures. So
and hello, Urza Saga. So beautiful, sequenced, and patient play from Xander. And I'll still go back to maybe a little too hasty of a play from Timothy.
No, don't be hasty. And we're going to see an Assassin's Trophy on the Gruul Turf. Sorry, Gruul Turf. You're a farce now.
Oh, I would have loved to see Timothy do that proactively.
It's tough. There's only 1 Pyroclasm in the list and 1 Fire Magic too, right? That's the power of 1-offs.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's still just a 2-mana Strip Mine because you turn 2 mana into 1. So if I'm Timothy, I am Assassin's Trophying that land into Oblivion the second I start my turn, maybe even in my upkeep. All right, not in my upkeep, but you know what I'm saying.
All right, so now Saga can come down safely because the Haywire Might is gone. Timothy's got to rebuild here. You know, lost the land drop also. All right, so gonna go for a fetch. Gonna go for a Surveil Land here, a Lush Portico. The Lush of Porticos.
Oh.
All right. Surveil happening. After the shuffle, we're gonna take a little look at a card that's gonna stay on the top. All right, good stuff. Timothy draws. And going right for a Thoughtseize. So the texture of the game has changed a lot.
Definitely, and that looks like a lot of Titans, I believe.
And Spelunking too there, I think. Looks like Titan Spelunking, Odawara, Simic Growth Chamber, Mycosynth Gardens.
So a solid hand, but to me this really looks like even if Timothy does nothing here, Xander just has the great, like, okay, chapter 2, make 2 constructs if you want, or when Saga comes off, get that amulet, and we should still be able to Titan next turn.
Yeah, kind of similar to the texture of Game 1, where Timothy once again has no creatures in play, playing interactive spells.
Oh, Jim, sorry to interrupt you. What a top deck there.
Yeah, how about an amulet? You're more than welcome to, Corey. There's an amulet coming down.
1 amulet?
Oh, we gardening
Let's
here?
have 2. Just
all right.
some light gardening to, I would say farm your opponent here after all this gardening.
Samwise a little bit jealous here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We are cooking here from Xander's side for sure. And now, 2 amulets, 1 Titan, GG. If Timothy does not have any way to interact with that next turn, and we do have a bounce land in hand from Xander, I believe we did, but with 3 amulets, you just do whatever you want. You don't even have to say, hey, I'm adding mana. Just be like, I'm gonna do this and present your hands.
I got a lot. I'm doing a lot. We see no land here from Timothy. And again, might be in a spot where there's some amount of interaction. We're going to see an Assassin's Trophy again on the Saga. But this is just not a game plan that feels like it favors Timothy at all.
No, it does not. And yeah, sure, Chapter on the stack, you got 2 mana. As long as there's a bounce land, it's still Titan time, and it's going to be GG.
Yeah, the problem is that just with no, we see this usually in more interactive decks, clocks and stuff. Is there a clock to go along with disruption? But when a deck is so linear, you just got to have your linear plan going. You got to be able to do something. So Timothy interacting, and now mild interaction. And now it's time. Oh, whoa. Untap, tap, untap, untap. Bounce a land. Titan time. Here it comes. And Titan gets 2 lands. Going to get 2 shots out of each land. And we are off for the races, folks.
And I think that Assassin's Trophy also had to be patient and hit this bounce land with the untap triggers on the stack. Still, you would get a forest, and you'd get to untap that 3 times. So that would be 3, 4, 5. It would only have been 5 mana, though. So Timothy had a line to not have a Titan in play this turn. And it was Assassin's Trophying the bounce land.
Okay. Here's Lotus Field and Mirror Pool. And I think we are off to the races, folks. If you haven't seen the Titan deck do its thing, buckle up, get some popcorn, and see what it can do. Mirror Pool, make a copy of a Titan. More lands coming.
So this is the stage that we're going to see where this is going to be infinite Titans. And I know that sounds absurd, and I guess that's technically not true. An arbitrarily large amount of Titans where you're going to get a bunch of Titans. You're going to get Aftermath Analyst with shifting woodlands in your yard. You get to bring all your lands back, and while you do that, you're bringing back Mirror Pool. That Mirror Pool every time will sack to one of your Primeval Titans, and then eventually you get the Battlemates and give them all haste, keep sacrificing so you get it back, more haste, and you get to attack for an infinite amount of damage here.
Right, this is the point where it's deterministically over, and Titan players, if it's a real Titan player, they're having the time of their life doing this too.
Oh yeah.
So
you honestly hope that you're you don't want to say it out loud, but you're just please don't concede. Right. let me have this, right. Please.
Right. Don't go there. I'm not done with you.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, of course, there's 1 Teleria West in hand, so maybe there's some kind of scenarios where you can't do that. But either way, it should be all done here. Even if Xander stopped here,
that's a lot of power.
Good. Yeah.
All right, so Titan number 4, 2 air quotes, 4 air quotes with the copies. I got to get some more lands.
Yeah, you can get Echoing Deep from the yard if you want to copy the hand war battlement. The way Xander's doing this leads me to believe that there's something in hand that's preventing him from going infinite, as we're attacking and the game's not directly over right now.
Yeah, so go for Bajuka Bog, probably going for a bounce land on that Beseju, just finding every little bit of interaction possible, saying it's going to be really, really hard for you to win the game. Your turn.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a Growth Chamber. We got Beseju and Bajuka Bog. And a set of Teleria West behind that Growth Chamber.
Yeah, sure.
Whatever.
It's whatever you want at this point, Jim.
Yeah. Library of Alexandria.
Yeah.
Just a blank card, the Sharpie that says Jim's cool land on it. Whatever.
I know you do write that on all your lands, so.
Yeah, so. All right, Beseju a land. Gotta go get a basic. Let's get a little basic check here on Timothy's deck. We got 1 Barst.
Well, not a basic, but you can of course, get a basic type.
Right, Beseju, one of the non-Ghost Quarter effects. You can get any type land. So
exactly.
A little Surveil action. So maybe we see a Surveil, pick up the Bog, exile other land. We're good to go here.
Yeah.
The world is Xander's oyster. Xander's smiling from ear to ear, having the time of his life.
Yeah, and even if you don't go for the infinite Titan lines to lock it up right now, there's just nothing you're going to do with 2 mana. And, you know, we might have, should have found an Otawara, so in response to going for the combo from Timothy, you can bounce Samwise Gamgee. However way you slice it, we're going to get a draw step here, and we're going to be all done with Xander and another Titan player undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, Titans so far, you know, it is our most played deck if you separate the Blink archetypes into Azorius, Jeskai, Esper, so on and so forth. So Titan looking pretty good there, but I think we're all going to go a little break here and bring you back more Magic next round. So see you soon.
Good afternoon, gamers. Welcome back to live coverage of the U.S. Regional Championship here from SCG Con Houston. I'm Ryan Overturf. She's Carmen Klomperens. Coming up on round number 5 here, getting into the thick of things on day 1.
Right, this is the point in the tournament where players, you have to hold it back a little bit because every single round matters, but you do start being pretty optimistic about your odds to punch your ticket to day 2.
Yep, it is 18 points. That's 6 match wins. We're not quite there, but getting really close.
Just give it a second. Just give it a second.
Give it a couple hours, actually. But for now, let's check in with our standings, see who is doing well so far in the tournament. We have a number of 4-0s here. It's going to be quite a lot. Over 1,000 players this weekend. Brenton Murahashi. Is it Eldrazi? That's something we haven't seen yet at 4-0. That's kind of spicy.
Ooh, pretty cool. A lot of Blink variants. We know that was at the top of our metagame going into the weekend overall. Espergorio is also doing okay here. That's something that was the most represented deck at the Pro Tour. Put up a, not too shabby win rate, but nothing to be too alarmed about. Ivan Espinosa there in 4th place. This is someone we've seen make a bunch of deep runs in these sorts of tournaments. Really not a surprise to see him sitting undefeated so far.
Yeah, absolutely not. And quite the sampling of archetypes here. Ruby Storm, Amulet Titan, Dimir Midrange, Boros Energy. That's one that we've been wondering how that's going to do this weekend.
Right, and we see Gruul Brood Scale in the hands of Benjamin Wakefield in 11th. That's something that actually won the Spotlight in Indianapolis. That was Spotlight Secret Lair. And then it did not put up that much of really anything in the Pro Tour, but it is still able to hang. In some ways, this just kind of shows that the metagame is evolving week over week, and you can be successful with a lot of different archetypes.
Yes, and the Brood Scale deck is also one where we're seeing different color combinations, different configurations. Yes. So that's another big deck to watch on the weekend, too. So really cool to see that there.
Right, Grixis Oculus. This is kind of a variant of Psychic Frog, kind of Reanimator-ish sort of thing that has been really, it feels like something that there are a lot of really committed fans of and people who really like playing this sort of game. But it's something that's struggled to really get a foothold in the format overall.
You see here a bunch more players at 4-0. More Amulet Titan, that's one is actually more represented, certainly in aggregate, than we often see for that deck. Over 10% of the field's Amulet Titan this weekend.
Right, it's the type of thing where I think it took a long time for players to decide that they were willing to put in the reps to learn the deck. It is a very hard deck to play, very complicated. It's almost like spreadsheets on spreadsheets in your head. But you do get rewarded if you learn that, and the longer the deck ends up being strong or something that feels like you can justify it, the more people are comfortable committing the time, putting in those reps, and doing their homework, more or less, to make sure that they can play this.
Quintanoli, someone who's seen a lot of success on the Pro Tour. So far, so good, 4-0 here. Running Mono Blue Belcher, a deck that we haven't been so sure of going into the weekend, but working out for him so far.
Right, it's definitely the type of thing where I think you have to know what you are doing in order to make a deep run. Being able to actually play against a bunch of sideboard hate is where a lot of these stronger players end up cutting their teeth overall. At the end of the day, it's very easy to activate a Belcher and actually kill your opponent, but actually fighting through a bunch of counter magic, fighting through things like Teferi Time Raveler when you're trying to make your Lotus Blooms come off, of Suspend, that is where the bread and butter of the kind of the people who just pick up the deck versus the killers are.
And that's just a huge part of Modern. It's a format that really shows off experience. We are going to be watching one of these decks that we do see in high representation in the 4-0 field. We have May Vitello playing Amulet Titan.
Sure.
A deck that you just saw last round. Probably going to be seeing that a few more times this weekend. Really strong in Modern right now, historically strong deck. And then one that's maybe a little bit more obscure, but shows up now and again. We have Adam Clemens on Esper Mill.
Oh, I'm a Mill sicko. I'm sorry. And this is actually a really good matchup for Mill. Mill known for having very polar matchups in the format, where frequently it's either really good or it is really bad with very, very little in the middle of those two things. This is one of the matchups where it generally is really happy to sit across from it. Things like Archive Trap, always online, things like Surgical Extraction, doing overtime now that Primeval Titan decks are trying to be a graveyard combo deck too.
Yeah, a bunch of odd one-of lands you can mill, so a lot of texture to that, but our players are ready. We don't have to talk about it. We can see actually how it plays out. We'll talk you through it as it goes. Certainly some nuances in the deck registration sheet as well. I mentioned Esper Mill. Typically we do see Dimir There's a lot of white cards, even in the main deck. Path to Exile is to force your opponent to search. Really interested to see how that plays out. That seems like it could be a pretty good tool against Primeval Titan.
Right, and a lot of times you actually do see something like Mirror Pool trying to copy a Primeval Titan. Much harder to do in the face of something like Path to Exile, when normally a card like Drought in the Loch might have a little bit of trouble getting up to 6 cards in the opponent's graveyard on the second turn.
And we are underway here in round number 5 of the Regional Championship. At the top of the screen, we have Maeve Vitello. That's going to be our Amulet Titan player this round against Adam Clemens on the play with Esper Mill. Opening up with Polluted Delta, land for Vitello will be Urza's Saga. Usually means Amulet of Vigor, and there it is.
Well, this is the start that Maeve wants to have.
We'll see exactly what Clemens can do. Remember that these regional championships, these are open deckless tournaments. Start here for Vitello is strong. We'll see exactly what Clemens can do. Often for Mill, you like to get one of these crabs online. Hedron Crab, Ruin Crab. Nothing on that in turn 1, as Meticulous Archive is fetched up for a Surveil.
Wow, these cards are just so good. The Surveil lands.
Yes.
This is something we've seen all weekend, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
No, seems tremendously unlikely to me. I'm getting a look at the holdings. I believe Clemens is on a mulligan here. It looks like there are 5 cards in hand.
Yep, totally right. 6th being the land in play, so just a mull to 6, but 2 Drown in the Locks and a Path to Exile. Clemens really wants to find some way to start applying pressure on the library.
The Surveil there, that was Supreme Verdict. That's a 1-of as part of the white, I guess not splash, it's a double white card, but the white aspect of this Esper Mill deck. Appropriate to play the RCQ promo Supreme Verdict at the RC, I would say.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Show them how you got here.
Misty Rainforest is land number 2 as we head back to Vitello, or as a Saga goes to Chapter 2.
And there's a lot of risk on Clemens' side in doing some kind of half-hearted mills whenever there is this graveyard component to Amulet Titan these days.
Amulet number 2.
Or is this Saga threatening number 3 as well?
Yes.
Oh.
Lotus Field.
Is it go time already?
It sure looks like it. 2 amulets. That means 2 untaps of the Lotus Field. It's going to make 6 green mana. Only 2 lands. Vitello sacrifices both.
Okay. But is it time?
It's got to be.
Oh. Oh my god. Okay, Summoner's Pact. All of a sudden, Clemens maybe having Path to Exile on a Titan here could be lights out. Literally lights out.
And the find is Primeval Titan. You know, these days, sometimes it's an Aftermath analyst plan. Here is the Titan. All the mana in the pool going to that. Clemens is going to hold here with the Titan on the stack. Going to crack Misty Rainforest to start things off.
All right, so in a lot of ways, this is Clemens just saying, okay, I'm not positive what the lands that you get can do to stop me, but I am positive that right now you do not have lands on the table.
Seems like a good window to do something.
Right, exactly.
You'll start by finding Undercity Sewers, get a Surveil, get a little bit more information before moving. Love to see some tight sequencing like that. Certainly expect no less at a regional championship.
We were talking just yesterday about how cool it is in fetch land formats that every ounce of priority can matter.
Absolutely, yes. Right, there's Path to Exile on Primeval Titan. And now we'll resolve the Surveil. That was going to happen.
Oh, totally, totally.
Basic Forest is going to be found tapped, but that's actually going to make some mana because of the double amulet. So 1 green in the pool with an untapped Forest.
Ooh. Okay, so this Summoner's Pact, probably not lethal because that did put a land into play. It still could be.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah, this is tough.
Yeah, there is a Primeval Titan trigger on the stack. Clemens does resolve the Surveil. Cards go to the graveyard.
Surgical Extraction hitting the bin. And Path to Exile, exiling instead of destroying, extremely relevant here whenever there are cards like Shifting Woodlands in Vitello's deck. they would have access to cards in the graveyard. That is the risk from this point. And you can see Vitello head in their hands, just going, okay, where in the mind palace of spreadsheets, I need to find the filing cabinet that has this situation.
We see a lot of solitudes in the modern format these days. That Path to Exile is an interesting wrinkle. You have the same effect of exiling, but Vitello also has that extra mana to play with because of that forest with the amulets. So that also maybe gives more options, but it does change the spreadsheet as well.
And at this point, getting something like Teleria West Bounce Land, I believe would have Vitello 1 mana short of transmuting the Teleria West and casting a Primeval Titan this turn.
And you see Vitello thinking through it. Oftentimes when the amulet player is green lit, there's a lot of thinking before you take actions, and we're kind of in that phase, right? Because there has to be this reset, because there was a plan involving Primeval Titan working. That didn't work, so now we're kind of going through seeing what the B plan is going to be. So that Primeval Titan trigger is now resolving. You see Simic Growth Chamber and Teleria West. We have 2 amulets, so these will untap twice. There was 1 green in the pool already. So you see some blue mana and some green mana. A little bit of shortcutting here, so 3 green and 4 blue. Teleria West returned to the hand with the Growth Chamber.
Something like a Spelunking would be huge here. Arboreal Grazer is kind of a ritual.
So here's the use of 2 mana. Oh, the Aftermath Analyst in hand.
Oh my god! Okay, this might be it.
It's going to mill 3. You see Vesuva, another amulet, Malevolent Rumble, whatever, but there is an extra land there, and there's 6 mana in the pool, double amulet, and a Lotus Field in the graveyard. So tons of mana here.
Okay, 2 blue left.
Here goes the Analyst, 2 blue in the pool. Here come the lands. Lotus Field, Vesuva, and Urza's Saga return to the battlefield.
And now there's a question of what is Vesuva going to be? There are worlds where it might even go after being a Surveil land just to mill cards if Vitello thinks they're getting close to looping with Aftermath Analyst in a Shifting Woodland.
Right. Right, you see the floating of the mana. We'll get the mana tracker ready.
All right, I think it's a bounce land. A Simic Growth Chamber specifically.
Makes sense to me. All right, the mana's going in. Players communicating, making sure everything's on the up and up with the mana floating. Simic Growth Chamber you see there, as you called. That is now marked on the Vesuva. Right, so we're tracking colorless mana coming in off the Urza Saga.
A 3rd mana counter has hit the table.
Lands will tap again. The 2nd Amulet of Vigor will trigger. No shortage of mana. All right, 4 blue, 8 green, 2 colorless.
14 reasons to like May Vitello's position.
And now that Simic Growth Chamber, that Vesuva, that's going to pick up the Urza Saga, and now the Lotus Field needs 2 lands to be sacrificed.
And notably because the Aftermath Analyst did mill over a sorcery and an artifact, this means that later on, if a Shifting Woodlands ends up entering the equation, Vitello still has Delirium, even without Urza Saga providing enchantment.
Lotus Field, the Vesuva go to the graveyard. You see Teleria West transmuted. Still plenty of mana floating. 8 green, 2 blue, and a colorless. There's Summoner's Pact. Summoner's Pact is cast. Sure feels like a Primeval Titan to me.
I doubt it's an Arboreal Grazer.
Seems unlikely, and the Aftermath Analyst was already used, so by process of elimination, there's the Titan. Still a ton of mana floating. So Titan on the stack, 4 green floating plus a blue. And you're talking about Shifting Woodland being online for Delirium. We're not going there just yet. Crumbling Vestige.
Oh.
Not Crumbling. I apologize. Mirror Pool is the land. And Lotus Field. So the Mirror Pool, we have the floating color. We use the colorless, actually. So we got to get some colorless back, but the Mirror Pool itself does tap for colorless. Now it's time to tap the Titan. Copy the Titan, rather.
I think we're going to see Echoing Deep soon, which copies Mirror Pool.
Okay. Yeah,
keep the party going.
Copy land in the graveyard. No shortage of mana. Plenty of churn to keep going.
I think a lesser caster would say Clemens is thrilled that Vitello is thinning so many cards out of their library. But I would not say that personally.
Yeah, both players are trying to do deck damage here.
See, that's the good way to say it. All right, Shifting Woodland, Echoing Deeps, Mirror Pool, via Echoing Deeps, of course. Cave Synergy. This is a Spelunking deck, after all.
Yes, it's really important. I lose to the gain 4 life on Spelunking sometimes.
I hope whoever put the life gain on it's having a great afternoon.
Ooh, I have a new reason to be mad at you.
Why? Just because I wish well on people?
All right, so we're doing some copying Mirror Pool. We're doing some copying Primeval Titan. So the Amulet Titan deck is a deck that has gone through a lot of different iterations. Both, you know, historically, some stuff like Summer Bloom banned, the One Ring banned, but then also new cards and new kind of sequences. We've seen stuff like Valakut and Dryad of the Legion Grove, but these days there are just kind of these loops. You get that Shifting Woodland, you start copying After Last Analyst, just get all your stuff on the table, make a boatload of Primeval Titans.
Speaking of, Shifting Woodland copies the Analyst. I believe that is 7-ish lands hitting the battlefield. A bevy of triggers.
Yeah, we need a scroll bar to keep up with how many lands are on the battlefield at this point.
But something you were touching on that I really appreciate in a lot of ways, this is, I would say, the 8th or 9th version of Amulet Titan that has existed. It really kind of shows that you can just, the card pool is so deep. There are so many ways to build the deck. Just in the last year or so, did this become a graveyard combo deck.
Vitello now explaining the loop. We actually, Corey and Jim covered, we saw some of this loop last round. So the Aftermath Analyst, you keep copying that. Shifting Woodland. The Analyst trigger returns the Woodland becomes an Analyst, yada yada. Have access to everything as I understand it.
I kind of love what seems to be a shrug from Clemens saying, yeah, I mean, do it.
Show me.
Yeah, I don't know. Take all the lands out of your deck, please. I don't.
And I was talking a little bit about historical versions of this deck having things like Valakut the Molten Pinnacle, and the idea there was that if you had made all your lands mountains, you would just win the game this turn.
Yes.
This iteration of Titan does have to at some point pass the turn, am I correct?
I believe that is true. It can vary a little bit from list to list. There is a copy of Handwear Battlements, and things can get a bit stranger whenever you are looping this many lands and can ostensibly produce red mana in some iterations of your loop via Lotus Field, and then make infinite Primeval Titans with infinite haste.
Don't have to pass the turn if you do that.
Right, exactly. I'm not going to feign expertise on the Amulet Titan deck.
That makes 2 of us.
They're coming up with new stuff all the time. a probative. It is actually really cool that Magic is a game that can support this sort of thing. Yeah, the jury's still out on if Modern can handle the newest version of it, right? This is obviously quite strong.
Yes.
But it is cool.
You will notice that Adam Clemens controls 2 lands. And it's not missed a land drop, so this is a lot of things to do very early on in the game.
I mean, was on the play.
That doesn't make it better. And there is the hand-weird battlements, as you had mentioned. Haste, haste, haste. Haste, haste, haste. I can't do this infinite times, but I think that was enough. I think that was a lethal amount.
Was this story haste?
It was told with haste.
Well, there I was, like an amateur.
You're
frankly,
probably wondering how I got here.
Thinking that there might be part of this game where Vitello is asked to pay for a Summoner's Pact. That was a different era of this game.
Yeah, quite the Ponzi scheme here. You can take on as much debt as you want if you never have to pay it back.
Oh my god. That's just like an infinite, like a glitch.
Yeah, I solved the money.
Huh. You really did. I'm just sorry. I'm just reeling over
This
here.
is a big day for me.
I didn't think about that.
And here's another aspect of these loops. Now you see Otawara there with the bounce land. You can keep using the so you get the bounce land on the Otawara. You return the Otawara to your hand. You channel it. So happens that it can go back on the battlefield. I guess you need some number. You have to keep like having bounce lands to return it.
It ends up being pretty complicated, but doable.
Yeah. You also only, there's not really anything you have to bounce with that.
All right, so those Lotus Field triggers are going to resolve now.
Yes, yes. So you get those into the graveyard. They keep looping. That's an easy way to get lands back into the graveyard.
And it looks like it might be time for Shifting Woodland to untap.
At long last. And from Clement's seat, I'm going to be honest, this is actually often my experience playing against Amulet Titan. When I play these games, I'm not really sure what happened. I want to take as much time and ask as many questions of my opponent as possible. Learn a little bit more every time because, as you kind of said, you're not an Amulet expert. I'm not an Amulet expert.
Sure.
I like to learn a little bit every opportunity I can.
I would liken it to kind of being in the audience of a magic show where I vaguely understand the mechanics of what's going on. Like, I know cars can't really float, you can't saw someone in half, etc. I know there's something going on here, but I personally could not get up on stage and do those things for an audience.
Right.
All right, another Handwear Battlements activation.
All right, and that's the point. Now Clemens has seen enough.
Yeah, I have some respect for basically just saying, okay, I need to know how you're doing it a second time.
Right.
The first one, you kind of go, okay, no, I get the Amulet deck is really good at attacking with the first Primeval Titan. That makes a lot of sense. Can you just show me how it works to get the second attacker through?
No, and I was being serious. It's actually really similar to a match I played at an RCQ for this season, where I played against Amulet Titan. My opponent did that, and I just kept asking, okay, so you're not playing Dryad, you're not playing Valakut. How am I dead? Like, I believe you, I'm dead. But,
right,
like, how?
Right, it's like, okay, whatever you're selling, I'm buying, but I want to know what the product is here.
Players are going to go to sideboard. So, Sideboard Stream, May Vitello, Amulet Titan, up a game. Has some options here against Mill. This is a matchup that texturally does seem kind of difficult, even though that game was kind of a runaway. Does Vitello have some tools for Mill in the sideboard here?
For the most part, not really. Going after Dismember is a good way to attack the various crabs, Hedron and Ruin of the world. That one's pretty nice. Vexing Bauble, also something you can do to attack something like Archive Trap, which is just one of the scarier cards in this sort of matchup. Overall, I think Vitello mostly just doesn't want to dilute what their deck is doing.
All right, so on Clemens' side, we'll get back to that in a second, but for now, we want to tell you about another upcoming regional championship. Next month, we're in Las Vegas. It's going to be round 2. It's going to be the same modern format regional championship. November 21st through the 23rd, hashtag SCG Vegas. Check out StarCityGames.com/SCGCon. We actually have a ton going on this weekend. It's not just regional championships, not just the main event. Tons of side events. If you're like Carmen and you can't get enough Legacy.
I was playing Legacy literally all day yesterday. I was in my happy place. I was locked in.
Definitely check that out, though, and we will see you next month in Las Vegas.
Looking in the sideboard at the other side, I would expect a couple of copies of Extirpate to make it into Clemen's deck. That's something that's basically good at attacking very specific cards in a deck that is trying to lean into one card being the most important thing going on. Ideally, where you're going to see a mill deck sort of bread and butter matchup that it wants to play against is a matchup where it can play a crab on one or a Glimpse the Unthinkable, something like that, and then use Surgical Extraction or Extirpate to take all the Primeval Titans out of the opponent's deck. And then that ideally buys you some amount of time to be able to then mill your opponent out for the rest of their library. Naturally, Amulet Titan's going to have those backup plans, but it's so much harder to do it with 0 Primeval Titans or 0 Lotus Fields in the deck.
And players are going to take their time reviewing deck lists. This is, again, an open deck list tournament. For Adam Clemens, there's kind of 3 cards that are kind of interesting to think about. So there's a sideboard card here, 2 copies of Mind Funeral. This is something where the card Tasha's City of Laughter, which I'll come back to in a second, has gotten kind of weaker against some of the decks with all the Quantum Riddlers, all the Solitudes. A lot easier for a lot of decks to get up to the mana value where you stop milling there. Mind Funeral is a 3-mana card that mills until you hit 4 lands. So that's really not going to play against Primeval Titans so much. There's 27 lands in this deck. But then the Tasha's is kind of interesting because there's 27 lands in the deck, but then there's 6-mana spells, but I think it's still pretty strong.
I think it's okay. I'm looking over the deck list, and at a glance, I think the total mana value of Maeve's deck is 62. And a lot of these spells are things like Summoner's Pact, like Arboreal Grazer, like Malevolent Rumble or Vexing Bauble that aren't actually adding a ton here.
It's really incredible. I laughed a little there. The total mana value of a deck, a 60-card deck, being 62 that is built around a 6-drop, it is outrageous that the average mana value would be 1.
I mean, the thing, you said 27 lands. That's because the aggregator has Urza's Saga in the enchantment section.
Oh, wow.
So we are at a deck that is
31.
We're talking a solid, what, 52, 53% land cards.
Wow. Yeah, that tells a lot of the story there. And then there's one more card. How do you feel about the Snaring Bridge on the mill side here?
It's one I could definitely see depending on how many cards Clemens wants to cut. That's something in sideboarding a lot of times we'll say, oh, good cards in, bad cards out, is the kind of snarky sideboard guide. There are some things like Supreme Verdict that I don't think are really doing anything for Clemens here. That's something where I understand the temptation to say, oh, 6-mana, 6/6, this has to be the Supreme Verdict matchup, right? But a lot of times if the 6-mana, 6/6 hits the battlefield, the game is kind of a foregone conclusion. But I think with something like Ensnaring Bridge, it's maybe better than Supreme Verdict. The core issue is that Primeval Titan can then get Boseiju a lot of the time. So I wouldn't expect it to come in, but if there's some stuff that Clemens is just particularly allergic to, it might be in the 60 least bad cards of 75 options.
That tracks. And that is kind of an aspect of this white splash, this Esper Mill deck, is you have all these Path to Exiles. You have more cards that, maybe it's a similar number, but they feel more off-plan than the Dimir Mill deck. So, the 60 least bad, some of that's certainly going to come up. That makes sense to me.
I like Consign to Memory in the matchup. This is something that can counter an Amulet of Vigor or the card Urza's Saga Searching for One, if that's something you're worried about. And sometimes it can even just counter the Primeval Titan trigger.
Yeah.
Which isn't nothing.
I'm getting more and more convinced of this main deck Consign to Memory thing. Not for the mill deck, but we're going to see that card a lot in a lot of different contexts this weekend, and it keeps finding new uses.
Yeah, in the business, we call that a rate thing.
Players drawing up their 7s. Clemens will be on the play for game number 2. Quickly keeps in a equally quick mulligan for Vitello.
You talked about Mind Funeral in the sideboard of Clemens' deck. It's not for this matchup, but you know what it is for? A deck that perhaps wants to reveal until you hit a land, perhaps to deal a bunch of damage.
It's brutal against Goblin Charbelcher.
Yeah, when they can't kill you before the 4th turn. A 3-mana card that kills them, quite handsome.
That's also an aspect of that. Tasha's Hideous Laughter, that's a card, Mill's a fringe deck in Modern. It's rarely in the spotlight, but that's a card where it wouldn't be uncommon to be stock-ish to have 3 or 4 Tasha's Hideous Laughter in the main deck. And I believe that them being in the sideboard, not having any in the main deck, is something of a reaction to the existence of the Belcher deck.
Right, that is a lot of it, where their land cards cost anywhere from 3 to 7 mana.
Yeah, that's brutal.
But I really appreciate both kind of moving something to the sideboard out of the main deck and something into the sideboard out of Alara Reborn. Probably had to go hunting for that one. But if you want to beat a deck in Modern, generally speaking, there are tools somewhere to do that.
You have over 20 years of history to tap into.
That's kind of one of those fun sentences to say and one of those terrible sentences that makes my hip creak to hear.
I'm just going to say it.
Okay.
Being in your 30s is cool.
Oh, I like being in my 30s.
Yeah.
I adore it. But
I do, on some level, miss the stupid things that you do in your 20s. But I'm also glad I didn't, for example, get in a car and drive 14 hours to be here this weekend.
what?
I flew like a responsible 30-year-old.
Would you believe that my wife and I intentionally drive 11 hours between our hometowns every holiday because we are nostalgic for the road trips?
I'm not going to say anything mean or judgmental, because that's very sweet. But I cannot stress enough how much that is not for me.
All right, Vitello is down to 5. Looks like they found a 5 that'll play, 2 on the bottom.
All right, Misty Rainforest for Clemens.
So unironically, Misty Rainforest being in the deck, this is one of those micro edges that I've seen a lot of people talk about. It's a little tough to play the green fetch lands because Amulet Titan can copy them with Echoing Deeps. So if it doesn't matter, a lot of times it's not. You want to avoid playing them. A lot of times it doesn't matter, but this is the one spot it could.
It is pretty funny. Undercity Sewers fetched up. Notably, Vitello has the Vexing Bauble, so a card that can turn off some archive traps, can actually cause some problems for the mill deck.
Yeah, it also forces Clemens to pay mana for Surgical Extraction.
Yeah.
I think. I said that and then realized that paying life for Phyrexian mana might count as paying mana.
I don't believe it does, but it's a question I would ask a judge.
If chat wants to go ahead, look it up, blowtorch me in the comments. Either direction.
What I thought you might be saying is you can still surgical to see if they remember their bobble trigger.
No. No.
That's the level I'm on.
Holy.
All right, Pluto Delta's land number 2 for Clemens. Urza's Saga has shown up for Vitello as we see Clemens fetch away again. Down to 18.
Speaking for over 20 years, just covering high-level Magic and saying Polluted Delta and Urza's Saga back-to-back just feels like Magic. I don't know, man.
Meticulous Archive. Once again, we see multiple Surveil lands in most of the deck lists we've been covering this weekend. Not really a thing for Amulet Titan. They have different special lands.
I was so ready to look down and just see Hedge Maze.
I double-checked before I said it. I'm sure some of the people in the room are doing it.
The camera is not on us, but he definitely made eye contact and grimaced when he said that.
Right. Keep on top for that Surveil. Basic Islands land number 3 for Clemens, and no plays as we go back to Vitello. Urza Saga to Chapter 2.
Is Vitello missing green? Nope.
Time was. Yeah, there's Basic Forest. And now's a play. Looks like a cycle of Fraying Sanity? Fractured Sanity. So close. Mill 4 cards, another Basic Forest, Arboreal Grazer, Summoner's Pact, and Simic Growth Chamber milled.
This looking like one of those points where Clemens is just trying to make sure that if a card exists in the graveyard, it is only for a second. So that way, they're never shields down and unable to stop something like a Primeval Titan turn.
Yeah, and you do see a not Surgical Extraction, I apologize, Extirpate, the split second version of Surgical. Good reason to leave a mana up as we go back to Clemens, who will shock in Watering Grave and glimpse the unthinkable. Mill for 10 more.
One of the most hyped cards I've ever seen previewed.
Very popular card. People loved it long before it was playable in the modern format.
Oh, yeah.
Huge kitchen table favorite.
I remember the card everyone wanted at the Ravnica pre-release. The OG one was Surku Demir Lobotomist.
Yes.
Everyone wanted that card.
Mill for 10 and pass the turn with a couple mana up. Vitello is going to make a construct here off of Urza's Saga. Kind of an aspect of this matchup when it comes to the Mill deck against the Titan deck is that the Titan deck is trying to make Primeval Titan, is trying to have an amulet in play, and there's some specific lands that you need. The Hangman Battlements is on the table, so that is significant. That one can't be milled. But sometimes the Mill deck can kind of get a win by cheesing the right things off the top of the deck.
Yeah, all of a sudden, there is a strange question of, okay, look, we saw a mana get floated by Vitello instead of making a construct. Pretty loud signal that rather than trying to pivot into a fair game despite being on a mulligan, it's still a combo deck that they're playing.
And here is an amulet. You have to imagine that this was something that Clemens was hoping to mill to hit with that Extirpate.
Yes, absolutely.
No such luck, though, as the amulet is now online.
All right. This may be a fireworks turn.
Second amulet. They can't be milled if they're in the hand.
You can see Vitello kind of chuckle about it. I wonder if they said the same joke.
It's a good joke.
Oh, listen. All of the smartest amulet experts are making it.
All right, here's Lotus Field with 2 amulets. That's 6 mana worth of Lotus Field. And it seems like this turn, Clemens is trying to find if there is a window and what the best window is to maybe use that Extirpate to get through this and maybe even get out a win somehow with it.
And you can see checking the graveyard again and going, there has to be something. There has to.
All right, he's decided there's something. There is Extirpate. Aftermath Analyst. All right. Hard to loop an Analyst if there's none in the deck.
All right, hand is Primeval Titan. It looks like another green card and an Enigma. It can't be known. Okay, stock up coming in out of the sideboard.
Green Sun Zenith and Crumbling Vestige looks like the hand with that Titan you mentioned. So Titan mana is online with this Lotus Field here. There you see the tapping and the untapping. The Handweir Battlement's already on the table, so that can get haste. And there's no concern about paying for a pact if it comes to that. That was not cast. And in fact, Vexing Bauble kind of makes that so it's never going to be a factor in this game.
All right, I suspect Vitello may be clear for takeoff.
And actually, the Battlement's one of the lands sacrificed to the Lotus Field. I suppose it's a good one to keep in play of the field itself.
Especially, you know that your Primeval Titan is going to resolve from here.
Right.
Right, with the Vexing Bauble in play. So at that point, you know, if worse comes to worse, you could say grab a Vesuva and copy it.
I do have to imagine that a lot of the lines change without having the analyst in the deck anymore now that it's been extirpated.
Very true.
Probably pretty tough to sacrifice too many more lands to the Lotus Field. These feed Teleria West and Simic Growth Chamber found here. Double Amulet means that that's 6 mana worth of lands. It looks like a Surgical Extraction is going to go for another card from the deck.
Okay, Archive Trap got away with it.
Oh, I misread that card. Yeah, Archive Trap does just resolve through that Vexing Bauble here.
Okay.
And Surgical Extraction, that hits Primeval Titan. There's still the one on the battlefield.
Okay. Okay.
That is not a big deck either, as Clemens rifles through it here.
Is that 15-ish?
Yeah, somewhere in the range of 15 to 20, it looked like at a glance.
Oh my gosh.
You scoffed.
Oh, you can see it. You can see it. Oh my God.
I was saying you cast a Surgical to check him on Vexing Bauble. You scoffed. Clemens getting away with one there.
Oh my.
We'll find out if it's good enough, but that is a pretty big win.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Right, Teleria West is back in hand.
And Vitello does have to pay for a Summoner's Pact next turn. Right? Oh, no. There is no pact. There is no pact. Sorry, the picking up of the Teleria West.
Yeah, I definitely understand how you get there, but yeah, no pact here.
I'm just reeling over here, man.
Yeah. All right, so Vitello thinking about transmuting that Teleria West, but now there's like a question of what it can even get. You can't do it. You can find Summoner's Pact because you have the ability to crack your own Vexing Bauble. You would have to do that first. You have such a narrow deck, and also you can't pact for anything of value. Your Primeval Titans are gone. Your Aftermath Analyst is gone.
Right, so the thing here I would expect is Teleria West for a land, and then you green Sun Zenith for an Arboreal Grazer to put it into play.
Okay.
Okay, so that's Echoing Deeps, grabbed off the Teleria West. Oh, and the mana just evaporates.
Beat down. This is a 4/4 construct.
Clemens is facing lethal, so this is what you were talking about. This is the combo turn where the Amulet player has to say pass.
Yes. And we'll see what Clemens can do with it. There's been a lot of just playing a land and passing the turn for Clemens. But there was also some navigation around leaving up that extra pay, so there could still be some fireworks on this turn.
Okay, so you can see Clemens now digging through the graveyard to see what the answer is. I think where their head is at is there's this copy of 6, which we can have Echoing Deep, copy a Shifting Woodland, to then copy 6, which then gives all the permanents retrace. Okay.
Tasha's Hideous Laughter. So it was a count of the deck. There's 17 cards. They are mostly lands. There's a Scape Shift, but there's
5,
no Titans.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's all of them. Adam Clemens is going to pick up game number 2, tie things up here. That was sweet.
Oh. Ryan, can you maybe tell the good people at home what it is like to get away with something in the feature match area?
It's a big part of what keeps me coming back to the game.
Skills that pay the bills, baby.
There's just so much ABC stuff you can do in any match against anyone, but when you get through the chalice check, you can't replace that feeling.
There's something about, especially with tabletop Magic, where it is saying, hey, you put the cards in your deck, you need to remember how to play with them. And it can manifest in a lot of different ways, but that type of thing, wow. Wow.
Clemens is definitely riding a high right now.
But has to win another game on the draw.
Yes.
Has been on the play twice. only won one of those games and kind of got away with something to do it.
Got run over in the first game as well, but the post-sideboard configuration seems to have more going on in the matchup. We saw him leverage some of these exile effects, the extra pay coming in off the sideboard there to have some more going on with that. Also, there was a mulligan in game 1, so we'll see how things shake out in game number 3. Anybody's match at this point, though. Some really cool games so far.
Yeah, in general, just looking over at the sideboard for Clemens, I know we had seen Crypt Incursion come in that game. I think I saw one being flicked in the hand. It's not clear to me what that was at the expense of, but it does kind of imply that they're likely cutting some number of the sorcery speed interaction, maybe Drown in the Lock. It's the type of card that is a little bit too unreliable.
Sure. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I want to say thank you to everybody joining us at home watching the broadcast here. And also, we do want to thank our sponsors this weekend, helping make this show possible, bringing some live Magic to you, Beckett and Dragon Shield. We played a Spider-Man cube that I concocted this weekend in a freshly sleeved couple packs of Dragon Shields, and it just shuffles like butter.
Oh, yeah. We talked a little bit about how I was just a sicko playing Legacy all day yesterday. I took my prize wall tickets at the end of the day, and I said, how many boxes of Petrol matte Dragon Shields can I get with these, please? Just absolutely awesome stuff. It's the kind of thing I've used as a kid. Super reliable, super great. Huge shout out to them for helping keep Tabletop Magic out here.
Yeah, huge part of Tabletop Magic and helping making the broadcast possible. Check back in with our matchup here. Looks like players are resolving some mulligans. Vitello once again on 6, but on the play here. Urza's Saga. And there's the amulet. All right, Clemens, Basic Island. Here's Hedron Crab, the first crab of the match, actually.
What is it called that everything evolves to crab?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What? Oh, okay. I know this is a real thing.
I believe you. I'm just not
right.
there. Let's talk about this game of Magic, though.
All right.
Vitella's going to put that Urza Saga to Chapter 2, and here's a bounce land. Will bounce itself, a Simic Growth Chamber, and Spelunking. So another untap effect and a land off of that Spelunking. It's going to be that second Urza Saga. And here's Vexing Bauble.
Ooh, and just naturally having it. There's one in the main, one in the sideboard. So this isn't that shocking, but it is not what Clemens wants to see.
Field of Rune. That's going to trigger the crabs. Going to mill Green Sun Zenith. Pact of Summoner's Pact and Gruul Turf.
Shout out to Man in the Chair, Jeremy Knoll, for, I believe, Carcinization. Thank you. Thank you. The theory that everything evolves to crabs eventually.
I'm learning so much today. I might even remember some of it later.
I've spelunked in the most normal pages of Wikipedia.
All right, so Vitello, this could be a big turn.
Yes.
Urza Saga goes to Chapter 3. Floats a mana, goes and finds second amulet here. To go with also a Spelunking. So tons of untap, tons of potential mana. Simic Growth Chamber is going to unlock that. That's 6 mana off of just 1 land. That Vexing Bauble, in theory, will insulate against an Archive Trap.
And this is a spot where there isn't a black source in play for Clemens, which is pretty brutal here.
Yeah, definitely. And here is another Spelunking as the bounce land picks itself up. Clemens is going to respond. It's going to be a cycle of a Fractured Sanity. Crumbling Vestige, Mycosynth Gardens, Primeval Titan, and Forest.
Oh my god, I think there's a Surgical Extraction in hand with Primeval Titan in the graveyard. Vexing Bauble doing so much here.
Yeah, huge piece of the puzzle for sure. More bounce lands, tons of mana in the pool. Here's Green Sun Zenith for 6. That can only mean one thing. Primeval Titan.
All right, you know what they say. Put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Shuffle Green Sun Zenith back into its owner's library. Love cards that have shuffled twice in a row in the text box.
Great templating.
You see why they had to do it, but whew.
Right, here's a Lotus Field and a Mirror Pool. 1 million untaps. How about another Primeval Titan?
One good one deserves another.
And there was a little bit of milling happening there. The Hedron Crab got 3 cards. The Fractured Sanity milled 4 cards, but it was not pieces that are really essential to the big combo turn. And also, you still do see that copy of the Echoing Deeps, if anything, were milled to this point. Vitello really just going through the motions here. There's another Lotus Field, making tons more mana.
This is the goldfish that you do in the hotel room the night before.
Right.
Just naturally, this is the type of thing where you probably got a ton of reps on Magic Online. You're like, great, I need to put the cards in my hand, play some paper. Let's go through the motions of showing how I am going to kill my opponent as quickly as possible.
Yeah, there was some weirdness in the first game. That
Yes.
Path to Exile threw a wrench, but there was still enough material there. This time, all systems go. So there's already multiple Primeval Titans. Here you see Simic Growth Chamber, Teleria West. Keep finding more packs, more Titans. Just do it all. Of course, Aftermath Analyst loops. Ultimately where we're going, right?
Well, Lotus Bloom's going to the graveyard.
Yeah, sacrificing all your lands is typically a sign that Aftermath Analyst is forthcoming.
Right. Oh, wait. Did maybe milling an early Summoner's Pact throw a wrench in this?
Maybe.
Because it felt like Vitello was playing very fast and has maybe hit a snag.
It's possible that that's a card that...
Oh, there's a Vexing Bauble in play, so you can't West for Pact?
You have to sacrifice the Bauble first. There's a lot of mana there, though, right?
Okay, here's Odawara. Oh, to pick up the Primeval Titan.
Nice.
That counts. You just spend 1 more mana.
It does make some sense, too, to maintain the Bauble.
Yes, yeah, right. You don't want to get surgical for the half second it's not in play.
You don't want to get surgical. And also, what if you just get Archive Trap for your deck with your draw card trigger on the stack?
Totally, totally.
So some tight navigation there. No shortage of lands in the graveyard here. Primeval Titan is going to find a couple more from the deck. Here's Handweir Battlements plus Red Source. A Gruul Turf that's going to pick up the Battlements. Haste up some Titans. And here they come. They'll attack for 12. Clemens surveying the graveyard here, trying to see if there's anything he can do.
This is the interesting, okay, what is about to happen to me?
All right, this time, Surgical Extraction counter.
All right.
And here comes the 12, and now resolving those Primeval Titan triggers on the attack. I definitely like the moxie there. Clemens trying the surgical.
And something worth noting is Clemens also has Meticulous Archive in hand, which is sort of highlights that a lot of times these splashes in fetch land formats can feel extremely free. But it extremely is not free.
Yes, it does catch up with you every now and again.
If it were turn 1 under City Sewers, turn 2 Hedron Crab off of the basic island or something. than hold up a black source. Totally different game.
Yeah, for sure. And Vitello's just going to pass with a couple Urza Saga, shifting woodlands, and a basic forest here. And is there any way for Clemens to get out of this?
I don't think so. I mean, it's possible that there's a really nice Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Hedron Crab is able to take some cards out of the deck.
Yeah. And we're going to start with the library count.
Giving the opponent another turn is never what you want to do in this position. God, and these Field of Ruins are so tough with Glimpse the Unthinkable in hand.
Right. And when you have time, the Field of Ruin, it does some work with the crab. Not a lot of time on Clemens' side here. You see Field of Ruins, another land. It's going to go ahead and activate one. That's another landfall trigger, so that's 6 cards off the crab.
Ooh, went to pick up. Field of Ruin targeting Shifting Woodland. But if Vitello changes it into a creature, it will be countered, so Clemens won't get to look.
Well, that's tough.
I don't think.
Unclear. There's a basic island, though. But, yeah, nothing doing anyway. I don't know what you can do with that much mana, as Clemens is just going to pick him up. May Vitello advancing to 5-0 on Amulet Titan.
Yeah, that really just shows what's so strong about the Amulet Titan deck, is it's adaptable and it's always explosive. A lot of the time, its combo is a very, very convoluted, I will deal infinite damage. And if you stop me from dealing infinite damage, I will attack for a humble working person's 12.
That's it.
You may play your 3rd land now. Good luck.
And that's really an aspect of the modern format that's really important. It's an aspect of playing to your outs. It's also an aspect of archetype mastery here. We were talking about Mill being a pretty difficult matchup, but when you win the game on turn 3, you can beat almost anything.
Right, this is the sort of thing that I think we've seen come up a lot in Modern historically, where you have the anti-top tier deck kind of showing up. A lot of the top deck is something that is being resilient, where if the opponent just has a fail state draw or stumbles a little bit, the really strong decks are going to be able to capitalize on that stumble.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's going to be it for our Magic coverage for Round 5. But we do have some more content. Nick Miller is joined by Pro Tour champion Michael DiBenedetto Plummer in the sideboard for a deck tech. Don't go anywhere. Check that out. And we'll be back for Round 6 after that.
Hello, welcome back to the sideboard. Here is the regional championship, part of SCG Con Houston. I'm Nick Miller alongside Pro Tour champion Michael DiBenedetto Plummer. How has life changed after taking down a Pro Tour, first of all?
I mean, not much like in the day-to-day, but it's still like hard to process. I'm like, I'm driving my car, I'm like, I want a Pro Tour. And it's like, there's like all the emotions like come flooding back. So we'll see how long that lasts.
We've been following your story here on SCG for a long time. You, of course, had a runner-up finish at the regional championship in Minneapolis. Now you're here in Houston. Don't really have to play the RCs, but are here to game anyway because you love Modern.
Love Modern, love Magic.
Take us through how you ended up on Jeskai Blink today after winning the Pro Tour with the Belcher deck.
I flew down with my the same 75 I won the Pro Tour with. Was talking to a couple people I'm staying with, Jesse Hampton and Michael Simonetti, and they're like telling me that this Jeskai deck's really good. Was not too sure about like how hostile the room will be for Belcher. And I'm lucky enough to have enough friends I could like just walk around, ask people for cards, and ended up with a complete 75.
We saw this deck had a breakout at the Pro Tour. We saw a lot of different versions of the Blink deck. What makes the Jeskai deck so much different or so much better in your eyes than the other versions of Blink?
The other versions don't have good one-drops. Vagabond's, everyone knows, is kind of a broken Magic card, so getting to play Vagabond's a huge deal. Fleege is also just like probably better than Uro and still legal in Modern, so you get those two. Arena's messed up, and like Overlord's kind of slow, and I don't think it's worth like playing black over red for it.
We also get to do some cool blink things here, but we also get to play Consign, which is just a card that basically if you have blue in your deck, you're playing in Modern due to all these Eldrazi decks, but you get to do double duty. Take us through some of the cool lines this deck gets to do with that card.
The two main ones is Felia, blink your opponent's stuff, and then you can consign it and step, and it just Felia turns into like a Doomblade. And then you gotta play Flage and consign it, so it's really, really good with Arena of Glory, and just in general, like, you can't ephemerate a Flage into play, but getting to consign a Flage into play, Flage is really good on turn 4.
Hard to beat that card if it's doing its thing and then attacking as well. Is Arena of Glory doing anything crazy other than Flage, or is it really just there for that sort of like the Boros Synergy version of
It's good with Flage, like, it can be good with Felia. I think I won round 1 by, like, Arena of Glory and a Quantum Riddler, just giving your creatures haste, like, for basically freeze, comes up, and, like, if you're in a race, you just win the race.
One of the major talking points of this weekend is basically a quarter of the field is doing some sort of Quantum Riddler ephemerate thing. Is that just the most powerful thing to be doing in the format?
I mean, you should be playing the card Amulet of Vigor or the card Quantum Riddler, and, like, Amulet seems like a lot of work to, like, play, and, like, I wanted to, like, attack with creatures to play a normal deck for once. Playing a lot of combo lately, so.
Good to get down to the bread and butter, doing some attacking, some countering, some spells. Anything else stand out in this deck that you want to call out?
No, I mean, the cards do what they say they do. Like, they just, all the cards, like, mesh well with each other, so it's, like, really fun to play.
Is Teferi mostly for kind of shutting down the opposing ephemerate stuff, or are you just kind of happy to have a shield up for when you play your spells?
It's good against the ephemerate decks. It's good against Urza Saga. Like, if you like him bounce it, like, that's a pretty big game. And then it's another good permanent to blink with Felia. So, like, it draws you cards. It's white to pitch to Solitude. Like, it does everything you want it to do, and it's not that embarrassing in any matchup.
Did anything else happen at the Pro Tour that made you kind of happy about this deck choice? Any of the changes in the metagame or anything? You know, rise in affinities, that stuff?
I don't love the Amulet matchup with Belcher, and I think it was pretty clear after the Pro Tour that Amulet was the deck to kind of beat or play. So it wasn't too hard of a sell for me to get off Belcher, but still, like, Belcher's still a fun deck. But
take us through the sideboard. Do we have anything for the Amulet deck? You said that's one of the other main decks to beat here.
We have Wrath the Skies, if we think they're leaving in all their sagas. Subtlety is, like, very good against them. I think our main deck's pretty well set up. Like, 4 Consigned to Memory gives you a lot of, like, play against them. You just have to know what to counter and when, so.
It requires doing some homework on the Amulet side. A lot of people know they don't want to learn the Amulet deck, but you still have to know the lines from the Amulet deck to be able to interact and beat them on their terms.
Every time people in the Discord was streaming or talking about Amulet, I knew I was not going to play it, but I just joined, so I'm, like, comfortable knowing how the combos work when I should be interacting, and I hope that's, like, good enough.
We got the Charmaz for the Eldrazi and the Tron type of matchups.
Yeah.
Mystical Dispute, obvious counterspell here. Surgical, we just looking Gorios, that kind of thing.
Gorios, it can be good against Amulet, depending. Like, it's hard to, like, have perfect sideboard plans to open deckless tournaments, because you see a little bit of a change there, and you're like, this guy's a little bit better, a little bit worse.
Well, you're off to, a 3-0 start here at another regional championship, coming off a Pro Tour win. You've already had a great year. Any expectations for the rest of the year? Any goals for Magic now that you're a Pro Tour champ?
I mean, becoming a world champ would be cool, but past that now, I just want to keep playing. I love Magic. I want to play as much as I can. When I'm shoot for all the Pro Tours, I want to do it all the Pro Tours again, so.
All right, fantastic. Michael, thanks for joining me here in the sideboard. Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Houston. Hello, welcome back to the sideboard here.
What's up, gamers? Welcome back to live coverage of the regional championship here at SCG Con Houston. I'm Ryan Overturf. She's Carmen Comparens. We're at round number 6 here. We're here where players are starting to punch their ticket into day number 2, and we have a spicy one here. I've had the privilege of covering a lot of Is It decks in my return to the booth.
This
here
is
in
your
2025.
dream round.
And 2 Is It decks sit before me in this round here.
All right, walk us through them. The first one is near and dear to your heart.
Yes, this is going to be Ryan Brozovic on Is It Prowess. This is a deck that...
Is it?
It is. This is a deck that Justin Schabel did make the top 8 of the Pro Tour Edge of Eternities with. You have Slickshot Show Off, Monastery Swiftspear, a couple all-timers there. Dragon's Rage Chandler showing up, doesn't have prowess, honorary member of the family. Of course, a huge one from Tarkir Dragonstorm, Corey Steelcutter, supplementing the Mishra's Bauble you already wanted to play. A lot going on there. Expressive Iteration, Mutagenic Growth, Lightning Bolt, Lava Dart. Beautiful.
Glossing over Mutagenic Growth.
It's there.
One of our favorite cards.
It is there. It will come up in this matchup sometimes.
Definitely, definitely.
Yeah, Brenton Murahashi on the other side of the table. This is one that we saw on the standings. This is It Eldrazi? And if you've been playing Modern for a long time, there's actually some stuff from 10-ish years ago that you might be excited to see again. This is Through the Breach for Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn Eldrazi.
Right. This is not the Promised End, which we see a lot of. Don't get me wrong. There's one of them here.
She's around.
Right. You can't not invite her to the party.
Yeah.
But really the star of the show here is 4 Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn, 4 Through the Breach, and then a bunch of the fast lands that you come to expect from an Eldrazi deck actually planning to cast spells of one or more colors. So we have Ugin's Labyrinth to help you crank it out ahead of schedule, as well as Talisman of Creativity, and then a bit more of a controlling role. I think it's going to struggle in this heads up.
It's tough. If I'm Brozovic in this matchup, I'm thinking this is the round I'm grabbing lunch. Like, this feels like one that you can often 2-0 pretty quickly. There's some play there.
Sure,
we have
sure.
Kozilek's Command. That's actually a pretty big headache for prowess decks. It can, if you have a soul land on turn 2, if you have 2 soul lands, you can answer even Slickshot Show Off. You cleanly answer the Chandlers, the Monastery Swiftspears. The problem is one haste threat can really just clean up against you, and the prowess deck is so much more efficient. So you're leaning on having a lot of soul lands. Like, a Talisman of Creativity is even too slow. Like, you need the 2-mana lands, and you need the right interaction. And you have, like, this big finish. You have that Through the Breach, but that's coming online after Brozovic is already planning having won the game.
Sure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There's some other kind of, I don't know, I'd say bespoke 2-card combos that Brenton is going to be bringing to the table. We see things like Dress Down as well as Null Drifter, that sort of end of your turn Dress Down, untap, cast Null Drifter. I get to draw the cards because it's a cast trigger, but then I don't sacrifice it because the evoke trigger doesn't happen with Dress Down on the table. But I feel like that body is not even that huge.
It's a 4/4.
In the face of a free spells prowess deck in an Eternal format, which feels weird to say, but...
If Murahashi is going to make that happen, it probably involves winning the die roll.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, you only have so much time, but I believe that our players are ready, so let's get down to the matchup and see exactly how it shakes out. Is it versus is it? Very different flavors.
Ooh, okay.
Players aren't ready, actually. I was ready.
Honestly, I can't blame you for being excited. You're talking about all of the different soul lands in this Is It Eldrazi deck. It's interesting how different this plays from some of the Eldrazi Tron decks that we've seen earlier in the day, where Eldrazi Temple is pretty close to a true soul land that is always tapping for 2 mana, but this is a spot where it working with Kozilek's Command as a non-creature spell is really important, and that's one of the only spells where it is going to be tapping for 2. Being able to, say, turn to exile any Monastery Swiftspear, Dragon's Rage Channeler, etc., go up a card is crucial.
Yes, yeah, you definitely want to get those exchanges anywhere you can. And there's some stuff that Brozovic will need to be heads up about. There's Kozilek's Return. So this is a 3-mana instant, red and 2, deals 2 damage to each creature. Kind of the big get is when you make a large Eldrazi, it exiles from your graveyard to do 5 damage. That 2 damage mode, on the surface, it kills all the creatures in prowess. In practice, it only kills Slickshot Show Off, and that is contingent on there not being Mutagenic Growth.
So one of the nice things I would say is that Slickshot Show Off is the best card at taking you from comfortable, dare I say, to literally at 0 life on the fewest cards. So it isn't bad that is the card Kozilek's Return is the best at checking.
Yeah. It can certainly come up. If the texture of the matchup was different, it would be something you could say. It cleans up all of the Corey Steelcutter tokens. And that's wishful thinking. That's not real. That's
you and I together have seen that, does it?
Yeah.
Does it?
No, you picked up all your cards before the game got to that point, actually.
Yeah, okay, right.
Yeah.
I'm really, really excited about this one. In a lot of ways, the cool thing about it is it's just fireworks top to bottom.
Yes.
Right? In a lot of ways. So part of what's so cool about the Is It Prowess deck is, in some ways, it kind of feels like the original Affinity decks that we saw in Modern, where you have a bunch of cards where you look at Lava Dart and you just go, that's your guy? That's what we're doing here. But it when you add it with something like Slickshot Show Off, like Dragon's Rage Channeler, you do sort of get to see this sort of machine get built over time and just kill your opponent out of nowhere.
Yeah, and actually a lot of similarities to Infect in literal cards, Mutagenic Growth,
yes.
But Aggressive Urge really pushing that kind of combo finish in the deck as well. But now our players are ready. Let's see what kind of fireworks we see. Who's going to set them off first? Right, welcome here to round 6 of the U.S. Regional Championship here at SCG Con Houston. At the top of the screen, we have Ryan Brozovic on Is It Prowess against Brenton Murahasi on Is It Eldrazi.
And a mulligan.
A mulligan, and we do have a beginning of game effects. A Devourer of Destiny will be triggering on Murahashi's upkeep as a Monetary Swiftspear is going to get busy.
My personal, literal favorite card of all time, Monastery Swiftspear.
Great pick.
Just the perfect card.
Also a fetch and a shock for a Steam Vent. So Brozovic at 17 knows full well that his life is not really what the game's about. If you get annihilated by Emrakul and take 15, the problem is you lost 6 permanents.
Right, exactly. The whole thing is a lot of times it does something close to lethal damage, and even if it's not lethal, it sets your opponent so far behind, the game is sort of a foregone conclusion.
Right. Devourer trigger resolves. 1 card is kept on top. It's going to be land go from Murahashi.
Nice Steam Vents.
What set's that from?
I believe that is the Tarkir Dragonstorm one.
I have no choice but to believe you.
Special guest, not bad.
Okay.
Can have, I believe, a dragon scale texture. If you get the foil one. Looks real good in person.
Right, and that's shocking there. You have to believe that there's some interaction being left up as we see Brozovic go for Expressive Iteration.
And there's a Spell Snare in Murahashi's hand, which you have to imagine is part of the reason that they kept this one. I think you have to get in where the get is good.
Yeah, you can't take it with you.
Right, there's a spot where a lot of times you go, well, I want to check something like a Slickshot Show Off and have this do a removal spell impression. But in some ways, going after Expressive Iteration, 1, you know that your Spell Snare is actually going to be worth a card. And 2, if this iteration would have picked up a creature, it's kind of like a removal spell.
I think something that makes the decision interesting from Murahashi's side is when you play your land before iteration, there's a chance Brozovic only gets 1 card off of this.
Sure.
So maybe you try to milk it there.
Right, okay, sure, right. It could even signal that Brozovic is tripping over Expressive Iterations in hand. I know this is something you see in Standard, back when it was legal, a good amount, where players would have to sort of, quote-unquote, cycle them.
There is Spell Snare, like you called. Swiftspear is attacking for 2. 2 is good. Murahashi to 18. 16. Was at 18 off of the Scalding Tarn. We'll see if there's any Soul Land, at least a Talisman. You want to start developing your mana.
Okay.
Looks like Eldrazi Temple is the land.
Not bad. I think I see a Dress Down hiding in Murahashi's hand, which is a good way to... It's one of those cards that's not that exciting, but it can be in sort of almost a revitalize mode in some cases in a pinch, where you can just turn off Prowess on the upkeep if you think that you might die.
Sure. Go back to Brozovic. Bloodstained Myers, the land for turn. The hand doesn't have a lot doing.
Ooh, really tough. You can see a Violent Urge in hand, but no Delirium, and not that close yet.
Yeah, just sorcery land in the graveyard. There's access to instant, Lava Dart, and Mutagenic Growth. Here's a swing for 1.
You could see Brozovic thinking. I like the patience.
Yeah, completely agree. I love just getting in for 1 there. You can just get really punished when you go for something. You can get priced into going for multiple things when you don't have that many things to cast.
All right, here's the Instep Dress Down.
Yeah, Mirahashi draws a card. We'll see if there's that Null Drifter follow-up.
I think I saw it teased in hand.
There it is, Evoke of Null Drifter, cast trigger, draw 2 cards. And then once the Null Drifter is in play, the Dress Down's still there, so it doesn't have that ability to have to be sacrificed. Just the Dress Down goes away. Shivan Reef is land for turn. Brozovic is going to fetch, and looking for some help here. You got to imagine there's going to be a Surveil land and a small range of things you would keep on top.
Right, it's really interesting where the Surveil land, if you see something like a creature, there are a lot of them you put in the bin just because you want to put a creature in the graveyard for something like Delirium on this Monastery Swiftspear.
Yeah, definitely. Get that aggressive urge fully online.
I think a lot of the hardest decisions would be something like Slickshot Show Off, Corey Steelcutter.
Right. Yeah, with either of those, the Lava Dart can get the Steelcutter going. And it's also, you start asking this question of above or below average. The mill is going to be Mishra's Bauble. That one feels below average. That turns on Delirium. Yeah. Yeah, whether you draw it or surveil it, but getting an extra card deeper makes sense to me. It looks like Mishra's Bauble is a pickup anyway, so we'll start there.
The illusion of choice.
And now Brozovic got to do some math. You have a lot of damage here.
I believe the Swiftspear, unopposed, could attack for 18 this turn.
Right, here's the attack. Currently at 2-3.
The Lava Darts would make it 20.
Definitely an interesting question from Mirahashi on whether you block. You know that Violent Urge is a card in the deck.
It's hard for me to imagine not blocking. In general, you really just want to do whatever you can to try and force your opponent to use resources.
Right.
All right, here's Lava Dart. I would guess that means Brozovic is about to go for it.
There is the Violent Urge. Three spells cast now. As you mentioned, Delirium online. Here's Mutagenic Growth. 4 spells. So the Swiftspear was a 6. Mutagenic Growth pumps it to 8. That's going to do it. Looks like no blocks, and the Swiftspear just connected for lethal. Quick one for Brozovic. As I mentioned, this could be a good round for lunch for our prowess player.
Right, and you know, in a lot of ways, that signals to me that Mirahashi may have had a follow-up that also applied a ton of pressure. In that spot, you just want to deal a bunch of damage.
This is something that definitely comes up when you play the prowess deck. You have 3 cards in hand, you make an attack, and you just hit your opponent for 1. And maybe if they don't play the prowess deck, they think, oh, you didn't have anything else. It's like, no,
sure.
no, 1 point got me to lethal next turn, actually.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so players are going to go to sideboard. We'll start at the top of the screen. Brozovic on Is It Prowess? Is there anything that can maybe even get him better here?
I think for the most part, Brozovic isn't trying to mess with the formula too hard. Consign to Memory in some ways is the free space against any colorless deck like this one. I also could imagine the card Murktide Regent coming in if Brozovic thinks things are going to end up getting a little more grindy post-board. Just a situation where if you think Mirahashi's going to be a little better at paring down resources, Murktide Regent is the kind of card that can actually outgrow the back half of a Kozilek's command without asking you to cast more spells, which is something.
Yeah.
For the most part, though, I do think Brozovic is just trying to put something like a Monastery Swiftspear on the battlefield and have the second verse be same as the first.
So for Mirahashi on the Is It Eldrazi side, arguably does need some help. Is there anything on the sideboard that could do the trick?
Kozilek's Return is the only thing that looks super attractive here. There are maybe worlds where you want to bring in something like Mystical Dispute, but it's pretty ugly. It naturally hits the things like Expressive Iteration. You can't just spend 3 mana to counter something like Violent Urge, which I cannot stress enough you're not thrilled about. But sometimes the cards you register are the tools you have.
Right. Yeah, I think there's actually a lot of pressure on the main deck Sire of 7 Deaths.
Yes.
You cast that one, that's a game winner.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't think there is a ton that Mirahashi's even trying to necessarily get out of the deck. I know Palantir of Orthanc is like a cool card, especially in Cube and places where the games might get longer and be grindier. That is not what Brozovic is about.
Yeah, you do want to speed things up because one way or the other, Brozovic only wants to play a few turns.
I can imagine a world where you might see Mirahashi board a little bit lower on the Through the Breach combo. Both halves of that don't do a ton for you in the most tense and uncomfortable turns of the game. So again, this comes back to some of the stuff where Mystical Dispute, for example, is not, it really is not pretty. But if you are on the play and your opponent, say, plots a Slick Shot Show Off on 2, you can get it on 3 if they don't have their 3rd land.
Yeah, it's a card that can do something.
Right, exactly, which is more than you can say for Emrakul the Aeon's Torn before the 4th or 5th turn.
Right. So we're playing Modern this weekend, but there are more events on our schedule here. If you're on the East Coast, maybe you're interested in checking out SCG Baltimore. It's actually coming up next weekend. SCG Con Baltimore in October 24th to the 26th. Check out social media on that, hashtag SCG Baltimore. Find information on the main event. This is going to be Spotlight Series Spider-Man. It's going to be standard. Plenty of side events. Maybe Carmen will be there playing Legacy. I don't know.
I played a lot of Legacy in Baltimore. A lot of the Legacy Opens used to be there. Just great scene for it in the DMV area.
Absolutely, yeah. Find information on that at starcitygames.com/SCGCon. I have a bit of a tournament history in Baltimore as well.
Oh my God! Was it in Legacy?
My good friend Liz was playing Legacy.
Oh yeah, right. You were playing Is It?
Yeah, if you can believe that. It was Teamer. I agree. I had Life Goes On in my sideboard.
Oh, and look, Ryan Brozovic has mutagenic growth in hand.
Twins.
It's like he's coming right at me. 10-7, 1-lander up on Brozovic's side.
Yeah, on the draw, I believe it's a fetch land. It's the kind of thing where you can't fetch a Surveil land and have action on 1, so it gets tenuous. And if you're full on 2 drops, you do need to hit the land. So we're underway. I believe that is going to be Mistrise Village for Mirahashi, as Brozovic is going to fetch and shock for Dragon's Rage Channeler.
I agree. All right. Dragon's Rage Channeler, also the kind of card that makes a 1-lander more forgiving.
It can help you find lands at the cost of casting spells that are maybe a little awkward, but it's not the worst to just point a Lava Dart here in the upkeep.
Right. There's some, it could be that. It could even be upkeep mutagenic growth.
Eldrazi Temple from Mirahashi. So the mana is shaping up. It looks like multiple Kozilek's Returns in hand, but not yet the red mana to cast him yet.
All right. Monastery Swift Spear, not bad.
Yeah, they'll turn the heat up. And this is kind of interesting. There is a mutagenic growth in the holdings. If you fire that off, you're in a lot of trouble against Kozilek's Return, but you really insulate yourself if you're able to maintain it. And I like the Dissipant here. Just the 2 points coming across. Going to save that one for later despite missing the land drop.
I love the no cast.
All right, so here's Dredge Down from Mirahashi. And Evoca the Null Drifter. Cast trigger, draw 2 cards. That one's going to stick around because of the Dress Down.
Does Mirahashi have the 3rd land?
Basic Island.
Okay.
No sign of red mana
right.
just yet.
This is tough.
But that 4/4 Annihilator 1 is looking pretty strong.
Right. Absolutely. This is the spot where Brozovic, real shallow on permanence to cast. Or play.
Holding in the upkeep here. If you have Lava Dart plus Lightning Bolt, putting one at the Null Drifter and trying to surveil into a land isn't it's maybe your only play. And here you do see the Lightning Bolt. It's going to surveil away Mishra's Bauble.
Oh, okay. Big draw. Big draw.
Looking for untapped land. Ooh, Consigned to Memory off the top.
Also looking for an untapped land for that one.
Yeah, no kidding. You do get to attack. In your dream scenario, Mirashi blocks. Can't imagine that block is happening.
Right. This is one where I now like not blocking. If your opponent didn't have the follow-up land, you can assume if Bolt got pointed at Null Drifter, there's probably either another Bolt, maybe an Unholy Heat, a Lava Dart in hand.
Right. So just 3 points coming across. Mirahashi to 15. And there is Basic Mountain.
Uh-oh.
And there is Kozilek's Return. 2 damage to all creatures. Brozovic is going to catch that with Mutagenic Growth, and this actually does save both. You get to +2/+2, the Dragon Rage Channeler, Prowess Trigger on the Swift Spear.
Ooh, surveil a Lava Dart.
Often exciting on one land. It's less so.
Well, it's not like Brozovic has to do it right now. The games where this goes on for a while, Brozovic likely draws more lands.
Null Drifter's Annihilator does whittle down this concept of later that you're alluding to.
Of course, of course.
All right, so here comes Null Drifter. That's going to annihilate for 1. Monastery Swift Spear is sacrificed, and 4 points come across. So I believe Brozovic is actually falling to 11 on account of the Mutagenic Growth. We'll head back his way. There's no game without a second land. Not clear if there is one even with a land.
And is this an upkeep stop?
It looks like it. There's absolutely no game if you just get annihilated again and don't make your land
Right,
drop.
right, exactly. And it begs the question, what is it you are looking for at this point? If you draw another land from here, maybe you get to cast something like a Quarry Steelcutter.
If you find a blue source, you can consign the Null Drifter trigger and then have 2 lands on tap the next turn.
Okay, I mean, milled Preordain.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt upstairs. Milled a non-land, looking for a land. It's not a land. All right, here comes the Channeler. That's an attack for 3. It's a mandatory attack for 3.
Right, the Preordain being a sorcery, getting Brozovic up to Delirium.
Murahashi's attack is not mandatory, but he's pretty excited about it. Here comes the Null Drifter. Here's an Annihilator for 1.
This is a tough one. I assume you have to sacrifice the Dragon's Rage Channeler. Because if you're drawing lands, you're effectively saying the cards in my hand can win the game from here, which I don't think is true.
I'm inclined to agree. Brozovic does as well as Chandler is sacrificed. Here is Sire of 7 Deaths.
Anybody's game.
I don't think there's anything Brozovic can do to deal 9, and we are going to go to game number 3.
Whew. I mean, honestly, in a lot of ways, that game really convinced me of your initial position about Brozovic dreaming of lunch.
Right. Second land might have made that easy in the other direction.
Right. Mirahashi got all the way down to 9 when Brozovic was basically only casting spells in the upkeep.
Really desperate timing on everything. A Lightning Bolt pointed at Null Drifter, I'll remind you.
A Mutagenic Growth pointed at, please keep my creatures in play.
Right. Sort of a force of will impression on the Mutagenic Growth there.
Right. That's a spot where, if those had been able to go upstairs instead, theoretically, that would have been another 6 points with the Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yeah.
maybe there's something.
And put that on the play. You have less time to set up from Murahashi.
Right.
Players going to take some time to review the deck lists. Getting ready for game number 3. We'll have Brozovic on the play. I do think that there's no reason that you would, move off of the consigns. They seem strong. The sideboard configuration, he didn't draw any cards that were bad. He just didn't have enough lands.
Let me ask you, if you are in Brozovic's seat, do you think you are at all worried if Murahashi casts Soulless Jailer as a 2-mana 0/4?
I wouldn't say I'm worried. I think the worry would be if I lost, I'd be so embarrassed.
Ooh, okay, so you're saying Murahashi shouldn't bring it in. That's. I'm just thinking. Okay, what are the cheap cards that Murahashi can look to bring in whenever they're on the draw? Like, how do you?
Yeah.
Is there really a way to break serve from here?
I think it's a card that you can break in, and it makes sense to bring in. Like, some of your stuff is really slow. It's hard for me to imagine a matchup where Murahashi is just tapping out for stock up on turn 3 and not just dying immediately because he did that.
Right.
I would rather have an 0/4 than doing that.
Right.
So.
Right. It's really tough. Where I mean, it can block a lot of tokens from something like a Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah, it's not nothing, but it's not great. All right, so we're playing Modern here this weekend. We have SCG Con Baltimore next weekend. We have a lot of events coming up in 2026. We're going all across the country. Atlanta, Portland, Milwaukee, Cincinnati, Las Vegas, Hartford, Los Angeles, Baltimore, Dallas, Washington, D.C., Richmond. Bam, 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 bam.
I'm an everywhere man.
And this is just, make your travel plans now. You can check out information on all these events, starcitygames.com/SCGCon. These are Spotlight Series. These are regional championships. There's legacy side events. There's other formats for side events for people that aren't Carmen.
Okay, but you're saying there will be legacy side events.
I'm saying.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to it. I'm going to be so disappointed if that isn't true.
All right. That's fair. I don't think you'll be disappointed, though. On the topic of disappointment, looks like a mulligan on the draw here for Murahashi.
It is strange where I do think that the games that Murahashi actually is able to hang do involve enough draw steps to kind of get out of a bad mulligan.
Right, and the recipe is kind of a small volume of the right stuff.
Right, exactly.
Spot Sire of 7 Deaths. Question is, do I spot 7 mana?
I think I am eyeing at least a Soul Land and a Talisman.
All right, it's a start. Ooh.
Oh. It's good to be here with you, buddy. It is. Oh.
The second card hits the table. That means this is a mulligan to 5. All right, we'll see how Brozovic opens up here. Here's Arid Mesa. Can't fetch that quick enough.
Get my life pad out of the way.
Here's Steam Vents. Brozovic is 17. And what are we doing on 1? A threat would be great. A preordain wouldn't even be bad.
Okay, but would a preordain be bad?
No, here it is.
Oh, right. No, yeah, sorry. We covered this. My fault. I'll practice.
Yeah, you got to appreciate a cantrip. They're most powerful when you're looking for the business, but just setting up for turn 2, especially now you have Corey Steelcutter, you have Slick Shot Show Off. A lot of great stuff to do on the second turn. And pretty strong first turn from Murahashi. Here you see Ugin's Labyrinth. There's that Sire of 7 Deaths. And here is a 2-mana play. Talisman of Creativity, I do believe.
Same. Right, it's really interesting where normally you would expect the aggro deck to get out onto the table, but somehow Murahashi put 3 cards down.
3 mana's worth of development as well.
Ooh, Mystical Dispute. Chillin'.
All right, yeah, you definitely have time with this kind of setup.
Button.
Brozovic is going to fetch here. You got to imagine there's some kind of threat on turn 2. We'll find out which one shortly. Basic Mountain is found.
If it's a Slick Shot Show Off, do you plot it or cast it?
I don't think so. I think that the card you have to like actually be afraid of is Spell Snare, and plotting isn't that meaningful. He does choose to plot it though.
This looks to me like it might be paying some respect to something like Kozilek's Return.
Sure. Yeah, 4 mana return would clean that up. There's matchups where there's sorcery speed stuff and plotting can really pay you off. I think part of the equation here for Brozovic is 1 point doesn't matter that much.
Sure. You're right, exactly. That's always the tough part where you go, okay, do I think this game is going to change because I put my opponent to 19 instead of 20?
Right.
And it can. It really can. But this kind of matchup is not the one where that is going to be the case as often.
On the topic of going to 19, that Talisman is going to give some blue mana for a stock up. Mirashi looking at 5 cards. Has to be aware with that show off on plot that this might be the final turn of the game. He has to probably leave up some interaction here.
All right. 2 to hand, 3 on bottom. Couple lands look like the gets.
Lands are going to be important. And there is Scalding Tarn. Right, back over to Brozovic. Untapping. Has the show off on plot. This is a card I would not necessarily expect to see. I believe I spotted an Unholy Heat in Brozovic's hand.
Good check for Null Drifter.
Yeah.
That's something that feels like Mirahashi's been happy to kind of hang their hat on that one in the first couple of games. So having a way to get through it that isn't 2 for 1ing yourself makes some sense to me.
Yeah. Catches up to you a little bit in games like this, though. But there is some material. Here's Corey Steelcutter. You have the show off ready. That's an easy way to get the Monk.
We need to get the other caster duo in the booth so we can have Corey Steel.
Here comes a show off. Here comes a Monk. Thundering Falls is the land for turn. I like doing this pre-combat. Mill Steam Vents. There's like a world where you mill Lava Dart and it matters.
Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely.
And here's an attack for 3. Mirahashi takes to 16.
Every little bit.
And now we'll fetch down to 15 as we head back his way.
See, and this is fun because plotting the show off whenever there's this Corey Steelcutter means that even though Brozovic missed a point last turn, quote unquote, by not attacking, in this instance, it means it actually was worth 2 more points of damage to miss the 1 point.
Right, you get to make that Monk.
Exactly.
Thundering Falls, unsurprising find here. Time for some Severling on the Eldrazi side of the table. Looks like a close call.
And this is the tough spot because Mirahashi is extremely under the gun now.
Yes.
This is a lot of pressure. You can assume that there's probably another Monk token on the way, which means there's probably 2 spells on the way. And look at that, Soulless Jailer.
Get out of here.
All right. I can't believe it. I personally am shocked. That's... All kidding aside, it just speaks to adaptability on Mirahashi's part.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where if you are kind of going through the motions and you are scrying and see a sideboard card on the top card, you might think, hey, I should draw that. Texturally pretty bad here. And here's Kozilek's Return. That's pretty good. Actually cleans up the show off and takes care of the Monk token.
Right. That was a really nice one to have where you can feel Mirahashi going, please no mutagenic growth. Please no mutagenic growth.
Right.
But it mattered a lot that there wasn't one.
Yeah, at least in terms of getting through the turn, I do spot some more business for Brozovic. Here's land number 4 for Arid Mesa. Gonna fetch that before committing more to the battlefield. Another basic mountain. Hour of Devastation basics, the Bolus Horns. I like that pick.
Evil. Very, very cool sense of scope. Like just really sweet visual storytelling.
Yes. All right, here's a backup slick shot show off. Ooh, and that's going to get caught by Spell Snare.
Ooh.
This has been a really good turn for Mirahashi.
Oh, yeah. You just chucked a lot at this point. There are a bunch of cards now that Brozovic couldn't even cast if they had them in the space of Violent Urge, Mutagenic Growth, but there is a Preordain, which isn't bad.
One of the better follow-ups you could have here, making a monk and replacing itself. Some card selection on the way. A card that was banned in Modern for quite a long time, Preordain.
And now it's just neat.
You can play it. It's pretty good. It's really good.
Right, both of these players kind of on the precipice of day 2 right now.
Yeah.
At least one of them with Preordain in their deck.
The other one gets away with stock up. You know, some lands contributing to that.
Ooh, which one of those cards is stronger?
Don't ask me that.
Ooh. You can feel the pressure at the table right now. Both of these players being so deliberate.
Looks like both cards tried to the bottom. Brozovic did pick up Expressive Iteration. Certainly an above-average draw. It's not going to do anything this turn, but it could be parts of some big fireworks next turn. Here comes the Monk. 2 points, Mirahashi to 12. A doable amount of damage.
Though, I want to draw attention to this Sire of Seven Deaths hiding under Ugin's Labyrinth. Every land drop that Mirahashi hits marches closer towards an end game that is face up on the table.
Right. And that is some of the woes of the Mulligan to 5. The fact that the Sire is under the Labyrinth means you need a turn to pick it up. It also means that the Labyrinth only produces 1 mana after the fact. It's threatening. There is some inevitability there. But the question is, how many turns does Mirahashi have left to do that sort of thing? So this would be 7 mana if something else was under the Labyrinth.
Right, definitely. So here's Shivan Reef. Okay, but it looks like 7 mana.
Yeah, here's something. Null Drifter.
You know, we talked about Quantum Riddler being 2025 Mull Drifter. That's 2024 Mull Drifter.
Importantly, triggering this Kozilek's Return, that should clean up the Monk token.
That's pretty nice. Also, very heads up that Brozovic didn't deploy Dragon's Rage Channeler last turn.
Yeah. Not committing more into it. Null Drifter draws 2 cards.
Notably, Mirahashi doesn't have to do the Kozilek's Return.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where sometimes you just don't. Maybe your opponent will respond in some way. There was no action there as we go back to Brozovic. The Null Drifter does make dealing 12 a bit more difficult.
Absolutely. All right, back to Brozovic. The holdings including, I believe, a Dragon's Rage Channeler and an Expressive Iteration.
Going to start with land number 5. Fetches up a Steam Vents. Is going to shock for the trouble. Definitely doesn't want or care about finding land with the iteration at this stage in the game. Just looking for business.
Right. I definitely cocked my head to the side a little bit, but now that I think about it, you're totally right. If Brozovic hits too many lands, very easy to just put 1 in hand and exile the spell whenever Brozovic has access to this much mana.
Right, here's Dragon's Rage Channeler. There's Expressive Iteration. That's going to make a Monk. It's going to give a Surveil trigger.
Ooh, Lava Dart.
Perfect. All right, look at the top 3. 1 to hand, 1 to exile. It could be played this turn, 1 to the bottom.
Is before my time, but I know that card had the playtest name Mixed Media, which I adore. Expressive Iteration also very good, but mixed zones, just sort of something really cute on there when most of the way these cards are playtested is without art.
I do like that. And when you've already committed 3 mana, I understand how this decision is tough. You can't like find a Corey Steelcutter from here and make a token this turn. You probably can't do that much if you grab a Slick Shot show off. Exile's Mishra's Bauble is going to cast that. Going to Surveil with the Channeler. Going to mill another Channeler.
Oh.
And there's that Unholy Heat that's been in hand. There is a target for it that's going to grow the Monk. Going to surveil with a Chandler, put another Bobble in the graveyard.
This looks pretty nice at this point.
Yeah, you got an attack for 4 online.
Whoa!
Violent
Wait!
Urge, 5, 6, 12? 12?
Wait! No!
There's a Lava Dart too?
What? What?
Yeah, Brozovic was just double checking. That's lethal.
Oh my god, out of nowhere.
Ryan Brozovic, through multiple sweepers, is it prowess, advances to 6-0, locks up a spot in day 2 of the regional championship. We're not done yet. A lot of Magic to be played from here, but really nice finish there. It looked like Murahashi was doing enough.
I was queuing up the comeback.
Here's a sweeper. Here's a counter spell for your follow-up. Treading
Here's the
water.
draw spell. I got Sire of 7 Deaths in like a turn. Except that turn never came.
No, it was not to be.
Oh, that was sick, man. Holy, but I'm hearing we have a backup match.
I'm hearing that too. Let's watch some more Magic. I'm hyped.
Oh yeah, let's get in there. Let's get in there.
Better be 2 more Is It decks. We'll find out. Ah, rats. But it's some pretty sick ones. We got some blue, we got some red. We have Quintanoli on Mono Blue Belcher and Ivan Espinosa on Jeskai Blink.
All right, Kaplan's starting things off. Not that surprising on the Belcher side of things.
No. Getting things going, developing the mana. We've seen a few different flavors of Blink to this point in the tournament. Jeskai gives you access to Flage and Ragavan. This is actually very similar to what we saw the reigning Pro Tour champion, Michael DiBenedetto Plummer, playing. Nick Miller did a deck tech with him in the sideboard as well.
All right, I think game 1 this can be a pretty tough one, but something like Teferi Time Raveler does a ton of work.
An attempt at a dashed Ragavan is met by Disrupting Shoal, pitching Spell Snare. Go back to Tenoli. On turn 3, he is going to suspend Lotus Bloom, a little late to the party.
I feel like Lotus Bloom is one of those cards that you see more foils of than non-foils.
It was the pre-release promo, right? Or
Right,
the release event?
different art than that one. It was the pre-release promo twice, actually. Because they did the retro frame one for Time Spiral Remastered.
But this is just a pack foil.
Right.
Okay.
From Modern Horizons, or not Modern Horizons, Modern Masters 1, excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So I try to be unbiased in the booth. Quinn is my favorite sleeves of all time.
You do love these sleeves.
I own like 3,000 of these sleeves.
Quinn casting Preordain. Love that. Lotus Bloom ticking down. Hydroelectric Laboratory enters as land number 3. The mana is developing, inching towards a combo. As Espinosa is going to fetch up an Elegant Parlor. The full Jeskai suite of mana is online. Both players have been making their land drops, have been developing. A slow build to the Belcher with the late Lotus Bloom. But nothing too bad for either player.
Right. One of the things that Mono Blue Belcher has going for it is not necessarily that it is super fast. It is that it has a trick, and it is really good at that trick.
Teferi Time Reveler, a powerful one in the matchup for Espinosa, met by Strix Serenade. You got to counter that one.
Ooh, the one of Strix Serenade in the main deck.
Give away a 2-2, but the game's not generally about that.
Right. There's a point where every little bit of pressure matters, fully aware, but whenever it buys you a ton of time, Teferi Time Raveler would just basically counter Lotus Bloom.
Right.
Here in a second. So
yeah, 2-2 versus Teferi.
Disaster.
Easy to say which is more powerful.
Right, exactly.
Lotus Bloom gets a little bit closer, and here's Stock Up.
Stock Up and Preordain having a little team-up episode in the back half of this round.
Yeah, actually a 2-2 split in the deck.
Oof. Wow, that's nice.
Don't ask him which one's better either.
Yeah, that's always my friend that I used to grind all of the SCG events with back in the day. We would always affectionately refer to that as the coward split.
They're both good.
Right. We also did it, right? we would use it to describe our own decks, but
Right.
I'm not sure. I'll just do 2 of each. I'll probably know by the end of the tournament.
Now, this is a phrase that I've picked up from Magic that I really like when it comes up in conversation. If it's wrong, it's not by much.
Yes, exactly.
Espinosa is going to fetch up a Thundering Falls.
3rd Surveil land.
So many Surveil lands this weekend.
1 shock land on the table.
He's going to mill away a Hallowed Fountain. Surveil land milling shock land, kind of perfect.
Really just driving the stake through the heart there.
And this is potentially a very significant turn, as now the Lotus Plume has 1 counter left. See what Espinosa does to develop here. There's a lot of like spot removal, sweeper type stuff in this Jeskai Blink deck. A little light on counterspell. There are some. You do have those 4 main deck consigned memories.
I think game 1 is very uncomfortable for the Jeskai Blink deck. Having the main deck consigns is something that feels pretty good, but in some ways also can almost feel like a consolation prize, where otherwise this might just be hopeless.
Right.
Teferi and consign naturally strong cards, but generally Mono Blue Belcher has more answers than Jeskai Blink has cards that need to be answered.
Yeah, cards, not decks, as it were.
Exactly.
Yeah, Quantum Riddler did draw a card on the warp there. The Strix Serenade, the 2-2 connected, and now Lotus Bloom's coming off Suspend. We see Espinosa fetching in response. Finds a basic Plains. There's a main deck March of Otherworldly Light, but I don't think that's what's happening here. Looks like Consigned Memory is just going to get rid of that Lotus Bloom.
Replicated 100 times.
Twice, but, you know, enough.
100 times.
Functionally 100 times. Here's Preordain for Tenoli. The second copy with enough mana up to cast the second stock up if it turns up.
I believe.
Just good deck building, frankly. Looks like 1 top, 1 bottom on the scries. Tenoli will draw.
And this is the spot now where the nice thing about this Lotus Bloom being in exile is that means that a card like Tameshi is not actually going to be very good at getting things off the ground at this point.
Yeah, nothing to pick up. There's Tameshi. Here's my 2-3. It's still scary, right? We're just a War of Invention away.
Right, it's totally fine.
It is vulnerable to Flage. Speak of the devil.
This speaks to my inference here is that Tenoli is tripping over Tameshi's in hand, and
Yes.
that's why you would deploy it in that spot.
Yeah, it makes sense. They're not doing anything hanging on to him. And there you saw another Warp Riddler. That time it drew 2 cards, I do believe. So Espinosa gets the gas back up and is getting close to actually closing the game. Next turn, the Flage can escape. Really apply some pressure. So here's Whir of Invention on the main phase for Tenoli. Whir for 0.
Uh-oh. I mean, Lotus Bloom into Tameshi, I think, is game.
There's a Lotus Bloom, a foil, a pre-release Lotus Bloom.
Oh, I love that one. I love that one.
And there's Tameshi.
Yep, so that's floating white on the Lotus Bloom, which leaves just enough for Tameshi to start doing his thing.
Time to pick up some lands. Return the Lotus Bloom to hand. So you have the one white mana floating. That lets you activate Tameshi. Pick up one of your modal dual-faced land cards. The first one's going to trigger to draw a card with Tameshi. You return the Lotus Bloom to the battlefield. Right, there's land for turn. Untap Seagate, Seagate Restored, I believe is that land. 3 white mana off the Lotus Bloom. There's 4. Return that to the play with a Tameshi. Now down to 3 floating, but you have 6 total because of the bloom. You just get to keep adding more mana every time you do this. All right, 8 mana. 7 mana with the Lotus Bloom. 10 mana.
And the cool thing is that Waterlogged Teachings is actually a tutor, which lets you get a tutor, which lets you get the Belcher.
Well, here, how about just the Belcher from hand with a bunch of mana floating?
Oh, yeah, that'll do.
That will do, and Quintanoli will win the first game here over Ivan Espinoza.
Great. Jeskai Blink in general is the type of deck where you're really trying to fight over creatures for the most part, or combos where the end state is a creature. So I think this is the kind of deck where it's very easy for me to believe this being a deck that you might be comfortable against Amulet Titan. It's very good against Goryo's Vengeance, and it's pretty nice in the Blink mirrors.
Yeah, checks out. All right, so players are going to go to sideboard for Quintanoli on the mono blue Belcher side of things. Up a game here. Of course, you see Consigned to Memories in the 75. What's the sideboard plan going to be here?
I think for the most part, it's just Tonoli trying to insulate against the interaction that Espinoza is bringing. It would not surprise me, depending on what Espinoza has, if these engineered explosives were strong. I'm double checking really quick. I have to look down at the bottom. I don't think there's a ton on that side to justify the explosives. Mystical Dispute, naturally very nice here. Given that Espinoza is likely going to be leaning pretty hard into something like Consign, I can imagine this Flusterstorm is a site for Sore Eyes as well. I think you could make a case for Tamiyo. I suspect that's not what Tonoli's going to be doing, as it is just kind of the lone target for something like Flage in a lot of situations. But
right.
That's the first thing that comes to mind. I'm double checking Espinoza's list to see if there's anything like White Orchid Phantom to justify putting this mountain in the deck, but I don't think so.
Yeah, not seeing those in the spread. On the topic of Espinoza's deck, let's take a look at his side. Now down in a game with Jeskai Blink, you're talking about how a lot of the stuff in the main deck is kind of creature removal. Even having the Flage to answer one Tameshi, not remotely good enough in that first game.
Right.
Hoping for some help in the sideboard here.
Right, so Force of Negation, Mystical Dispute, both excellent cards in this sort of matchup. I can also see Ghost Vacuum being pretty nice, where it isn't the most exciting, but it is something that can actually just sort of provide an additional question that Tonoli needs to be able to answer before comboing it with something like a Tameshi loop. It's not necessarily going to be great in the level 0, suspend my Lotus Bloom, cast Belcher on 4, kill you game. But a lot of the time, Espinoza is trying to win a game that takes 6, 7 turns. So in the world where Espinoza is actually checking that draw, the next layer of that is how do I beat the Tameshi, which is not what Espinoza was able to do last game. So having something that can give you that extra insurance is fairly attractive whenever there is creature removal that you want to get out of your deck anyway.
Yeah, that tracks. Just having something that can play in some of the games versus a fistful of stuff that does the same stuff that wasn't good enough in some of the games.
Right, and then Surgical Extraction is also a card that can just completely take a card out of the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just check something like, I don't know, Mystical Dispute a Goblin Charbelcher the hard way, just the 3-mana link way and extract it, that's going to be a really big problem for Tonoli.
Yeah, that all makes sense. Ivan Espinoza playing Jeskai Blink. We've seen a few different flavors of these Blink decks, all of them playing 3 or 4 copies of Quantum Riddler, a hit card from Edge of Eternities. If you haven't checked this set out, just modern, standard, really big constructed hit. One that I've heard a lot of praise for the retail limited environment as well. You can order your Edge of Eternities now on starcitygames.com/MTG-EOE.
Yeah, multiple cards in Edge of Eternities making a splash in Modern right now. We saw Pinnacle Emissary doing stuff in Affinity earlier today with us in the booth. I know Ice Till Explorer is something that's doing a lot in a bunch of the land decks. Some versions of Amulet Titan are even packing it. Awesome, awesome set.
Yeah, ton of hits there. Heard a lot of really good reviews for just the world building. People really enjoy the world there on the edge.
Yes, extremely vast, extremely rich lore going on there. They put a lot of work into it.
Starting at game number 2, looks like Tonoli keeping on 7, Espinoza mulliganing to 6.
And this is the sort of, in some ways, emblematic of the pressure that Tonoli's deck puts Espinoza under, where Espinoza in general has a bunch of cards that are just quote-unquote good cards, but is going to take a little bit to kill Tonoli, which means that there's a lot of pressure on him to find answers to the actual combo. And if there isn't one in the opening hand, it's probably worth going to 6 or even 5 to look for a hand that does have something like at least a Consign to Memory, a Force of Negation, because you have cards like Quantum Riddler that can help forgive being down a card or two early.
Yeah. You're talking about how the Blue Belcher deck, it has a couple different plans. You are kind of all in combo, but the Smeshy games and the outright Belcher games, they play a little bit differently. Ultimately, you are this linear combo deck. You do invite your opponent to say, hey, this is what I'm doing, whatever your interaction is. You know, if you have it, it's strong. But as you see Espinosa going down to 5, it does say, hey, if you don't have it, you're dead.
Right, exactly. Right. In a lot of ways, I would liken Mono Blue Belcher to kind of this era of Modern's version of Storm combo, where all roads lead to Grape Shot. In this case, all roads lead to the People's Cannon, where there are a bunch of counter spells. There's Tameshi, there's Roar of Invention. There are a bunch of details, but they all point to the same North Star.
The People's Cannon is such a great moniker for Goblin Charbelcher.
Oof, that is a nice Flooded Strand.
Oh,
holy
yeah.
Credit where due.
Onslaught foil, let's go.
Take me to church.
Dwari Runes tapped for Tenoli. Got to imagine, here's a Surveil land. Yes, of course, it's Meticulous Archive for Espinosa. Taking a look at the top card. When you're on so low resources, going to be a lot of cards you have to think about here.
Mm-hmm. Right, this is the spot where on 5, it's not really clear if Espinosa even found one of those important reactive cards we were talking about before. 5 is about the point where you kind of just have to say, okay, I need lands and spells. I need to be able to play a game of Magic.
Right. Basic Plains was milled. Flooded Strand is the land for turn. Going to go and find an untapped Steam Vents, fetching down to 16 for that. And here is a Warped Quantum Riddler. Still just drawing 1 card, but it's a start. Blue-white tap land for Tenoli.
The all-important Suppression Ray. Hard cast in
Pro
the finals
Tour
of the
winning.
Pro Tour.
Pro Tour winning Suppression Ray.
All right, Fable the Mirror Breaker. Here's some really nice card filtering. If it were to resolve.
And Force of Negation going down a card against an opponent that's mulligan twice on the play. Pretty good exchange for Tenoli.
Oh, yeah, perfectly fine. Okay, so shocking a 3-mana land into play. Or 3-mana DFC that could have been a land. It's just a pretty loud, this is the worst land in my hand.
Yikes. Yeah, and it's even sinking to Stupor. That card is so strong. And
correct.
Speaking of so strong, stock up.
It could find anything. It could find Preordain.
It finds 2 things. It could find 2 Preordains.
That is exactly how many Preordains it can find in several respects.
All right, Tenoli picks up 2 cards. Espinosa. Land number 4 is Flooded Strand number 3.
The handsome Flooded Strand 3.
Another Warp of a Riddler, still just drawing 1 card. And that's it as we head back to Tenoli. Another Dwari Runes. Gonna be some draw-go for a little bit here.
So one of the things about Tenoli's Mono and Blue Belcher deck is that it is not the most explosive. I know a lot of times in Modern we see things like Amulet Titan, which are able to go really quickly and theoretically win as early as the 2nd turn. This deck has a bunch of tap lands and it puts more of its points into consistency, where here, in a lot of ways, Tenoli is threatening lethal next turn secretly in an almost Splinter Twin-esque, I will War of Invention for Lotus Bloom and then cast Charbelcher and you are dead way.
Yeah, definitely something you have to respect on Espinosa's side. He actually surveils away a Mystical Dispute.
All right, so it sounds like Espinosa has the reactive cards, but needs to find a way to get to the business end of this game.
Right, here's a Goblin Charbelcher. Seems like a good check.
All right. All right. I mean, if you have multiples in hand, I know there are times you see this with cards like Show and Tell and Legacy a bunch, where you say, okay, well, you know, multiples of this kind of chew through counter spells eventually to let one of them resolve.
And in such a low resource game, like the nightmare scenario is counter spell, you know, plus a sideboard, a surgical extraction. It's pretty unlikely.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny, that's a spot where if the Surgical Extraction is in Espinosa's hand or deck, Force of Negation exiling is kind of downside.
Right. Looks like March of Otherworldly Light pitching Solitude's the answer. Okay, so Solitude hanging around in the deck. It's an answer to Smeshi. It's the mana boost necessary to actually get to X equals 4 for the Belcher.
Okay. Look, any port in the storm.
All right, so the Belcher has been answered. We go back to Espinosa. And here's Surgical Extraction, but the Belcher was exiled.
And that's targeting...
Great question.
I would guess Force of Negation, but I'm low confidence.
There's not a lot of stock ups in the deck.
Yeah, given that Force of Negation countered it, it sounds like Tonoli probably has another one in hand or something like that, and is just saying, okay, well, if they're going to be gone anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. Espinosa is going to warp another Riddler. We go back to Tonoli.
That thing has me wondering if Espinosa's hand is Consign plus Ephemerate.
It's Consign. He's being patient with
Right.
it, as Goblin Charbretchel has resolved.
There's Philia.
Dash Ragavan. Here's an attack for 4 from Espinosa.
Oh!
Link the Belcher.
Oh! Consign can make it be gone forever.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, but it didn't. Oh my god!
But it was not there. And Quentin Tonoli is going to pick up this match 2-0 over Ivan Espinosa, advancing to 6-0. We'll be seeing Quentin Tonoli on day 2 of competition here. 3 rounds to go. I mean, we still have a little bit of tournament to play, but it has the requisite 18 points and is hoping to pick up a few more on the way out.
Right, normally I started to say this Belcher deck isn't doing anything fancy, but it's really good at doing its trick. It's kind of doing something fancy.
Its trick is fancy.
Very cool. Very excited to see more of that deck playing tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. On the topic of tomorrow and wrapping things up today, that's going to do it for Carmen and I. But don't go anywhere. We do have 3 more rounds of Modern, round 7, 8, and 9, where players are going to be vying for day 2 competition. We're looking to see who's going to be undefeated on the day. Really exciting stuff. We're going to get Corey Baumeister and Jim Davis back in the booth. Don't go anywhere. Round 7 is just around the corner.
Welcome back to sunny and hot Texas here.
So hot.
Yeah, we have to get lunch, man. Ooh, it is hot outside. But it's hot in here, too. We got some great action here at the Regional Championship. Here at SCG Con Houston, we're playing some Modern. We're coming into the home stretch here at the latter end of day one.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into round 7, you know, some of these players have already locked up their day 2. But that's not what they're only going for here. At this point, the players we're going to be seeing, they want more than just day 2.
Yeah, it's not just making day 2. You want to have a good day 2. The best record you can get going in is extremely important. So very important matches here for players who are already locked up and players who are also trying to punch their ticket.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a peek at the standings and see how our top tier of the players are doing here. And that is a strange way to represent Mono Blue Belcher there, but I like it. And that is really impressive. Quintanoli, one of our most established players here in the field, top 4 the World Championship last year. That is extremely powerful and just dispatched Ivan Espinosa pretty easily in the last round. And as far as the decks go, Jim, I mean, this page at least looks pretty even. And even 2 Boros Energies at 6-0 is maybe slightly surprising.
Yeah, I mean, Boros Energy is still really, really good, right?
Still good, yeah.
Yeah, it's cool to see here. We got, now we're in round 7. The undefeated players are no longer down the entire page. So you have 15 players who are currently undefeated. I guess I'm sorry. Valerie is also undefeated with a draw. So
true.
We'll say a perfect record, And let's hop up on to page number 2 here and see what our second tier of players are doing in the top 32. And we got one more draw there with Azorius Control. Who would have thought?
Yeah, shocking.
But what else we got here?
All right, looking at this, we got Ivan Espinosa that just picked up a loss here a second ago. Our PT Edge of Eternity champion, Michael D. Benedetto Plummer, there in 21st place. And, Benny Zioli there in 30th place as well. A fan favorite for sure. A lot of great players doing pretty well. And I will say this page, a few more Amulet gamers. So I'm not going to call it yet, but Houston, we might have a problem.
Yeah, 2 Boros Energy, too. Boros Energy demise has been greatly exaggerated.
It has,
It's still an extremely powerful deck, and good to see it's doing well. And it's great to see. And also awesome to see Michael win the Pro Tour. We've been covering him nonstop for the last year. He's constantly in contention at every event we cover. And then getting that big Pro Tour finish is really, really cool to see. Congrats to Michael. Hopefully Michael looking to make a nice deep run here.
And not playing the Pro Tour winning deck is very telling. So that's either very telling of like, hey, I just won the Pro Tour. I'm a baller now. I'm going to play something that maybe I like playing more. Or the more likely scenario, he wants to still win this tournament as well and just recognizes Belcher's not at a great spot and plays Jeskai Blink, which a lot of our top players are on this weekend. So might be a nice metagame call here.
Yeah, Amulet the most played deck, but the Blink strategies are the talk of the event. The Riddler and more. So we got a good first match for you. We got Austin Brazel with a little Simic Neoform.
Ooh, okay.
Neoform, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Yeah, a deck that kind of, maybe didn't have the best Pro Tour. It wasn't the worst. It still put 1 player into the top 8. It's still an extremely fast deck. Being able to play 4 consigns in the main while having this kind of fast combo draw ends up being quite appealing. And still a deck I would absolutely never play personally, but it is a powerful strategy here in Modern.
It tells how you really feel,
Yeah, exactly.
And again, I was saying earlier, Consign in Memory, low-key the most important card in the format.
Really is. It used to just be the full stop best sideboard card in the format, but now there's a lot of decks that actually play it in the main here. Jeskai Blink, we've been seeing it, so you can counter the Flage sacrifice ability. We see it in Neoform, and it's just kind of popping up everywhere. Card's good.
Yeah, if you're able to use it proactively, it's a really good place to be.
Yeah.
And then we see Alexander Beebe with Titan. Some more Titan here, so we get to see kind of like the rogue deck versus, I don't want to say the bad guy of a tournament.
Yeah.
Would you say the bad guy of a tournament?
Not yet. Not yet, but we'll see in the late stages of the day. But one thing I will say about this Amulet Neoform matchup, I think it's pretty heavily favored in the form of Neoform. They're both really extremely fast turn 2 or turn 3 decks, but one of them gets to play 4 consigns and actually interact, and the other one just goes for it,
Yeah. Neoform known for its blistering speed. It is kind of like your all-in glass cannon combo deck. So
I will say one thing, sorry, Jim, is there's one Vexing Bauble in the main. Vexing Bauble is a card that really, really shuts down Neoform.
Yeah,
really.
No packs of any kind. So let's pop down to the match, see how it goes.
Yeah, not only no packs, but also not being able to play Allosaurus Rider, one of the most important things.
Oh, sure. Excellent. So we got Austin on top, Simic Neoform. We got Alexander on the bottom, Amulet Titan. Our players are ready to roll here. Looks like Austin's on the play. Misty Rainforest, and past the turn, a blistering start.
Oh, yeah. And both players should be 5-1, just a small graphic problem on the bottom. That wouldn't make too much sense.
That would be cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Alexander took a lunch break. He's like, you know what, guys? I'm not playing this round. I'll get lunch.
It's my bye week.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, we're here under the shadow of the Houston Texans Stadium, the Energy Stadium.
We really are.
I was kind of wishing they were playing this weekend, but they're playing on Monday away. So, so turn one, Urza Saga and Amulet, a huge explosive potential for Alexander. The question will be, will that Urza Saga Chapter 3 actually go off or not?
Exactly, yeah. Will Austin maybe have the turn 2? Or, I mean, Alexander could also have a turn 2, with another Amulet or something like that. But Saga into Amulet, that's pretty much saying, hey, turn 3, it's on.
Yeah, if you came for fireworks, this is the match to come back to here. Yeah. Round 7, regional championships. So, we got to surveil. Going in the maze. Austin's going to go into the maze and find something that he likes or he doesn't like. Looks like he likes it. Going to hand. Buzz Strand, pass the turn.
And yeah, Austin being on the play here, huge. I think in a favorable matchup, if you're especially on the play here and maybe you can get game 1 before the sideboard card comes into play, that is gigantic. So definitely back up against the wall from Alexander.
All right, so Gruul Turf floats a mana, and we see a Spelunking. So here's a draw and an extra land drop. A little redundant on the untap effects, but a little wry smile there from Alexander. Like to see that.
Yeah, maybe if you don't have another land, it gets really awkward because you want second Amulet, but you also don't want to just play a bounce land and pick up your Saga, because that's not going to get you that second Amulet very fast. So that could easily be the spot where he is not feeling so great.
So you're saying Alexander only has the Gruul Turf, doesn't want to play it and bounce the Saga, so it's kind of like we're doing something here. All right, never mind.
Yep.
We got the mana counters out, Gruul Turf in untapped. We're going to see a fetch in response.
Yeah, it's got to be exactly what Alexander didn't want. That's got to be pretty telling to me. One of a couple things. The rest of the lands in hand are now the Urza Saga plus maybe just more bounce lands. Mm-hmm. There's no just like Boseiju or Forest. Otherwise, that would be in play right now. So, next turn, without having Amulet number 2, just another bounce land alone is not going to be enough. So, Austin's got a chance to really maybe not even have to win this next turn. Might have another turn of reprieve.
So why did the mana counters come out there first? Like I was getting excited. I was like, "Oh, what are we doing here?"
I think the judge also got excited and was like, "Oh, we got mana floating."
Okay. I was like, "Are we going off right now?"
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
That would have been wild. A lot of our Boreal Grazers or something to be able to go off in that position.
All right, so end step going back into the maze, and once again, Austin likes what he sees. Draws for turn. So I've had Xenagos in hand. You see an Allosaurus Rider also. Veil of Summer, not too relevant here.
No, but it does pitch to Allosaurus Rider.
It's true.
Which is big game. So, I mean, the way that this Neoform deck can win right away, it's not that, believe it or not. Mm-hmm. But for anybody that's not familiar, is you're able to get Galta Stampeding Tyrant into play, and then with the trigger on the stack, you Summoner's Pact for Xenagos, and then you double the 12/12's power, attack for 24. That's kind of the way to win right away. And there's plenty of ways where you can just get an Attrax into play, get a good hand, maybe get a Pact of Negation or 2, Pact on your opponent's turn, and then consign your Pact triggers. So those are kind of the most common play patterns from Simic Neoform.
Consign working really hard in this deck.
Very.
All right, so Saga is back. And we got 3 mana. And Spelunking, a number 2. Draw a card. Now what we got, Alexander?
2 Spelunkings does not work the way you want, like it does with 2 Amulets, I'll tell you that.
Yep. Yeah, a little redundant here.
Yeah. Spelunking and Amulet essentially are Nombos. They do the same thing, where if you have 2 Amulets, you get that extra bonus. 2 Spelunkings, not as much. And speak of the devil, I would think next turn for Alexander, it's on.
All right, so we see Crumbling Vestige comes in untapped. Second Amulet. But we're going to see an end step as Planar Genesis, correct?
Correct, yep.
Little impulse action.
Well, there's a Neoform.
Yep.
That's got to be kind of exactly what you want.
All right, so this is the turn, and there really isn't much by way of interaction as far as Alexander is concerned, right?
I think actually Stone Cold nothing. Like, there is no way to interact game 1 except with, an Otawara or a Boseiju. Other than that, you know, you can proactively interact with a Vexing Bauble in play. But hey, Alexander made that choice to give up that Saga on 2. It almost would have been better to have no lands in play but a Vexing Bauble, because this wouldn't be possible. And I don't think winning the game would really be possible if a Vexing Bauble's in play. So I think that easily could have been a big misstep there from Alexander, even though it feels wrong.
All right, well, it's game time. Allosaurus Rider pitched some cards, comes into play. Neoform, second to 7-drop to go get an 8-drop. Here is Galta Stampede Tyrant. When Galta enters, you get to put in any number of creatures from your hand. How about a Xenagos?
I like that one.
Yeah, it's a good choice, right? And
I like it.
Maybe we'll target the Galta here, 24 power, Rumble in the red zone, and that will do it. Austin takes game 1 in kind of convincing fashion. Kind of a weird game. Both players stumbled a little bit in the mid game, but of course the combo gets it done, and we see a lack of interaction on Alexander's side. Not ideal. Yeah,
not ideal as well. So you got to think trying to get that Vexing Bauble in play at all costs would be great. It's not impossible to deal with, but it's pretty tough.
All right, so let's hop on over to our sideboards here. And on Alexander's side, we got a Bajuka Bog, a Collector Oof, 3 Dismember, 1 Reclaimer, 1 Fire Spout, 1 Force of Vigor, 1 Ghost Quarter, 2 Green Sun Zenith, 1 6. Sounds weird to say. 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Vampire's Vengeance, and 1 Vexing Bauble. You got the Bauble coming in here. What else?
Yeah, Bauble's coming in 100%. Outside of that, not a lot is going on. You very much just want to be the most proactive deck here possible. Yeah, I think that's really all I'm bringing in. Maybe the Elvish Reclaimer to get more Sagas, to then be able to get more Vexing Baubles, but I mean, that's even a stretch. So Vexing Bauble for sure.
All right, and then on Austin's side, we got an Endurance, 2 Hooting Mandrills, Hootie my boy, and
let's go.
2 Hope of Gearper, 2 Into the Floodmaw, 4 Mystical Dispute, 2 Natural State, 2 Nature's Claim.
Okay, so let's see. Nothing I super love either here. I could see the 1 Endurance because Amulet has kind of become this graveyard-centric deck. And then the Natural State as well as the Nature's Claim look great to deal with Amulet, as well as the Urza's Saga. You could consider Into the Floodmaw to try to interact with a Titan, but I do not love that, especially with, just trying to close the game out as fast as possible. So yeah, I think just the ways to destroy Amulet and probably that Endurance as well.
All right, so I imagine things aren't going to change that much. Often these sideboard games slow down a bit when there's more interaction, but there isn't really the right interaction here. We're just see some more fireworks, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Austin does improve quite a bit, though. I mean, being able to destroy artifacts or enchantments, that's big game. You know, being able to take out an Amulet before you can start untapping or spelunking. So I would think this is a good matchup for Austin. That's even getting better here in the post-board games.
Sounds great. All right, well, while they sideboard and look over the open deck list, we're going to take a second here and look at our letter, the Star City newsletter. Tori, tell me about it.
All right, so the newsletter, if you want to be aware of all the really sweet things going on, all the different sales, any events that we have coming up, as well as pre-ordering any sealed product, individual singles, all that kind of jazz, the newsletter is the spot that you want to be. Just let you know everything that's going on. StarCityGames.com/newsletter to sign up today. I'm signed up. You signed up?
This is one of the few newsletters that I am on that I have been on for over a decade.
Yeah, yeah. It's a nice one. I have been trying to send you an invitation to my newsletter, my personal newsletter, but it seems to keep getting declined. Are you working on that, or?
You know a little box in your email where it says report as junk, report as spam.
Yes.
Go away forever. Please stop.
I haven't seen that particular one,
well,
but
I have it, and I hit it early and often.
Oh, okay.
Not related in any way to what you just said, but just a non sequitur.
Just in general. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Well, I'm my feelings are hurt, but let's continue.
You have no choice. You're stuck with me. All right, so sideboarding here just seem pretty important. Combo on combo matchup. Let's see if we can take a little peek into another matchup here in our awesome picture-in-picture feature.
I love this feature. It is so nice. So big props to SCG for being able to just show us more magic. I love it.
Yeah, and one of the things, when you're walking around the tournament, you can kind of walk around and peek in different matches.
Yeah.
We're strapped to chairs. We can't do that. We're actually chained to these chairs, if you didn't know.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
So we'll see if we can get one in. If we can't, that's also cool, too. There we go. Oh,
Woo.
whoa, hello. All right, Corey, break it down. What's going on?
All right, so just normal stuff going on. All right, we have the Atraxa that looks like we brought back in with Gorios. Yeah, and then just a very wide battlefield on the other side. Here from definitely not Amulet Titan, I'll tell you that. Boros Energy up top.
That's okay. We're under the radar, you know?
Yeah.
It's a pretty nice board. It looks like is it a bombardment in play on the far left side?
That looks
far right.
Far right, yeah. Bombardment with a bunch of kitty cats.
Yep.
Looks like just phenomenal high-level draws from both players. Like,
yeah, we came into it.
Or they were missing a lot of land drops, and we just came in here, but...
This is turn 14.
Yeah.
We see the Ephemerate also ready to go on rebound. We got a Force Negation in hand, removal spells, another Atraxa. These players are cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm curious. It looks like they're also in a judge question right now.
All right, so either picture, in picture, in picture.
Yeah, can we get a picture into the side picture? We'll take a look at that, but...
So it looks like our main match is ready to go, so we'll hop back over there.
If Trevor is attacking here, though, something nice that you can do is, like, attack with Flage, deal 3 to Atraxa, sack 4 creatures so that Ephemerate doesn't bounce back. Like, depending on who's attacking there is going to greatly decide the winner of that game.
All right, well, more on that later. We're back to our main match here between Alexander Abibi and Austin Brazel. Simic Neoform up a game, looking to advance to 6. And I can't do 6 is after 5, right?
Carry the 3
hold on,
divided
yep.
by 4.
Yep.
Wait, let me get out the fingers. Yeah, it's 6.
Okay, so
yeah.
A win here puts Austin to 6-1, which is a great standing to have in the tournament, of course. It looks like Alexander's actually 4-1-1, so we have a draw in there as well.
Alexander picked up a draw since we went to picture-in-picture on the other match. I don't know what happened during sideboarding here.
They found out about that lunch break, and they were like,
All right, so looking at the top, we see 2 Neoforms. That looks like a Pact as well. Maybe only 1 land. The classic Neoform hand. Like, you know, you don't play the deck to try to not get a little lucky, right?
Yeah, I think if you're starting up for Neoform, you're starting up to game. You are ready to rock and roll, but 1 land a little too risky. I think Austin, in a pretty favorable matchup here, wants to just make sure, let's have functional hand, let's do the thing.
If it's a 1-lander, I'm on the draw, and it's a fetch land for a surveil land, you can't pay me enough to mulligan that hand.
Very, very fair. Yeah, it was an MDFC, only taps for green. So Austin sends it back. Looks like Alexander's all ready to go at 7. Nicely fanned out.
Snapped it off, if you will.
Shuffle up. A little bit of a cut, a little bit of a shuffle. Of course, we are playing at a serious competitive REL here. Regional Championship is a serious event.
I believe it's Super Serial IRL is the technical term of the...
Judge. And, of course, we're playing for Pro Tour invites, a bunch of money, 2 Worlds invites, and we're happy to have you here with us. Let's see how Austin's second hand looks.
All right, that's at least a hedge maze. There's a DFC, so everything looks pretty solid about that hand. I don't see anything to do with the Allosaurus Rider, so that's probably the one thing. But, hey, that Summoner's Pact on the right, this hand actually could be borderline the best you could have.
All right, so eyeing that dragon here as a way to put that one back. Remember that card in Dragons of Tarkir Limited. Ridiculous.
I didn't play that one. I didn't play that set too much. Yeah, it wasn't attached to a Pro Tour, so I didn't play a ton, even though it did look like a blast.
8-mana dragon coming to play kill your stuff.
Oh, boom,
oh. Vexing Bobble, get vexed. So now Austin's got quite the hurdle to go through here. These packs, these Allosaurus Riders, all not doing much, but we do see old Hootie in the hand. Corey?
Yeah.
I only want to be with you.
Oh, very nice reference. Very nice reference. But good old Hootie is probably not going to be enough. There's a certain 6-drop on the other side that has a little bit more power, and it does a little bit more when you put it into play. So old Hootie's no good.
They both have trample.
That's true. That's true.
All right, so fetch and pass. We see an amulet also for Alexander. Great start for Alexander here.
So it's not unmanageable from the Vexing Bauble. So some of the things that Austin has to do is, well, cast the free spell, consign the trigger from Vexing Bauble, Veil of Summer the trigger to get through the counter spell. But either way you slice it, it's not great. It's not great. You got to do a lot of extra stuff in a deck that is already relying on, like, 5 cards to be able to combo off.
So we see a copy here of the Hedge Maze with Vesuva. Comes in on tap thanks to Amulet. A little bit of Scry action. You got a Rumble going down. Summoner's Pact Mirror.
Yeah, I would say very different decks, though, but honestly, they're pretty similar. Both just degenerate combo decks that are really just, firing on all cylinders, trying to get the game done on relatively the same turn. Turn 2 is very, very good for both decks, but not impossible, and turn 3 is their bread and butter.
All right, so we got another maze. Going to once again go on the maze, take a little look. Austin's got to figure out how to get out of this little predicament here. Here's a Surveil. Looks like a Neoform. Already got one of those. Yep, and that's going to the bin.
Yep.
So pretty telling to Alexander, right?
Very telling. And another reason why I love these Nature's Claims, Natural States coming in, dealing with Vexing Bauble, probably the biggest thing that those cards do. 4 of that effect in a sideboard is a lot, and it makes a lot of sense because, well, Vexing Bauble Stonks is on the rise, so having an answer to that card seems needed in Modern.
All right, so Austin's surveying the field here. Got a few things we have one thing to worry about in Amulet and one obstacle to overcome in Vexing Bauble. And you kind of need to, pick your poison here.
Yeah, like with 4 mana in play, with an Amulet, you have to try to not die, while also trying to beat a thing that's preventing you from winning the game. So Austin's in a bit of a rough spot this game.
Gonna think it through. Now, of course, Alexander takes this game, so let's the break serve in game 3.
Yep.
I think that Surveil lands are really interesting to me in that they're clearly better than Scry lands. Yep. But the fact that you have to bin a card and reveal what it is does tell a lot about your hand.
It does. It does. But how often do you think, a lot of players pick up on that kind of stuff? Do you think that is a thing that is picked up on by 95% of the RC players, or?
Maybe not 95, but I mean, amongst the players who are going to be making deep runs, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the kind of information you're looking for information at every point in a game, and that's a huge one right there. So that speaks to Austin already having a Neoform, which he does, and now Alexander got a little more info to work with, and so on and so forth. So we see an empty FC land coming up here, untapped, Bolt take 3.
So I think one play that Austin could do there if he really wanted to was cast Summoner's Pact, let it get countered, and then cast Hootie Mandrills, exiling that card, and then next turn you have the way to sacrifice it to get a Traxer or something, but decided to not go for that one.
I would have liked that. Yes, okay. The land came in tapped. We had a little untap, decide for a tap. So I love old Hootie. So we got a tap here. We got a sack here. We got a.
That's a prime time.
Primeval Titan. Does that even have art on it?
Yeah, that's the Final Fantasy one.
Oh, really? Oh, it was like holding a thing up, right?
Astral something.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. It's a very dark piece of art, so it does look pretty dark from our angle here.
I think it's from one of the older Final Fantasy games, so it's that aesthetic, I know you played all the Final Fantasies right before, you watched all the Lord of the Rings movies, right? It's your jam?
Right. You mean Legend of Zelda?
Yes, Legend of Zelda, absolutely.
Right. There we go.
We're upsetting so many people and their franchises over this weekend.
Or making them happy.
That's true. All
right, so prime time's coming in. A little haste off the Hand War Battlements. Get some more lands, and things are looking quite good for Alexander. What's the next step for Alexander here?
Yeah, picking up some lands, and since we can't win the game, it's likely going to be some form of interaction. So, Beseiju for one of the lands doesn't look great. I guess we can check a basic check, or no, that's not going to be a thing.
Wow, Forest and an Islands.
Yeah, and okay, so trying to actually gain some more mana here.
So we got a Gruul Turf and a Simic Growth Chamber. That could be an explosion of 4 extra mana.
Either way, it doesn't look like anything too exciting is going to be available for interaction unless we have maybe Otawara. Being able to bounce that could be bounce something could be reasonable.
All right, so pick up the Crumbling Vestige and the Vesuva for possible land copying later.
Yep.
And just going to pass the turn. So 5 mana up, Bauble still in play. Titan threatening for effectively lethal next turn, right? I can't imagine that Titan wouldn't be able to get lethal.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it would be too difficult as well.
All right, so Austin got a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, and man, that Vexing Bobble, this is how amazing it is. That's why I really would have liked to see Alexander do a different play game one, going back to that bouncing the Urza Saga. If you just accept the fact that you're not going to have any lands in play, but you have a Vexing Bobble, I still think that greatly increases your chance of winning the game.
You think Alexander is more focused on like trying to win rather than thinking about the possible avenues of stopping Austin?
Maybe just undervaluing how good Vexing Bobble is against Neoform. Probably not, but definitely something that was probably considered, but maybe not strongly enough considered.
Okay. So I think game one for Combo Decks, there was a real focus on like you just gotta do your thing.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see a cycle here of a generous Ent Forest cycling. We've got a basic Forest.
I think we might see a Vexing Bobble check. Because I didn't see anything else from Austin that really made it clear that he's able to do much of anything.
All right, so Vexing Bobble is a trigger.
Yeah, you got to remember it.
So if you want to cast a spell, kind of like Chalice of the Void, where they got a Chalice on 1 and they're at 3, you can. It's a legal play to cast Lightning Bolt. It's on them to say, hey, that's countered.
I wonder how it would have worked that last turn where you have Summoner's Pact. You're like, all right, cast Summoner's Pact, get it countered, and be like, whoops, didn't counter that one. Yeah, probably not a legal play.
Correct, yes. You are allowed to miss a trigger through your own, I don't know, missing triggerness.
Yes, but that's the technical term, yes.
But you cannot miss a trigger intentionally.
Intentionally, yes,
Correct.
Of course. So I think we're going to go for it here because, well, there's nothing else that you can really do. You can play Hooting Mandrills if you want, but...
All right, I don't like this... Yeah, so not exactly being super sneaky about it, just like, I'm just going to cast this Summoner's Pact. And, all right, now we're seeing Allosaurus Rider.
And then points to this and be like, all right, I'll head on out.
That's an act of unmitigated gall to get a spell countered by a Vexing Bobble and then immediately play a spell into Vexing Bobble.
Yes.
I love that.
I love it, too.
Now, what's actually happening here, though, is there are cards going to the graveyard, right? So the Rider's counter goes to the graveyard, 5 cards in the bin, can cast Hootie, can cast Neoform.
Yeah, okay. That is real.
All right, so maybe a little more than an actual check here. This is a graveyard filler.
Okay, actually, this is awesome.
All right, so 5 cards in the bin.
And that means we will have access to an Atraxa here. Okay, I thought this game was truly done, but this is a solid line to be able to get it done.
All right, so cast with the Delve ability of the Hooting Mandrills. It's a 1-mana 4/4. Mana value printed is 6. There's Neoform. Sack it to get a 7-drop. There's a few good ones in there, probably, right?
Yeah, I mean, Atraxa seems like the best one. Yeah, Atraxa. Now, the one thing that Alexander can for sure do here is attack with Primetime, put in Otawara, Simic Growth Chamber, bounce Otawara, bounce Atraxa. So that's just like surface level, and then now you have a stuck Atraxa in your hand, and you have whatever cards you pick up from Atraxa here, but either way, that still puts Alexander well and truly ahead, and that's to say that he doesn't have, another Titan, Aftermath Analyst to start popping off. Plenty of things that you could do here.
Yeah, that does remove the Atraxa, but we're seeing a full new grip here of 10 cards. You get at least 4 or 5 cards off of this. If that doesn't kill Austin, is Austin going to be able to go off next turn?
We're going to find out here. And I mean, you still have to get through the Vexing Bobble plan, and there was I believe, a nature state, so you're able to do that. And looks like Alexander flashes the Scape Shift, says, this one gets you. This one gets you good. And that it does. Sacrifice all these lands, get Lotus Field, get Mirror Pool, get Shifting Woodlands, Aftermath Analyst. You just loop that over and over again. You make Infinite Titans, attack for Infinite. And Atraxa is a really good blocker on one of those 6/6s. But the other Infinite that get through, we'll do a good job of finishing.
So infinite damage minus 7 life gain from Atraxa.
Carry the yeah, it's still infinite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is that how it works? Isn't it if it's minus 7? How does Infinity work? Someone tell me.
Take a look at the sideboard here from these two players.
All right. So also got a little work to do here going into game 3. We see the Endurance, 2 Hooting Mandrills, 2 up a gear per, 2 to flub off, 4 dispute, 2 state, 2 claim. Any changes?
No changes. Still keep those 4 ways to destroy artifacts and enchantments. Maybe old Hootie Mandrills increase the numbers. There's already one in the main, so that could have been the one that Austin had. But, I mean, it makes sense to have a little bit of a plan B if you play against a deck with a bunch of Vexing Baubles. And I wouldn't categorize Alexander's list as a bunch because there's 2 Baubles. But, man, I wouldn't be too shocked to see these Vexing Baubles numbers really going up in every single deck. They've looked amazing in the last, 3 weekends of Modern that I've been casting, whether it be the Mox, the Pro Tour, or this. Vexing Bauble has been an all-star in all of them.
Cool. And then on Alexander's side, any major changes, or are we just kind of doing our thing here?
I mean, you got to get those dismembers in there to deal with old Hootie Mandrills. All right, still probably not, but yeah, I don't think any big changes here from Alexander's side.
All right, so we got also on the play for Game 3. Alexander going to try and break serve, but before we get to that, let's say a little bit about you want to get some store credit. You want to get your bankroll going here. Sell your cards at StarCityGames.com, whether you're at an event or you're home. You can go to sellyourgames.starcity. Sell your cards. Sell your games. Sell your cards. StarCityGames. Sell your games too. Whatever. Sell everything. And you can sell your cards, and you get that big 30% trade-in bonus. So you're going to buy more Magic cards anyway. 30% is a lot.
Yeah,
that is a big up trade bonus. So you have your little bankroll at Star City. You know, you trade your cards in, and then when it comes time for the next commander deck or standard deck, whatever it might be, you say, put it on my tab. I'll take these cards. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I racked up my store credit bonus just last week as well. I got a good amount of bones in there. I'm ready for whatever next standard deck I want to play. Maybe I'll play a new modern deck after this. I'm ready to go.
I have a lot too. I'm curious who has more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I have a decent amount.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, Game 3. Alexander got a break serve. Austin on the play. And we get to see if this is going to be a Vexing Bauble game or not.
Okay, that's a turn 2 Neo 4. Oh, no, we need one more green card.
Yeah.
So if those Surveil lands finds any green card, we're good to go. But also, that's a hand that does not beat a Vexing Bauble in any way, shape, or form. So Austin can never go off turn 1. So Alexander can always have the ability to Vexing Bauble. That being said, I don't think I see it. Well, I definitely don't see it now.
All right, yep. So Alex, I go back to the well here. And I think that Alex is looking for a Bauble or a very fast hand. When you have 2 basically aces in your deck.
Yeah.
And every time you mulligan, if you're not sure on a mulligan, you just think, well, if I mulligan, it's possible I hit one of my 2 bangers.
Yeah.
So going to be saying mulligan from Alex here and see if we can't find a Bauble or a really fast kill.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, even if you have a turn 2 kill, that might not be fast enough. Mm-hmm. That's the biggest problem. So, you know, mulliganing to a Vexing Bauble might be kind of needed. I hate to think that way because I think these aggressive power mulligan plans almost never work kind of like they want to. But this is also coming from a player who keeps a lot of maybe loose-ish hands and loses because of it, so maybe I shouldn't be the person you should trust in this advice.
Wasn't going to call you out there, but
yeah.
Called yourself out. So
I've been playing with Seth Manfield on a testing team for years, so I've adopted his play style, except I don't make as many top 8s as him.
You need to play skill also.
Oh!
It's not just the style.
Dang it!
Too, yeah.
That's what I've been forgetting this whole time.
Yep. Seth is, I played a lot with Seth also, one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah.
Unbelievably good. There's the maze, tops the green card.
Did we see it? It was green?
And get faxed. Hope that green card's a natural state.
It sure better be. Oh my goodness. One of the 2 Vexing Baubles. My goodness. That was a Summoner's Pact. So clearly, if it was one of those green cards, you would snap keep that on top. So that's telling.
All right. Back Alexander's way. There's an amulet. Alex is firing on all cylinders here.
Yeah, this is Tron right here. That's the Holy Tron against Simic.
All right. Growth Chamber. Bounce Saga.
I almost think that was another maybe minor play mistake. How does Austin ever beat a second Vexing Bauble?
I've had first Vexing Bauble, yes. What about second Vexing Bauble? That's hard to say.
Was that supposed to be a Count Dracula?
No.
1, 2.
It was not.
Okay, well.
Green Sun Zenith X looks to be 0 or 1 here. That's going to be 1. A Boreal Grazer. Sloughing on in. There's Urza Saga back again.
And I will say one way to beat a double Vexing Bubble is actually Veil of Summer, a card that you would probably still not want to have in your main deck, but maybe you do.
I mean, there are 4 in the main deck, as far as that's probably part of your green card count. Like, how many of those can actually come out?
I mean, you're taking them out for 4 1-mana green cards.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, but I don't know the answer to that. Like, maybe you do still want to leave them in.
All right, so we see land 3 from Austin. We know Austin has the Neoform, the Rider, the green cards, a Pact Negation, but not much else. All right, we're getting to the red zone here. Attack for 0.
Respect.
I love an arena when you attack with a 0-power creature.
The just thud.
Yeah, it's like a thunk when it hits your opponent rather than actual damage sound.
Yeah.
Whatever programmer is responsible for that, if you're watching, thank you.
I know you do love that, because that maybe is like the 4th time you've told me that, so I appreciate your love for those animation sounds.
Listen, not every viewer watches every stream, Corey.
I'm saying you said this to me 4 times off air.
Oh, off air.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Well, forget it and listen again. All right, we got some card structs here.
I'm getting Vexing Bobble number 2. Yeah.
So is Alexander. Okay. It even buffs up the constructs. So now there's in a really awkward way, Alexander's decks become like the tempo aggro deck. 2 hate pieces that grow the aggro cards. We got some 5/5s in play. Let's end this game.
Yeah, now it's still not truly over. A Consign, a Veil, with enough mana, both work. So I see none of those cards in hand, though.
All right, crack the fetch.
To the maze one more time.
Gonna go in the maze and try and find a way out of this vexing, perplexing mess that Austin has got himself into.
Yeah, a frustrating way to lose, especially when you have turn 2 all wrapped up where your opponent has to naturally draw it. Like, come on. Like, if you're sitting on Austin's side, you got to feel bad about it. But, hey, Alexander's first hand might have been a close keep that was very functional. And he mulliganed to a phenomenal sideboard card and the best card against these Neoform decks.
Yep. All right, here we go. Going in the maze. Going to come out with
That's not it.
An evolution going to the graveyard, most likely. Don't need that one.
I would think it has to be Veil or Consign here. Otherwise, I think time's up.
All right. That looked like a Consign.
That looked like a Consign, yeah.
Like a Consign in the window to me. Okay. So walk me through this Consign here. How does Consign help us in this situation?
I mean, I'm 95% sure that you can just play your Allosaurus Rider, Consign with Replicate on the Vexing Bobble triggers, and go. And I think that's what Austin's asking right now. Can I consign the Vexing Bobble triggers?
All right, we got a big one here, folks.
But my question is the Replicate. Does the Vexing Bobble counter the Replicate cost? I don't think so. Like the one that's free.
You're not casting it. You're putting it onto the stack.
That's what I would think. Yeah.
All
so
right.
I think that's what's being asked from Austin, and I think it does work out exactly the way he wants to.
All right, so we'll pop into another match here and see what's going on with Valerie versus Jesse Hampton, and we got a little Azorius Control versus Jeskai Blink. Looks like Valerie's up a game. And we got a Kahira off to the side. I haven't seen Kahira in a while.
Yeah.
And the Riddler, of course, kind of a talk of a tournament. And it looks to be in play.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks great. I love me a good Kahira. That style of deck is awesome. So, all right, we're going to figure it out.
All right, it's time to ride. 2 bobble triggers in the stack. Here's Consign with Replicate, 1 targeting each individual trigger. That means Allosaurus Rider is good to ride. There's Neoform. Sack the Rider. Get an 8-drop. It's party time, folks.
What a draw. What an absolute draw. So here's the thing is Alexander put that bobble into play, which did protect against all the, natural states, nature's claim, that kind of thing. But it did not beat Consign or Veil, and Austin just ripped it off the top. I mean, that is just one good top deck deserves another, huh?
Now talk to me, though, because back on these old Neoform decks, when they were playing like Nourishing Shoal, whatever, they could draw their entire deck with a Thassa's Oracle effect. This deck can't do that, so where does Austin go from here?
Blocks with an 8/8 lifelinker on these constructs and then re-attacks. I would assume, we are not activating Gristlebrand right now. It's just a big creature. So if Alexander can, let's say, find a bounce land plus Otawara, that would be nice. What is going on here?
Let me do a draw. I don't know if 7 is correct.
Oh, we already went down.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
7 is after. So I was going to say, there's only one attack from a 5/5 and a fetch or two. So down to 7. 7 cards along the way, thanks to good old buddy Griselbrand. We see a Heath and a pass of the turn. And now, Austin's got a full grip. We got Hootie. We got Consign. Packed negations. Got to discard a hand size.
The packs are shut off, but the Consign is still decent.
I mean, you could, in theory, sorry, two bobbles, never mind.
Yeah.
You couldn't pack and counter one of them. You gotta, so.
That's true.
All right, so the thing is, though, now Alexander is kind of taking this, like we were saying, almost like aggro tempo plan here with these constructs, only one land in play. There is an amulet, so there is some go-off potential. But can Alexander go in all the way this game? Or this turn, I mean?
I think the best possible thing that can have, the card that would win him the game, is bounce land plus Otawara. Bounce it. You know, I don't think there's many ways to get out of that. And Austin could have played old Hootie there, play the Mandrills, but would have had to take 3 damage because I only see 1 basic forest. So that makes sense. That's not really worth it. So I don't think there was a way to play around Otawara.
All right, so back Alexander's way. 8/8 Griselbrand. Which almost sounds wrong, honestly. There's just 7s all over the card. But lifelink, flying, a couple constructs in play, and Alexander trying to figure out how to get out of this one.
And now Austin has lined up for next turn Hooting Mandrills into Eldritch Evolution for Atraxa, and then you're starting to truly bury your opponent, where Alexander's only way out is, you know, to do the absurd Titan lines, Infinite Titans type things. But with only, you can kind of consider yourself having 4 mana this turn, where there has to be some more stuff from Alexander. And I think that's a pass of the turn. Oh my goodness.
I would say a pass of a turn is probably not exactly what Alexander needs in this game. So gotta say go, no land drop, just a couple baubles. At what point is Alex start sacking these baubles to try and draw cards to get out of this?
Probably just a second ago.
Yeah. It's a tough thing to do when the baubles are, you know, holding back a lot of Austin's cards. And
yeah,
like you said, when you have 2 of them in play, it basically turns off Nature's Claim and so on and so forth. You need to have 2 of those. So, but Alexander's just going to pass the turn.
I mean, now the one thing that Alexander does have going for him, I guess, is if Griselbrand attacks for 8, puts him up to 15, the constructs come back for 10. 2 more damage than you're gaining, but that's like the one minor silver lining here.
Yeah, I don't think that Austin needs to draw 7 more cards. So
I don't think so either.
All right. Tapping 3. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's fight time.
Yes.
It's time to fight. All right. What's the front? We got Bridgeworks battle here. This is a bite or a fight?
It doesn't matter because it fought a Grazer, but regardless, that Grazer got beat up in this fight.
Yeah, and then we got to see some lifelink here. So you got 8 more life for Austin.
Now it's pretty safe to be able to gain some more life after you attack for 8 more. Or honestly, you don't even do that. First you activate and try to somehow get Zendigos kind of thing into play.
All right, so here we go. 7 more cards coming, down to 9 life.
So, yeah, I was going to say Hooting Mandrills with Eldritch. You know, you could get an 8-drop as well and try to, you know, win the game with that, but it should be relatively trivial here to be able to take it down here.
Now, Neoform and Evolution are both specifically 1 or 2 more, right? It's not like a blanket. Like, you could sack Griselbrand and get a Galta, correct?
No. Yep, it is +2 with Eldritch Evolution, +1 with Neoform kind of thing.
Okay.
So it looks like a Boseiju picked up. That's at least just really nice insulation against like a bounce land in response to untapping. Just Boseiju that, and that looks to be really, really strong. So attack with Griselbrand, play a Hooting Mandrill, just have Boseiju on defense. Seems to be good enough to me.
All right, so here comes old Griselbrand in for 8, not 7. 8 damage dealt, 8 life gained. Boseiju also costs 1 here because Griselbrand is legendary, so you could see the Mandrill and the Consign and the Boseiju.
Oh.
Natural State here also, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, we might have different ideas here. Natural State on a bobble, Boseiju on another bobble, and then Do the Thing is also an option. But with already attacking, there's really no point in doing that. So,
all right, so discard to hand size. Not a bad place to be in a game, Magic. And a lot of interaction available.
Yeah, and gotta say, no matter how you slice it here, just this Gristlebrand alone should be enough to clear this game out. When you get to restock on so many cards and just have more Besejus, more Nature's Claims, all that kind of stuff. So really impressive stuff from the Neoform, and Austin was one turn away from losing this game, you know, quite badly, I would say, as that turn 1 Vexing Bubble almost shut the door, but Austin had to draw it on that turn, or maybe had one more turn, unclear.
Consigned to memory. That's the card.
Heck of a card.
All right. Discard all that. I got 7 cards. It's your turn. All right. Back Alexander's way. Got to do something.
And what could we do? That's the real thing. It seems like just too much for what it's worth. I mean, with Consign, with the Natural State, with Beseju, just feels like far too much.
The look on Alexander's face agrees with you.
Yes.
Sort of a smirk of resignation, but gonna take a second. It's an important match.
Definitely feeling a lot better on turn 1 when that Vexing Bobble was on the stack.
Yep. All right, so tap a Simic Growth Chamber. We got a blue, we got a green, and we got
a Bobble heading to the yard? Float a green?
Nope.
Oh?
How about Amulet number 2?
Get it to the yard.
Austin says nope. Up.
Honestly, I think if I was Austin, I would claim the first one in response and then consign the other one, just to prevent any kind of shenanigans.
All right, so 1 green floating. Amulet is on the stack. Amulet resolves.
I mean, the one thing that Austin does have going is Beseju interacts incredibly well against bounce lands, because just before you untap them, Beseju it, get it out of there. And then in response to that bounce land, or in response to, let's say, a Lotus Field, you can. I guess a Lotus Field actually would be quite bad. So I think it's much safer for Austin to destroy these amulets.
All right, well, that green mana is going to go into a Grazer.
Okay, I mean, if this is Lotus Field, I feel like there's actually some trouble. Probably not enough, but never mind. We're just going to combat.
All right, so how about just a defensive Natural State?
Love it.
All right, so goodbye Construct. Now we see an attack for 5, which doesn't feel too great against an 8/8 lifelinker.
Yeah, 12 looked a lot better, but still, honestly, even if Austin was at 16 life and attack for 15, I think Alexander would still lose the game, you know?
All right, so going back Austin's way, there's a whole bunch of junk in play on Alexander's side. Multiple amulets, multiple baubles, but
I'm shocked Austin didn't interact more there. Consign one of those amulets, blow up the other, like, kind of just take everything from him.
All right, so what do we got going on here?
Let's see if the game is just over.
Looks like he wants to cast an Eldritch Evolution. This is why I asked this earlier. So Gristlebrand cost 8. Now we're looking for a 10 drop. Am I reading Eldritch Evolution wrong? Are we incorrect on the?
Mana value X or less. So yeah, Eldritch Evolution does have that text to be able to go for anything. And Galta, give it haste with Zendigos, locks it out.
All right, so a really, really impressive win for Austin there. Under 2 baubles, looking totally vexed, but comes back, finds a top deck, a little Surveil land, a little massaging, and takes it down in really impressive fashion.
And I will say that matchup is good for Neoform, but man, Austin really made it as close as possible there. That was a really cool match, I gotta say.
Yeah, that was the road less traveled, but still got there in the end. So really, really cool to see. Really, really exciting match. And Amulet going down. Neoform. Is Neoform like a sneaky breakout deck here? Is that, what do you think?
You know what? Not really. I mean, Neoform was really popular going into the Pro Tour. You know, it was one of the more played decks there. But then I think since Vexing Bobble became a lot more popular, that's a deck that you're really afraid of that one. But hey, we just saw it's not impossible to beat. And Austin made it look pretty good.
Yeah, that was really, really cool. Really exciting to see. And A lot of Amulet in the room, but a lot of variety too. And we've seen that over the course of the whole broadcast so far.
Yeah.
That other category being 12% of the field and a bunch of cool decks down the list. So really excited to see and looking forward to see some more.
Yeah, Modern's great. Modern is really awesome. This tournament's been a joy. And, we're really starting to get into the really serious rounds. We're going to be into those win-and-ins for day 2s, trying to figure out who our 9-0 players are. So the tournament has kind of started to exit its really for fun phase, and now we're getting to serious business.
Yeah, and serious business because there's a lot of money up top.
Yeah.
You got 32 Pro Tour invites, which of course for many players trying to get back on the Pro Tour or get there for the first time. And those 2 Worlds invites up at the real tippy top. Very exciting as well. So let's see if we can get you guys a backup feature match here. Watch some more Magic here. In Houston, sunny Houston, regional championship, SGCon Houston. All right, so check that. We're going to a deck tech. We got a little Is It Eldrazi action.
Excuse me?
Nick Miller of a Sideboard. I'm interested.
I wanna
Corey's
see this.
interested, and so are you. So check it out right now.
Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship, part of SCG Houston. I'm Nick Miller alongside Brenton Murahashi, a 5-0 player so far playing Is It Eldrazi, the only person in the room on this combination of cards. Got to talk to you. We saw it on the standings this round in coverage. I said, I got to go find you right now. How'd you end up on this deck?
Like 5 months ago, just finding a deck to play in some Magic Online tournament. Saw it, thought it looked cool, and played it. Went like 7-2, and won like 6 games I had no business winning because played Palantir, and then they just milled the card and took 15 from Emrakul. So that's sort of the inspiration there.
Yeah, it's like the old anti-Dark Confidant situation, except for them. There's a ton of Eldrazi in the room, not this build. They're playing, Eldrazi Tron or Broodscale or just the ramp deck that's green and red. This is doing something else. You're through the breaching Emrakuls and other big Eldrazi if you have to. You've got some dress down stuff going on. Take us through some of the stuff people might not notice by just kind of scanning the deck list.
I would say like the newest thing for or this deck's not play very much, but like dress down, like end of turn, and then turn 3 you can like Null Drifter out, evoke it out, and you get to keep the 4/4 with Annihilator 1. It's probably the thing that I think makes the deck a lot better now. Other than that, it's basically like a control deck. Passing the turn a lot, especially when you sideboard, you have like all the great cards. So, Kozilek's command is not very balanced either.
Yeah, that is one thing we see across all the Eldrazi decks is that card for sure. But you also get to do some other things. You've got, the Talisman to fix your mana. But as you said, this deck functions pretty much like a control deck. You've got stock ups to get card advantage. You got Spell Snare, that kind of stuff. It's just wild, What are your strongest plays? What are your ideal, draws and hands look like?
Anything with Ugin's Labyrinth or Eldrazi Temple, typically, and then with like Kozilek's Command or Ugin's Labyrinth into Talisman of Creativity is always a really good one. Just turn 1 you have 3 mana, and next turn you can also just Ugin's Labyrinth again for 5 and through the breach Emrakul them on turn 2 technically.
Is that the primary way you're winning is through that, or at least game 1s, I would imagine?
A lot of times is through the breaching Emrakul, and like a lot of times you are just casting like these 7 drops like Sire or the Devour or hard casting Null Drifter. Just most people can't beat those cards in general.
Yeah. When I watched your match, you were just basically hard casting with some benefits from some of these other cards. Just these giant creatures, and most people can't deal with those.
There's so many threats in the deck, and then like dress down answers so many things as well with Kozilek's Return, level token decks and everything. So the deck I think it can beat any deck is the thing.
Talk about a blast from the past, the Kozilek's Return. Think about that card in the old Emerge Eldrazi decks from Standards past. So it's really nice to see that. You got the Palantir, as you called out, as a way to kill them, but also just, a little nice value engine too.
Yeah. The Palantir it's a one of just, sometimes they'll just mill a card, take 15 for Emrakul, and just sometimes they'll just dive to that.
You mentioned you're kind of happy with most of your matchups. Is this something you tuned after seeing the Pro Tour meta, or are you just thinking, this thing is pretty strong every game?
Honestly, I didn't really do that much prep. Sort of just since, like I said, I played like 5 months ago, and then sort of in the back of my mind, and that's when after I qualified there, I decided I was going to play this deck, and I played like one league with it before jumping in here, and now we're here again.
Well, that's what we like to hear. Our sideboard's filled with consigned memories because we have blue mana in the deck, Mystical Dispute, then you also have your additional Kozilek's returns, some meltdowns. Lastly, Torpor Orb here, just great against so many things in this format.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Amulet, some of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's mainly for like the Blink deck, and you can bring it for Amulet too. Yeah, sideboard, a whole bunch of just cards that you bring in against, all the decks out there. You can sign for like the colorless Eldrazi decks. I bring some number sometimes against Amulet, but mainly like the Soul Stealer for Amulet, all their graveyard stuff now, and the consign.
And you were talking with your opponent last round, your worst matchups are basically the super aggressive decks, right? The ones that have 1-drops and can kind of beat down real fast, so like Domain. I would say, the Kozilek's return takes care of those aggressive matchups, but the Domain deck is so big, all their cards are huge, I could understand why that would be a problem for you. Is there anything you're looking to tinker with, or, you played a 5 rounds so far, any cards you're wishing you had in here?
As of right now, no. Right now, everything seems pretty good. I mean, Spell Snare's been sort of like thing. I was playing Lightning Bolt before Spell Snare, so that's like the one thing I'm not sure of. Hasn't done much yet, but I think it's still good against all like the Psychic Frogs out there.
All right, well, Brenton, you're playing something no one else is. We love to see that. 5-0, hope to dial up a feature match for you. Thanks for joining me here in the Sideboard. For everyone at home, stay tuned to Star City Games all week long for the action here in Houston.
Welcome back to sunny Houston, Texas here for the regional championship at SCG Con. We're coming into round number 8 here, Corey. This is it. This is the round where round 8 or round 9, we have players locking up day 2.
Yep.
We have players all set to make a big run tomorrow. Talk to me.
And we have some of the spiciest deck lists that you have ever seen. Let me tell you, I am just shocked that we're going to see the deck we're about to see, but I'll leave this for a second.
Let's slow down here. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves here.
Okay.
Let's peek the standings. Standings are pretty important at this stage in the tournament, so let's take a little look here and see what we got. And Quintanoli pacing the field in first place, Mono Blue Belcher.
He's doing it. Everybody thinks Belcher died, which, I mean, it just won a Pro Tour, so that is kind of wild to be putting dirt on the Belcher grave here, and Quintanoli agrees. 7-0, really impressive from him. Outside of that, just a good mix of just about everything. And I will say one thing here, Jim. No, never mind. There's one Amulet Titan. I was going to say no Amulet at X and O, but this is not a page dominated by Amulet or anything. So I think we might be okay.
Not dominated by anything, honestly. The variety here is really astounding.
Yeah.
We saw it in the metagame breakdown. We're seeing it here on the actual standings. There's times where you see a metagame breakdown where it looks pretty open, and by round 8, it's like, rough. So we got 7 players undefeated. Pop it over page 2 here and see what players are a little behind and more in the hunt. We got still X1 down here and Simic Birthing Ritual.
I mean, I'm just trying to look at a pattern immediately of okay, what's doing well as far as decks, and I'm just not seeing any overlap. And it just really, I want to emphasize so much how awesome and wide open the format really is right now. It looks like a complete blast to play, and I'm kind of jealous I'm not down there. Jesse Hampton, one of our main all-stars here from the tournament, in 20th place, only 6-1, only lost the camera match that we saw him play. But other than that, he has just been dominating, as well as Collins Mullen. Definitely both are very familiar with him from the old SCG Tour days. Still doing great.
Was Collins a Titan player back in the day?
No, I don't believe he was.
I don't think he was, yeah.
He was, he played a lot of Burn.
Yep.
I would think kind of anything but Amulet is what I saw him play.
So kind of interesting to see the players who are, Amulet was more of a niche, almost like a cult, I would say, and now players, it's kind of entering the mainstream, and we're ready to rock and roll. So let's pop back into the booth here and we get ready for our round 8. We got a really exciting match for you. Any boomers out there?
Yeah, before we get into this, if you got any friends out there that are Murktide gamers, make sure to just pop on in, make sure they're doing good, because the deck list we're about to see is basically what is left of a Murktide deck here. So we got to pop this up. This is spicy.
Yeah, really, really love this for all you Counterspell enjoyers, Izzet gamers, Tempo players. I'm putting out the call. Izzet, please. Let's see it.
Yeah, let's take a look at this Izzet deck. I mean, this is just absurd. Look at this collection of cards. I mean, we have Snapcaster Mage and Bolt, a 4 of, 4 Brazen Borrower, 4 Subtlety, 4 Flame of Anor. We don't even have that many wizards, but this deck looks like the most fun you can possibly have playing Magic. So James is doing great, is 6-1 at this tournament and has an absolutely spicy one here.
Yeah, there's a few things I like here. Bolt, Snap, Bolt.
Love.
I love the one Spidey sense to bounce your Snapcaster back to your hand so you can do it again later.
Oh, yes.
That's really cool. And we see the Ragavans here in the board. So why would James choose to play Ragavan in the board, not in the main?
If your opponent is going to side out a lot of their removal, which, I mean, if your only creatures are Brazen Borrowers and Snapcaster Mages and stuff, I know I would wanting to be taking out removal spells, so then I would bring those Ragavans in. They end up being a little bit better post-board, and there's a decent amount of matchups where Ragavans are just not that good, so it could also be something for James. It's all right, every time I'm on the play, Ragavans coming in. Every time I'm on the draw, maybe not have them.
All right, so... And James will be going up against Daniel Miller. And Daniel's playing an interesting version of the Brute Scale deck. We got mono green here. So we got no Writhing Chrysalis, no red cards, just a little more green focused. And Soy Mycospawn stepping in instead of the Chrysalis.
Yeah, absolutely. Very powerful Eldrazi going with that avenue. And this just feels a little bit more ramp-centric, where you can also play a lot of your kind of silver bullets in the main because you have room when you're not playing cards like Writhing Chrysalis. We get the Haywire Might, the Soul Guide Lantern, even a Springleaf Drum. So just just a lot more utility from the Urza Saga's list, and hopefully only one version of Grove of the Burn Willows in this round instead of 5 different arts like we saw in previous rounds.
It's funny. You might see this list and go, wait, mono green, why Grove of the Burn Willows? Well, it's kind of a dual land, right? It taps for colorless or green. So even though the deck is listed as mono green brood scale, it's actually green colorless, essentially, with colorless being a kind of a quote-unquote color.
Yeah, exactly. Colorless, was always kind of free before these Eldrazi came around, and now it is truly kind of a 6-color.
And so we got a very exciting match for you all. I'm excited to see this in Bolt Snap Bolt action. And this is where I think the ramp elements of this deck are going to be quite potent, right? Where against counter spells, things like Emrakul, Cast Triggers, Myco Spawn, getting pretty big.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard to evaluate this because this deck is so off the wall of most Izzet decks we see. Most of them are a little bit more proactive or, maybe have Murktides, DRCs, those kind of things. So it's tough to tell how this matchup's going to go, but I would slightly give a favor to Mono Green Brood Scale, but I'm happy to eat those words after this match.
There's one way to find out. Let's hop down to the feature match area and check it out. All right, we got James on top. Izzet Control? Daniel Miller on the bottom with mono green Brute Scale. We got a handshake. We got some cards. You can see the handshake here. I feel like you wouldn't normally see that in round 1 or 2, but I think when players feel the weight of like the later part of a tournament, things are getting serious, every round really matters.
Yeah, absolutely. 6-1 record from both these players. They are already locked in for day number 2, but hey, when you're 6-1, the only thing you don't want to be is 6-3 at the end of this.
Absolutely true. So we see a Devourer card. All right, it's a hand as the draw. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not how that card works. That'd be really good. So Steam events go. We're going to see a lot of passing of a turn from James, just kind of saying go. And we see Ugin's Labyrinth. There goes the Devourer under it. 2 mana on turn 1. That's not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. And, now ramping into your 1-drop and taking 1 mana burn. I mean, if we're playing, this kind of boomer-ish style Izzet Control deck, we got to put mana burn back, like really bring it back, wouldn't you think?
I like the pump fake, too, because, turn 1, 2 mana, tap 2. James might have Spell Snare at the ready. It's just a 1-drop. Sorry. No Spell Snares for you. So we got Thundering Falls, little end-step scry, as is usually the case here in Modern, down to 19. I'd imagine it's important for James to get on the board here, get some pressure going. We're built here as Izzet Control, burying the lead a little bit. This is definitely a tempo deck.
It definitely does feel like a tempo deck, and I think this deck would have very polarizing matchups. If I'm James and I play against Boros Energy, I'm going to feel like I can't win. But if I'm James and I play against Amulet with 4 subtleties, Brazen Borrowers to bounce stuff, Tidebinder to counter the abilities, Flame of Anor to blow up amulets, I would imagine this is a buy for James if he plays against Amulet,
All right, so we see just an island. Once again, James be passing him a turn a lot here. Urza Saga on the side of Daniel. Another card seems quite good against James's deck.
Yeah.
And turn 2, the Flesh Raker coming down. And we're going to see an actual factual counterspell.
Gotta love it. Yeah, Urza Saga does look excellent here. Not a lot of interaction for that card really at all.
I mean, I guess maybe the 4 Brazen Borrowers, the Petty Theft being a concession to that a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, you can bounce the constructs and stuff, but it's still kind of a 3-for-1 in that aspect,
I'm not saying it's great, but,
okay.
It is definitely a path.
Okay. I'm here for that.
All right, so Besage you have a land, so 4 mana available for Daniel. Now Daniel's able to squeeze if do I want to cast spells or use Urza Saga. Spells it is. Again, we do have the Devourer under the Ugin's Labyrinth. It's not 3 lands, it's only 2, but it is 3 mana.
Yep.
So we're floating a colorless here and casting a good old Rumble.
With 1 mana floating, so you can sack this spawn, make a construct if Daniel so chooses.
Yep, so that resolves. Grove of the Burn Willows is back. Brute Scale, a Flesh Raker, and a Vexing Bauble.
Okay. I mean, that's the other half of the combo. So if you want to try to just combo off, you can get your powerful 2-drop. If you need the land, you can do that. The one thing is I think James's deck is actually pretty good at dealing with the combo side. If I was Daniel, I would be really trying to lean into the Emrakul side. That's where you really get them.
Agree, yeah. Without Ragavans or DRCs, the clock on James's side is not particularly quick.
Hold on, partner. We got Ragavans. They're coming in next game.
Sure, that is fair. I agree that's most likely true. It's also important to note that there are 2 Avatar Souls in Daniel's deck, and there's also 4 Sowing Myco Spawns, a mostly uncounterable way to get them.
Oh, God. That's a really good point.
Pretty good. But End Step Flame Manor going to just draw 2 cards. Most assumedly. I guess we could have a Shatter here on the Blade of the Blood Chief or the token, but no wizard in sight just yet.
Yeah, not even a lot of wizards in the deck. There's only 6 total. But hey, this deck goes so long that even just divination or just kill any creature or just destroy an artifact, having that, optionality is just plenty fine. I mean, and if you ever get to go Snapcaster, Flashback, Flame of Anar, oh baby, we've done it.
All right, so we see actually a Shatter or 5 damage, pick your poison, taking out the Karnstruct, so no card draw. James is just going to play their land and pass the turn. So keeping the board clear, keeping those counter spells up. Let's say that makes it Brazen Borrower not very likely here, but
that's just good, honest magic right now from James.
3 mana Shatter. All right, see Subtlety in hand for James. I think I saw Consult the Star Charts also. Consult, a really awesome new card.
So good.
Love that card.
Yeah, just like an upgraded Memory Deluge, and Memory Deluge was already awesome.
Yep.
So Consult the Star Charts, truly phenomenal.
All right, so Saga's going to go away, making a Construct on the way out. Going to go get something here. What's that something going to be? We're going to find out.
I really like Daniel just soaking all the value out of his cards, even if he had other decent plays. Like, this is a deck where you just want to try to outvalue as much as you can. Force James to answer something every single turn and just really run him out of resources. This isn't a deck that restocks, with Quantum Riddler when you get low kind of thing. It is a deck where if you run out of steam, you kind of just run out of steam.
Yeah, this is a deck where it's a lot of nickel and diming.
Yes.
And kind of like an old school kind of classic control tempo deck, where cards these days, the reason why these decks have fallen out of favor is because cards are just so good. Cards make so much value, it's hard to kind of keep up with this nickel and dime thing, but it's worked well for James so far at 6-1.
But here's the nice thing. Vexing Bauble, a card that's normally very good against, every deck in Modern right now. Not James's. You have Subtlety, that's your only free spell. So, I mean, you are sidestepping, you're juking a little bit of what the metagame is prepared for. And also, people don't know how to play against James's deck. James probably knows exactly how to play against Mono Green Brute Scale, so you have that aspect of it. And if this deck was a closed deckless tournament, James is really getting some added bonuses from his deck choice.
Yeah, that's one of my gripes with open deckless tournaments is
Same.
You bring a really spicy deck like this and your opponent just kind of has to really figure out on the fly what's going on, which I think is a really important skill in Instant Magic.
Agreed.
The ability to kind of okay, well, you're playing this card, it means you're probably playing this card, to kind of piece together the deck as you're going. But of course, that's not necessary in open deckless. But End Step Consult, top 4 cards, little mini dig through time.
Yeah, stymies creativity a little bit, I would say.
Yes.
But at the flip side, we think about the alternative. A player has a round 1 feature match. People get to see exactly what their deck list is. Now that's not really fair, So I get the open deck list thing. Makes total sense. And you got to be good at both in today's day and age of Magic. You got to understand what open and closed deck list does to your tournament.
For sure. So James is going to untap here, getting back to where James wants to be with a bunch of islands untapped. Got a pretty full grip saying go. A couple subtleties, a Brazen Borrower. Petty Theft on that construct looks pretty good.
I see an Otawara as well. I mean, man, I'm just very jealous of James. I'm going to say that a lot, I feel.
All right, here comes a 4/4 Construct token. And now James needs to decide, is it take the damage, leave mana up, or fire a bounce spell? It's going to take the damage.
Love that.
I think hard casting Subtlety here looks very, very good.
Yeah, if we go Glaring Fleshrager or something, I'm like, oh, heck yeah. Let's bounce that, and then you can Petty Theft the Construct when you have 6 mana.
Yeah, I don't think that James cares what it is. I think if any creature would be cast, you hard cast Subtlety.
Oh, yeah. Mem Knight, put it on top.
But we're going to see a Rumble instead. So Daniel kind of feeling that vibe and deciding, I'm just going to Rumble here, take a little look, fill that graveyard, perhaps build towards Emrakul.
Yep, and just hit a land drop, it looks like. We have not hit a land drop, since I feel round 6 at this point. As we really need to find one. Urza's Saga would be amazing off this Rumble. So I think if James has the foresight of, hey, you don't have a lot of mana available, and oh, baby, Snapcaster Mage, and let's get that one out of there.
Snap Counterspell. That's the high five to every person watching right now.
Yeah.
I know you're feeling it. I'm feeling it. Corey, high five. Oh, yeah. Hope you heard that.
Oh, yeah. James is just making so many fans here, too.
Yep.
I mean, the fact that he also could have, which is very tempting because James did have the ability to go Snapcaster, draw 2, kill the construct.
Yep.
That is pretty tempting as well.
And it goes to show how good Rumble is. You know, like you don't often counter a Ponder, but Rumble gives so much value and brings Daniel to a point of the game where things are uncounterable.
Yeah.
Finds Myco Spawn, finds Cavern of Souls, finds Emrakul. So love the play here.
I just had to do a double check at Brazen Borrow, see if you could bounce your own Snapcaster with it. You can't. You can't. Dang, that would have been next level stuff.
That's a bummer. Luckily, there's plenty more snappies in there.
So now James set up this turn very nicely by being patient. Has the ability to petty theft the construct and subtlety a creature here. So really nice stuff if Daniel does decide to just play a creature.
Yeah, this is really important when you're playing a scrappy nickel and dime deck like this. You can't miss your spots.
Yeah.
You really, if your cards are a little worse than your opponents on like raw rate, but they're good when you're played at the right times, really important. So
need to use your life total as a resource.
Yep. Rumble coming in for round number 2. And once again, James, every time Daniel casts a spell, James, is that okay with you?
Yeah. And this time, James has to say A-OK, as he had Bolt, double subtlety, and that Brazen Borrower in hand. So no card advantage, but hey, this is kind of what we were saying. Like, this isn't a deck that's never going to run out of steam. It doesn't have Quantum Riddlers. It doesn't have, Narsets to fairies to just keep drawing over and over. It's tempoing you out.
Here's the window card is a problem. So you got Soya Myco Spawn can come in, go get a Cavern of Souls, which makes a lot of the Eldrazi uncounterable. Not good against subtlety, but good against the counter part of a deck. We see multiple subtlety in hand for James. And that's where that tempo can swing, where subtlety comes in, puts a card on top. Now there's an attacker in play, and now the texture changes from I can play slow against your counter spells to now there's a clock.
I'm kind of thinking maybe of going back on that statement right now, because the one thing that's really awesome is, if you get your lands blown up, that kind of sucks, but subtlety on Myco Spawn with the search on the stack, I mean, that's kind of nice. You don't get the Myco Spawn, right?
That's true, yes.
Yeah. So subtlety just cleanly answers it, except they do get a free land.
Yep. All right, so going to suit up his Karnstalk with 2 Blade of the Blood Sheaf. We got dual wielding here, but sorry,
boom.
Petty Theft.
Out of there.
I feel like the card's really named. Petty Theft doesn't steal anything.
Yeah.
It just bounces it,
Yeah.
I don't know, just petty, whatever.
We'll go ask the design teams on that one.
Definitely.
The Eldraine hit from 4 years ago or whatever.
Yep. Has a great animation on Arena too.
Yeah.
Borrower just flies in.
That one is nice. I'm a big fan of that.
All right, so looking at the graveyard, got to keep tabs on what Daniel possibly has access to,
and maybe Delirium.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a big one.
Yes. What's the count for Emrakul?
Yeah.
Right, end step. Bolt the Scion.
That's pretty telling that Daniel's close.
Spawn, sorry, yes. All right, so that's dead. Borrower's in. Here's a clock. And all of a sudden, we went from being in a very controlling state to now James has 5 power in play. Right now, Daniel's board is empty.
God, I just can't get over how excited I am about this, because think about if Emrakul even comes down. Subtlety on Emrakul, sure, you control your opponent's turn. If James's whole hand is 1 more subtlety and 3 flyers, you just give him a thumbs up and say, yeah, I just hope I don't draw a lightning bolt or something, but you can have my turn. I don't care.
Yep. My turns are great.
Yeah. And what are you going to do? Attack? Great. Don't block. You take some damage.
Right. All right. Land 7. Pass back. Daniel draws.
1 subtlety in hand from James, and that it looks to be it. Wait, maybe 2 subtleties.
I believe it was 2, yeah.
Okay, it just looked like he has 1 card there, but yeah, he must still have 2.
These blue players very deceptive.
Very.
Stack of us cards. How many cards in hand? I don't know.
That's your problem.
Yeah. You tell me. I don't know. You got eyes.
Don't do that. For anyone not realizing Jim is joking, tell your opponent if they ask you a question.
All right, so Hugin's Labyrinth, no imprint, and just going to pass the turn.
I believe a command is in the future.
So Kozilek's command did give his Eldrazi decks a lot of nimbleness and flexibility.
Yeah.
But it is really the only big instant in the deck, so kind of like the company, it's a little face up.
But it's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. You're just like, what are you going to do about it? And right now, James has no choice except, hey, I should play Subtlety to be more proactive because one of my creatures is going to die, a.k.a. the Brazen Borrower more than likely, or hold it back and try to play more controlling. So if I'm James, I'm playing a Subtlety.
Yeah, I like that too. Just get him playing, try to get his game over with. This is not a matchup where, the uncounterability, you see a Cavern to play also, always cast triggers. I think this game wants to end, but gotta wait.
James came to play Drago, and that's what he's going to do.
Yeah. And it looks like Daniel's just taking the damage, so we're going to see. Daniel going to go for the end step command. Maybe not looking for the kill. Maybe looking for Scions and a card draw on Emrakul.
Yeah, definitely possible. There is an Emrakul there right in the window, so I'm also shocked about it, though, just because, like, you got to think, what is the benefit of waiting till end step here? And I don't see a big reason. If it gets countered, it gets countered in combat as well.
All right, so yeah, Cavern of Souls, is, even though it is an Eldrazi spell, Cavern of Souls cares about creatures. There's a counter spell.
And he drew that. Like, if Daniel just played that proactively, that couldn't have existed. So, you know, if I'm Daniel, I'm playing that at my opponent's upkeep.
Yep, I think I agree with that. So a lot of that jockeying your position here with instant speed stuff, you know, and James says, you're going to get into this instant speed mud with me, all right?
Yeah.
We're going to have to time things perfectly. And, you know, Daniel not used to what James is doing over there.
Yeah.
You know, wants to go for the end step play, but ends up getting countered. And now is some serious work to do at 8 life.
Yeah, that is probably the game, you know? And, like, here's Rumble number 15, though, to try to get him out of it.
We got a deck check here on Daniel. That's a lot of rumbling.
I'd play a lot of that cards if I could.
That's true.
Probably at least 8 in this deck.
All right, Command, Urza Saga, Haywire Might, and I can't tell what that last. That's an Emrakul. Hello. All right, can't quite cast that one, but
you know, if out of all the alternate art kind of things, at least that one's pretty clear. It's in the biggest words possible.
I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I like that one. Thank you, Daniel.
All right, so now of course Daniel is at 8. We see 5 power in play for James, and 5 minus 8, 3. Lightning Bolt does 3 damage.
Or how about Subtlety? One of the 2 in hand. That's a Lightning Bolt with legs.
Corey, I want to see a Lightning Bolt, damn it.
Okay, all right. We'll get our producer on. Will someone tell James to not win the game until he has Bolt Snap Bolt available, please?
All right, so Urza Saga comes down. And
put that on the top of the deck, Daniel.
Here's an uncounterable Brood Scale. Sorry, Subtlety going back. And that is a lethal attack in play. I guess Snapcaster could be blocked by the Scion. That's a little Scion. Spawn, sorry. I can say Scion, don't I?
Yeah, I think you do,
Spawn, Scion. You say tomato, I say tomato, and I'm wrong, and you're right. That's a Spawn token in play. Can still block Snapcaster Mage. So a bolt off the top still does it.
Now we want to see it. James, give the people what they want. I don't want to see a Lightning Bolt. I want to see a Snapcaster Bolt.
Sure.
Okay? I want to feel.
I am picky. All right. Untap.
I
got to pack it up here. Okay. So we had a block available. Maybe James flashed a card or said I have something like that. But there you go. James takes game 1 in pretty convincing fashion, considering there are so many like cast triggers and Cavern of Souls in this Brood Scale deck.
Yeah, that was confusing. That we just had the block there ready to go, and then I mean you had a chance to cast Emrakul, so that seemed like a very hasty scoop to me. Maybe the life totals were wrong as well, but
it might be a card flash, something like that. I'd be like, oh, I have his petty theft, you're dead, or whatever. But
I think it was a Scalding Tarn, though.
All right, well, I don't know. So we'll go over to Daniel's side, look at the sideboard here, and we see a sideboard of 1 Bojuka Bog, 2 Damping Spear, 3 Dismember, 1 Grafdigger's Cage, 2 Nature's Claim, 1 Bithing Needle, 3 Thief of Existence, and 2 Vexing Bauble. I have a question for you, Corey. Does Thief of Existence have reach? I know most green rares do these days. I don't remember if that one does.
I don't think it does. I really don't think it does.
I don't think it does either. So what do you got coming in here?
Yeah, as far as stuff to bring in, I'd like the Dismembers to deal with some of the flyers. You know, that's kind of it. Yeah, I mean, I guess Grafdigger's Cage. I really hope Daniel doesn't bring in Grafdigger's Cage just because it shuts down Snapcaster, and I want to see Snapcasters, but that could easily be a pretty nice one as well. So really just Dismembers and Cages are the standouts to me.
All right, and then on James' side, we got 4 Consign of Memory, as all blue decks do. 2 Dress Down, 3 Fire Magic, 1 Hercule's Recall, hell yeah. 3 Ragavan, a Nimble Pilferer, 1 Spell Snare, 1 Stern Scolding. Ragavan coming in here?
Yeah, on the draw, I could see it not coming in. It does still seem pretty strong, so I'm bringing in, for sure, Consigns, and I would not be very shocked to see Ragavan coming in. It's really all about what do you want to take out. So the cards that are kind of iffy to me are Spell Snare and Stern Scolding. They are both great at dealing with the problematic Eldrazi's, but they do not get around the Cavern of Souls. So I could see leaving those in because you kind of have to, or I could see just taking them out and being on your way.
All right, well, they're going to figure that one out with these open deck lists. You see the deck list laid out there. But we're going to remind you about a big sale we got coming up from StarCityGames.com. All right, and folks, free shipping. Shipping ain't cheap these days. You know?
It really isn't.
It really is not. So free shipping on orders of $100 or more in singles. That is, of course, singles only 48 straights and no pre-orders. But there's a lot of Magic cards out there. You can fill that card up and get to $100 pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And we got Bloodlet Arvaglasot, Cyclonic Rift for all you Commanders players, and many, many more. So, Corey, you got to buy some cards. What are you buying right now?
I'm buying this Is It Control deck in full. Add to cart.
All right.
Ship to my house.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Ship to your house. Not going to pick it up?
No, I'm not going to pick it up.
Okay.
If there's free shipping,
that's fair.
I'm utilizing every single sale SCG has. If they say free shipping, I'm not going to say I'm going to drive over 15 minutes. I'm accepting this free shipping.
Corey's an opportunist, and you should be too. So
exactly.
Get on there, StarCityGames.com. Check out the sale, and don't delay. All right, back to our that Spawn Token is still in play. Just like he's like, wait, what about me?
I think maybe that's the agreement they had. Instead of blocking with that creature, they're just like, I'm just going to start with it, and yeah, go from there. So.
All right, this is like a live look in here in our wonderful picture-in-picture to Esper Blink versus another green Brood Scale deck. We see a lot going on here. Solitude, Overlord, Riddler against a couple of Brood Scales. Springleaf Drum in play also.
Yeah, doing some math here, and I also just want to give a shout-out. Jesse Pelond on the bottom. We see him top-8ing so many events, you know. Has been a part of a lot of different formats, made it to the Pro Tour, had a pretty decent run here at Edge of Eternity as well. So Jesse Pelond has been a person who lost back-to-back win-and-ins at some of our RCs and spotlights here earlier in the year, finally broke through, won his winning in to get to a Pro Tour, and then capitalized on it. So Jesse Pelond is someone I very much want to keep an eye on, as I think he is just all about consistent result after consistent result.
What I love here is the power of Soya Myco Spawn. Yes, that is for Eldrazi Temple in play. Thank you very much.
I was really just talking up Jesse so much to avoid talking about this absurd battle state that we're seeing. But either way, it looks like it's all bad news Bears for Jesse here, as he's also down a game and staring down, you know, just an absurd battlefield. Wait, no, he's controlling his things. I bet an Emrakul.
There it is in Exile. It's got Solitude.
Yes.
Oh. So we got one player playing 2 games here.
I thought he was doing like what players will do to like see if I can get through this, kind of, you know, being a little aggressive on the cards, be like, you can do this, you can do that. No, he's controlling the turn here.
Yeah, eat some Cheetos first.
Yeah.
Get those Cheetos fingers all over their cards. And I'll play with this. Oh, you'll tag with this too. I'll tap those lands. Untap them again. Yep.
You're a monster.
I know.
You're an absolute monster.
It's my heel turn. All right, man. This is a terrible attack from Joel. What's Joel doing here?
Yeah, Joel is really punting here left and right. I mean, that was not a favorable attack. Trading one Sowing Myco Spawn for an Overlord and just chump attacking with that Witch Enchanter. I did not recommend any of those attacks.
Allowing your opponent to just pick up your cards and just attack for you?
I think Joel actually solituded his own creature there too, so maybe a bit of a misstep here from Joel.
Yeah. And of course, we're making fun here. That was an Emrakul turn. Joel was under Jesse's control, so.
We have fun here.
Yes, we're having a good time. So,
Joel also, underneath that swamp, I don't want to alarm everyone at home, but he's got a full text.
Let's go back.
A full text land.
Let's go back to the main match here, and let's get off. Let's not get Corey on this train, all right?
It's a full text land.
If this is the train, I'm getting off.
Ugh.
All right, so James up a game here with this innovative take on Is It Control/Tempo. Daniel on the bottom got a little bit of work to do, and has the tools to do it for sure. Cavern of Souls and more. And, of course, Emrakul. Emrakul would look pretty good against James's deck, but a little mulligan on James's side, and we're off to the races. We do see a Cavern of Soul in the window for Daniel.
And I'm just so impressed with James's list with the subtleties. You know, the 4X subtlety list we saw at Pro Tour Edge of Eternity that made it to the top 4, that deck seemed very interesting, innovative, and something we haven't really seen, but now we're starting to see subtleties as a 4 of in a lot of different decks, and especially if Amulet is on the rise, which it would make sense that it is after a good start that it's having here. That's going to be a card that we're going to see a lot more of, I think.
It's a good card name because, Fury, Grief, Solitude, it's a little more subtle than those.
Yeah.
But it is quite a powerful card still.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yeah, Springleaf Drum here. A little fancy version of that. Urza Saga.
Love it.
Drum is, it's okay. More of a, my Saga's gone. I just ruined you to mana, but
sadly, Drum basically got banned once Mox Opal got unbanned. Drum was sitting in the main deck like, let's go. I'm a part of the team. Then Mox Opal came and, just strictly got benched immediately. Maybe a 1-of at best.
I mean, I see Drum in the game on the table right now, 6-1 at the regional championship here at SCG Houston.
And 0 opals. Zero opals. So you're
exactly.
right. I'll eat my words on that.
Correct. So don't hate the player, hate the game. All right. So once again, land pass for James, as is the case most of the time. Grove of the Burmoles is back. Saga's ready to go. And again, Daniel can kind of sit back on the Saga, make a few tokens, have a few stray artifacts in play.
Yep, that looked excellent. Really no good answer from James at all.
What is that? Is that our Karnstruck in response to the sacrifice on the Tarn?
I think so.
There's no 2-mana stifly effect, right? I guess the Spider Sense counter abilities?
And triggered abilities, not activated. So, yeah, I don't see a big reason to do it either. But, hey, here we are.
6-1 happens the other.
Yeah. Now, the one sideboard card that I totally missed that James almost assuredly brought in, Dress Down. Dress Down, so good against Construct. He for sure brought those in. I was just thinking, there's no great answer to the Construct. Dress Down's the best answer to Constructs out of any card right now. It used to be Blood Moon, but, with the rules change, the Dress Downs are just unbelievable.
All right, so we see a Bolt there on the Construct, signifying probably no Dress Down available, so you want to get Bolt them if you can.
Yeah.
You got an island, and pass the turn.
A Drago. James been doing it all day.
All right, so Saga goes up. Chapter 3 is a time for another Construct. It is. Get back in here, little robot. Your work is not done. Where'd you go, robot?
Ooh, okay, so there is a consign in the window, so James can counter Chapter 3 and the Construct right now.
Isn't the Construct activated, right? Consign's only triggered, I believe. Right?
Yes, the words I just said when I said it couldn't counter this. Yeah, very, very, very true.
It's still get rid of the Saga here, though, and keep it. I think, and then also keeping an artifact off the board, so it's less sizing too.
Yes.
If a Construct's only a 2/2 or whatever, it really isn't that big of a deal.
Very true.
All right, so counter that trigger. So the Construct itself is good. The ability on Saga is not. So no artifact to get. And this is going to be a lot of Daniel's turn.
Yeah.
Right.
Plays the Labyrinth, no imprint it looks like, and just a good old-fashioned 3-for-1 on that Saga, but you know what? It's gone.
Yep, so cleaning house here. And not a ton of mana. We can see Ugin's Labyrinth, no imprint. We see no land for James and a pass, which is probably not ideal.
No, not ideal, and I mean, I just cannot stress enough. Look at the graveyard from James and how much interaction has been played, and then look at the graveyard from Daniel. It was all to deal with this one card. Urza's Saga is incredible.
It is very, very good. Recently got better, too.
Yeah, it really did.
All right, so here is a uncounterable Glaring Fleshraker. And again, another problem here is Cavern of Souls. These lands are really giving James fits. You can't counter a land, and they're doing a lot. But you know what time it is.
Oh, yeah. Snap Bolt. Let's go. I'm pumped.
Out of town. Glaring Fleshraker, you are done. Snappy's here, and the clock is on. 20-18 goes Daniel. Does James find a land? Looks like the answer is no.
It doesn't even matter. We just bolted here, so I'm just here for it.
All right, draw a card for Daniel. Daniel gotta find a way to get on board here. Maybe these land drops and developing mana is pretty important for Daniel too, right?
Yeah, definitely. And that's one thing that Daniel's, really struggled with last time. And, we just saw how much work and how much resources one Urza Saga ate up. Let's just say we had another one right now. Play a good spell and then Saga for the next 2 turns without sight of a Dress Down just feels, insurmountable.
All right, we're going to see a Kozilek's Command. I'm going to assume this is probably drawing and then making a Scion.
Yeah, and proactive, so I just don't think we're going to see it resolve. We see a counter spell there. There's also Flame of Anor, so right now James is trying to look for any excuse to not counter anything so he can just go, blow up the drum, draw 2, but I think Kozilek's Command is just too good here.
Yeah, this play is saying, I'm in a hole and I need to get out.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're James, you want to, say no. You stay in that hole. You're in the mud, and I'm going to keep you there.
Yeah.
A little spawn friend is back.
At least check out exactly what it's putting into play. Making sure they're not 1/1s because then your Snapcaster clock is gone. So there we go. Flame of Anor with one of our 6 wizards to be able to get some good value.
All right, so I'm going to assume that there's spawn tokens on the way here. So didn't want to allow the draw to tap for mana, which is reasonable enough. So we got a scry and a draw and a spawn.
Yeah, pretty weak. I mean, just to find a land drop, you know. But hey, we did it.
Fancy land is that there?
Maybe an Eldrazi Temple?
I think you're correct.
That looks, yeah. I'm looking at the real temple art here, and it's got those same downward triangles. So I'm piecing together that one.
I love triangles. What a great shape.
Yeah, it's just a pyramid upside down.
All right, so take a peek at the graveyard. We got a type check. It's a lot of types there. Land, enchantment, kindred, instant, artifact. I don't know how many that was. So I stopped counting. I just kind of was saying them, but it's a lot.
Enchantment, creature,
6,
artifact.
right?
Yeah, we got 6 types, so.
4 cards, 6 types, not bad.
10, 11, 12. So with a land drop, any land drop, not even one of our temple land drops, Daniel's good to go with Emrakul and see if James will have the answer. I did think I see the subtlety, but man, subtlety at this stage of the game doesn't seem that strong. There was another command in the window, though.
Yeah, I think land 4 is pretty important. I think casting subtlety is a lot different than pitching it.
Agreed. Although, maybe pitching it to get rid of a very pesky blue card that could hurt him in the Emrakul turns, that could be reasonable as well.
I do love the flavor of Emrakul, where it really does feel like you're going mad trying to prepare for it. Like you're making all these crazy plays, like you're killing your own stuff or wasting your spells because you know Emrakul is coming.
Yeah.
It incites madness very well.
It really does.
All right, so we see Ancient Stirrings from Daniel. Gonna try to look at the top 5 cards, pick Kola's card, if James is okay with that.
I see Counterspell, Brazen Borrower, Subtlety, Land, and a red card in the background, probably Lightning Bolt.
All right, thinking it through.
I got to say, James has played quite well. He's really thought about things like, this feels like a card you just always let go, but like James is recognizing if you get to a certain mana point, I can't do much about Emrakul, and oh my goodness, all you needed was 1 mana here. So that actually boosted you by 2, right? So we have 7th card in the graveyard, Eldrazi Temple. We don't even need the spawn to cast Emrakul now if we have it.
Yeah, there's 7 types, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, yep.
We don't have it, though.
Math checks out, but we got nothing, so. Now James is hitting the point now where it's time to start thinking about turning the corner, right?
Yeah.
This game's got to end.
And now if I'm Daniel, I'm thinking about this upkeep command. I want to avoid what happened last game. Even though the counterspell is there, I just think that would be maybe the tight technical play to be doing against this deck all the time. Just limit the resources.
What would your thoughts have been on an end-step subtlety there?
Just to put pressure on.
Yep. Yeah, we got mana wasted just to fetch for a dual land, not a lot of value gained.
I don't think I love it, but I would have. There was a Flame of Anor. I would much rather like to draw 2, kill a spawn, but then the command resolves, and that's pretty scary too. So James is representing and prioritizing countering this face-up command, and I think I actually agree with James on this.
All right, sounds good. 6 mana as a command. X is 4. Take out Snapcaster Mage, and doesn't matter what the mode is, it's probably getting countered.
Yeah, because, I mean, if you're playing 4X Flame of Anor and you're playing a Snapcaster deck, leave my Snapcasters alone.
Right.
Yeah.
And I imagine it was on the scry draw thing here, and with so much mana in play, 1 Emrakul probably ends it, so let's not let the scry 4 go down.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, so pass it back, going Daniel's way. And Daniel is pretty well set up here. Temples, Cavernous Souls.
Just missing the Emrakul, so if we have it, we're almost assuredly snapping it off.
Is that
it? Yeah, that's what I was thinking the same.
All right, goodbye cards.
James is just like, God, why don't I have a Bajuka Bog?
Yeah, right. All right. Gain a life off the Grove. 2 mana tapped. Is it the 19th copy of Rumble? It is. All right. James once again. And the thing about James's deck is that every turn is a test. Do I counter this? Do I counter that? Going to go for the counterspell. I think I like that. I think that's too many looks at Emrakul.
Agreed. And there is the Myco Spawn. So now you're able to search for another land. The subtlety is there, but maybe we don't care. I don't know what that red card is. Is that just a mountain?
I think it's a mountain. It looks very Blood Moon-esque. We know it's not, but
I think it's Tron.
I think it's
like it's a Tron mountain. You know, the series Tron?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Very vibrant colors like that. I could be wrong.
All right, well, Myco Spawn on the stack. We got a trigger. With all those temples, there was enough to kick it too. So exile a land, search for a land. And the body in play is also super relevant with this 3/3 versus the 2/1. You know, James's deck is scrappy.
Yeah.
These are small, tricky creatures. They don't rumble super well.
Daniel's been rumbling quite well. I don't know what you're talking about. He's got like 6 rumbles, bro.
I got it. Just too slow. just too slow.
You looked at me like you're so mad. Like, what did I do?
What are you talking? Oh.
It's been a long day.
Oh, right.
It's been a long day of you having to put up with me, so I get it, Jim.
Rumble.
Yeah.
Rumble, grumble.
Ooh, and that is got to be the best land to search up. Daniel recognized, like, the last time I had Urza's Saga, you had to point 3 actual Magic cards at it to deal with it. I'm going to do that again.
Yep. And again, Daniel's at 14, so it's hard for James to, like, apply enough pressure where James is going to deal with the Myco Spawn, maybe deal with these Construct tokens, but there's a lot of Emrakuls in there and a lot of ways to find them.
Yeah, there really is. 3 in the main, 0 in the side, but that is plenty. And we don't see, the card James really wants right now, a Flame of Anor. That is your card advantage card. You need the wizard. You need to be able to deal with a creature and draw 2 cards. Get some card advantage to be able to fight what Daniel's doing because, we're getting to this point where now the Saga is going to bury you.
All right, so draw for Daniel. And
hello.
That was fun once. Let's do it again. Uncounterable with the Cavern of Souls. Gonna kick it. Gonna kill another land and get another land. If it's another Urza Saga, this is a hell of a plan.
I mean, that's what I'm getting. That's absolutely what I'm getting.
Well, this is really tough for James to fight through. Just an unbelievable amount of uncounterable card advantage.
Yeah. So there is a Spidey Sense in hand.
All right, that counters an instant, sorcery, or triggered ability.
Yeah.
I guess that it is triggered, right? So when you cast a spell. So.
Yeah. So you get to only deal with one, though. Consign, would be able to deal with both of them, but.
So, I mean, this is a way to stop one Saga from entering the battlefield, right?
I'm definitely throwing my Steam Vent away to deal with that. That's for sure. But no, it looks like he's just letting it all happen.
All right. Gotta go in, take a look.
I gotta say, Spidey Sensing with web slinging back your Snapcaster. Oh,
that does sound nice.
That is so nice.
All right, how about another Urza Saga? And we're starting to see, the real pull of, Magic cards in the last few years are so powerful and do so much, and why a lot of this had a scrappy, countery, tricky, things have not been as effective lately.
And I will even say, I'll even take that a step further. Urza's Saga alone is just one of the best lands we've ever seen. Sure, there are a lot of cards that are great that have been printed recently, but Urza's Saga is, 3 years old or whatever? And it's getting better and better, I feel. Urza's Saga is low-key maybe one of the best cards in Modern right now. Quantum Riddler's up there after it just got printed in Edge of Eternity, but Saga's been there for a while.
Yeah, a defining card for sure.
Yeah.
And they're going to keep printing more artifacts, keep printing more 1-drops,
Yeah.
All right, so the train of Constructs begins. Choo Choo, that's the number 1. That's the conductor. And there are plenty more to come. And these Myco Spawns are also, they're just 3/3s. They are, astoundingly well-sized on this board.
Now, James did pick up a Flame of Anor. That's got to be his second best draw next to a Dress Down. But that's still quite good. Uh-oh, we're counting.
Man, so I'm just going to look at my graveyard. No real reason.
Just don't mind me. I just want to see if I have Threshold.
Yeah, just, check to see, just a few things here.
You might be able to make a Construct, too. Just had all these.
Yep. All right, so here's a Construct on the stack.
And, Jim, I'm just noticing a new factor entering the game that I have not paid attention to yet. The clock.
Oh. We're having so much fun that, yeah. Okay, 11 minutes
Oh, but Spidey Sense to return a Subtlety to then Subtlety and Emrakul? Okay.
All right, that's pretty cool.
It's exactly just cool. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but... And we also don't know for sure the Emrakul's there, but we for sure now know the Subtlety's there now, though, to deal with it, so Daniel has to react to that.
All right, we got a count going again. We got Enchantment, Land. We got Artifact, Creature, Instant, Kindred, Sorcery. That's 7. That's a lot.
That is a lot. I mean, that's got to be close to the max this deck can produce, right?
Yeah, I mean, even...
Or like any deck could produce?
Yeah, even if the Emrakul gets Subtletied, I mean, Snapcaster runs into a Construct. There's still a bunch of power in play. Saga's still there, too. Tough spot. If I'm James, I think I have to start thinking about, all right, got about 10 minutes left. You might want to be going to Game 3 here.
Yeah, I know he's been snapping a lot of things here, but I'd be snapping this game off and be heading to Game 3 as well.
James is going to battle on. Snappy's going to block the Construct. They're currently 2/2s. Now, of course, another Construct could be made in combat here to make 3/3s.
I feel like you're priced into using that Flame of Anor, right? Like, well, Snapcaster's around.
All right, and here it is.
But I'm with you. I don't know, like, you need to draw cards, but you also, this battlefield is too daunting. I just don't see a way out at the moment right now.
All right, so 5 damage to Myco Spawn. Going to shatter the Construct. That shrinks the Construct in play down to 1 power.
Yeah, that's nice.
A little bit of a trade. 3 damage gets through. Board gets cleaned up, but not necessarily in James's favor.
Yeah, and you just got to think. The way that Daniel operated with looking at his graveyard and stuff, that he has Emrakul, but okay, I'll eat my words immediately. We didn't cast it, so hey, you know, James is doing okay now.
Is there a world where Daniel just doesn't want to play Emrakul into the Subtlety?
Yeah.
Wants to find other things to do? Or
if it's the world of you can cast it or you can do a construct, I'm constructing because what pressure do you have right now? Sure, you have the pressure of my opponent draws bolt, snap bolt, you know, but that's not that realistic.
All right. We saw a few bolts used early as well. So here's the Construct. And now we see a Cosmos command. X is equal to 2. Imagine making some spawn tokens and drawing some cards.
Consign from James, though, is quite nice, but still has the problem of the things beating him down currently right now.
All right, so yeah. Well, mana counterspell, not too shabby, but we got another Construct coming. We got an Artifact coming, a bunch of mana. The threat of Emrakul still looms, has the board. Daniel's looking in a pretty amazing spot in this game.
Yeah. And only 8. I mean, this match has been awesome, Jim, but only 8 minutes left. This is getting to be very, very scary for both players.
Yep.
Like, a draw isn't detrimental at this stage of their tournament. They've already made it in. Before you hit 6 wins, a draw is a loss.
Yep.
After you hit 6 wins, a draw is, well, a draw. And it's a little less than ideal, but it's not GGing either of these players out of the day 2 or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty clock conscious, but I was having so much fun watching this game, and I didn't realize it either.
Same.
All right, coming in. 6 damage, half of James's life total. We're going to see a Petty Theft on the Construct. Goodbye. Into the Adventure Zone, taking 3.
I want to know, like, exactly the count on how much of an X for 1 these sagas were. Like,
I don't want to know.
I don't want to know either. It makes me sad. And the spaghetti monster's here.
Mama's home. The promised end has been promised. Emrakul 13-13. Going to try and give James an extra turn, but also take control of that turn 2.
Yeah. I mean, I loved when Emrakul was printed. I mean, it really adds a new layer that we've just never seen. And James, well, technically James untapped, so that was up to Daniel to concede.
That's how it works, right?
No, but I love the texture of what Emrakul did to Magic. Like, it's just an avenue that it was never explored until Emrakul. I think it's really, really cool.
Yeah, and again, like I said, I love the flavor. It really, when you know they have Emrakul, the things you have to do look so weird and unbelievable. It feels like you're going insane.
Yes.
So, I imagine not too much sideboard changes here, right?
Unless dress downs were not in.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine we didn't have that on our bingo card, that dress down's good against constructs. And, yeah, I mean, dress down's also just good against Amulet, another Saga deck. But I bet James has been beating up on Amulet decks all day.
What do you feel about Ragavan on the play?
Snapping and putting it in, yeah. I think that looks great.
All right, sounds great. So we got an exciting game 3 coming up for you. I'm enamored with this match. I'm very invested right now, but the clock is ticking. So let's get to our ad real fast to remind you about next weekend. Folks, Baltimore. Let's just do it all over again.
My spidey senses are tingling.
Oh, mine are too. And we got Standard coming up for you. We got a major event on the Spotlight Series. Standard, perhaps Vivi's last dance. And we're going to
Definitely could be.
Will Vivi take down the last dance, or will someone else ruin the party? I'm hoping ruin the party, personally.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, the party was ruined last time. Vivi did not win the last Spotlight. Sure, it had a great showing and stuff, but, Mono Red had a pretty good weekend as well. There's some new Sultai Reanimator-style decks that are popping up. There are some interesting things happening in Standard, and I, for one, am pretty excited to see all this unfold. It's going to be really awesome here in Baltimore.
Yep, and don't forget, it's an open tournament. This is an open tournament. You can just walk up and play. There are 8 Pro Tour slots in the top 8, and there are also a bunch of other wonderful things happening at SGCon, all sorts of formats and events, so check that out as well, October 24th to the 26th. Hope to see you there. All info on StarCityGames.com/SGCon for Magic Spotlight Spider-Man.
And you know where you're going to be able to find me? In the Mystery Sealed on Friday. I'm fully hooked. That stuff was an absolute blast. I'm ready to do it again.
All right, so now I was really, really hoping we'd come back to them almost already in turn 1.
Yeah.
There's 5 minutes, folks. Let's go. We got to move us along here.
Yeah, or maybe there was a clock mistake. They're like, now we have 14 minutes or something. But, yeah, it looks like players have recognized. No time for a live look in now, and these players are ready to go.
All right, so I think James wants to see turn 1 Ragavan and wants to see a little more of a tempo-y, Murktide-y draw.
Minus the Murktide.
Yeah, who needs it?
I mean, James would probably like it right now, All right. Oh, baby.
There we go. That's what James is looking for a multitude of reasons. A, it's the best possible turn 1 in the matchup probably on the play, but also with the clock being so low, this is the way to close out a game quickly.
Now, is there a dismember from Daniel? That would really, really almost shut the door here. Or, some ability to play a creature, play a blocker. But how about just a Lantern?
Right.
Could sack it as well.
All right. How about 2 mana on turn 1? That's really good.
Yeah?
Cycling on turn 1, not so good.
Yeah, didn't want to cycle anyways. I think I would have.
Yeah. No time to mess around here,
Should have cycled. You would have got your Saga.
Oh, man, yep.
That's, of course, hindsight being 2020, but I already had a Saga. So, I mean, Daniel does have a great plan of play Saga, play a Glaring Fleshraker, and at least have a blocker here. But no land from James.
Wow.
Man, the Dismember would have just completely just blown this out, huh?
All right, so we're going to see Consign on the... Is that on the...
On the Saga Chapter 1.
Wow.
So no mana. It will never add mana, but next turn it'll still make a construct. Very aggressive, but hey, it did prevent Glaring Fleshraker, but Consign on the Glaring Fleshraker would have also prevented Glaring Fleshraker.
Yeah, so really aggressive play there in the face of a missed land drop and the Ragavan. 2 treasures. Ragavan is load-bearing at the moment.
Yeah. But here's the thing. As long as there's another land, Daniel can just make a construct. Now that Urza Saga, just read it as, no mana being able to produce, tap 2, make a construct.
So you're saying a fair Magic card?
Yeah, I guess. But hey, that's a tap land. James is doing it. James has done it. With that was maybe the best consign on a Chapter 1 Saga in the history of Magic. And he's got 2 bolts up there for James, so.
All right, so make that token.
Oh, yeah, he already has the 2 mana, though. Yeah, what am I thinking?
You're good to go. You called that bolt right. Construct's down, Ragavan's in. And treasures go up. Here comes the money. Is there a land also?
Does not look like it.
Is a land necessary? Honestly, when you have Ragavan making mana every turn, you almost want to have all spells,
Yes. Also, there's the dress down.
Okay. Yep. Tidebinder, Borrower, Dress Down, Counterspell.
No reason to do it now, though, James. Especially when you're using your treasure mana. You don't want to be that proactive. I mean, I guess James is considering the Tidebinder here, but that's kind of spicy, too.
I don't hate that adding more power in play. Again, I mean, both in the texture of a game, like, I think James is the aggressor regardless, but
yeah,
clock is below 2 minutes. I love this. Say no thank you, no construct for you. Get that thing out of here. What are we doing?
Oh, just countered the chapter 3. 2 triggers are on the stack. Countered that instead and says, hey, I'll clean that token up with a dress down if we can find a land.
Right. That's the problem, is that all the cards cost 2 or more. So this is putting a whole bunch of weight. Never mind. Drew a lightning bolt. We're good to go.
No, already had a lightning bolt.
Had the bolt. I'm sorry.
But you can only bolt one of these creatures, and then Regavan doesn't connect anymore. So James has now stymied his development well and truly. So I did not like that Tidebinder. Like, what are you going to go get that you're so afraid of?
All right.
If anything, I'm with you. I would have Tidebindered that construct.
Correct.
Now you bolt the creature, and now you have 1 mana available. So did not love that.
All right. So a lot of pressure on James here on only 1 land. Finds a land, but it's a tap land. Should have specified. Got to surveil. Thundering Falls. Got to see a Ragavan go to the bin. Bolts available. A lot of tools available in hand for James.
The only thing that is not available is a clock.
All right, so sending in the crew. Ragavan trades. Brood Scale's still there.
And now, you know, one thing that we haven't really seen in this game is like, well, you can just win the game with, never mind.
All right, back Daniel's way. Daniel's got now 6 potential Eldrazi mana.
Got to appreciate both players are playing quick. You know, both players do not want to draw here, so they're both going for it.
All right, here's a Fleshraker. With the, you got extra mana floating here.
For Eldrazi, so here is the other powerful 2-drop.
All right. And we got a Blade here. We're good to go, right?
Yeah, so we did that. The Blade, oh,
there
yes.
It is. Putting it all together.
And that's game. James does not have anything. You're getting a spawn. You get to equip to there, sack the other spawn, infinite damage, infinite power.
That'll do it.
Wow.
All right. Wow, what a match. That match had everything.
I would like to just watch that match on repeat all weekend because that was incredible. And you got to think, we can look back at that and say, hey, X player should have done this. James should have did this. You know, we shouldn't have done this. When the pressure's on at that point, you know, you've been in those situations. I've been in those situations. You almost don't remember what plays you made. You're like, you just have to act. You can't really process. You need to act.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When the clock is pressuring, absolutely, yes. So,
yeah.
Awesome match. Really, really good stuff. And I think we're going to pop into our next match here in our backup and keep this thing going. I don't know if we can top that, but we got to try.
I was just assuming we don't have time for another match after that one. So I think director told us we're heading to break.
Or a break. All right, let's go to, I'm still, that's good. I need a second. All right, folks, welcome back to Houston here at the Regional Championship for the final round of the day, round 9. Always an exciting one. We'll have players going to undefeated. We'll have players making day 2. And we got an undefeated match for you. We'll watch in a little bit. But first, let's take a peek at our standings here. And Corey, any closing thoughts for the day before we get to our standings?
Yeah, so let's, closing thoughts, I would just say Modern's great. You know, the formats looked awesome. The games have been great. We see these, like, you know, strategies that are getting to the top that we really never see that isn't control deck. So, you know, you can look at this format and say, hey, there's too much of X, there's too much of Y, but this is what a healthy metagame looks like. So anyone who's maybe not happy about it, well, I don't know, try a different deck, I guess, because this is a healthy metagame. 12% of the most played deck at the top is amazing. That's all you can ask for when it comes to a constructed format. And looking at this, we see our 3 undefeated players. Boros Energy, kind of shocking there. We got JT with Boros Energy as well. That's kind of shocking. And then Amulet up top, and then Esper Gorios as our top decks. But plenty of great players down below that. Quintanoli did pick up his first loss there. Jesse Hampton has won every match where he hasn't been on camera. We saw that one where he lost there. So still a lot of amazing players here up top, and just deck diversity. Like, how many crossovers do we even see, Jim? Like 2 of each deck at most?
Yeah, not a lot. Control, Affinity, Brood Scale, Blink, Goros, Titan, Belcher, Prowess, Storm. That was a lot. I made fingers, but it looks pretty good.
Yeah,
so,
we need to bust out our toes here for this one for each individual deck. So great stuff here for sure.
All right, and over on page 2, you can see the top 32, rounding out players who are not necessarily at the very, very top, but still doing excellent here at 7-1, looking to get this last win and go into day 2 looking very nice.
I'm seeing 4 Domain Zoo decks. Domain Zoo, clearly way too powerful. No, I'm just kidding. All these players doing really, really great as well. Lot of different decks, but yeah, 4 Domain Zoo decks here at the X and 1. That's pretty telling. I would say Zoo wasn't even one of our, like, really most played decks, right? Like, I mean,
we had Zoo.
Wow.
Zoo was at 69 players. It was the 6th most played archetype.
Okay, yeah,
So,
and that's a great showing. 4 players that high up, no matter what, that win percentage is going to be great.
Good stuff. So, let's pop back into the booth here and take a look at the feature match we got for you. We got 2 undefeated players.
Yep.
And we could potentially have 2 players going in at 9-0. We do have an 8-0 player playing against a 7-1 player.
Or a 7-0-1.
7-0-1.
Yeah. So no matter what, there will be 2 sets of undefeated players to start off next tomorrow for the first round.
Sounds great. All right, so how about the first list here? We have No Ease deck list. We're looking at some Esper Gorios, the deck that was the most played deck at the Pro Tour, and it's kind of fallen off a little bit here.
Yeah, Johnny Gutman was really the only player that made it into the top 8 there. And, you know, that being said, this deck is extremely powerful. So this is another Quantum Riddler deck, but Quantum Riddler is well and truly the plan B. The plan A, I mean, if you can get it, you put that Surveil land into play on turn 1, Gristlebrand, put it to the yard, Gorios ventured it back on turn 2. Let's go.
That's the dream.
Now, the more realistic dream is doing something like Faithful Mending on 2, putting one of your big creatures, either Gristlebrand or Atraxa, to the yard, and then reanimating it with Gorios Vengeance, getting the special ability from it, and then ephemerating to keep one of your very powerful 7 or 8 drops around. Also, one of the best Psychic Fraud decks you could absolutely have.
Yeah, no one-trick pony here. Psychic Frog and Riddler give a lot of grinding value and power.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the other side, we're going to see Peter Handy, who's kind of was once the boogeyman, Boros Energy. It's kind of funny when you see a deck that is, you know, the dominant deck in a format over and over and over again, and format shifts, and now it is, you know, let's see, we got our, it's way down there.
It's way down there, right?
So
yeah.
Not even our top, 3 or 4 decks here at Boros Energy. We got 5th, there we go. Energy, 5th of Energy variants. And kind of a classic here. What do we got? Anything changing here, or is this just the classic Energy deck?
Stockiest of the stocks here. We see a couple Blood Moons in the main. That's a little different. But, hey, this deck had a bad Pro Tour. It was like 44% win rate. But all these combo decks just ate up on all these Boros Energy decks. But, hey, the metagame has shifted. Now some of the go-to decks like Belcher, Neoform, Vexing Bauble, and ways to destroy lands are coming in to answer those decks. So as the metagame churns, is now Boros Energy a good choice again? Looks like it.
All right, we saw the Isotempo deck. Looks like it would have a really good time against Amulet. Would not be so good against Energy and its high card quality of a 1 and 2 drop. So we got a really exciting match for you. We're going to crown a 9-0 player. we're going to wrap out the day, and I'm pumped.
I am pumped. I love seeing when a player locks up that 9-0. I mean, how many 9-0s do you have in your career? A decent amount?
9-0s? I mean, I have some 8-0s at the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
There's only 8 rounds. I'm sure I have a few 9-0s in the SCG Tour.
Yeah.
No Grand Prix for me.
Yeah,
but,
I think a couple for me as well. And, the pressure is on at that point. Because if you're expected to top 8 now. And if you don't, everyone comes up to you, whoa, what happened? What happened? And that kind of hurts. So now you really got to perform.
For sure. And it's fun to think if that's the pressure point, but it is. Expectations are really, really strong. So let's hop into our match. Let's crown a 9-0 player. Let's do it. All right, down to our feature match area. We got No E on the top playing Esper Goros, with those look exactly like the mana counters.
Yes.
On the sleeves. We got Peter on the bottom. Little fist bump there. Let's get started. Love the respect between players. Love the cowboy hat there too on Peter. Looking good, but just a Godless Shrine tapped and a modest start for Esper Goros player.
And I will say Esper Goros should be favored in this. This was another one of those decks that just kind of goes over the top. And it all comes down to how can Boros interact with the graveyard. Almost always those 2 stocked Thraben Charms are going to be really nice. The 2 Blood Moons are actually quite good against Gorios. Like, it's still pretty tough to beat. You have some purges and stuff like that in the sideboard most of the time, but that can really get you. And then in the sideboard, Jim, I see 2 surgical extractions. Ooh. So right now, Peter came to really game against this Gorios strategy.
Well, a turn 1 Ragavan's got to be what the doctor ordered, threatening a turn 2 Blood Moon. And back No E's way, and we're going to see what turn 2 has in store. Psychic Frog is quite powerful.
Yeah, Frog is just really tough to deal with from Peter because, well, it really comes down to how many, Solitudes or Static Prisons do you have. And, that being said, I just saw Solitude on my screen and thought, oh, how many Solitudes does Boros Energy have? Normally 0.
Right.
So seeing 2 in the main deck here from Peter is actually not very stock.
Yeah, and seeing the evolution is really, really cool. Of seeing, all right, well, Boros didn't do so well. It's still a really good deck. What can we do to, shore it up? Let's adapt to this new metagame.
Put some spice in there.
All right, well, there's your Frog. See a basic island, maybe a little respect for Blood Moon early on.
And I mean, hey, the Solitude would look excellent right now. Static Prison is a card that very largely got cut, so that's really the only clean answer, and oh my goodness.
Hello.
And I was going to say, is there any reason to doing this at Noe's turn? And no.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. So probably wanted to wait because you get more information, but hey, whatever.
Listen, that Frog is out of here.
That Frog's gone, but Frog did get to ditch a little Attracts a Friend.
All right, so some value on the way out. Draw for Peter here. Blood Moon would be pretty clutch. There is one of each basic in this Esper deck, but
they're not in play.
Can't do much with blue. Never mind.
One Solitude deserves another.
All right, so Ragavan's gone. Prismatic Ending has gone out of hand from Noe. And again, kind of all set up here. No Thraben Charm at the ready, so if we see a Goros, could have a fast game 1 here.
If Noe has Solitude for the Ragavan, a Frog on 2 to pitch Atraxa and Gorios, come on. Just honestly give Noe the RC trophy at that point, because that would be the stone cold nuts.
No trophy ceremony just yet. Just a Flood Strand and a pass. And here's a Johnny and a little Cat Buddy getting in for 3. I like those 2. The sleeves are really getting me. Got blue in the pool up in Noe's hand.
And then you have the dinosaur island in play. I like it.
Yep. All right, so what's the follow-up here from Peter?
Yeah, let's see. 3 mana available. Is it Blood Moon time? Blood Moon would be a lot worse now. But to be fair, even just shutting off black mana would still be good enough.
Yes. So we'll see if Noe wants to get a Plains and continue to play around Blood Moon. Again, open deck was the big deal here. Gonna take a look.
Yeah, and it's almost better for Peter, even if he never draws Blood Moon, the fact that now, Noe might just untap, not cast anything, and normally you'd want to get a Surveil land, try to find Gorios, and just the presence of the card that I think I can speak for everyone, the card we all hate losing to the most, Blood Moon just won't be as impactful.
Yeah, it's always a major shift when you see a player lose to Blood Moon. The next game they play, they are hell-bent on getting as many basics in play as possible.
Sometimes to their own detriment.
Oh, absolutely. All right, so we see a draw. No Surveil there, just a draw.
So if that card was just an Atraxa or something, you feel pretty bad.
All right, well, here's a Surveil. Goodbye, Ephemerate.
So the draw was probably a Surveil land, which maybe you didn't want to draw too. So Blood Moon just doing some damage.
All right, so what looked like a pretty good start for No E is starting to putter out a little bit, but also puttering out a bit on Peter's side too. You know,
yeah.
Johnny and the Cap by themselves, they are a great tool for this deck, but not a singular threat. It's only 3 damage a turn, so just ship it in. All right, so shuffling up for No E here. And interested to see what Peter's got in store for us.
Yeah, this is where you really want to put a Flage into the yard. Surveil that one there.
So much value in these Surveil. Oh, my God. Oh, all right.
He's done it. Now,
welcome to the 8-0 table, Peter.
Yeah. Both players look like they've been playing well. They know their decks, and maybe they're getting a little lucky. Hey, to be fair, you get to 8-0, you get to 9-0. Not only are you playing well, you're getting lucky at points. Things are going right for you.
Luck is preparation meets opportunity.
Wow. Let me know when your next TED Talk is. I'll come.
Will do. I make Hallmark cards, too.
Oh, do you? Okay.
I'm lying.
Okay, Mr.
All right.
Deeds.
All right. What is this? This is
Ranger Captain.
Okay. Going to go search for a 1-drop. And the old Capitan can shut down spells for a turn. That's super effective here, right?
Yeah, and I mean, hey, it gets Guide of Souls or it gets Oscillate Pride. You know, I mean, that stuff is really, really nice. And it's one of those cards, or Ragavan, why not? And it's one of those cards that's really good against combo decks. Hey, could it even be okay against No E if you go to Goryo's Vengeance back in Atraxa, you pop that into response, at least it's not getting ephemerated back. That's not great, don't get me wrong, but...
All right, so we got a shock on the Watery Grave, certainly signifying something.
Solitude.
Perhaps a hard cast Solitude. Only 5 mana spell in the deck. Oh, or it could be cast anywhere. Riddler.
Even better, to be honest. Riddler would be drawing 2. I think we only have 2 cards in hand, so...
I'm just going to say go. So
unlucky.
Riddler doesn't have flash. It's not a very good card.
5 mana, nothing to do. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, misclick on the shock land.
Yeah. Oh, no, Johnny, don't do it.
All right, so coming in here, I got to assume Peter has a kill spell at the ready.
What else could it be for 5 mana, right?
Wow. Just taking it. Okay. Now what is going on?
I could see a Faithful Mending, but I think you would want to do that proactively, so I don't know.
All right. Going to cast that Ragavan, noting that there was no dash.
Yeah.
Leaving some mana up on Peter's side. End step, 5 mana. There's the Solitude. Okay. All right, so very conservative line with the Solitude. Could have tried to play it in combat and go for blocks. Going to be played extra safe here. Solitude's going after looks like the Ranger Captain. Got to think about that for a bit.
I don't know about you, Jim, but I could not have resisted trying to eat that Ajani in combat. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Peter hasn't been playing anything, so what else would be in hand? But still.
Yeah, it's definitely tempting.
I guess the one thing is maybe you're not trying to get more cards in the yard for Flage. Then you can go post-combat, land 4, Flage the Solitude. But still, I wouldn't have it in me to not try to go for it there.
All right, and goes for the Ranger Captain, not the Ragavan, not the Ajani. So we saw a pause there from Peter, maybe as a way to kill it, wants to not allow Ephemerate to be a thing, but wants to hang a pass back. Breeding Bull, and completing the Atraxa hardcast mana, so we'll have more land for that. Which is super relevant in these grindy matchups.
It very much is. So, yeah, I think if Peter had a way to remove Solitude, though, maybe would have tried even if there was an Ephemerate, because that would be the 6th card in the yard where if you draw land 4, Arena Flage is coming.
All right, so Ragavan and Cat get in. We see Solitude. We see an Ephemerate. Peter says, no way, no how. 3-band Charm, you're out of here. All right, so that's dead.
Solid patience there from Peter.
Yep, love to see that.
And now, I mean, this on cue is when you draw Goryo's Vengeance, right? After the Thraven Charm is now gone.
Is that how it works?
I think it is.
You bait it out. There's Oslo Pride. Big draw for No E coming.
There's some top decks you can sense, and I sense it's there. After this Riddler, of course.
I mean, that's 2 looks, right?
Yeah.
All right, so entering the Warp Zone. It's not bad when your top deck's Riddler. 2 more cards coming.
Peter's like, I'm glad that's not a black land you're tapping, but I think this is No E recognizing, can I afford to hard cast the Riddler? And I think the answer is no.
I agree.
Warp it. Because look at that Flage in the yard. I mean, any land, you're dead. Any spell, you're dead. So.
Yep, here we go. Warp Zone, draw 2 cards.
Is it time for the vengeance?
Looks like
Jim,
it might be.
I just felt it, Jim. I felt it from the beginning.
Here it. Oh, no.
Dang it.
Let's try again.
That's 3 more cards.
Man, this card's wild. The hallmark of a good Magic card is when it's good when you're down, and when you're in trouble, and when you're empty-handed or low-handed, that's it. And there's
what
the
did I
vengeance.
tell you? What did I tell you, y'all? Sometimes you can just feel it.
Corey's,
that was so much better than just Goryo's Vengeance.
Corey's feeling it. No E's feeling it. Unfortunately for Peter, Peter's feeling it too. But now there's no mana left over. We do have a land drop for turn, so we can still see Ephemerate, right?
You almost always get a land from it. So if there's Ephemerate, if we have a white source, I mean, GG.
All right, there's the swamp. 5 more cards. Need an untapped white source.
I think I see it. I think I see it. It's right under the force there. Yeah.
All right, yep. Got to fetch shock, though. Got to go to 1.
You're not going to 1. You're attacking to 11 first.
That's true. You go to 1 and then attack. You know, I think going to let 11 on the edge a little bit.
Ooh, good call.
Yeah.
Just pray your opponent doesn't have gut shot one time. I mean, hey, we might not have another white untapped fetch. Like, sometimes that does happen with this deck. Hollowed Fountains should still be in the deck.
All right, so.
What a turn from No E.
Uh-oh. We taking a swamp here?
We must have. I mean, hey, we did draw 4 extra cards off Riddlers, so
Very fair.
We could easily already have it. But if we don't, I will have to leave this, booth and go have some words.
I'll let him know you're coming.
Yeah.
No E, watch out. All right, so the choices are Swamp, Thoughtseize, Atraxa, Ephemerate.
And, I mean, you can hard cast that Atraxa if this one were to die. So I would assume those other cards there on the right side, one of them contains a Hollowed Fountain or a fetch land.
Okay. Life going up.
Because I do that when I play this deck. This is one of my favorite decks in Modern right now is Goryo's. And I always don't pick the fetch lands. There's the Hollowed Fountain. So there was no targets with that fetch land.
All right.
Big game.
There we go. Ephemerate time on the Atraxa. How about some more cards?
Look at how much this game drastically changed from Noe going for an Ephemerate on a Solitude, which he had to do, to getting blown out there, to having 0 things in hand, or 0 cards in hand, 0 permanents in play, to now having, probably discarding to hand side, an Ephemerate on the stack, and 2 Riddlers in the Warp Zone. Is that good?
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Now, that being said, if Solitude was in the window here, I would say we're done. But the one thing that can happen here is if we top deck land 4 from Peter, Hasty Flage can start by killing Cat Warrior, flip a Johnny, and then Flage gets to attack, and a Johnny gets to activate. I don't know if that's enough, but that's still a lot of damage.
Right, we got 9 life for No E. Atraxa can block for 7.
Yep.
Taking a few more cards here. No more relevant cards without Solitude. The cards that are being taken now are for next turn, assuming there is a next turn.
Yep. So Flage can deal 3 to the cat. A Johnny can negative for 4 damage upstairs, putting No E down to 5. Flage can attack, putting No E down to 2, but then Atraxa gets to connect in combat, and the math doesn't really work out for that,
We haven't seen actually, I guess Discharge, you can't do that also. So, yeah. All right.
And the one thing is, wow, Noe would go down to 2 with that line I suggested, and then you can't really block Ocelot Pride because you have to block the Flage. So Noe is at an effective 1 if Peter top decks a land, but you'll go from 1 to 8.
All right, so going off of the Warp Zone are the Riddlers. Discarding Atraxa to hand size. We got a full grip for Noe, including a Thoughtseize, another Thoughtseize, a couple lands. Another Goyros, pretty important, so next turn's kind of all rolled up.
Wow, I really think with a land, Peter is 1 damage short after all this, which is absurd.
All right, here's the draw. Basic Plains. And now it's time for Peter to do the math.
Oh, wait a minute. If you can deal 4 with a Johnny, you can deal 4 to Atraxa. Flage can attack and deal the remaining 3 to Atraxa. So that's 0 damage upstairs, but then Flage attacks for 6, Ragavan for 7-8, Ocelot Pride for 9. Oh, no, but you need to kill the cat.
Well,
no.
The Flage is attacking too, right?
Yeah, I actually think we might have Xaxes here if Peter does it right. So let's think. Okay, so Flage is coming back. You are going to kill the cat token. Ajani flips. Now you're going to have 3 creatures. The cat, you're going to negative on Ajani. That's going to be 4. You use that 4 damage to aim it at Atraxa. Flage attacks and finishes that off. And then
you have Flage, Ragavan, Prides. That's 9 right there.
Yeah, I think this is Xaxes in favor of Peter. We'll see if this is right.
Pretty convoluted line.
It sure is, but I think it's there.
One factor to mention, is the round 9's a tough round. It is the pressure of the feature match area, the pressure of trying to be 9-0, the fatigue of the entire day.
Oh, I don't know if Peter sees it. Wait. I mean, you're not missing anything with the lands. Kill the cat.
All right. Here comes Flage.
Now, granted, those 2 cards in hand could be Solitude, and then none of this matters, but I think this is 9 damage, baby.
I mean, there's no white card space. It has to be exactly Solitude and white card. So.
True. Oh, yeah, because we discarded Atraxa. We had a white card,
Right. So, Flage comes in. Where is it pointing at? That is the question.
Has to go at cat.
Okay, got to kill the cat. Now, Johnny going to be real sad about that and not very happy. Sadness will turn to anger.
And hey, when you're in this spot, this is still convoluted no matter what, so it's not even clear to us. I missed it on my first count. But when you're in this moment, you're at maybe their first 8-0 or whatever, you redo the math over and over. Look at Matt Nass when he won the Pro Tour.
Yep.
He is one of the best people with numbers ever. He did the math like 15 times.
All right, so.
Here it is.
Johnny comes in, 4 damage to Atraxa. Noe says, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. How about that whammy? Solitude cleaning this all up, says no way. So Johnny can't count to 4. Flage can't attack.
God.
Wow.
This is why these players are 8-0. They both found the line, but look at what Noe did on that last turn. Found Solitude as well. Noe was hellbent going into that turn, y'all. This is incredible.
Love the patience, too.
Yeah.
All right, now it's going back Noe's way, and Johnny's flip, that's usually a nice win, but not in the face of all of this.
Oh, my God. Yeah, didn't even ephemerate, still had all these. You can Goryo's Vengeance on defense at some point if you need to protect against this. That one cat should be gone. I don't think these players see the other cat coming into play. Nope, I lied. That's the 1/1 cat coming in from Ocelot Pride.
All right.
Incredible game.
You know what? I'm at 16. Out of Thoughtseize now.
Yeah.
I would see a Johnny number 2 in Season Pyromancer. Gotta take that, Johnny. Goodbye. Oh, never mind. Take the Pyromancer.
I mean, regardless, I think we should all be hyped, as that was a pretty convoluted line there. Peter saw it. Sure, it may have taken a second, but got there. And Noe just had the perfect answer. And, yeah, game of the day for me.
All right. So, Thoughtseize mops up the hand. Peter's down to nothing but the top of the deck and a prayer. Atraxas in play. Here's a Surveil. And like you're saying, we have this defensive Goros. Even if Peter were to draw some way to deal with this Atraxa, we could see another one coming to block. The Riddlers are still hanging out also. Great spot for Noe. Really awesome game.
Oh, yeah. When the Solitude was on the stack, the game's over. But, it was still an awesome game.
That's not a bad draw.
Sure.
All right, 2-2 draw 2. It's going to start somewhere. Probably going to start there.
7-8. Yeah, we haven't gained life, but we are about to ascend if we have a land drop. But
all right, little faithful or faithless mending? Faithful, right?
Noe has been very faithful
Yes.
this game. Yeah.
You got to believe.
Yes.
Heart of the cards. All right.
Wrong game.
Draw 2. It's any game you want to do it, you should believe.
Okay.
All right, discard Atraxa.
And that makes sense. You're keeping that Gorios no matter what. But, hey, I honestly would have flashed it back, too, because if you hit Gristlebrand, then we're cooking.
Oh, we're not cooking yet? That's the point we're cooking?
Okay, that's when we're like, we're barbecuing at that point.
That's dessert, all right?
Yeah. I mean, that is when you fully flexed is when you're attacking with both of your 7 power creatures. That's when it's like, have you had enough yet? Okay, draw 7.
All right, so Traxa is ready to rumble. These Riddlers are still hanging out also, so there's an absolute swath of resources on No E's side.
Yeah, we're kind of toast here, but man, shout out to Quantum Riddler. What a card.
All right, so main phase flashback. Gains you life, draw 2, discard 2. Still see that Goro's face up in hand. Looking for Corey wants a Grizzlebrand. Corey wants to have his cake and eat it too.
I sure do. Mostly I just want to get to the next game to watch even more, action here where it's not completely decided.
All right, we're still playing. Those Riddlers are kind of just hanging out.
That's a bad sign. When your opponent has the ability to play a 4/6 flyer, which completely shuts down your battlefield, but they're just like, I don't need it.
All right. Now, Peter does have some fresh cards. Draw 2 fresh ones last turn, Pyromancer, and a card for turn here. Arena of Glory is active.
So the one thing Peter could do here is have double Thraben Charm to be able to Thraben Charm Atraxa and then Thraben Charm the graveyard. But one's already been cast, so it's impossible.
All right, so 2 mana. Goblin Bombardment. It's not too shabby.
It's a good card.
It kind of turns off a lifelink on Atraxa, at least on defense.
Very true.
Nope, Force Negation. Sorry. I didn't forget those Riddlers. I just had something else to do.
Exactly. And now you play the Riddlers when, you only have 1 card in hand. Get that card draw going.
What happens then, Corey?
Then you draw this many cards, Jim. I mean, hey, I got to say, looking at the top of the standings, there are not as many blink decks as I would have thought. So, at the top of the standings, Gorios being the de facto Riddler deck doing the best is maybe surprising to some people, but I mean, I love Gorios. Gorios is a very strong deck.
All right, thinking it through, pass him a turn. And now, No E's life getting into the stratosphere here. Boros is a powerful deck. It's a fundamentally fair deck. Does not deal 35 damage particularly easily.
And I think that we're getting close to the spot for Peter. If I'm Peter, my next turn is dictated by I'm going to top deck a card. If it's not the best card in my deck, I'm scooping. We got 28 minutes. You got to win 2 games. So you got to be a little conscious of it,
Thoughtseize. Flage goes to the graveyard. Actually, it may be an improvement.
Yeah, that actually was great for Peter. I mean, if that bombardment was in play, maybe we were actually cooking here, But now we get to Riddler and draw 2.
Oh, no, still casting stuff.
Wow, are we just going for, hey, look at the top 10 cards, pick a bunch of them.
Is 2 mana draw 5 cards good or bad, or?
It is, but I don't even think it's needed right now. Instead, you play Riddler, you draw 2 cards instead of drawing 4, but you still have that ready to go just in case they top deck the other Thraben Charm. So I actually didn't like that.
I agree. I think having the insurance policy of Goros in combat, very, very nice safety blanket to have, but 28 life still pretty good buffer.
It's super minor, of course, but, one thing is he better have got rid of the new one, because this one you need to ephemerate to keep alive.
And they are visually different. One has a Planeswalker symbol, one does not, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. There's another Gorios. Nothing matters.
Okay, we're good. Ending, counterspell, solitude. That's just all of it. That is every last piece.
I'll take one of these and one of these.
Sorcery, instant, creature.
I mean, we better have, picked the right Atraxa here, because that is one way we could actually lose this if we're especially not picking up Gorios here. But that was probably verbally communicated, hey, I'll get rid of the new one, I'm going to keep the old one.
Right. Okay. Mana ready to go. Interaction is up. Riddlers are hanging out. Peter's at a somewhat precarious 9 life here.
Yeah, but if we do draw a fetch land or a 1-drop that goes to the graveyard like a Galvanic Discharge, then we can, bring back this Flage. Nope, I lied with the Surveil anyways. You're going to be able to bring back Flage. But dealing 6 is, last time I checked, not 7.
Wait, 3 plus 3.
I triple-checked the math, Jim, so it does not equal 7. Trust me.
I think you did good.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
All right, bin a land. Draw. looking for something big here. And you're right, that clock is starting to feel a little ominous. You know, this game has been in hand for a little bit here.
Still the game of the tournament so far to me. This was awesome.
If you're no E, are you pressuring Peter a little bit here? Or are you saying, all right, Pete, we got to get going here?
Nope. Definitely his time to take here to a reasonable effect. If he starts playing slow play or starts playing slow, doesn't matter where I'm at in the game. I'll be like, all right, we do need to make a play. You know, not ever trying to be mean, but hey, you know, it is what it is. Play slows down when you get in the feature match, when you have this record, when you can feel it, you're getting closer. It's just natural human nature.
Yeah, more so just saying, you know, hey, Peter, just so you know, we have 25 minutes left. So maybe you aren't aware because you're like really tight in this game trying to figure out how to come back and win. Yeah. But, you know, it's a factor that could matter for both players.
Yeah. Because, I mean, that's the thing is he's technically not dead right now because Flage is going to put him up to 13, but he's going to be dead in 2 turns.
All right, so Reno Glory looking for some glory here and the 9-0 possibility in round 9. Not Spotlight Series, Regional Championship. I got that Baltimore vibes in my chest already. Ooh.
Yeah, keep your spidey senses down for now, you know? Like
my bad.
That's next week. That's going to be fun, though, too.
Yep, SCG Con Houston. Here comes Flage. Eat that graveyard. Escaped once again. Busting the chains and getting out. And 3 damage to Atraxa.
Okay.
All right. How about no? Goodbye.
Now, I guess, yeah, we don't have any energy, but I was going to say Galvanic Discharge here could actually do some work. But now if Peter goes to attack, it's just like, sure, I'll take it. Whatever.
Yep. If there was a light little pressure here where Noe had to block in some way, maybe, you know, trade up a little bit, whatever, throw away a creature, but 27 life's pretty nice.
Yeah. And now, you know, it should be, I guess there is an out. The other Solitude in Peter's deck to deal with Atraxa here is a way to stop this bleeding, but if I'm Noe, I would recognize that's Peter's only out. Get these Riddlers out there. Present a lethal clock with both Riddlers if you can. That's where my head would be going. I'd play both of those Riddlers. I don't care if I have to tap out to do it. I'm not dying from 36 life, you know? Just play 2 4/6s.
Even no blue card for force?
I mean, you might find one.
All right.
You got 2 looks at it.
Going to go for Smatic ending on the Osla Pride. We are cities blessed here.
If Peter plays a Solitude right now, he's actually like in an okay spot, so.
No Solitude here. Game 1 goes to no E. And somewhat, you know, precarious 23 minutes left here, but
yeah.
Now,
still doing okay. I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, pretty insane game. Pretty awesome draws there.
Yep.
The Riddler coming through. So, for Peter, let's look at a sideboard here of 2 Celestial Purge, 1 Damping Sphere, 2 Orbs Champ, 1 Showdown of the Skulls. Love that card. 2 Stony Silence, 2 Surgical Distraction, 1 Vexing Bauble, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Wrath of the Skies.
All right, I love the Surgicals. I mean, that is just one way to, for 0 mana and 2 life, which is relatively throwaway life in a matchup like this, you not only counter Agorio's Vengeance, which is huge, but you counter the work that was put in to get that creature to the graveyard, and you counter the future Atraxas or Gristlebrands from coming back. So Surgical is by far the best card against Gorios, and 2 is well above stock. 1, reasonable, you see it every once in a while, but 2 is outrageously good. I mean that the best way possible. 2 Purges, pretty good. You got to deal with Frog as well. And that's all I really love from our Boros side.
All right, and then for no E on top, we got 1 Celestial Purge, 3 Consigned Memory, 3 Mystical Dispute, 1 Nile Spellbomb, 1 Surgical, 2 Teferi, 1 Thoughtseize, and 3 Wrath of the Skies.
Bring in that Surgical to get your opponent's Surgicals just in... No, don't do that. But bring in those Wrath of the Skies. And me, personally, this is not what everyone does, but I bring in the Purge because I hate losing to Blood Moon so much that I aggressively search out the planes. And honestly, I play like 3 Purges. That's how much I hate losing to Blood Moon. But yeah, definitely bringing in Purge, definitely bringing in Wrath of the Skies. And that's probably it.
All right, sounds good. So, this is Regional Championship number 1 of this season, but we got number 2, as you know, that would make sense. There's 2 of them. That's how we do things here. That's going to be happening in Vegas, SCG Con Las Vegas, late November, the 21st to the 23rd. Going to be a really, really fun event. Also, Modern. We're seeing a great Modern format here. We're seeing a great one there as well. And I'm always excited for the week-to-weeks and month-to-months when it comes to a format, seeing the evolution, seeing things kind of grow and go. So from here to there, going to be a lot of fun. Hope to see you there. And, of course, SCGCon will have last chance qualifiers, so you players who are not qualified on Friday, and a ton of other fantastic events.
Here's one thought exercise I want all of y'all to do at home after day one of this regional championship. Think like, hey, what was the decks that really did well? You know, what are the decks that maybe didn't do so well at this RC? We'll, of course, have a better picture at the end of tomorrow, but what do you think will be the metagame shifts going into that RC? I think that is a really, really nice skill to learn as a Magic player, someone who's trying to get better at picking the right deck and stuff like that. You know, it's a thought exercise you do all the time when you're testing for a Pro Tour, you're testing for, you know, Spotlight, those kind of things, right?
Yeah, one of the first things that we do as a team is we all kind of just say, okay, let's just have a talk and try and think about what the metagame is going to be for this event.
Yes.
You make your predictions, you know, and you can just do that at home. You can just take a piece of paper. All right, let's put some numbers down here to add up to 100. I think it's going to be 15% Eldrazi or 14% Nadu or whatever else it might be. Make those numbers add up to 100, have an other category also. Make a little sheet and then write it down, put it on your desk and watch the tournament, and then on Sunday evening say, how close was I?
Exactly, and that's the thing is you're a part of one of the best teams. You know, Team TCG, there's Team Handshake, there's a plethora of great teams, and that's the question I ask them the most at player meetings, like, what's your expected metagame? And at that point, I already know it. You know, of course, I never say anything, but I get their percentages, and I think, like, wow, they are that close. Like, Eli Cassis, I was talking to him, and he like just guessed the top 3 down to the percentages. Like he was off by maybe like one matchup by 2%. Or my brother, Brad Nelson, was one of the best at metagaming. So watching kind of the GOATs break that stuff down, and when a team like that gets it right, you know, their success at the tournament level is no accident. If they figure out exactly what they're going to play against and they build a deck for that expected metagame and they get it right, that's why they do well. Of course, great play on top of all that really helped, but it's a very, very nice skill to have here in Magic.
Yeah, people say, how do you pick your deck for a Pro Tour? It starts with that.
Yeah.
And you're right. Brad was one of the absolute best to ever do it. Brad was so good at that.
So good.
And just being 1 week ahead of the metagame, knowing where it was going to be and where he needed to be at his best at that event.
And that's what put me at, you know, like at the pro level is I got to leech off his information and then play whatever deck he played and get luckier than him. That was my whole career.
That's what I do at CFP.
Oh, perfect.
Right?
God, go us.
There we go. High five. Okay. All right. So No E's going to keep Peter going to go to the mulligan here. Just a little tough to do here down a game, but Peter looking for the right cards. Definitely a matchup where those surgicals and some of these cards are much more important than others. Peter's deck mostly does the same thing every game.
Yeah.
So these, you know, really important interactive cards, Raven Charm, Surgical Extraction, those are key. Do
you like to mulligan aggressively with a deck like Boreos to those kind of things, or do you just keep the Oscillate Pride, a Johnny, you know, Seasoned Pyromancer draw on the play?
I think it's very match dependent, but if it's in a spot where
this match
where you need the right kinds of interaction, whether I draw an Oscillate Pride and a Ragavan or an Ajani and a, you know, Guide of Souls, whatever, who cares, you know? The important part is I can interact at the points that need to be interacted because the base plan of Esper is more powerful than what Boros is doing.
Yeah, it does go way over the top. And it's tough, though. Like, if I sit down with a hand of 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop removal spell that isn't Thraben Charm or Surgical and 3 lands, it's hard for me to mulligan that, but I could see that being an incorrect line, and maybe I should just mulligan more.
Probably. All right, so turn 1, Ragavan. That's a good place to start. I'm going to go No E's way and see there's an answer to the powerful little monkey.
Yep. And, I mean, there's a lot of them in the deck, but most of them have to come down at sorcery speed except for, like, a Solitude here. So looks like Ragavan's going to connect.
All right, crack that fetch.
You might just want to surveil, too, to try to prevent your opponent from getting something big, but wow. Okay.
All right.
Solitude at home.
Yeah, so unfortunately, that's an exile, not a discard. So tracks to go into the exile zone forever.
Yeah.
But, you know, Ragavan's gone. It's the important part. You know, with Peter also down a card, you know, Ragavan, as far as getting mana advantage and possible card advantage, very important. You know, stealing a Psychic Frog or something like that could be pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, very cool.
All right, let's try it again.
But what about Ragavan Part 2 Electric Boogaloo?
That sounds great for Peter.
I mean, yeah, when your Ragavan just got 2 for 1 and you have another one, you're like, nice.
Yep.
I'm here for it.
All right, so Ragavan and a pass. Arena of Glory also a possible threat in those middle turns, giving haste. Going back no ease way. See Nick Miller down there on camera. Love to see that. Nick, for those who don't know, Nick does so much work behind the scenes at these events. I want to give him huge props. I buy him dinner basically every Sunday. I'm just like, dude, thanks, man. You are killing it back there. Unseen hero. You see him on the sideboard occasionally, but he is always working these events, 8 a.m. to the end of show.
And I'll say it right now. Anybody who mislabels their deck at one of these events, all you're doing is making Nick rename it. So if you ever think it's funny to have your Aspergorios deck be, you know, Affinity or something, that's who you're affecting, is the GOAT, Nick Miller. So let's not do that.
You're hurting one person, and it's not funny, so please take that extra second and make a little bit less work for Nick.
Yes.
All right, so it's Riddler time. This one a little less exciting. So we got a Warped on turn 2, no possible Ephemerate, no extra draws, just 2-mana draw card, save that for later. And it looks like Ragavan might have a clean shot here, barring a Solitude.
Finally, is Ragavan going to connect?
Survey says.
Bang. It's going to hit a Gristleband for sure.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that, Whammy. Try again. Do we have Ragavan number 3? That is the question.
I think there's only 3 in the deck, too, so that would be quite impressive.
Yep.
But hey, that's the type of card where you think like, oh, my hand has 3 of a legend, but I'm on the play in an interactive match. Like, I've kept 3 Ragavans before because if they don't die, you're just getting such an advantage.
All right, so we see a tap land, and the follow-up is Goblin Bombardment, which is often a great piece of the puzzle, but on its lonesome, not looking so good.
Yep. So now we'll see. Ephemerate is great on your Atraxas. That's the number one thing, but ephemerating on a Riddler is still quite nice. And wow, I see Atraxa, I see Goryo's Vengeance in hand, and a Faithful Mending. So we're ready to go in 2 turns.
Yeah, and, you know, stymieing this start here, the mulligan for Peter, the Ragavan's getting dealt with, and Guide of Souls is a great card. Kind of like Goblin Bombardment's a great card, but not on their lonesome.
It's a Squire right now.
Yep.
Okay, must not have been a Faithful Mending because we would have saw that at end step, but maybe a Frog here. But pretty solidly saw Goryo's Vengeance and Atraxas. So next turn, Frog's going to put those to the yard, and we're good to go. But if Peter's not playing proactively, what could he have? That's what would be going on in my brain. Surgical, Thraben Charm, pretty likely. Yeah,
there's a few cards that have been rotting in Peter's hand for a while, and you know, most of the cards of his deck cost 3 or less. So,
and if he had fetch lands, he'd play them to Surveil Flage to the yard or other things, fix your top of your deck. So it could only be one thing. I haven't seen Peter's hand, but I would bet a lot of money that there is either a Thraben Charm or a Surgical or both.
Now the problem, of course, is that long-legged Larry here, Psychic Frog, is ready to rock and roll and doesn't really need that much help.
I'm sorry, what did you call that frog?
Long-legged Larry.
Okay.
There's a frog at the pond.
Okay. Well, all right. Face-up Surgical there. Ready to get, I would assume that. Oh, yeah. Here's the nice thing is Frog interacts well here. Exile in response. You don't lose all your Atraxas or Gristlebrands.
All right. So Surgical will be a Coffin Purge, which is still good enough here. So goodbye, Atraxa. Bins exiles some cards to the Frog. The Frog has now jumped. It is now in the air.
Is a Coffin Purge something from the 90s as well, or?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in Modern right now. I think it was in some Modern Horizons set as a reprint. I think. I could be wrong.
Okay. Chat will correct you here.
All right. Shockland. The Frog is in the air. Jumps so high, I might miss him while he's gone. And the Frog here looking much more impressive in these Guide of Souls.
You mean Larry?
Yeah, Larry the Frog.
Okay.
Long-legged Larry. Jumps so high, grew a beard in the air.
You know, I've never heard that, but I'm definitely saying that from now on, so I'm here for it.
All right, I'll have to show you. That's a great song.
Okay.
It's also one of my son's favorites, so I've heard it 10,000 million times. All right, so 3 mana. Pyromancer time.
Okay, no cards in hand, so being able to draw 2, get 2 energy, cooking up to 3, so now these Squires are able to become much more.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to start somewhere, it's going to start there, right?
Yeah, that's great.
All right, so 2 fresh cards. And Peter looking to get back into this game. Broke up the the plan A, but Frog is, of course, a very powerful plan B. Even if Noe just draws a land and casts a Riddler.
Yeah.
You know, that's a pretty good place to be also.
I still think he has an Atraxa in hand. Maybe not Goryo's Vengeance number 2. That's probably what we're lacking, but I think Noe has that piece under control. And honestly, Noe's probably just plenty fine with, can I find land 5 and play Riddler? Never mind. Riddler is outclassed. Now we got ourselves a game. If that Ajani is not killed with this trigger on the stack, we're in a lot of trouble.
All right, so there's Ajani. Here comes the cat. Goblin Bombardment went from looking like it was nothing to looking like the best card on the table. Ajani can flip. Triggers everywhere, life everywhere, energy everywhere.
Now, with only one cat, you do have to be careful because you go to sack, the trigger from Ajani goes on the stack to flip, and then if Noe interacts, it's trouble. But if there's another cat, you just do it again. But
yeah, Noe has shown great patience so far.
Yeah.
Really good at setting traps. But now we see Peter also not taking the bait. Going to fire in here with both Guide of Souls, use a bunch of energy, make some angels. Now they're actually threatening. They're a clock. So 6 damage coming across.
Speaking of clock, remember that 5 minutes we probably should have saved? That 5 minutes is looking a lot more appealing if you're Peter about to win this game, right?
Uh-oh, vengeance time.
Oh, baby. And is this in combat? I mean, this Atraxa is going to go away, even if you find Ephemerate. So, like, this actually... I don't love this unless we were just going to die, which I think we probably were, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of damage between the Ajani and the bombardment triggers, so...
Yeah. So the one thing you got to remember is the bombardment.
Ooh, Wrath of the Skies.
The bombardment is going to prevent the gaining of 7 life. So no matter what, with this combat, Peter's going to deal 4 upstairs and have 1 Guide of Soul left. The cat's going to sacrifice, put Noe down to 8. Ajani flips, makes a cat, deals 3 down to 5, and then you have 3 creatures. So Noe is at an effective 2 here, but last time I checked, 2 is not 0.
Yep, and Wrath of the Skies can mop this board up pretty well.
It doesn't deal with the Planeswalker, though, but the Frog does. There's going to be a Planeswalker.
All right, so we see that land is is that a Godless Shrine?
Looks like a strip mine to me, but that's probably not right.
I think I agree with that.
Yeah.
Celestial Purge, Wrath of the Skies, that's a Riddler there also.
Probably
so,
a Marsh Flats.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
Looks marsh flatty.
It does, yeah. It's very plains and dark, you know?
Yep. All right, so now we're going to blocks. 1 Guide of Souls is being blocked. Like Corey said, you can sack for 4 damage, no lifelink. Is that what we're going to do?
Trying to get froggy with that. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe we're thinking sack the cat first to gain some more life or something, but it's not going to be... Oh, no. Did we just gain life? No, we just gained life there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
All right. We're working it through here. Tense moment. Feature match area. The lights are bright. It's a long day. The clock's ticking. A lot of pressure. You know, it's one of those spots where, like, until you've played in a match like this, it's really, really hard to know what it feels like.
100%.
It does, kind of like you were saying earlier, it does feel like you play a match like this, and then you leave the match, and you're kind of like, what just happened?
Yeah.
You know, you almost like you're so in the moment, and you're so, you know, it's tough.
It is tough. I mean, I had 2 in my career. I've had 2 chances to make it to a Pro Tour top 8, play a win and in, and, you know, tiebreakers had to break my way, but I had a chance at it. I punted both of those matches. They're not sticking with me or anything, though. Like, I'm totally over it. Jim, I'm over it.
I know.
Why are we killing this Atraxa, though? It's going to die at end step. Right?
All right.
Unless I'm missing something.
Oh, yeah, I think that all seems true to me. So, perhaps a bit of a misstep here, but we see a Johnny, we see a cat, bombardment. Unfortunately, 17 life is a lot, and Noe has a lot of resources available.
Yeah.
And this Wrath of the Skies. So, Froggy can go hop.
And, I mean, at this point, the math that I did, that was a 14-point life total swing with Atraxa connecting and going to kill the Atraxa. So instead of being at 3, we're at 17.
Yep. So Froggy jumps, takes out the Planeswalker, and now Wrath of the Skies can mop things up. It will kill the Frog also, but when you have 2 Riddlers in the Warp Zone and 17 life, I don't think you care that much. So no easy to say, look at me. I am the energy deck now.
Yes. Yeah, now that looks pretty good. Or you just, like you were saying, Wrath of the Skies and just Wrath, start the game over. You know, you do run some kind of foul there of if let's say Peter were to find a Surveil land, put Flage into the yard, and then you Arena of Gloria back, I mean, that's big game. But that's pretty lucky.
We'll see. Haven't seen any luck today, so
yeah,
got to play for it. Good players look like they're lucky for a reason because they find good spots to get into. So basic play-ins off this Marsh Flats, we can only assume.
Yep.
And then
there's good players like you that just are lucky.
Better lucky than good.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, Riddler number 3. Coming in off of Warp. I feel like with no Wrath of the Skies being cast, might have an Ephemerate all rolled up here.
Yeah, okay.
All right, that does look pretty good to me.
Yeah, that looks solid.
Draw another one.
And I think Peter, you can kind of see on his face, he recognized it now. This isn't a spot where Peter didn't see his mistake. It is now the spot where now, as a player that makes a mistake, you got to be like, okay, don't let that affect the rest of the game. Make tight plays from here on out and see if it can happen.
Right. You're now in a new position in a new game.
Yeah.
Your goal is to make the best play. And Peter's going to pass a turn here. And it's looking pretty good for No E to be one of our undefeated players. Here's a Solitude on the end step. Doesn't necessarily need to be on the end step, but fire it in.
And I got to say, No E...
Ephemerate, that makes sense. Yep.
Yeah. And I got to say, No E just played this game and this match masterfully.
Yeah, really, really adept at setting traps, finding the right spots. Really impressive play. Not surprised to see No E most likely moving to 9-0 here.
And don't get me wrong, that turn, he was probably 4% to win or whatever. But even with just Gorios off the top there, it would have been good enough. He just, made it really intense for us and it went through the ringer with the Riddlers first. So got a little lucky, but played tight to get there and then played really tight to close it out.
Yep. So I see Froggy getting in here, Riddler getting in. Peter's a 27. That does not tell the whole story because the board is heavily slanted in No E's favor. Draw a card up the Frog. Solitude still in play. Wrath of the Skies still in hand. Multiple Riddlers still available. And a Lonely Cat standing like Captain America against Thanos' army. And there might not be any portals here to save the day.
I think someone's about to snap their fingers, that's for sure.
Yep. All right, it's end step shuffle. We get a little surveil here.
It's got to be a Flage to have any chance.
Yep. All right, so here's the shuffle.
A Flage here, though, I mean, hey, you kill a Riddler, you attack, you gain a big chunk of life. It could happen.
All right, so going to look at it. It's hard to imagine many cards would stay on top here. So Peter might be looking at last draw step of day number 1. Or perhaps a little miracle.
And no matter what, if Peter could have locked it in to say, hey, yeah, maybe I made some mistakes, but I still ended 8-1, he'd be like, yeah, heck yeah. Any player in this field, I don't care if you're Jesse Hampton, Kai Buddha, Peter Handy, whatever, you're locking in an 8-1 record at a tournament like this.
It's also, honestly, it does feel bad not to be 9-0.
Yeah.
If you're going to make a mistake, have it be the last match of the day.
100%.
Peter can go home, get a good dinner, put a long day, put a good match, reset, have a good sleep, and then get back tomorrow and do some damage.
The worst thing he can do is let this bleed over into the next day. Right. Don't get sleep because of it, don't let it go. Those are the worst things Peter can do. And the best thing he can do is recognize, hey, I'm in 3rd place or whatever at the RC. Let's keep that going.
Yeah, it's really easy to have it bleed into your next match. But your next match is not for 14 hours, not too shabby.
My PT top 8 punts have bled into the next decade. So what am I talking as far as giving advice here,
I wasn't going to bring it up. But
I laid in the grass outside of the Austin Convention Center and just looked at the sky for a while after I didn't Thoughtseize my opponent who had 6 lands and Escape Shift in hand and then drew a 7th land, Jim.
It's pretty specific.
Yeah. I only know his name, what shirt I was wearing, and that kind of stuff. But other than that, I've completely forgot about it.
But thankfully, Corey, you're off the tour and here with me.
Yes, absolutely. I'm happy to be washed.
All right, so Riddler comes in, Frog comes in. That Frog is getting huge, as Frog is usually wont to do. Wrath of the Skies, I feel like Peter wants to borrow that Wrath of the Skies at the moment. Frog draws a card. Got 5 cards in hand, 2 cards in the Warp Zone. And looking great for No E to close this game out and be one of our undefeated players. Breeding Pool comes in untapped. Uh-oh.
Looks like the only way this is ending in not a win for No E is that clock. It is getting low, but I think even if we were in turns right now, it should be A-okay. But No E does have to recognize, hey, I need to make sure I can close this game out in, 3 more turns, which another Riddler should make it trivial because he'll be turn 1 almost assuredly at the worst.
Yeah, I'm not too shabby either way, right? So no, even if this game is a draw, we'll take the match 1-0-1, which is is an interesting way to finish a match, but that can work as well. So.
Oh yeah, good point.
Riddler comes in, Cat Warriors, Cap's shield is broken.
I just assume this is game 3 because it's been so long, but yeah.
I feel that. All right, so Bombardment coming down, and that's going to do it.
I like that Riddler. Let's keep that right here.
Oh, Martian too. I love that.
Put that Riddler back because that was the winner of the match, and we'll leave that here for the outro. That's nice.
So no E, great stuff. We're going back in. We ain't done yet. Sack that cat. There's the handshake. No E. Undefeated. Really a clinical game.
Yeah.
That was expertly played. I love the elation. You can take a second when you're done with day 1. You can go, okay, I don't got a match to play in this immediate moment. I can take this. I can enjoy this second. I can take it in. When you got a match to go next, you can't celebrate that much.
No.
You got to keep playing. But love the celebration there. Great stuff. Phenomenal match.
That was a great match. Match of the weekend for me. And, we still have one more heck of a day. Day 2 at these regional championships where that last round you see all these people high-fiving each other, locking up those Pro Tour slots, or that top 4 match where we're locking up world slots. There's nothing better.
Or going out to lay in the grass and wonder what went wrong.
Wow, way to bring that up, Jim. Okay? Not cool.
I know, right? So, yeah, it's an awesome moment. So Tournament Magic is all about, the triumphs, the heartbreaks. That's all tomorrow on day 2 of the regional championship. We're going to have a great time watching all that. Sending 32 players to the Pro Tour. World's invites, like you said, big time cash money, and I can't wait. I'm gonna try and sleep tonight. I don't know if I'll be able to though.
I want to go sleeve up that Is It Control deck. You want to battle? Will you play some stock decks against me? I need to test it out.
I want a Snapcaster Bolt.
All right, fine. You can play it.
All right, let's go. All right, so that's it here for today for us at the regional championship here at SCG Con Houston. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good one.